Madman of the Sword Chapter 1395 to Chapter 1478. What? The Azure God slaughtering array was broken? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The Azure Venerable's eyes turned red. Brat, you dared to kill my Azure Hall's disciple. I'll kill you. Die for me. A figure flew out. It was the Azure Hall's prodigy, Xianxia. He roared and rushed into the sky with the blood-colored spear in his hand. Azure God slaughtering spear. The spear thrust out, causing the wind and clouds to change. Blood-colored runes revolved around the spearhead and emitted a terrifying power. Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his palm again. Xianxia changed into a sky-shaking roar. Suddenly, the huge Xianxia in the sky turned around and faced the Azure prodigy. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a terrifying sound wave. Roar, the sound wave burst forth and quickly spread, causing the sky in front of it to explode. The blood-colored spear exploded in the terrifying sound wave and turned into countless fragments. The Azure Hall's prodigy, Xianxia, screamed miserably as his body was cut into countless pieces. His corpse fell and blood dyed the sky red. A prodigy was killed just like that. What? He's dead. Nangonghao and the others, who were kneeling in the distance, narrowed their eyes and had a drastic change in expression. They didn't expect that Xianxia, who was on the same level as them, would be killed so easily. That was a prodigy of the Azure Hall. How could he dare to kill him? Ah! Damn brat, I'll kill you. The four elders of the Azure Hall soared into the sky like bolts of lightning, bringing with them a torrential killing intent. They were mad with anger. The other party had killed their Azure Hall's prodigy. It was an unforgivable crime, however. Lin Xian changed his palm again. Sky Rock Transformation, Golden Sword. Suddenly, the sky trembled and a golden figure appeared. It was a giant bird. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the golden feathers also transformed into 100,000 long swords that slashed downward. Puff, puff. In an instant, the four elders were cut in half. Not only that, but the Azure Hall's martial artists below were also pierced by several golden swords. In an instant, all the Azure Hall martial artists were killed. The only person still alive was the Azure Hall's Hall Master, Venerable Azura. They were all wiped out? They were all wiped out in an instant? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe what they were seeing. What kind of method was this? Is he really the disciple of the third guardian? How could this be? I'm afraid even the third protector doesn't have that kind of ability. Let alone the third protector, I'm afraid that even the left and right emissaries might not be able to do it. I'm afraid that only the sect master would be able to do it. Everyone was in a daze. The Venerable Shura roared madly, "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." His heart was bleeding. Those were the elites of his Azure Hall. He couldn't accept the fact that all of them had been killed in an instant. Perhaps, after this battle, the Azure Hall's strength would drop to 1,000 feet. They wouldn't even be able to defeat the weakest Nether Hall, and all of this was caused by this detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, he had to kill him. Die, brat. The Venerable Azure's expression was ferocious as he charged toward Lin Xian at lightning speed. Countless purple lights gushed out from his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Azure Palm. A dazzling light burst out from his palm. The entire void could not withstand it at all. This time, he was determined to kill. Not only did he use all of his strength, but he also used the Azure Hall's ultimate technique, the Azure Palm. No one of the same level as him dared to resist this palm. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning. He shouted coldly, then raised his arm and slashed out with his sword. Lin Xian slashed out a sword light that emitted a sharp aura. It instantly collided with the purple palm. The Venerable Azure's expression changed immediately. He had gone crazy and attacked recklessly. However, when his opponent's sword really slashed his body, he regretted it very much. That was because the sword chi was too sharp and he could not withstand it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the purple azure palm that he unleashed was instantly cut in half. Not only that, but the sword also split his palm and severed his entire arm. Ah! The venerable Azura screamed miserably at the sky. However, that was not the end. The sharp sword light was still descending rapidly and was about to kill him. However, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the void. Stop. The voice was very loud and clear. It was like a clap of thunder that shook the void. Buzz, the long sword stopped and hung above the venerable Azura's head. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the distance. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The void moved quickly, and a majestic figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with tiger eyes and a lion's nose. He looked very dignified. As soon as the figure appeared, Elder Ling Hu and the rest of the people from the law enforcement hall hurriedly exclaimed, "Greetings, City Lord." "He's the City Lord of the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town?" Everyone was shocked as they looked at the sky. They did not expect that the mysterious City Lord had finally appeared. Below, when Gu Yuan, who was being controlled, saw this scene, he also shouted loudly, "City Lord, quickly save me." "Humph," the City Lord snorted coldly and ignored him. Previously, when Gu Yuan knelt and begged for mercy, he had embarrassed the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town. How could he save him? Moreover, he was doing this to save the venerable Azura. Hence, he quickly said, "You can't kill him." "Can't kill him?" Lin Xian sneered. "Give me a reason." "Because he's the hall master of the Azura Hall." "Nonsense. Of course, I know that he's the hall master of the Azura Hall. However, that's not a reason to not kill him." The hall master of the Azura Hall said in a ferocious voice, "Brat, are you really touched by my actions? When the time comes, I'm afraid that even the third law won't be able to protect you. The sacred sect will definitely not let you go. Hua Wufeng, did you hear that? Hurry up and release the venerable Azura. Everything can still be discussed. Don't make a big mistake. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets," the City Lord said coldly. "That's what you want to say? It seems that you can't give any other reason. In that case, get lost. You." The City Lord was furious. His face was gloomy. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, before he could get angry, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian, who was in front of him, waved his arm. The sword light directly slashed down and split the venerable Azura in half. Bang, the hall master of the Azura Hall was killed. His corpse fell to the ground and his blood dyed the sky red. What? The hall master of the Azura Hall is dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. That was the hall master of the Azura Hall. He was an extremely important figure. Even the 4 great protectors did not dare to kill him easily. However, now, a 20-year-old young man had killed the hall master of the Azura Hall. This was the rhythm of breaking through the sky. In the distance, Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and the others were in despair. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to kill the hall master. This made them extremely terrified. With the other party's way of doing things, he would definitely kill the 7 of them if he had the time. "Hall master, please come quickly." Nangong Hao and the others quickly prayed in their hearts. The City Lord's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to really kill him. Moreover, the thing that he had been guessing for a long time was now clear. "You're too bold. No one dares to be so bold, at least not the disciples of the sacred religion." The City Lord's voice was cold. "You're not the third guardian's disciple." "Who are you?" "He's not the third guardian's disciple?" Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. For a moment, everyone looked at the sky and stared at Lin Xian. "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to my southern wasteland ancient array?" The City Lord's eyes were piercingly cold. A powerful aura surged from his body, making him look like a god of war. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He stretched out his index finger and gently pointed forward. Void-shattering finger. A streak of purple light shot out like a ghost. "You're courting death. How dare you attack me?" The City Lord was furious. He was about to counterattack, but in the next moment, his body trembled and his pupils dilated. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. "No, impossible." The city lord opened his eyes wide and said a few words with difficulty. Then, his neck tilted and he fell from the sky. Boom, the ground trembled and dust flew. The city lord's body didn't stand up again. What? He's dead? Everyone was shocked. The enforcers were even more terrified. Among them, Elder Ling, who quickly moved to the city lord's corpse. He quickly checked it and then gasped. He was really dead. There was a finger-sized hole in the city lord's forehead. Black blood flowed out from it. This was the power of Lin Xian's void-shattering finger. What? The city lord is dead. He was killed by a finger. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Previously, the venerable Azura had resisted for a while before he was killed. However, the city lord had been killed with a single finger. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Impossible, this can't be true. The people from the city lord's mansion shook their heads frantically, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, Elder Ling Hu and the others were horrified. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts, not daring to take revenge. Lin Xian snorted, then turned around and looked at the 7 people kneeling on the ground. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Nan Gonghao and the others trembled in fear. Before this, they were furious and wanted to take revenge. But now, after witnessing the scene of Lin Xian killing the Azura Hall Master and Southern Wasteland City Lord with their own eyes, they were completely dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a method before. It was simply not something they could imagine. It should be known that even if they were to join forces, they might not necessarily be able to kill the Azura Hall's Hall Master. Yet, the Azura Hall's Hall Master had done so easily. What was even more shocking was that the other party had killed the Southern Wasteland City Lord, whose cultivation wasn't any weaker than the Azura Hall's Hall Master, with a single finger. Such a method was too horrifying, making it impossible for them to resist. I beg you. Don't kill me. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I apologize for what happened before. Please let me go. At this moment, the Skyprides were all kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. No one dared to say anything. They didn't want to think about anything else now. They just wanted to save their own lives. Lin Xian snorted. These people were from the Black Dragon sect. Their hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. How could he let them go? He raised his hand and was about to kill the 7 people. However, at this moment, another angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch the people of the Blood Evil Hall? How dare you? Let my disciple go. 2 cold shouts were heard. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky like lightning. The 2 figures were too fast. In an instant, they were in front of the crowd. When the crowd saw them, they immediately cried out in surprise. Nan Gonghao and Blood Rogue, who were kneeling on the ground, cried out loudly. Master! Hall Master, save me! It turned out that the 2 of them were the Hall Masters of the Divine Pill Hall and the Blood Evil Hall. They didn't expect them to come personally. The Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall was an old man. He wasn't tall and wore a white robe. However, his eyes were as sharp as a divine eagle's. His body exuded a terrifying aura. He was more powerful than the governor of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town and the Azura Honorable from the Azura Hall. He was the Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall, known as the Divine Pill Honorable. Beside him was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a powerful aura. He wore a bright red robe with blood flowing on it. It was shining brightly. This person had a murderous aura, as if he was a bloody devil. He was the Hall Master of the Blood Evil Hall, the Blood Evil Honorable. His aura was several times more powerful than Blood Rogue's. Divine Pill Honorable. Blood Evil Honorable. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect 2 Hall Masters to appear. It's over. Hua Wufeng is in danger. That's right. With the 2 Hall Masters taking action, their strength can be considered heaven-defying. Looks like Nan Gonghao and Blood Rogue's lives are saved. Just as the crowd was discussing, 2 angry shouts came from afar. Kid, how dare you touch the people of the Evil Ghost Hall? You must be tired of living. Humph. How dare you touch the people of the Pink family? Kneel down and accept your death. Hearing the two shouts, the crowd was shocked again. Ghostly and Yu Luosha, who were kneeling on the ground, were overjoyed. Hall Master! Master, save me! Shush! Shush! Two figures appeared in front of the crowd. They stood in the void. Their powerful aura shrouded the area and invisible killing intent filled the air. The evil ghost honorable, the pink honorable, the crowd was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The scene was too shocking. The person on the left was a middle-aged man. He was skinny and wore a huge black robe that covered his entire body. He wore a black robe on his head as well. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could occasionally see two balls of flames dancing in his eyes. On his shoulders, there were two hideous ghost heads that exuded a cold and terrifying aura. In his hand, there was a white bone wand. As he waved it, countless ghost shadows and vengeful spirits were entangled in it. That aura was enough to make one feel hopeless. He was the Hall Master of the Evil Ghost Hall, the Evil Ghost Honorable. The person on the right was a middle-aged woman. She looked to be in her 40s. However, there were no signs of aging on her face. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's. Not only that, there was a mature charm to her. She was like a blooming peach blossom. Her every move was filled with endless charm. The woman was the leader of the Pink family. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She glared at Lin Xian and shouted, "Kid, how dare you touch my people? Kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian lifted his head and looked at the people in the sky. His eyes flickered. For Hall Masters? Interesting. Lin Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the people in the sky. For Hall Masters? Interesting. But it's not enough. Everyone's lips twitched and their scalps went numb. For Hall Masters are not enough? Is this kid crazy? The four Hall Masters in the sky shouted coldly and were about to attack. However, at this moment, another angry shout came from behind. Then, two bolts of lightning rushed over. Suddenly, Feng Hudi and Shadowless screamed from below. Two more Hall Masters? Everyone exclaimed and felt a little dizzy. That's right. Two more figures appeared in the sky. They were the Black Wind Hall Master and the Assassination Hall Master. The Black Wind Hall Master was a middle-aged man in black armor and held a black spear. However, his aura was many times more powerful than Feng Hudi's. The Assassination Hall Master was an old man. He looked ordinary and expressionless as if he was an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him because he could assassinate a guardian. Apart from Gu Yuan, who was in despair, the rest of the supreme talents who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed because their elders and hall masters were all here. The hall masters gathered in the sky and locked their gazes on Lin Xian. They did not hide their cold killing intent. Any one of the 6 hall masters could dominate a region and make countless people kneel before them. However, at this moment, the 6 of them were even more terrifying. Perhaps no one could fight against them. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the 3rd guardian might not be able to fight against them. Master, that kid got 3 mysterious crystals. Take him down quickly. Nangong Hao shouted crazily from below. Yes, not only did he steal my mysterious crystals, but he also stole the Blood Soul Stone. We must kill him. Yu Luosha screamed. He stole 3 mysterious crystals? And a Blood Soul Stone. Hearing that, the 6 hall masters in the sky looked fervent. Kid, kneel down and hand over the mysterious crystals and the Blood Soul Stone. I can give you a quick death. Let him go. Young man, I advise you not to make a mistake. Although you are strong, you can't fight against the 6 of us. Hand it over, or die. The 6 hall masters were like 6 huge mountains pressing down on the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding martial artists were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. In front of the 6 massive auras, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. However, Lin Xian's expression remained the same, and there was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He ignored the 6 people and turned to look at Nangong Hao and the others. Brat, hurry up and let her go, or you're dead. Hand over the mysterious crystal, and I can spare your life. I'm going to return the pain I suffered 100-fold. Nan Gonghao and the others roared crazily with ferocious faces. Nan Gonghao, Blood Hand, and the others roared madly. They were no longer afraid. What? Just because 6 hall masters have arrived, you've become arrogant again? Have you forgotten your own situation? Lin Xian looked at Nan Gonghao and the others and harumphed coldly. Brat, I advise you to be sensible. Quickly surrender and obediently allow yourself to be captured. I admit that you're strong, but in the face of 6 hall masters, you have no power to fight back. Surrender, and I can spare your life. The 7 people who were kneeling on the ground sneered. Idiots. Even if 6 challenger-level martial artists were here, they wouldn't be able to save you, let alone 6 hall masters. No one can stop me from killing those I want to kill. Lin Xian stopped smiling and waved his hand. Instantly, the light palms that were floating above Nan Gonghao and the others slammed down. How dare you? No. Master, save me. Blood Hand, Ghostly, and the others screamed madly, their faces full of despair. They had never thought that Lin Xian would really dare to attack them. Impossible. How dare he do that? Is he not afraid of the revenge of the 6 hall masters? However, they definitely did not know what would happen to Lin Xian, because when the 7 light palms landed, the 7 sky prides who were kneeling on the ground were instantly smashed into a mist of blood. Boom, their bodies exploded, their flesh and blood splattered, and their bones shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they could not believe it. As for the 6 hall masters in the sky, their pupils abruptly shrank. To be honest, they were also dumbfounded. Because they could not believe that the other party would attack them. One had to know that they were the 6 hall masters. In the face of such an attack, even the protectors could not do anything, let alone a young boy. However, the other party still attacked without hesitation. Good. 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 Boy, I've underestimated you. The Divine Pill Honorable laughed out of anger. Boy, how dare you? However, since you dared to kill the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, your end will be extremely miserable. The Blood Fiend Honorable's expression was ferocious. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to capture you and torture you alive for 49 days. I'll let you die in endless despair. The Pink Honorable's face was also pale, and her body was trembling with anger. In the next moment, the 6 hall masters were completely enraged. They swore that they would capture Lin Xian and let him know what regret was. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked up to the sky and laughed. 6 hall masters? Good. 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 Together with the dead Shura Hall Master and Nether Hall Master, the 8 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon sect are finally gathered. I was still thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to send yourselves to me. In that case, I'll personally send you on your way. What did you say? What Shura Hall Master and Nether Hall Master? Black Dragon sect? How dare you call them Black Dragon sect? Who are you? When the 6 Hall Masters heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned and their brows furrowed. They knew about the death of the Shura Honorable, but what about the Nether Honorable? They had not received any news about the Nether Hall, and now the other party had mentioned that the Nether Hall Master had been killed. Damn guy, I'm afraid he's not from the Black Dragon sect. Hurry up and capture him. Let's see who he is. Kill. The Blood Fiend Honorable roared, and his blood chi surged to the sky. Then, countless blood-red runes surrounded his fingertips. Suddenly, a huge blood-red light palm covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, boom. The palm slammed down, and the space in front of it collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole. However, Lin Xian's figure still disappeared. What a fast speed. The Blood Fiend Honorable frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could dodge his attack. Be careful, this kid is not weak. The Black Wind Honorable said in a deep voice. When they came, they had received news that Lin Xian had killed the Shura Honorable and the city governor. Therefore, they did not let their guard down. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept across, and Lin Xian's figure instantly appeared in front of the 6 of them. In the next moment, he drew out the Lone Star Sword, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from his body. With a slash of the sword, the heavens and earth shook. With a clang, the huge blood-red palm in the sky was instantly split into two halves, and endless blood splattered everywhere. "You're courting death." Venerable Blood Demon roared and let out a miserable shriek. Then, endless blood-red light burst out from his body, covering the entire sky. However, just as the aura reached its peak, it stopped abruptly. Puff, Venerable Blood Demon's head flew up, and blood spurted out. His face was filled with horror. Even until his death, he could not believe that his opponent could kill him with a single slash. What? He was killed with a single slash. This is impossible. When the remaining 5 venerables saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it, let's join forces. This guy is hiding his strength. The Divine Core Venerable roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart because he realized that he had indeed underestimated his opponent's strength. With such means, his opponent was definitely not weaker than the Guardians. He had already reached the peak of level 9. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight, so they had to join forces to kill him. However, just as the Divine Core Venerable finished shouting, he encountered a big problem. A phoenix bathed in black flames flew out from Lin Xian's palm and quickly pounced on him. "You're courting death, get lost." The Divine Core Venerable roared and struck out with both of his palms. Endless flames were also waved out from his palms, forming a row of fire walls. He was very confident in competing with flames. His flames were extraordinary, and they were even more powerful than the fire spirit. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable shriek because the fire walls and fireballs that he had unleashed were all burned up in an instant. On the other hand, his opponent's black phoenix was unscathed. Nothing happened to it, and it instantly enveloped him. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Divine Core Venerable screamed in horror. He realized that this flame was not any weaker than his sect masters. After 2 miserable shrieks, the Divine Core Venerable was burned into ashes. What? The Divine Core Venerable is also dead. The 4 Hall Masters felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned ugly. In just an instant, they had lost 2 Hall Masters. This was something they simply could not accept. As for the Black Dragon Church's disciples below, they were all stunned. They did not dare to believe their eyes. That was a Hall Master, an existence that they could only look up to. But now, he was being slaughtered like a dog. This kind of huge contrast gave them an infinite shock. He is definitely not the disciple of the Third Protector. Who is he? Damn it, this kid's strength has already surpassed the Third Protector. By now, everyone understood that this person was definitely not Hua Wufeng, nor was he the disciple of the Third Guardian. If they were disciples of the saint, they wouldn't dare to kill so many Hall Masters at the same time no matter how arrogant they were. Capture his companions. We can't beat him, but can't we capture his companions? Below, the Divine Pill Hall and Blood Fiend Scattering Hall's martial artists roared madly. They wanted to capture Lin Xian's companions and threaten Lin Xian. Suddenly, nearly 100 martial artists madly rushed towards Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the sky, even the King of Assassins, the Honorable Assassin, made his move. This was because he had also received news that Lin Xian had attacked the Azura Hall. It was because someone had insulted the purple-clothed lady beside him that a series of tragedies had occurred. Hence, at this moment, he desperately wanted to capture Murong Qingqing so that Lin Xian could capture her quickly. The elite martial artists of the Blood Fiend Hall, Divine Pill Hall, and Malicious Ghost Hall all rushed towards Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. According to their thinking, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, would definitely surrender as long as they captured the 2 women. However, they were too naive. Looking at the martial artists rushing towards him, Luo Bingshan snorted coldly and pulled out the long saber at his waist. Whoosh, saber radiance flashed and filled the surroundings. With a slash, the terrifying saber radiance was like a vast galaxy, enveloping the surroundings. Pft! 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 Several heads flew up. Hundreds of martial artists were killed in an instant. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Everyone was terrified and quickly retreated. they did not dare to move forward. Careless. They were too careless. They thought that the two ladies beside Lin Xian should not have much strength and would be easier to capture. However, they did not expect the other party to be so strong. Looking at the might of his saber, it was not any weaker than the hall master's. In fact, it was even stronger. This was natural. Luo Bingshan was a peak 9th layer venerable and had the strength to assassinate half-step kings. In front of him, these people were simply not enough. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. She raised her lily-white hand and pressed towards the void behind her. Puff, a figure appeared from the void. His body kept retreating, and his face was filled with horror. He was the hall master of the assassination hall, Venerable Assassination. He originally wanted to capture Morong Qingqing, but he did not expect the other party to be so terrifying and discover his existence in an instant. That terrifying palm even made him feel suffocated. This was an existence that he could not contend against. Venerable Assassination was so scared that his scalp went numb. He could feel that the purple-clothed lady before him was far stronger than him. Even the protector was not his match. I must escape quickly. He was scared out of his wits. This was too terrifying. The two ladies and one man before him were far stronger than him. Any one of them could easily defeat him. The appearance of such a strong person in his Black Dragon sect was definitely a disaster. He had to report this to the sect master. Humph. Morong Qingqing snorted. The other party dared to assassinate her. He was courting death. She waved her lily-white hand. Suddenly, a purple light shone brightly. A purple cloud like a saber cut the Venerable Assassination in half. What? The Venerable Assassination is also dead? Seeing this scene, everyone screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The remaining 3 hall masters in the sky also felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with fear. Stop, stop fighting, stop fighting. The 3 hurriedly shook their heads. It was a misunderstanding. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Since you have already obtained the mysterious crystal, we will naturally not snatch it from you and will not attack you. If you want to leave, then leave. We will definitely not stop you. Pink Venerable also quickly shook his head. Now, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they were terrified and could not wait to escape. What a joke. In the blink of an eye, half of their hall masters were dead. The remaining 3 were naturally no match for Soup Quebec. However, Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Then, I will consider taking you as my slaves. Otherwise, only death awaits you. What? Kid, you are courting death. The hall master of the malicious spirit hall looked ferocious. The other 2 hall masters also looked terrible. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become their slaves? What a joke. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and I'll consider keeping you as my slaves. Otherwise, you'll die. What? Kid, you're courting death. The malicious spirit hall master looked ferocious. The other 2 hall masters also looked terrible, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become slaves? What a joke. Although they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't accept such a condition. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If you push me too far, we'll fight to the death. Humph. Even if we die together, I won't agree to your request. Black Wind Venerable snorted. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's fight. Then, the 3 of them quickly burned their spiritual energy and released a powerful aura, raising their combat strength to the peak of LV9. This was the secret technique of the Black Dragon sect, which could increase their strength in times of crisis to save their lives. However, after that, they would suffer a serious backlash. But in the face of danger, they couldn't care less about that. They had to kill Lin Xian first. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3 of them greatly increased their strength to the peak of LV9 and surrounded Lin Xian. King of Ghosts. Malicious Spirit Venerable shouted and quickly waved the white bone staff in his hand. Suddenly, countless ghosts and vengeful spirits rushed out and formed a ghost king. Earth-destroying spear. Black Wind Venerable roared and the long spear in his hand rushed out like a raging dragon. Aurora slash. Pink Venerable also pulled out a treasured sword, held it in her hand, and quickly slashed out 18 times. The terrifying sword radiance was terrifying. The three hall masters burned their spiritual energy and attacked without thinking of the consequences, releasing an unparalleled power. Lin Xian snorted and quickly activated the astral armor. Suddenly, a set of blue armor appeared and covered his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His palms kept changing as he shouted, 9 changes of the firmament, 9-headed snakelet transformation. The void fluctuated, and a huge monster rose from the ground. This monster was extremely terrifying. It had 9 heads, and each of them was extremely ferocious. It was as if the Demon King was reborn. Ancient vicious beast, 9-headed snakelet. It was extremely brutal. This was the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the firmament. At this moment, it was executed by Lin Xian. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. The 9-headed snakelet swung its 9 gigantic heads, and 3 of them roared angrily, spewing out flames, lightning, and hailstones. Immediately, they bombarded the attacks of the 3 hall masters in the sky. Rumble, the void trembled as energy exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. This energy was too violent. Even the hall master found it hard to resist. Instantly, the 3 hall masters were blasted back. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained as still as a mountain. He activated the cosmic battle armor to the extreme. This battle armor could defend against 7 layers of damage. Therefore, even if this energy was violent, he could still withstand it. Jiaoying, go! Lin Xian's body moved like lightning. He controlled the huge 9-headed snakelet and quickly counterattacked. Immediately, the other 3 heads roared ferociously and turned into demonic hands, biting toward the 3 hall masters. The 3 heads moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of the hall master in an instant. They opened their bloody mouths and their sharp teeth bit through the hall master's armor. Ah! No, I won't die. Damn it, get out of my way. Brat, you dare to kill me? The pink aristocratic family will not let you off. Shrill screams rang out. However, in the next moment, the bodies of the 3 hall masters suddenly split open and were bitten into countless pieces. At this point, the 7 supreme talents and 6 hall masters were completely annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. What? They're all dead. Impossible, I don't believe it. Below, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were horrified and filled with despair. 6 hall masters. Including the Shura hall master and the Southern Wasteland city master, there were 8 hall masters in total. They were the most solid force of the Black Dragon sect. However, at this moment, they had been completely annihilated. This was definitely going to pierce through the heavens. The Black Dragon sect would definitely be infuriated and retaliate crazily. However, Lin Xian did not care about this at all. He stood in the sky and looked down at the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect who were escaping. His face was extremely cold. After which, he activated his ice martial soul. Countless cold air spread out and quickly shrouded the area below. Below, the southern wilderness ancient town quickly formed ice. In an instant, a frozen ancient town was formed, freezing all the buildings and martial artists inside. In the next moment, Lin Xian called out to Murong Qingqing, the falling ice mountain, and the dark red divine dragon. The group flew into the sky. Only the ancient town of ice was left, shining with a cold light under the sun. Soon, Lin Xian and the group left the place and arrived at the spirit ship high in the sky. Next, the dark red divine dragon drove the spirit ship and left the southern wilderness ancient town. Lin Xian rested for a day. On the second day, he took out the blood soul stone and quickly absorbed it to increase his blood chi and soul power. This time, he had killed so many hall masters and martial artists of the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect would definitely go crazy and hunt them down. Therefore, he had to increase his strength to deal with the danger when the time came. The others were fine, but the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king. He was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian thought as he absorbed the blood soul stone. This blood soul stone was extremely mysterious. Lin Xian held it in his hand and absorbed it continuously. The blood qi in his body was tumbling like a big furnace, emitting rumbling sounds. Even outside the room, there was a red light shining. That was the sign of Lin Xian's vigorous blood qi. His soul power was also increasing bit by bit. He tried the sixth diagram of the sky spill visualization diagram. Although he did not succeed, there was a huge improvement compared to before. After cultivating for a day, Lin Xian adjusted his condition to the peak. Then, he called the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan over. The four sat together. Then, Lin Xian took out the 3 mysterious crystals he had obtained. Look, do you recognize this thing? Morong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and Luo Bingshan were very curious. Each of them picked up a mysterious crystal and carefully examined it. What rich energy! The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. His mouth was smiling from ear to ear. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. No wonder those people's cultivation could increase so much. It seemed that this mysterious crystal was indeed extraordinary. It actually contained such rich energy. Luo Bingshan was also moved. She thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I've never seen this thing before. Moreover, it shouldn't be in the Tianwu continent. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. Kid, you have 3. Why don't you give them all to me? And Hong was reluctant to let go. You dare to absorb this energy? Aren't you afraid of the side effects? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say that if you found these mysterious crystals, you would be able to unlock the secret of the demon abyss? Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon pondered for a moment and said slowly, these mysterious crystals shouldn't have been taken from the demon abyss. They were man-made. What? You said they were man-made? What's with the demon abyss? Kid, let's put it this way. I've heard of this crystal before. It's called the subdivine crystal. It contains a terrifying amount of energy, but it's only for people above the king realm. The subdivine crystal is very magical. It can strengthen the king realm and make it evolve. That's why it's so precious. And this mysterious crystal has very little energy. It's obviously diluted. So, I guess that the Black Dragon sect must have obtained the subdivine crystal. But, they used the subdivine crystal to create countless energy crystals, which are the stones in your hands. These stones are useless to king realm people, but if people below the king realm absorb them, they can greatly increase their cultivation. That's why there are so many sovereigns in the Black Dragon sect. So, you're saying that the treasure in the Devil Abyss is the subdivine crystal? Lin Xian asked. That's right. It's definitely the subdivine crystal. The subdivine crystal could increase the king realm. If this news were to spread to the Tianwu continent, it would definitely make the king realm families go crazy. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he frowned. If the Black Dragon sect's leader obtained the subdivine crystal, wouldn't his strength increase greatly? No, he had to enter the Devil Abyss and obtain the subdivine crystal. At least, he couldn't let the Black Dragon sect get this precious thing. Then, if I absorb the energy in the crystal now, will there be any side effects? Lin Xian asked. If there wasn't, he could directly absorb it and increase his cultivation again. He was looking forward to it. He wondered how much he could increase after absorbing it. However, the dark red divine dragon poured cold water on him. There are side effects. What did you say? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You still dare to absorb it? The dark red divine dragon snorted. Kid, I'm different from you. I'm a real king realm. It's just that my cultivation has dropped, but my realm is still there. But you're different. No matter how strong you are, you're just a sovereign. You've never condensed a domain. Let me tell you. If you absorb the energy of the subdivine crystal, although it can greatly increase the cultivation of people below the king realm, their path will come to an end. Because they'll never be able to condense a king realm again in their lifetime. What? How could such a thing happen? Lin Xian was shocked, and Morong Qingqing also threw away the mysterious crystal in her hand. You don't have to be surprised. This kind of crystal is meant for kings to use. Anyone below the king level won't benefit from using it. Although one's cultivation base will immediately rise greatly after absorbing it, one's martial path will be severed. I can guarantee that after absorbing it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. However, you will never be able to condense a king's domain in this lifetime, let alone reach a higher level. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. This was not what he wanted. At this moment, the dark red dragon spoke again, but you don't have to be too discouraged. Although you won't be able to use it for the time being, you can keep it for now and use it after you become kings. Then, everything will be fine. However, it isn't very effective against King Realm experts. But if it's a true subdivine crystal, then King Realm experts would definitely go mad upon seeing it. So, we have to make a trip to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. For the sake of attaining the King Realm in the future, he had to make a trip to the Devil Abyss now. After all, the Martial Sky continent didn't have such a thing, and other places might not have it. It could be said that they were extremely lucky to have encountered it. Let's go to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian tossed the 3 mysterious crystals to the dark red dragon to recover. He couldn't absorb it now, and he wouldn't need it even after he became a king. So, he wouldn't keep it. If he wanted to keep it, then he would keep the true subdivine crystals and not these diluted crystals. After that, their group set off towards the Devil Abyss once more. The death of the 7 Hall Masters wasn't a small matter, so it wasn't long before the Black Dragon sect found out about it. For a time, the entire Black Dragon sect was shaken, and countless experts gathered to discuss it. Even the 3rd Guardian who was in closed-door cultivation came out ahead of time. What's going on? The 3rd Guardian had the appearance of a middle-aged man. After he came out, he looked at the 2nd Guardian with a gloomy expression. Don't be in closed-door cultivation. Something big has happened in the Saint sect, and we need you there immediately, said the 2nd Guardian. Something big has happened? What is it? Asked the 3rd Guardian. The Hall Masters of the 7 Halls have been killed in the Southern Desolation ancient town. Not only that, none of the martial artists in the Southern Desolation ancient town managed to escape. In fact, even that city was turned into an ice crystal palace. And the culprit called himself Hua Wufeng. He's your disciple. What? Hua Wufeng. Hearing that, the 3rd Guardian was shocked. He hadn't expected such a big thing to happen. However, he quickly shook his head. What a joke. Do you think I don't know Hua Wufeng's strength? He's only an 8th level honorable. He's even weaker than the geniuses of the halls. Not to mention killing the Hall Masters. Don't be nervous. We think so too. Someone must have impersonated Hua Wufeng. However, we still need you to confirm the details. Alright, let's go. The 3rd Guardian nodded, and the 2 of them left quickly. At the same time, the news of the Nether Hall's destruction reached the Black Dragon sect. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect were shocked again. An entire hall had been destroyed. How was that possible? The Black Dragon sect had already controlled the entire Tiannan region. They could be considered an overlord that no one dared to offend. Even the Martial Alliance could only resort to guerrilla warfare. They didn't dare to fight them head-on. However, 8 of their halls had been destroyed. Moreover, they were the last to know about it. It was too shocking. The culprit was only a 20-year-old young man, but his combat strength was terrifying. He was at least at the Guardian's level or even stronger. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? Impossible. If the Martial Alliance is so powerful, they would have retaliated long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, the Martial Alliance hasn't done anything. Could it be someone who was lucky enough to obtain the subdivine crystal and absorbed the energy within it to become so powerful? The 3rd Guardian said in a deep voice. He was now certain that the culprit wasn't his disciple, Hua Wufeng. Someone had impersonated him. That's possible. Otherwise, how can we explain where this powerhouse came from? Then what should we do? Let's report it. The sect leader will decide what to do. The group of elders and guardians had solemn expressions. However, it didn't take long for another shocking piece of news to spread. There was a mutation in the demon abyss. Challenger-level beasts had appeared. However, it wasn't long before another shocking news came. The devil abyss had mutated, and a king-level demonic beast had appeared. A king-level demonic beast. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that in the entire Tiannan region, only their leader was a king-level demonic beast. However, there was now another one. It seemed that something unexpected had happened in the mysterious devil abyss to cause such an anomaly. Quickly report this to the leader. There's no need. The leader has already set off, and the left and right envoys have also followed. The first protector said. What should we do? Should we go too? The third protector asked. 4 protectors, come with me. The rest of you, activate the defensive formation and guard the sect. We can't let anyone take advantage of this. In the past, they didn't care at all. They didn't even put the martial alliance in their eyes. However, it was different now. A mysterious youth with extremely strong battle strength had appeared. If they all went out at this time and the other party came in, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. However, as long as the formation was activated, it would be fine. This formation was personally set up by their leader. No one below the king level could break it. Soon, the 4 protectors moved and flew towards Xia country. On the other side, Lin Xian was also moving quickly. Of course, he still didn't know that the devil abyss had mutated. However, something had happened during this time. The dark red dragon's cultivation had recovered to the half-step king level. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. The dark red dragon's breakthrough to the half-step king level was undoubtedly great news for Lin Xian. This way, their chances of entering the devil abyss had increased by a lot. At this time, the mysterious devil abyss had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The surrounding 10 miles was completely covered in a layer of thick fog. Above this thick fog stood 3 figures. The figure at the front was extremely tall, more than 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe, and his cold face was covered in black scales. His eyes were dark green and flickered with a terrifying light. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. It had reached a peak, causing all the sovereigns to tremble when they saw him. He was the leader of the Black Dragon sect, and the only king-level demonic beast in the Tiannan region. However, this was no longer the case, because another king-level demonic beast had appeared below. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men, one in a white robe and the other in a green robe. Although their auras were not comparable to that of the Black Dragon Church's sect master, they were much stronger than pinnacle 9th rank exalted experts. The 2 of them were the left and right envoys of the Black Dragon sect. They were existences second only to the Black Dragon sect's leader. At this moment, the left and right envoys stood respectfully behind him. They looked down with furrowed brows. This was because an extremely shocking aura came from below, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. They knew that this was an aura that only King Tears could emit. When did the king demonic beast appear? At this moment, the Black Dragon cult's leader asked in a deep voice. 2 days ago, the Green Flood Dragon left envoy said that because the Nether Hall was destroyed, we received the news late. The carefree envoy of the right also asked, Sect Master, who is it that dares to kill so many of our Hall Masters? The people from the Martial League don't have such strength at all. Could it be that there are also people like the demonic beast below who obtained benefits from this mysterious demonic pit? No matter who it is, I will make them pay a painful price for daring to touch my people. The Black Dragon cult's leader snorted coldly. His words were filled with intense killing intent. As soon as he said this, the left and right envoys trembled. Countless cracks appeared in the space around them, spreading out in all directions. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a king tier. Just a cold snort was enough to cause the space to explode. If the Black Dragon cult's leader wanted to deal with a 9th rank exalted expert, he did not even need to lift a finger. He could kill them with just a look. There was no time to care about that brat now. He had to figure out the changes in the demonic pit first. Then, the Black Dragon cult's leader's body swayed and quickly descended. The left and right envoys followed closely behind. However, when they were about 3,000 meters above the ground, a low roar suddenly came from the demonic pit below. Then, a red figure flew out from the ground quickly. Red light flashed and boundless killing intent surged. An arm that was close to 3,000 meters long rose from the ground and quickly grabbed at the Black Dragon cult's leader and the left and right envoys. This arm was too terrifying. It was like a blood-red river that instantly pierced through the space. Humph. The Black Dragon cult's leader coldly snorted and quickly grabbed forward with his hand, fiercely colliding with the red hand flying out from the ground. Immediately, a violent explosion sounded in the sky. Countless energy ripples spread out in all directions, and countless cracks appeared in the space. The ground below also cracked open, forming numerous canyons. The left and right envoys behind him were blown away by this violent energy. They were blown away for 5,000 meters before they could stop. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? It's actually so terrifying. The two were shocked. With their strength as half-step kings, they were actually unable to block the energy ripples, fortunately. Their cult's leader had blocked it. Moreover, it looked like he had blocked it easily. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Their bodies swayed, and the two arrived behind the Black Dragon cult's leader once again. At this time, the red hand also rapidly retreated and confronted the Black Dragon cult's leader from afar. Not only that, a low roar came from below from time to time. It seemed like a warning. You two retreat and seal the demonic pit for me. I'll go teach that bastard a lesson. The Black Dragon cult's leader said in a deep voice. Then, his body swayed and turned into a huge black dragon, rushing down. The unknown monster below also roared angrily. Once again, it swung its 3,000-meter-long arm and quickly grabbed at the Black Dragon cult's leader. Immediately, a terrifying explosion sounded. Violent energy rippled out, and a storm quickly swept out in all directions. The left and right envoys looked at each other and quickly retreated. The two waved their hands and formed two huge light screens, sealing off the surrounding paths and preventing anyone from entering. Not long after the two of them were done, Lin Xian's spirit boat arrived nearby as well. Although they had not reached the demonic pit, Lin Xian and the others could feel an extremely terrifying energy ripple from afar. Someone's fighting. Lin Xian frowned. This terrifying aura far surpasses ours. Morong Qingqing's expression was also grave. On the other hand, An Hong jumped up and said, D***, this is a battle between kings. Damn it. Two kings. When did two kings appear? It was too shocked. Wasn't there only one Black Dragon cult's leader in the Tiannan region? How come there was another one now? The dark red divine dragon jumped up. D***, this is a battle between kings. D***. Two kings. How is this possible? Since when were there two kings? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Wasn't there only one king in the Tiannan region? Why was there another one now? What? Two kings? Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were all stunned. They didn't expect two kings to be fighting. No wonder there were such terrifying energy fluctuations. What's going on? One of the energy fluctuations is very familiar. It should be the Black Dragon Sex King. But who is fighting with him? Could it be the legendary Martial Alliance? It's not a human. Judging from its aura, it should be a demonic beast. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. I think it should be a new king, but I'm not sure why. But I think it must have something to do with the real subdivinity crystal. Although they had guessed the reason, their expressions didn't look good. There were two kings fighting in front of them, and they couldn't enter at all. With their current strength, they couldn't compete with kings. It would be good enough if they could protect themselves. No, the spiritual boat can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped the spiritual boat. Ruffian dragon, come with me. I'll go too. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan said quickly. Lin Xian didn't refuse and nodded. They were just scouting, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Then, Lin Xian and the others got off the spiritual boat. He had the 3 5-star assassins stay on the boat and let them drive away. There was no other way. Kings were too terrifying. Moreover, there were two of them. If they were found, the Lin family members on the spiritual boat would be in danger, Lin Xian didn't dare to take this risk. Seeing the spiritual boat fly away, Lin Xian was relieved. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked ahead. "Hide your auras," Lin Xian said. Then, he used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura and flew forward carefully. Everyone carefully flew toward the demonic abyss. Not long after, they stopped because they saw a light screen in front of them that blocked their path. It seemed that someone had sealed the demonic abyss. "Don't worry. It's not a king. We should be able to pass," the dark red divine dragon said quickly. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He didn't want to fight the two kings inside. Morong Qingqing. Bingshan. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others were stunned because an intense battle was taking place in front of them. Black. The black-robed man must be the leader of the Black Dragon religion. The leader of the Black Dragon religion was fighting with 9 blood-red arms. They stretched out from the demonic abyss. Each arm was more than 3,000 meters long. They were like rivers of blood, waving in the air. The leader of the Black Dragon religion fought with the 9 arms. The terrifying energy was so vast that it could easily kill a peak stage 9. Lin Xian and the others came back to their senses and carefully floated down. Since the two kings were fighting, it would be convenient for them to search the demonic abyss. However, they were discovered as soon as they moved. "Who's there?" The leader of the Black Dragon religion snorted. He waved his hand and countless black dragon flames gathered to form a black palm. It grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. The palm carried the power of a king. It made one feel despair. The king demonic beast below also sensed the presence of Lin Xian and the others. It quickly waved its arm and tried to grab them. "Not good. Retreat." Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not expect the king demonic beast to be so powerful that it could discover them in an instant. Next, he used the red lotus armor and summoned the starry armor. The 2 armor surged out and wrapped around his body. Morong Qingqing also covered herself with a layer of starry armor. The 4 of them turned into streaks of light and retreated quickly. However, the king demonic beast was too terrifying. It caught up with them with a casual attack. "Don't hesitate. Attack." The dark red divine dragon snorted. Then, it swung its tail and launched a sharp attack. Lin Xian also formed a seal and used the 9 infants transformation. The 9 heads roared ferociously and spat out flames, lightning, hailstones, fog, and countless other attacks. Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He held a long saber in his hand and slashed out a shocking saber light. Morong Qingqing took out the true phoenix imperial jade seal and combined it with her bloodline power to create a purple phoenix. The 4 of them used their ultimate moves and attacked the king demonic beast. Bang! Terrifying energy exploded out, and an energy storm slammed into the 4 of them, sending them flying. The dark red divine dragon was still fine. He was already a half-step king. Moreover, his life force was also at the king realm. Therefore, he only cried out in pain and did not suffer any injuries. However, Lin Xian's group was not so lucky. Although Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing both had the star battle armor, which could reduce 70% of the damage, and Lin Xian even had the red lotus battle armor, which could reduce 80% of the damage, Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian had the star battle armor, which could reduce 80% of the damage. However, the remaining 20% was not something they could contend with. In an instant, the 2 of them suffered heavy internal injuries. Luo Bingshan was even more miserable. She did not have starry armor, only a half-step earth armor. Therefore, she was the most injured. In fact, she had almost died. "Let's go." The dark red divine dragon's body expanded, wrapping around Lin Xian's group and rapidly retreating. "Eh? Not dead?" Behind them, the black dragon hierarch frowned, clearly surprised by this result. It should be known that although it was just a casual attack, he was still a king realm expert. Even venerables could not block such an attack. However, the other party was unharmed. This was indeed beyond his expectations. What made him even more puzzled was that he felt a familiar aura from the other party. However, he could not recall it for the time being. Who the hell are those people? They are clearly only venerables. How could they dodge my attack? The Black Dragon Hierarch's gaze was like lightning as he looked into the distance. However, he found that his vision was blocked and could only see a blur. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and wanted to attack again. However, he was once again entangled by the red monster below, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Therefore, he could only send a voice transmission to the nearby left and right emissaries to capture the other party. He would ask them when he had the time. This was because they had not sensed anyone entering. However, the other party had actually entered. This had greatly surprised them. Fortunately, the sect leader was powerful enough to discover the other party. Otherwise, if the other party had secretly obtained the subdivinity crystal, they would have committed a great sin. Their faces were gloomy as they quickly attacked to find the dark red divine dragon and the others. Where do you think you're going? Stay here. Soon, the two discovered Lin Xian and the others and quickly attacked. A beam of green light lit up. Like a green python, it quickly streaked across the sky and charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Rumble, the dark red divine dragon swung its tail and slapped the sky, blocking the green flood dragon's shadow. However, the carefree right emissary also attacked on the other side. A blade light lit up like cold iron, shining brightly in the void. A terrifying and boundless power quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. The two emissaries were both half-step kings. At this moment, they attacked at the same time. The power was so terrifying that the entire void exploded in an instant. This power was too terrifying. Even a ninth heaven venerable would not be able to resist it. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, erupting with unparalleled fighting strength. He pulled out the Lone Star sword and waved it in the air. Suddenly, a huge sword light fell from the sky as if it was going to cut the sky in half. At the same time, his palms kept forming seals. Xianxia, Tianpeng, and Dijiang appeared in the sky and roared in all directions. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he raised his fighting strength to the extreme. Rumble, terrifying energy exploded, but it blocked the attacks of the two half-step kings. What? How is this possible? The left and right emissaries were shocked. One had to know that they were half-step kings with terrifying strength. Venerable realm martial artists could not compete with them at all. Although there was a half-step king red snake on the other side, the other youth was only a venerable realm martial artist. However, he was still able to resist their attacks. It was too unbelievable. While they were in a daze, the dark red divine dragon wrapped around the group and turned into a red light, disappearing into the sky. Damn it! Damn it! When the left and right messengers saw this scene, their faces instantly darkened as they roared continuously. However, they didn't chase after him in the end. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the rest flew quickly with Lin Xian and finally returned to the spirit vessel. Puff, Luo Bingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale. The attacks from the two kings had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Morong Qingqing's jade-like face was also deathly pale, and her entire person seemed incomparably dispirited. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect two kings to be so terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he suppressed the injuries in his body. He quickly took out some spirit pills and fed them to the two of them. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills and miraculous medicines in his possession that were able to suppress their injuries. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to leave alive. After feeding Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan a large amount of elixirs, Lin Xian sent them to a secret room to rest. Then, he himself went to a secret room and went into seclusion. This time, they had experienced the terror of a king. Although it was only one attack, it was not something they could withstand. Fortunately, they had the cosmic armor. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. No, I have to increase my strength. I have to increase my strength. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Although he was now in the supremacy realm and a peak 9th level supremacy could not contend against him, it was still not enough. Once he encountered a true king, he would not be able to fight back at all. Today was a very good proof. However, he was unwilling. He would not give in. He wanted power, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the subdivine crystal at all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian swallowed a few spirit pills and quickly recovered from his injuries. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills in his possession. Moreover, the art of longevity was extremely magical and could greatly increase his recovery speed. Moreover, during this period of time, he had been cultivating the Furious Dragon mantra, causing his qi and blood to be exuberant and his vitality to be extremely strong. Therefore, he recovered very quickly. In just one day, he had recovered from all the injuries on his body. If other supremacies saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that that was an attack from a king. If it was anyone else, it would probably take them a year and a half to completely recover. As for Lin Xian, it only took him a day to completely recover. After recovering his body, Lin Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he continued to cultivate and adjusted his condition to the peak. Then, he took out the Blood Soul Stone and crazily absorbed it. Not only that, he was also multitasking. While absorbing the power of the Blood Soul Stone, he was also increasing the speed of absorbing the Sea God Ice. There was no other way. He had to cultivate with all his might and break through to the 9th level of the Supremacy Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the Demon Abyss if he was not strong enough. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the battle in the Demon Abyss was still ongoing. The two kings fought until the sky was dark. But in the end, they realized that neither of them could do anything to the other. The Black Dragon sect leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He remembered that half a year ago, there was no such terrifying monster below. But in just half a year, a king-level monster had appeared, and its strength was not weaker than his at all. This made him so angry that he went crazy. With the king-level monster below, he could not enter the Demon Abyss again, let alone obtain the subdivine crystal. Humph! The Black Dragon sect leader snorted coldly and sat cross-legged above the Demon Abyss. As he cultivated and recovered, he thought about how to enter the Demon Abyss below to snatch the subdivine crystal. The king-level monster below did not attack again. Instead, it retracted its 9 arms that were more than 3,000 meters long. However, although it did not attack, it still looked around vigilantly, especially the Black Dragon sect leader on the Sky Palace. The left and right envoys who were wandering around were even more careful. Not only that, the 4 protectors of the Black Dragon sect had also rushed over. They were also careful in their defense. Last time, the enemy had entered without anyone noticing, which made them extremely alarmed. Therefore, this time, they were especially careful and absolutely did not allow anyone to come in and disturb them. On the other side, the Dark Red Dragon sect had returned once again. This time, it also brought the snow-white little monkey. The two of them secretly sneaked nearby. He wanted to use the power of Little White's treasure bowl to see if he could directly steal the subdivine crystal. Woo-gee, the snow-white little monkey held the small bowl and kept casting spells. However, it did not succeed this time. This made Little White scratch its ears and cheeks anxiously and stomp its feet. Alas, it really didn't work. The Dark Red Dragon sect also sighed. This result was not too surprising. After all, the Demon Abyss ahead was enveloped by the king-level domain. And Little White had not entered the king level yet, so it was probably unable to steal anything from the king-level domain. Forget it, let's go back. The Dark Red Dragon sect's figure flashed and brought the snow-white little monkey back. For a time, the Demon Abyss calmed down, but the atmosphere was extremely heavy. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from somewhere high up in the sky of Xia country. It was like a volcanic eruption. However, the aura quickly disappeared. This aura was emitted by Lin Xian. In the past 10 days, he had successfully absorbed the energy in the Blood Soul Stone and half of the Sea God's Ice's energy. This allowed his cultivation to break through again and reach the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. After entering the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, Lin Xian's strength had improved greatly in all aspects. Especially his combat strength, it was several times stronger than before. Right now, Venerable Realm martial artists were no longer his match. Even half-step kings might not necessarily be his match. Sensing Lin Xian's breakthrough, everyone came out. Among them, Morong Qingqing had recovered from her injuries after 10 days of recuperation. Luo Bingshan's face was still a little pale, but his life was no longer in danger. You broke through? Morong Qingqing asked. 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He had done his best in the past 10 days. However, the dark red dragon sighed, although I broke through and my strength increased greatly, I still can't defeat a King Realm martial artist. It couldn't be helped. The King Realm and the Venerable Realm were two different realms. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible for a Venerable Realm martial artist to fight a King Realm martial artist. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Ruffian Dragon was right. Once one entered the King Realm, one's life and strength would change. It was not something a Venerable Realm martial artist could fight against. Moreover, a King Realm martial artist had a King Realm, which was extremely terrifying. Unless one had the help of a King Realm martial artist's remnant soul in the remote Sky Secret Realm, it was possible to fight against a King Realm martial artist. It was really impossible under other circumstances. Even if Lin Xian used the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he couldn't do it. Although the Thousand Beast Cauldron was a complete Earth-rank artifact, with Lin Xian's current strength, he couldn't unleash the true power of the Thousand Beast Cauldron. Sigh, I'm so angry. If I still had my strength, how could I let those two guys who had just entered the King Realm be so arrogant? I would have sent them flying with a single slap. The dark red divine dragon was very depressed. One had to know that he could beat up the black dragon religious leader before. You guys should rest on the spirit boat. I'll go out with Ruffian Dragon and see if there's any other way. Lin Xian said to Morong Qingqing. Alright, be careful. Don't ever provoke a king again, Morong Qingqing said with concern. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he left the spirit boat state with the dark red divine dragon. When the two of them were far away, the dark red dragon asked excitedly, Kid, do you have an idea? I do have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with boundless light. There is a way, but I don't know if it will work. But no matter what, we have to try, Lin Xian said in a low voice. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. The dark red divine dragon said anxiously. Up until now, he still hadn't thought of a way to deal with a king. Have you forgotten about the king's killing array? Lin Xian said. What? You want to use the king's killing array? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. That's a life-saving item. If you use it now, what will you do in the future? We'll talk about the future in the future. At most, we'll leave the Tiannan region after we get the Subdivinity Crystal Scripture. Lin Xian's voice was firm. No matter what, he had to get the Subdivinity Crystal. After all, if he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one in the future. Indeed, the Subdivinity Crystal was extremely precious. Even the Tianwu continent didn't have it, let alone other places. Perhaps this was his only chance. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to give up at all. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I would have set up a few more kings killing arrays. The dark red divine dragon stomped his feet in anger. He didn't expect the situation to be so troublesome. One king's killing array wasn't enough. There's no point in complaining. Moreover, one king's killing array already used up the materials we prepared. Even if you want to make a second one, there won't be any materials left. Lin Xian said. What we need to do now is to determine the location of the Subdivinity Crystal as much as possible. We must get it in one strike. After all, the king's killing array won't be able to last for long. We have to maximize its effectiveness. The two of them conversed as they flew. Finally, they arrived at the vicinity of the Devil Abyss. There's more people? The dark red divine dragon scanned his soul force and discovered that there were 4 more people. Judging from their auras, they should be the 4 great protectors of the Black Dragon religion. Lin Xian's gaze was piercingly cold. Now that the 8 Hall Masters were all killed by him, the auras of the 4 people in front of him were even stronger than the 8 Hall Masters. Clearly, they were the 4 great protectors. He didn't expect that apart from the left and right envoys, there would be another 4 great protectors. It seemed that the Black Dragon religion's leader was determined to obtain the subdivinity crystal. Ruffian dragon, think of a way to make the 2 kings fight again. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lin Xian quickly said after observing for a while. Indeed, the 2 kings hadn't moved yet. If they made a move now, it would definitely attract their attention. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, if they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to make the 2 kings fight first. At that time, the 2 kings wouldn't have any extra energy to deal with them. Using the king's killing array to enter the Devil Abyss was the best plan. That's easy. Leave it to me. The dark red divine dragon quickly waved his dragon claws. Although he hadn't fully recovered his strength, it was still easy for him to make the 2 kings fight. A terrifying divine dragon's aura gushed out and transformed into a huge dragon shadow. It quickly rushed down towards the Devil Abyss. Although the attack wasn't powerful enough, judging from the aura, those who didn't know would think that it was an attack from a king. It seemed that the dark red divine dragon really had a way. Sure enough, when the king monster saw the huge dragon shadow, he immediately roared in all directions. That roar was filled with anger. Moreover, he quickly counterattacked. Boom, 9 terrifying arms instantly flew out from the Devil Abyss and grabbed at the sky like a blood-red river. The huge dragon shadow released by the dark red divine dragon had the same aura as the Black Dragon religion's leader. Therefore, the king monster below thought that the Black Dragon religion's leader had attacked again. This made it furious. It naturally knew that the other party had come to steal the subdivinity crystal. However, it wouldn't let the other party succeed no matter what. Therefore, this time, it launched a fierce counterattack. The 9 arms waved and tore apart the huge dragon shadow released by the dark red divine dragon. Then, it charged towards the Black Dragon religion's leader. Buzz. Thank you, my dear reader. Please support me. Please subscribe. Buzz, the Black Dragon sect leader, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his emerald eyes, shattering the void in front of him. He had naturally sensed the giant dragon's shadow and knew that someone was trying to sow discord between them. Their goal was to make him fight with the king demonic beast below so that they could reap the benefits. Without a doubt, it should be the group of people who had escaped earlier. Instantly, he snorted coldly. So what if he fought with the king demonic beast below? Did those people really think that they could enter the demonic abyss below? They are too naive. One had to know that the demonic abyss below had a king domain. Even he did not dare to go down there easily, let alone a few supremacies. Thinking of this, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors around him to find the other party quickly. Meanwhile, he moved quickly and dodged the attack of the 9 arms. Then, he stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his body emitted the terrifying aura of a king. Terrifying energy surged, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and countless black dragon flames gathered to form a black fire dragon. The 2 kings fought again. The left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors received the order to quickly search for the other party. At the same time, they set up a formation to completely cover the surroundings. This time, they absolutely could not allow anyone to enter. Who is it? Who are you hiding there sneakily? Come out. Soon, the left and right messengers shouted coldly. Their voices were like thunder, sweeping through all the rooms. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and descended from the sky. This time, he did not hide because he wanted to deal with the people in front of him here. Who are you? The left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors saw the figure in front of them and immediately became vigilant. The person who wants your lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star sword and strode forward. Go, kill him. The left green dragon envoy shouted coldly. However, he did not attack. Instead, one of the 4 great protectors behind him smiled maliciously and walked out quickly. He was the 4th great protector, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th heaven realm. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come here, then die. The fourth protector grinned maliciously as he raised his palm and slapped out swiftly. Boom, a resplendent light blossomed from his palm. As he waved his hand, the sound of wind and thunder was deafening. This attack was terrifying. Ordinary venerable ones would not be able to resist it at all. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess had already surpassed that of a ninth heaven venerable. Moreover, he had just broken through, and his strength had increased greatly again. It could be said that he was invincible in the venerable realm. Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge his opponent's attack. Instead, he roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. Whoosh, wrapped in a terrifying cold air, this fist ruthlessly collided with the opponent's palm. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy burst out, shaking the entire space. Boom, his voice shook the heavens, and waves of energy rolled out. They were like ocean waves, reaching 100 zhang high as they spread out in all directions. However, as soon as these air waves had the courage, a layer of blue ice crystals condensed and froze in the void like an ice sculpture. No! The fourth protector also screamed in agony. His palm suddenly exploded, revealing eerie white bones. He roared crazily as his pupils constricted in disbelief. His opponent's cultivation was only at the ninth heaven, which was inferior to his. However, this punch was too terrifying. It directly exploded his palm. D***, who is he? What kind of power is this? The fourth protector's scalp went numb as he quickly retreated. However, as soon as he moved, countless ice crystals formed on his body as if they were going to freeze him into an ice cube. Get lost! The fourth protector roared angrily as a majestic energy burst out from his body. His entire body was glowing, forming materialized sword and saber radiance that rushed in all directions, trying to shatter the ice on his body. However, no matter how he resisted, it was useless. Soon, his body was frozen by the ice. Even the qi and blood in his body were frozen into ice cubes. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture, and he instantly stopped breathing. What? How is this possible? Behind him, the three protectors and the left and right messengers were shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. What kind of technique was this? How could it kill the fourth protector in an instant? Perhaps even the first protector couldn't do it. Only the left and right messengers could do this. However, the left and right messengers could do it because they were half-step kings, surpassing the peak of the ninth heaven. But why did the other party do it? One had to know that the other party's cultivation was only at the early ninth heaven. In their eyes, he was pitifully weak. However, his combat strength made them shudder in fear. The three of you go together. You must capture this brat. The right messenger said coldly. He was very curious as to why the other party had such powerful combat strength. Only by capturing the other party would he be able to find out the secret. Hearing the right messenger's words, the three protectors didn't hesitate and quickly flew out. If it were any other time, the three of them would definitely disdain to deal with a ninth heaven brat together. This was because they didn't care about such an ant. However, they couldn't do it now. The other party's strength was too strong. They had to go all out and take him seriously. The first protector was an old man. He had a pale face and white hair. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were incomparably sharp. As his eyes moved, there was a boundless murderous aura surrounding him. The second protector was a middle-aged woman. She wore a long white dress and had a pair of hidden swords on her back that flickered with a cold light. The third protector was a middle-aged man. He also wore a black robe. However, under the black robe, one could see that he was wearing a golden armor. Upon receiving the order, the three of them exploded with all their strength in an instant. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions, setting off thousands of waves. Then, the three of them stomped their feet and soared up almost at the same time. They turned into lightning and charged toward Lin Xian. What a waste of time! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was in a hurry and didn't want to be entangled with the other party. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately used the void-shattering finger. With a flick of his finger, 3 void-shattering fingers flew out like arrows. Puff! 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 In the next moment, 3 deep sounds rang out. Blood splattered. In the air, The three protectors' bodies also appeared in the air and stopped in midair. No, can, the three of them were bleeding from between their eyebrows. Their faces were full of shock. They didn't believe that the other party could instantly kill the three of them, because this wasn't something that a venerable could do. Plop. Plop. Plop, the three of them fell from the sky. What? They're all dead? The left and right messengers widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the 9th heaven venerable realm, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to the two of them. What? They're all dead? The left and right emissaries widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party was only a 9th heaven venerable, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to them. Thinking of this, the two emissaries' faces turned ugly because their four protectors were all dead. This was an unimaginable loss to them. Because their black dragon religion did not have many mysterious crystals left, it would be difficult for them to produce such experts again. Unless their religion master could obtain another piece of subdivine crystal. This was not difficult at first, but now that another king-level monster had appeared in the demonic abyss, it would not be easy to obtain another subdivine crystal. Therefore, the two emissaries were furious. Kill! With a roar, the two emissaries charged toward Lin Xian with murderous intent. Light shone like the sun, and he looked like a powerful god of war. One each. Hurry up! Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon beside him. Piece of cake. The dark red divine dragon had recovered his half-step king cultivation and was very powerful. Coupled with his experience and cultivation technique, dealing with a half-step king was no different from beating a half-step king. Soon, the dark red divine dragon faced the left emissary. As for Lin Xian, he was up against the right envoy. A great battle broke out. The right emissary did not have the fog. He raised his fist and waved it like an ancient demonic beast with the power to tear the heavens and earth apart. The terrifying energy enveloped Lin Xian. Puff, a sword light shone like a peerless divine sword and split the opponent's fist aura apart. Then, the longsword stabbed out like a dragon. Unfettered palm. The right emissary shouted and waved his palms, forming a huge white vortex. The white vortex was like a combination of countless heavenly blades. It spun rapidly in the air, trying to cut Lin Xian in half. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a serious expression, he quickly activated the star armor and covered his body. Then, his longsword trembled. Countless sword lights turned into blazing rainbows and swept in all directions. Pung pung. Lin Xian's sword light was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely sharp. It forced the right emissary to retreat. The right emissary was pushed back, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He roared and went into a berserk state. He could not bear to be injured by a 9th heaven venerable. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a loud roar as he charged forward with his sword in hand. He was like the god of slaughter. His entire body was emitting a terrifying sword radiance. Countless gigantic swords were descending from the sky. This scene was too terrifying. The right emissary of freedom was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. His combat strength still surpassed his own. Aye. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad. His entire body was radiating with light, making him look like a peerless beast. You're just a piece of trash who used external force. Do you really think you're invincible? Let me tell you. In front of me, you're just an ant. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. His battle intent was high, and his whole body emitted a powerful battle intent. In the next moment, he waved the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed at his opponent. Lin Xian's aura was too powerful. He was like a killing god. He waved his long sword continuously as if he wanted to destroy the entire sky. The right emissary spat out blood again and continued to chase. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian's aura was too powerful, far surpassing his own. Run, he was terrified. Lin Xian was right. He had used external force to increase his cultivation. Therefore, his foundation was extremely unstable. His battle strength was also lower than a normal half-step king. Normally, this was nothing because there were not many people in Tiannan region who had a higher cultivation than him. But now, facing Lin Xian, all of his weaknesses were exposed. It was like having a powerful strength, but being unable to use it to its fullest extent. This was because this strength was not cultivated by himself. However, Lin Xian was different. Every step of his cultivation was obtained by himself. Moreover, he had experienced hundreds of battles and could be said to be extremely powerful. He also had many kinds of earth-tier martial arts. Once he used them, his strength would exceed his own by more than 10 times. Therefore, the two sides were not on the same level. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His whole body was surrounded by dazzling sword light. The longsword in his hand also erupted with a boundless aura. The longsword pierced out like a heavenly sword. This sword caused the whole world to tremble. The right emissary's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with fear. There was nothing he could do. This sword was too terrifying. It caused him to tremble. He knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he quickly patted his body 18 times and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Black Dragon's secret art. This was a life-saving technique given to them by the Black Dragon sect's leader. He originally thought that he would not need to use it, but he did not expect to use it now. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, the right emissary became extremely pale. It was as if he would fall at any time. However, he still gritted his teeth and quickly waved his hand. Suddenly, the 3 clouds of blood mist in front of him condensed and a black flame appeared. It wrapped around the right emissary and quickly rushed into the sky. Puff, the longsword slashed down and hit the black flame that was trying to escape. The right emissary screamed inside and blood spurted out again. However, the black flame quickly disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect the right emissary to have such a life-saving technique. Judging from the aura, it seemed to be the aura of the Black Dragon sect's leader. It seemed that it would be troublesome to kill the right emissary. On the other side, the left green dragon emissary was beaten up by the dark red divine dragon. His body was covered in wounds. When he saw the right emissary escaping, he also used the same method to escape. The dark red divine dragon coldly snorted and wanted to give chase. However, it was stopped by Lin Xian. Forget it. It's just 2 pieces of trash. Let them escape. Let's move quickly. Okay, I'll listen to you. The dark red divine dragon nodded and the 2 quickly flew down. The battle seemed to take a long time, but it was actually very short. The Black Dragon sect's leader did not even have time to react. When he finally reacted, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already descended to an altitude of 500 meters. Lin Xian floated in the air with a serious expression. At this height, he could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the king's domain below. That aura forced him to use the cosmic armor to protect himself. This is the power of a king's domain. It's too terrifying. This is the power of a king realm expert. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and emitted a resplendent light. He swore that he would definitely enter the king realm and possess this power. At this moment, the King Realm expert and Black Dragon sect's leader who were fighting fiercely noticed the existence of Lin Xian and the other King Realm expert. However, this time, the 2 King Realm experts didn't attack and instead revealed a trace of disdain. Because in their opinion, it was simply a fantasy for these 2 to enter the devil abyss below. Humph, reckless things. With your strength, you want to enter the devil abyss below? The Black Dragon sect's leader coldly snorted with disdain. Even he had to be careful and use all his strength to deal with the devil abyss. How could the 2 venerables below enter? He probably didn't even need to make a move as the 2 would be mercilessly killed by the energy within the devil abyss. These 2 fellows actually didn't make a move? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were stunned for a moment before they became overjoyed. They also understood why the other party didn't make a move. Because in everyone's opinion, the 2 of them didn't have the qualifications to enter the devil abyss. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter. Although the dark red dragon was a king realm expert and Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, the two of them were still too weak to contend against a king realm expert. However, the real situation was different. Lin Xian had a king realm expert's killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than a king realm expert's. Therefore, they had a chance to enter the devil abyss below. This was something that the Black Dragon sex leader and the king realm expert didn't know. Therefore, this created an opportunity for Lin Xian and the other king realm expert. Attack! Lin Xian roared and then used the king realm expert's killing formation. Instantly, he and the dark red dragon each held a corner of the formation and turned into a gust of wind as they quickly charged down. You really dare to go down? What an idiot. You're courting death. When the Black Dragon sex leader saw this scene, he sneered with disdain. The other king realm expert also snorted. However, they were soon stunned because they discovered that the two people below had actually broken through the fog outside the devil abyss. How is this possible? The Black Dragon sex leader's eyelids twitched and his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, that was a king domain. Even he had to be careful when dealing with it, and there was no way anyone below king level could break through it. Not to mention breaking it, he probably couldn't even get close to it. Yet now, two kids at the Exalt realm had actually accomplished it? This was too inconceivable. The unknown king demonic beast also roared. Suddenly, three blood-red arms shot down from the sky, trying to stop Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen. The Black Dragon religious leader also coldly snorted. He extended a black dragon-like palm and quickly pressed it downward. However, the two of them were still a step too late. Below, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon wielded the king-killing array. Like a heavenly blade, they quickly broke through the surrounding fog and entered the demon abyss. Boom! The attacks of the king beast and the black dragon religious leader collided in the air and exploded with resplendent light. Countless bursts of energy erupted and swept across the world. However, it did not have any effect. Damn it! The Black Dragon religious leader's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that he would be careless and allow two ants to enter below. At the thought of this, he felt like he was going crazy. With a low roar, his body swayed and like a black ghost, he quickly charged downward. However, he was quickly stopped by the other 6 arms. The 6 arms waved like heavenly rivers, forming a powerful defense and blocking the Black Dragon religious leader. You're courting death. Get lost. The Black Dragon religious leader roared. His body erupted with terrifying energy as he quickly counterattacked. Then, the two kings started fighting again. Below, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon relied on the king-killing array to completely enter the demon abyss. The king-killing array was created by the dark red dragon using countless natural treasures and several months of time. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a king domain for a short period of time. As long as the king-killing array was present, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon would definitely be safe. However, the only drawback was that the king-killing array had limited energy and could not exist for long. Therefore, there was not much time left for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. After entering the demon abyss, Lin Xian quickly spread out his soul power to investigate the surroundings. The dark red dragon was also constantly looking around. The periphery of the demon abyss was the same as before. Countless stone tablets were inserted, and the fog was emitted from these stone tablets. Lin Xian also discovered that the king beast below was not in the demon abyss, but was only in the periphery. In the depths of the demon abyss, the fog was very dense. Soul power could not pass through at all. Therefore, he did not know what was happening inside. However, the two of them controlled the king-killing array to cut through the thorns and thorns. They tore through the thick fog and quickly walked inside. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. He felt as if he was being stared at by a huge monster. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and saw that in the distance, 2 red dots lit up in the fog. They were like red flames. It was a pair of eyes. They were very angry, with monstrous anger and terrifying pressure. Even if it was a peak 9th level venerable, under this gaze, his mind would probably shatter and his body would explode and die. Fortunately, Lin Xian was now in the king-killing array. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could resist a part of the king-killing array's pressure. Therefore, he was safe and sound under this gaze. However, this gaze still made his heart jump. On the side, the dark red dragon's expression was also serious. Damn it, this should be the other king beast. Be careful, don't be entangled by it. Our time is limited. Lin Xian nodded and controlled the king-killing array with all his strength. The two of them quickly moved forward. Behind them, the fiery red eyes saw this scene and were incomparably angry. In the next moment, a low roar came from all directions, shaking the surrounding void and shattering the fog. A red light, like lightning, with a crystalline aura, quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. F***ck. If I don't show my power, you really think we're easy to bully? The dark red dragon was very unhappy. He controlled the king-killing array and slashed out a sword chi, which collided with the red light behind them. Suddenly, the energy exploded, and a terrifying wave rushed towards them. Boom 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 boom, even though they were in the king-killing array, they still felt a huge impact. Ignore it, hurry up and find the sub-divinity crystal. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The current situation was very bad. Once the king-killing array's energy was depleted, they would definitely die here. Therefore, they had to find the sub-divinity crystal quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon gritted their teeth and moved forward while enduring the attacks of the king beast behind them. Finally, they left the periphery and entered the inner area. There's something. Finally, they left the outer area and entered the inner area. There's something. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a sparkling light spot in front of him. F***ck. Substandard divine crystal. The dark red dragon screamed when he saw the item. He did not expect to find the substandard divine crystal so quickly. Kid, go over. Hurry. Hearing the dark red dragon's words, Lin Xian was also very excited. He did not expect his luck to be so good. He had just entered the demon abyss and found a substandard divine crystal. The two of them controlled the king's killing array and carefully walked forward. On the ground, there was a white crystal the size of a walnut. It was sparkling and translucent. The energy contained in it was many times more powerful than the three mysterious crystals Lin Xian had obtained previously. The comparison was like a firefly and the sun. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. No wonder the dark red dragon said that once he became a king, he would not be interested in the mysterious crystals from before. Good stuff. Lin Xian reached out and picked up the substandard divine crystal on the ground. He was about to put it into the white bone ring. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The white bone ring suddenly made a cracking sound as if it could not withstand the substandard divine crystal. F***ck. Lin Xian's expression changed. He quickly took out the substandard divine crystal. Then, he showed a pained expression. There was a crack on the white bone ring. Although it was small, it would not last for long. Fortunately, he still had other storage rings in his possession. Thus, he hurriedly transferred everything from the white bone ring out. F***ck, what a waste of a storage ring. Lin Xian was very pained. He had obtained this white bone ring from an ancient expert. The space inside was very big. It could be said that it was the best storage ring that Lin Xian had. He did not expect it to be unable to withstand the substandard divine crystal. Stop shouting. Compared to the substandard divine crystal, this white bone ring is nothing. The dark red dragon was very dissatisfied. I can guarantee that if you dare to take out the substandard divine crystal, you will be able to exchange it for hundreds of storage rings that are better than the white bone ring. Alright, I got it. Lin Xian sighed. But how do we store it? You can't possibly hold it in your hands, right? Why don't I eat it first? The dark red dragon looked at the subdivinity crystal and drooled. Cut the crap. Lin Xian glared at him. Let's talk about this after we get out. Let's see if there are any other subdivinity crystals. Thus, the two of them started searching again. Just at that moment, the king monstrous beast that was fighting against the black dragon hierarch suddenly let out a mournful cry. That cry was filled with endless berserk and fury. At the next moment, the 9 terrifying arms moved away from the sky, no longer fighting with the black dragon sect master. Instead, they quickly sank into the thick fog below. Clearly, the beast king was enraged. In the sky, the black dragon sect's leader also had a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. This is the aura of the subdivine crystal. Looks like those 2 ants actually found the subdivine crystal. How lucky! However, the subdivinity crystal will definitely be mine. He snorted coldly, turned into a black bolt of lightning, and instantly rushed down. Below, in the depths of the demon abyss, Xianxia and the dark red dragon were quickly searching. Not sure if they were lucky or not, they actually found another piece not long after. This made the dark red dragon so excited that it almost jumped up. Therefore, it did not care about anything else and directly hugged the subdivine crystal, drooling. We've agreed that each of us will get 1 piece and we'll split it equally. You can't be too greedy. The dark red dragon hugged the subdivine crystal and did not let go. Okay. Here. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. At the next moment, his expression changed drastically and even revealed a look of shock. The smile on the dark red dragon's face also disappeared, and it became extremely solemn. Damn it, let's go quickly. The 2 of them did not hesitate. They controlled the King Azura to increase its speed to the maximum and flew out horizontally. As expected, in the next moment, the place where they were originally standing suddenly cracked open. A ball of black flames and a red arm appeared there, causing the entire void to explode. Xianxia and the dark red dragon, who had already retreated far away, saw this scene and their faces darkened. Fortunately, they ran quickly. If they were any slower, they would have been killed. F***CK. The 2 kings are coming down. Damn it. We've been targeted. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and it was very gloomy. It should be that the black dragon hierarch and the king demonic beast had both felt the power of the subdivine crystal, so they stopped fighting and directly targeted them. What should they do? The 2 kings were simply no match for them. Moreover, if the other party sealed the way back, they could only watch helplessly. At that time, if the energy of the king-killing array was exhausted, they would really be finished. Sure enough, as Xianxia expected, the 2 kings were charging towards them. In the fog ahead, a black figure appeared. It was the black dragon hierarch. That tall body was like a primordial demon mountain, standing in front of them, emitting an aura that made everyone tremble incomparably. In another direction, the thick fog rolled rapidly, and a red figure was also faintly discernible. Although he couldn't see clearly, those 2 cold eyes were clearly visible. They were emitting a biting cold killing intent. Needless to say, that was the king demonic beast. His eyes were like a blade, and it was very terrifying. Accompanied by a low roar, it was like a peerless demon, causing people's hearts to tremble. These 2 incomparably terrifying kings, no matter which one it was, could make countless sovereigns kneel down and worship them. However, at this moment, both of them were targeting Xianxia and the dark red dragon. Ants, hand over the subdivine crystal, or die. The black dragon hierarch's voice was piercingly cold, emitting an endless amount of killing intent. To be honest, he was incomparably furious. He did not expect that in a moment of carelessness, 2 ants would take advantage of the loophole and obtain the incomparably precious subdivine crystal. Fortunately, he had discovered in time. Otherwise, if he had let these 2 ants leave, his lungs would have exploded from anger. On the other side, the king demonic beast also let out an angry roar. Clearly, the threat was very obvious. Bah! The 2 of you still want to snatch the subdivine crystal from me? Dream on. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. If it weren't for my unsuitable body, I would have slapped the 2 of you away long ago. There's no room for you to be arrogant. Xianxia also snorted coldly, and his expression was incomparably solemn. No matter what, he would not hand over the subdivine crystal. Seeing this reaction, the king demonic beast let out an angry roar, and its voice was earth-shattering. However, its huge body was like a mountain, and it did not take a step forward. The Black Dragon Hierarch's face also darkened, and his gaze became piercingly cold. The other party's attitude infuriated him. Two ants, how dare they behave so atrociously in front of him? They really did not know what death was. The Black Dragon sect leader's face darkened, and his gaze became extremely cold. Their attitude infuriated him. How dare these two ants behave so atrociously in front of him? They must be tired of living. However, even though he was furious, there was one thing that shocked him even more. He couldn't figure out how these two venerables had managed to enter this place. After all, even he didn't dare to enter the demonic abyss. What's that? A formation? It's so magical. The Black Dragon religious leader frowned when he saw the king formation around Lin Xian. Based on his intuition, he could naturally sense how terrifying that formation was. No wonder. I was wondering how these two ants could enter this place. It turns out that they're relying on a formation. It seems like this formation won't last for long. I really want to know if you two ants will still dare to be so arrogant when the formation is gone. I'm afraid that I won't even need to do anything. You won't be able to withstand the king domain here. The Black Dragon sect leader sneered. *CKU. You're just a black dragon. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It's not like I haven't slapped you away before. The dark red divine dragon was infuriated at being looked down upon. What did you say? The Black Dragon sect leader's face darkened. He felt that the auras of these two people were somewhat familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen them before. Actually, this was normal. After all, 5 years had passed, and Lin Xian was no longer the young man he used to be. At this moment, he was already majestic and handsome. As for the dark red divine dragon, it had changed from a majestic dragon to a dark red snake. How could the other party recognize it? They probably wouldn't have thought of it. No matter how stubborn you are, don't even think about leaving here alive. Roar. On the other side, the king demonic beast roared furiously. The dark red dragon was annoyed and was about to use the king-killing formation to barge in when Lin Xian pulled it back. Ruffian dragon, calm down. I don't think they'll dare to enter this place. Otherwise, with their status and strength, they would have attacked us long ago. Lin Xian was already suspicious. With the value of the sub-divinity crystals and their strength, they wouldn't waste time talking to them. For example, the king demonic beast was extremely angry, but its body didn't move at all. It didn't dare to move an inch. Lin Xian guessed that they did not dare to enter the devil abyss. This undoubtedly gave Lin Xian and Yi Zichen an opportunity. At the very least, they didn't have to risk their lives against the two kings. The divine crystals are here this time. If you have the ability, come and take them yourself. Lin Xian was still worried and wanted to test the waters. Brat, don't waste your time. When the killing array around you is gone, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The Black Dragon religious leader's voice was ice cold. The king demonic beast roared, but it did not move an inch. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that his guess was right. The two king tiers didn't dare to take another step forward. If you don't want to take it, you can just wait here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and the dark red godly mountain dragon controlled the king's killing formation and walked deeper into the forest. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing them leave, the Black Dragon religious leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He couldn't understand how two venerable stage ants could enter the demonic abyss and not be affected. One had to know that this demonic abyss not only had a king's domain, but there was also a special energy that prevented kings from entering. Otherwise, he would have entered long ago. Why would he waste his breath on them? Not only him, but the other king demonic beast couldn't enter either. However, the two people opposite him could. This made him extremely puzzled. So what if they can enter? In the end, they'll still be working for me. The Black Dragon religious leader snorted coldly. A terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Just as well. The two of them went in to help him find the sub-divinity crystal. When they came out, he would take them down in one fell swoop. That way, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking of this, the cold smile on his face became even more pronounced. On the other side, the huge king demonic beast had the same idea. Its hill-like body directly prostrated itself on the ground, and its two fiery red eyes slowly closed. It was actually taking a nap here. However, although it looked like it was sleeping, every movement in its surroundings didn't escape its soul power's perception. As long as Lin Xian and the Black Dragon religious leader returned, it would definitely launch its fiercest attack. Lad, how are we going to get out? After the two of them were far away, the Dark Red Dragon religious leader asked. Although obtaining the subdivinity crystal was a good thing, their escape route was still sealed. They couldn't leave at all. Moreover, the worst thing was that the king-killing array around them didn't have much energy left. It wouldn't be able to last for long. At that time, the two kings wouldn't even need to attack. The king's domain here would kill them. There's no other way. We can only try our best to find the subdivinity crystal. Ruffian Dragon, how many subdivinity crystals do you need to become a king? Lin Xian asked. You want me to make a breakthrough? Ruffian Dragon raised his brows when he heard this. Lad, let me warn you. Don't get your hopes up. Although the subdivinity realm is extremely miraculous, the energy of the dragon essence that I lost is far beyond your imagination. Moreover, it requires an extremely large amount of energy to enter the king realm. If there aren't enough subdivinity crystals, I won't be able to reach the king realm. The dark red divine dragon was right. Even kings were divided into different levels. He wasn't like the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast. Those two had just entered the king realm. Although they were stronger than exalted realm experts, they were much weaker than those ancient kings. Ruffian Dragon was one of those powerful kings. Therefore, he had lost an extremely large amount of dragon essence. These subdivinity crystals really weren't enough for him. The two of them discussed as they walked quickly in search of other subdivinity crystals. However, the dark red divine dragon's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. It can't be, right? Why are there so many subdivinity crystals in this demon abyss? In a short while, they found another 3 subdivinity crystals. Including the 2 subdivinity crystals from before, they now had 5 subdivinity crystals. Even the dark red divine dragon was shocked by such a large amount. After all, it seemed to have come too easily. Alright, we have 5 subdivinity crystals now. Lin Xian reached into his pocket and wanted to take out the subdivinity crystal from before. However, he was stunned in the next moment. That was because he had grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. That subdivine crystal had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is this possible? Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He discovered that since he had entered this mysterious devil abyss, everything had exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find subdivinity crystals. However, he hadn't expected that such a precious item would be casually thrown around like trash in this devil abyss. They had easily found 5 of them. Lin Xian reached into his chest and wanted to take out the subdivine crystal from before. However, he was stunned the next moment. That was because he had grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. That subdivine crystal had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is that possible? Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He realized that ever since he entered the mysterious demon abyss, everything was out of his expectations. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find the subdivine crystal. However, he did not expect that such a precious item would be thrown around like trash in the demon abyss. They easily found 5 of them. Just as he was about to take out the subdivine crystal, he realized that it was gone. It's gone? How could it be gone? The dark red divine dragon jumped up. However, when he realized that the subdivine crystal was still with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, you didn't lose it halfway, did you? The dark red dragon asked. Are you kidding? With our soul power, how could we not know if something dropped? Lin Xian's face darkened. Indeed, not to mention a subdivine crystal, even if it was a strand of hair, with his soul power, he would be able to sense it. However, he did not sense anything and the subdivine crystal was gone? Damn, what the hell? It's broad daylight. How is that possible? The dark red divine dragon was a little scared. He looked around cautiously and whispered. Don't tell me. When I entered the demon abyss, I felt an eerie feeling. Could it really be haunted? What kind of ghost is more powerful than us? It should be at least at the challenger level. Lin Xian shook his head and did not believe it. Don't talk nonsense. If a challenger-level ghost really appears, we'll be in trouble. The dark red divine dragon quickly interrupted. Hearing that, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "How about this? You take 2 of the 3 subdivine crystals and give me one of them. Let me try again and see if it will disappear." All right. The dark red dragon god took 2 while Lin Xian placed the last one in the same position as before. Then, they continued their journey. This time, Lin Xian was fully alert as he carefully observed the subdivine crystal in his bosom. The dark red divine dragon scanned the surroundings, searching quickly. Not long after, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. The crimson divine dragon also turned around abruptly. No way, right? Don't tell me he disappeared again. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He carefully inspected the area and found that it was really gone. F***ck. It's really haunted. The dark red divine dragon observed its surroundings cautiously, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. Impossible. Even if it's the soul of a king, it's impossible for it to approach us. You should know that we are surrounded by the king's killing formation as well. It's impossible for him to approach us without making a sound. Damn it, what's going on? How could the subdivinity crystal disappear? The 2 of them searched for a long time but found nothing. In the process, they found another 2 subdivinity crystals. This time, Lin Xian took another one and was ready to test it again. Kid, don't mess around. This is a treasure. You wasted it in the blink of an eye. The dark red divine dragon was very pained. This time, Lin Xian held it in his hand directly. After walking for a while, he found that there was no change at all. It seemed that he was paying attention to it. The subdivinity crystal would not disappear. Therefore, he put it in his bosom again. This time, he did not walk. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the king's killing formation around him. He believed that even if there was a king's soul, it would not be able to escape from the king's killing formation. The dark red divine dragon was also waiting anxiously because it was also very suspicious. What exactly had happened? It should be known that the subdivinity crystal had only disappeared in Lin Xian's hands, but the subdivinity crystal on its side was still intact. After about 15 minutes, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Who is it? Get the hell out here. He swept his gaze around and shouted coldly. However, it was quiet all around. There was not a single soul. There was only a thick fog drifting in the air, like demons and ghosts. Kid, don't be like this. I'm scared. The dark red divine dragon felt uncomfortable all over. It felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at it in the dark. Although it was once a king, the current situation was too strange. Someone could actually avoid the king's killing formation and attack them. That was not a good thing. F***ck. Lin Xian's small face was cold. He had never encountered such a strange thing before. Therefore, he slammed his palm to the side. Boom! Instantly, the nearby clouds trembled and even a small hole was torn open. Lin Xian did not care, but the dark red divine dragon was stunned. Its expression was as if it had really seen a ghost. Kid, you. The dark red divine dragon stammered and could not say anything. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, "What's wrong? What did you find? Could it be that someone is attacking us?" No. It's your power. Can't you feel it? Your power has increased. The dark red divine dragon finally said the reason. He was too shocked because Lin Xian's palm had actually broken through the fog. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock as he recalled the incident. When he had just entered, he had no way of dealing with the surrounding fog. Previously, he had just casually waved his palm to vent the anger in his heart. He did not expect that it would actually break through a trace of the fog. The change in power could be said to be very obvious. However, he had not sensed it before. To be precise, he had not thought in this direction at all. The dark red divine dragon shouted, "Kid, could it be that you absorbed the divine crystal that time? Don't joke around." Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. He clearly remembered that if he had absorbed the divine crystal before becoming a king, then he would never be able to condense a king's domain. Thinking of this, he immediately checked his cultivation power. When he saw that his cultivation had not increased, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he had imagined. However, when he felt the power again, his face immediately darkened. It had increased? His power had really increased. And it was an obvious increase. What? What's going on? Did I really absorb the divine crystal? But that shouldn't be. Lin Xian was extremely puzzled and could not understand. One had to know that he had carefully stored it and had no intention of absorbing the divine crystal at all. Therefore, his longevity art could not be activated. Now that the divine crystal was gone, his power had increased. Obviously, the power of the divine crystal had transformed into the power in his body. But how did it happen? Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces because they hadn't noticed how the subdivinity crystals had been absorbed. Moreover, Lin Xian wasn't sure if he had absorbed the subdivinity crystals or not. What was going on? Would he still be able to form a king's domain in the future? He was completely baffled by all of this. However, a deep dragon roar suddenly came from within his body. There was a hint of excitement in that roar. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard the roar. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. Ruffian dragon, do you think it could be the dragon sword soul? After being reminded by Lin Xian, the dark red dragon slapped its head and quickly said, "No, it's the dragon sword soul. How could I have forgotten about it?" Indeed, the dragon sword soul situation was special. It was a bit like the dark red dragon. It had lost its power, but with external power, it could quickly recover. Lin Xian had known this before. However, he hadn't expected that the subdivinity crystals would be effective on the dragon sword soul. Moreover, it seemed that the effect was not small. After understanding the situation, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was very excited now. If he could restore the dragon sword soul to the king's domain, he would have unparalleled power. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a king. Let's try again. Lin Xian took out 2 more subdivinity crystals for the dragon sword soul to absorb. Sure enough, all the power of the subdivinity crystals flowed into the dragon sword soul. Just these subdivinity crystals allowed the dragon sword soul to reach the middle of the 9th stage. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He realized that if he wanted the dragon sword soul to complete a breakthrough in quality, these subdivinity crystals were not enough. He needed more subdivinity crystals. This time, the dark red dragon gritted its teeth and quickly activated the king's killing array. The 2 of them flew deeper into the devil abyss. Along the way, the 2 of them picked up 7 or 8 more subdivinity crystals. They left some for the dragon sword soul and let it absorb the rest. They also realized that the deeper they went into the devil abyss, the more subdivinity crystals there were. Then, the 2 of them ran inside with all their might. The fog inside was getting thicker and thicker, like a layer of clouds, blocking all senses. Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen both possessed the king's killing array. The king's killing array was like a sharp knife, directly cutting through the thick fog. Boom, they cut through the thick fog in front of them. Just as they were about to continue forward, they felt as if they had bumped into a huge mountain, causing a deep sound to ring out. That terrifying power directly pushed the 2 of them back. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He carefully looked ahead. Could it be that there was no way out? Damn it, what's that? So hard. Even the king's killing array was repelled. The dark red divine dragon was even more shocked. He was extremely confident in the king killing array that he had set up. Along the way, he had indeed played a huge role. However, he did not expect that he would be bounced back at this time. He couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 of them looked at each other, then carefully walked forward. After passing through layers of thick fog, the 2 of them finally discovered a huge black shadow in front of them. Standing in front of him was a white wall. Could it be that this is really the end? Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon also walked along the white wall. He realized that after walking for a long distance, he still could not see the end. It was as if there was really an endless wall blocking the way. It's not a wall, it's not a wall. However, the dark red divine dragon also made a new discovery. This was because he realized that it was not a wall, but something else. It's not a wall? Then what is it? Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon pointed ahead and said, "Look, doesn't this look like a door?" A door? Lin Xian took a closer look and realized that there was indeed the mark of a door on the white wall. However, the door was tightly shut and there was a thick fog around it. Hence, it was impossible to see it at first glance. You don't say, this is a house? Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. He realized that there were really strange things happening in this demon abyss. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon retreated and used some secret technique. A pair of dragon eyes emitted a purple light. Then, he shouted in a low voice and looked ahead carefully. Soon, he was shocked. This isn't a house. We seem to have found something good. This looks like a spirit boat. Spirit boat? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect there to be a spirit boat in this demon abyss. Are you sure? It should be. It looks like a spirit boat. But why is it here? Kid, if this is an ancient spirit boat, then it's full of treasures. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. This was because he realized that the number of subdivine crystals near the spirit boat was the highest. Therefore, he guessed that there was definitely a huge treasure trove inside. Lin Xian was also excited. Originally, the two of them thought that there was no other way because the king's killing formation could not last for long. However, they did not expect to find the spirit boat. If they could enter and leave with the spirit boat, the two kings would definitely not expect it. Then, they would be able to leave this demon abyss safely. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Lin Xian directly activated the king's killing formation. An extremely terrifying aura erupted and quickly blasted towards the white door. Boom, a deep sound rang out. Then, a huge force came from the door and quickly blasted onto the king's killing formation. Instantly, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were blasted back. No way, it's so strong. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. What the F***ck is this? Even the king's killing formation could not be broken. One had to know that the king's killing formation could compete with a king. In other words, even a king could not open this door. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were stunned. What kind of material was this to have such a strong hardness? We're rich, we're definitely rich. Just by looking at the quality, it's definitely an earth-tier treasure. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Indeed, if it was an ordinary material, it would definitely be destroyed. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. What the F***ck? We can only watch. We can't go in at all. He sighed. However, he did not give up. Instead, he quickly circulated his soul power and slowly penetrated it through the small crack on the door. Lin Xian wanted to explore what was inside. If there was some kind of mechanism inside, he could use his soul power to open it. However, Lin Xian discovered that even with his soul power, he was still unable to completely penetrate the door. This made him even more shocked. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian did not want to give up. Therefore, he called Ruffian dragon to help him. The dark red divine dragon's soul power also spread out. The two soul powers fused together and formed a powerful force that quickly penetrated the door. However, Lin Xian discovered that even with his soul power, he was still unable to enter the door completely. This made him even more shocked. Ruffian dragon, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian didn't want to give up, so he called out to Ruffian dragon to help him. The dark red divine dragon's soul power also stretched out. The two soul powers merged together and formed a powerful force that quickly penetrated the door. In the next moment, the two of them were stunned. They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon worked together and quickly sensed the situation inside. One had to admit that this spirit boat was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even with the two of them working together, they could only sense the situation within 10 meters. However, even so, they were still stunned. Shocking. Too shocking. Absolutely shocking. This was because there were subdivinity crystals on the ground in front of them. There were more than 50 subdivinity crystals, far more than what Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had obtained. One had to know that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had risked their lives to obtain more than 10 subdivinity crystals. But now, there were more than 50 subdivinity crystals just in the passage behind the door. This huge gap greatly stimulated them. Damn. This is intolerable. I must go in. The dark red divine dragon was so excited that he stomped his feet. There was no other way. He had been stimulated. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. He was so excited that he trembled. He wanted to take away all 50 subdivinity crystals on the ground. Now, he was completely capable of absorbing subdivinity crystals. Moreover, the more he absorbed, the more his great dragon sword soul would awaken. His strength would also increase. One day, when his great dragon sword soul reached the king realm, he wouldn't need to fear the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beasts outside. But now, the only problem was that the two of them could only watch. They couldn't take it out. Even if they could use their soul power to wrap around the subdivinity crystals, they couldn't take them out. I'm not willing to accept this. The dark red divine dragon used his dragon claws to search around. He wanted to see what was behind the door. Later, Lin Xian also personally took action. He didn't want to give up this opportunity. However, when his hand touched the white door, the spirit boat shook violently. Boom 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 boom, in front of them, the white door that could withstand the king-killing formation slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. What's the situation? The crimson dragon Deng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Brat, what did you do? Why is the door open? The dark red divine dragon looked at Lin Xian curiously, because he knew that the door only opened after Lin Xian made his move. Could it be that he encountered some kind of trap? That's why the door opened. Lin Xian was also very puzzled because he didn't do anything special. He only touched the white door like the dark red dragon. Perhaps. The dark red dragon couldn't figure it out either, but it didn't want to think too much about it. Its body turned into a red light and went in with a whoosh. The most important thing now was to take away all the subdivinity crystals inside. Lin Xian was also very excited as he strode into the room. There were a total of 53 subdivinity crystals on the ground. The dark red divine dragon took 25 of them, and Lin Xian took 28. As the subdivinity crystals couldn't be placed in the storage ring this time, the dark red divine dragon used its dragon scales to create a bag on its back to contain more than 20 subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian also used the astral battle armor to create a bag on his back to store all 28 subdivinity crystals. Excited, this was too exciting, they had worked hard and only found a dozen subdivinity crystals. As for the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beasts outside, they probably only had one or two. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. However, they had obtained more than 50 subdivinity crystals. This was definitely an astronomical number. Boom, at this moment, the white door behind them suddenly closed, and the entire passage was sealed. The dark red divine dragon waved its palm and attacked. After trying for a long time, it realized that it couldn't open the door. However, this time, it wasn't anxious. Instead, it said excitedly. Just this passage alone had more than 50 subdivinity crystals. Who knew what else was in this spiritual boat? Brat, why don't we go in and take a look? Okay. Lin Xian nodded. To be honest, he was also very excited. This spiritual boat was too amazing. First, it could block the king-killing array, and now, they found so many subdivinity crystals, it could be said that it was extremely mysterious. He also wanted to know what was in this spiritual boat. Although he couldn't see clearly from outside, how big was the spiritual boat? Just from inside, Lin Xian could sense that this spiritual boat was definitely huge. It was at least twice as big as the one in his hand. In front of them was a 50-meter straight passage. About 50 meters away, there was a right-angled corner. This passage was also made of white metal. Lin Xian tried to break it, but the king-killing array couldn't break it at all. It couldn't even leave a scratch on the surface. This made the two of them extremely shocked. The king-killing array was extremely powerful. It could kill supremacy realm martial artists as easily as cutting vegetables. Even if it encountered a king, it could contend with him. However, such a powerful killing array couldn't even leave a scratch on the metal wall. One had to admit that this was too amazing. Treasure, this was definitely a treasure. It was at least an earth-rank treasure. The dark red divine dragon was so excited that it drooled. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A passage was so precious, there must be treasures in the spiritual boat. However, when they reached the end of the east passage, before they could enter the right-angled passage, the two of them were stunned again. Because there was a palm print on the white wall in front of them. A palm print was slapped on it. It was incomparably clear, causing the entire wall to slightly cave in. Previously, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were too excited, so they didn't notice it at all. Now that they were so close, they naturally noticed the palm print. No way, who is it? To be able to leave a palm print on this white metal. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was a metal that even the king-killing array couldn't leave a mark on. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath because he realized that even at his peak state, he probably couldn't leave a mark on this white metal. However, now, someone actually did it. One had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. Even if it was a king, it was probably the best kind. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that this palm print was 3 times larger than an ordinary person's palm. Ordinary humans didn't seem to have such a large palm. To be honest, they were truly stunned this time. In fact, they were even more shocked than before. This was because they had discovered a corpse. It was a perfectly intact corpse. The corpse was extremely tall, even taller than the Black Dragon sect leader outside. It was at least 5 to 6 meters tall. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an ordinary human to have such a physique. Only the demon race could have such a physique. However, the corpse in front of them had the face of a human. It did not have any characteristics of a demon race. It was a tall middle-aged man. His skin was bronze, and he was wearing ancient clothes. He was not wearing any armor. However, judging from the condition of his muscles, he was definitely stronger than Lin Xian's cosmic armor. There were no injuries on his body, but his eyes were wide open. There was even boundless anger and fear in his eyes. Lin Xian took a closer look at the man's palm and realized that the man's palm matched the palm print on the white wall very well. The dark red divine dragon also noticed this. Then, the two men's heads exploded. If they guessed correctly, the palm print on the white wall was left by the middle-aged man in front of them. To be able to leave a palm print on the white wall, this middle-aged man was definitely a king. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying king. However, such a terrifying king had died. Moreover, he had an extremely terrified expression on his face before he died. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. When they thought of this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Ruffian dragon, do you know what's going on?" "I don't know." The dark red divine dragon shook his head and said, "To be honest, this middle-aged man's cultivation far surpassed mine. Moreover, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect that a place like the Tiannan region would have such a secret." The dark red divine dragon was extremely shocked. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Xian's expression turned grave after hearing this. He knew that the dark red divine dragon had always been arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. However, this time, he actually said such a thing. One could imagine that this middle-aged man must have been an extraordinary person when he was alive. Lin Xian and the dark red mystical dragon were both shocked and curious. They carefully controlled the king great array formation and circled around the corpse. Truth be told, the middle-aged man had quite a few treasures on him as well. However, the two of them did not dare to take them. Although the middle-aged man was dead, the remnant pressure from his body was too terrifying. They didn't dare to have any ideas. What a terrifying king. Lin Xian was shocked. It wasn't as if he had never seen a king before. King Pillfeather's fragmented soul, the countless king corpses in the remote sky secret realm, and old Taoist Song's fragmented soul, but none of them were as impactful as this. This was because the kings from before were either broken souls or piles of bones. None of them were as intact and lifelike as they were now. In fact, the oppressive might on his body did not dissipate by much. Lin Xian knew that this was a true powerhouse. He had already reached the realm where his body would not rot. However, such an expert was actually killed. Moreover, there was no trace of injury at all. Just what kind of person could have such strength? To kill such a king, what was the realm above the king realm? What techniques did such a person have? Lin Xian was very curious. He asked the dark red divine dragon, but the dragon only shook its head and sighed. The two of them walked forward again. Not long after, another round arched door appeared in front of them. This time, it was still Lin Xian who placed his hand on it, and the door opened automatically. Lin Xian was already numb to such a strange situation. However, when he opened the door, he was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged out in time to suppress this fear. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon screamed and retreated 100 feet. It couldn't be helped. It was frightened by the scene in front of it. This was because they saw a pair of eyes. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by a pair of eyes. They were cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a demon god looking down on the world. The eyes did not move. They must have lost their vitality. However, judging from the energy and pressure it contained, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon could not breathe at all. One look was enough to make one's heart and soul shatter, and one would be lost in it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and activated the great dragon sword soul again. Suddenly, a loud sound came from his body, and a cold feeling surged out, waking Lin Xian up. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly looked away from the eyes. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Terrifying, too terrifying. That pair of eyes was more terrifying than any king he had ever seen. It was as if everyone was an ant under that pair of eyes, and they could only crawl on the ground. The dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. Then, it carefully came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them controlled their emotions and did not look at that pair of eyes. Then, they discovered that there was a huge corpse standing behind the arched gate. The corpse was not much different from a normal person, and it was also wearing ancient clothes. Although it had lost its vitality, its flesh and blood were still intact. If one did not know better, they would have thought that it was a living person. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a closer look and found that there were no wounds on the corpse. Just like the previous one, it had died mysteriously. Two top-notch kings, who were extremely terrifying, had died in such a strange way. It was very suspicious. What kind of power was it? How could it cause such a terrifying result? Carefully walking around the corpse at the door, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came to the hall. Then, the two of them screamed again. That was because there were other corpses in the hall. Previously, they were blocked by the one at the door, so they did not see it. Now that they were inside, the situation inside was clear. There were a total of 3 corpses, and they were very well preserved. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other 2 were still in a state of battle. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the hall. One of them was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure and a cold face. However, his chest was sunken in, and 2 blood-red arms pierced through his body, coming out from the back. The owner of the arms was a person wearing a blood-red robe. It was an old man with a cold face. Even though he was dead, he still exuded a terrifying murderous aura. However, there was a long sword in between his eyebrows that directly pierced through his entire head. Obviously, the 2 of them had perished together. Although the 2 of them had been lost, they could still feel the horror of the battle. There was even a terrifying aura left in the void. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon took a look and felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts beat wildly. This person was too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, even if the dark red divine dragon was at its peak, it would not be able to stop him. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb and their hearts beat wildly. These people were too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, even if the dark red divine dragon was at its peak, it would not be able to stop them. Damn it, who are these people? Why are they here? The dark red divine dragon was too shocked. One must know that even in the Tianwu continent, there were no such talented experts. But now, in this remote Tiannan region, there were actually so many mysterious experts. Come to think of it, in the distant ancient times, Tiannan region must have some unknown secrets. Sigh. Suddenly, a deep sigh was heard, echoing in the spacious hall. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon jumped up. Damn it, you scared me to death. Who is it? Hurry up and come out. The dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian looked around and felt their hair stand on end. One must know that there were several peerless experts' corpses here. If there was a voice, could it be that the corpses had come to life? If there was really a peerless expert that had come to life, then the two of them were completely finished. Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said coldly. Who is it? Don't be sneaky there. Hurry up and come out. Lin Xian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so late. A leisurely voice sounded again. F***CK. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was completely terrified. He did not expect that the other party would know his name. Kid, I'm here for you. It has nothing to do with me. The dark red divine dragon retreated to the side with a whoosh. Who are you? How do you know my name? Hurry up and come out, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian shouted coldly. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to eliminate the fear in his heart. No matter if the other party was a human or a ghost, he would not surrender. Good. 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 As expected of the successor of the Way of the Sword. This courage is really rare. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. From the other party's words, he seemed to know that he had the great dragon sword soul. But how was that possible? Only he, the dark red dragon. God, and the Wine Lord knew about this. No one else knew. However, the voice in front of him seemed to know as well. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Even the dark red divine dragon jumped up in fright. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. That voice sounded again, and then a broken sword appeared in the void. It was a broken sword. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was only a third of its normal length. Furthermore, the remaining half of the sword was filled with cracks. At that moment, the voice came from the broken sword. You're a sword spirit? Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This was not the first time he had encountered something like this, because the Thousand Beast Cauldron also had an artifact spirit. As long as it wasn't some demon or ghost, everything was fine. I'm not a sword spirit. To be exact, I'm the weapon spirit of the spirit boat. It's just that I'm currently possessing this broken sword. The voice replied, this spirit vessel is called Black Earth, you can call me Black Earth, hey too? What a lousy name. The dark red divine dragon came to its senses and muttered softly. On the other hand, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask, who are you? Who are these corpses? Also, how do you know my name? How much do you know about the great dragon sword spirit? Indeed, Lin Xian had too many questions, so he had to clarify these things. I've said it before. My name is Black Earth, and this is Black Earth. I've been waiting for you for 10,000 years. What? You've been waiting for me for 10,000 years? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. I'm only 20 years old. How could you wait for me for 10,000 years? Could it be that you knew I was going to be born 10,000 years ago? Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. 10,000 years was simply too shocking. One had to know that a king could only last for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Who knew if the Tiannan region existed 10,000 years ago? You're wrong. I wasn't waiting for you, but for the successor of the great dragon sword. After 10,000 years, I've finally waited for the successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian, you're the one I've been waiting for. The successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then it was still possible. Because the great dragon sword had existed since ancient times, he wasn't the first to obtain it. How do you know I have the great dragon sword spirit? It's very normal. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword spirit on your body because my master was also the successor of the great dragon sword. Your master too? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect to receive this news. Who is your master? Is he still here? What's the situation with the corpses around here? Lin Xian continued to ask. That's my master. The broken sword in the air suddenly emitted a weak light that swept towards the majestic man in the center. What? He's your master? And he was once the successor of the dragon sword. How was he killed? What's going on? Lin Xian was also shocked. Beside him, the dark red dragon also asked, that hey too, what realm are they in? To be honest, the dark red dragon was also very shocked. Because the aura emitted by the corpses alone made his hair stand on end, so he wanted to know what realm these people were in. Could it be the legendary realm? My master is called Yi Guqing, the fourth successor of the dragon sword. The fourth successor of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. However, he quickly frowned and said, that's not right. Hasn't the great dragon sword spirit existed since ancient times? Why is it only the fourth generation? Hearing this, the dark red dragon's eyes flickered, while the broken sword He-Tu said in a deep voice. That's right, the great dragon sword spirit has existed since ancient times. As for how many people have it, we don't know. However, ever since the great Emperor Shiman appeared out of nowhere, swept through the 8 barren lands, and ruled thousands of races, he became the first successor of the dragon sword. After that, there was the second, third, and fourth generation. Great Emperor Shiman? Who's that? Lin Xian was puzzled because from the other party's words, he could tell that this was definitely an incredible person. The great Emperor Shiman is definitely a peerless figure who suppressed the ancient times. He's an existence that countless people look up to. The dark red divine dragon sighed as well, its eyes filled with deep respect. Obviously, he knew about the great Emperor Shiman. The great Emperor Shiman shocked the ancient times and had countless glory in his life. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for his descendants to reach his height. He-Tu said, now you understand, right? In other words, I'm the 5th generation? Lin Xian's face was serious. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation, or the 6th generation, but no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. In other words, I'm the 5th generation? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation or the 6th generation, but no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he and Yi Guqing both possessed the great dragon sword soul, they didn't know each other at all. Why did He-Tu wait for him for 10,000 years? My master, Yi Guqing, was extremely powerful and brilliant. He could be said to be the most dazzling genius of that era. Genius? Isn't that used to describe the younger generation? Lin Xian looked at Yi Guqing in puzzlement. His appearance was already that of a middle-aged man. What do you know? Great emperors can live for 20,000 years, but my master is only 40 years old. He can be said to be very young. He-Tu's voice was excited. Did you know that my master became an invincible king at 40 years old? He could be said to be the most dazzling person of that era. If he was allowed to grow, he could definitely become another great emperor in the future. What? An invincible king at 40 years old? This time, it was the dark red divine dragon's turn to exclaim. To be honest, it was too shocked because it had never seen such a young invincible king. What does invincible king mean? Can you tell me the details? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he could guess the meaning behind this, he still didn't know the specifics. Looks like your place is too backward. You don't even know the martial Dao realms. Heitu said slowly. Alright, kid, let me give you some knowledge. Let's talk about cultivation first. The martial Dao realms are divided into 9 major realms, starting from the Meridian Condensing Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Harmonious Spirit Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, and Spirit Detecting Realm. Above that is the Honorable Realm, King Realm, Saint Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. You're now in the Honorable Realm, so I don't need to explain the previous realms. I'm sure you know. After the Honorable Realm is the King Realm. The King Realm is divided into 9 minor realms. Every time one advances, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It isn't just that, the domain would grow stronger and stronger as well. It can be said that every single advancement in the King Realm is more difficult than all the previous realms. Invincible King Realm cultivators are invincible in the King Realm. My master, Yi Guqing, is an invincible king. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He already knew that above the Venerable One was the King Realm, but he did not expect there to be another realm above the King Realm. That was the Sage Realm, the Great Emperor, and the Great Emperor Shiman mentioned by Heitu before should be the pinnacle figure of martial Dao. No wonder the dark red divine dragon showed that kind of reverence before. Great Emperor! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. The 9 realms gave Lin Xian a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. Meanwhile, the dark red divine dragon continued. Kid, the King Realm is even more terrifying than you imagine. For example, the Black Dragon sect leader and the King Beast outside are only 1-star kings. I'm afraid that even the kings of the martial sky continent are at most 2-star kings. It's very difficult to advance any further. Those old fellows, the most conservative of them are more than 1,000 years old, and some are even more than 2,000 years old. However, in this lifetime, they will probably stay at the 1-star or 2-star king realm. It's impossible for them to advance any further. And invincible kings are existences that even 9-star kings can't contend against. You can imagine how terrifying those people are. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the dark red divine dragon was right. The further one went on the path of martial Dao, the harder it was to cultivate. He had felt this when he was in the Venerable Realm. Not to mention the even more profound King Realm. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually an invincible king. To be able to be called invincible, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, this made Lin Xian even more puzzled. Since he's already an invincible king, how could he be killed? Because the enemy is even stronger. Heitu sighed. Although my master is an invincible existence in the King Realm, he is not invincible in the entire path of martial Dao. Above the King Realm is the Saint Realm and the legendary Great Emperor. The enemy's strength is even more terrifying. Unfortunately, my master is too young. If he was given time, with his aptitude, he would be able to become a Great Emperor. Great Emperor, when Lin Xian heard this title again, he asked in puzzlement, what kind of existence is that? The Great Emperor is the last realm of the 9 great realms. Anyone who becomes a Great Emperor is an existence that has shocked the ages. Their combat strength is something that you can't imagine. Let me put it this way. The Great Emperor can directly destroy the Tiannan region that you are in with a single slap. What? Destroy the entire Tiannan region with a single slap? Lin Xian was shocked, and his eyelids twitched. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon continued, not just the Tiannan region, even the Tianwu continent can be completely destroyed with a single slap and disappear from this world. So powerful. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. One had to know that the Tianwu continent was very big. Even if the kings fought, they could only destroy some mountains and rivers. The stronger ones could destroy countries. However, he had never heard of a king who could destroy an entire continent with a single slap. But now, the legendary Great Emperor was able to do it so easily, it had to be said that it was too shocking. The Great Emperor's strength is incomparably terrifying. His strength is beyond your imagination. When your cultivation deepens, you will understand the reason. Heitu continued, also, don't think that the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent are that big. In the real world, they are just islands. What? The Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent are islands? Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that his brain wasn't enough. Although he knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent, he didn't expect the gap to be so big. He knew what an island meant. It is indeed an island. However, the people here have never gone further. So everyone thinks that the Tianwu continent is a continent. However, to the people of the real continent, this place is just an island. Our world is called the True Spirit World, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Between these continents, some are adjacent, some are separated by the sea. The Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. Our world is called the True Spirit World, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Some of these continents are adjacent to each other, while some are separated by an ocean. The Tiannan region and Sky Marshall continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. If you compare them in terms of size, it's the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Lin Xian was speechless and shocked. This news was too shocking. Originally, he thought that the Sky Marshall continent was big enough, and that kings were very powerful existences. But he didn't expect that compared to the real world, they were like dust. Of course, this is only the simplest summary. As for the real wonders of the world, you need to personally experience it. Lin Xian also knew that just from this description, he couldn't imagine how vast the land was. However, he believed that one day, he would leave this place and step into the real True Spirit World. Then why are you waiting for me? Lin Xian asked again. My master only had one wish in his life, and that was to pursue the supreme martial Tao and become a great emperor. However, the path of martial Tao is very dangerous. My master finally met a great enemy, a person even more terrifying than him. In the end, my master Yiguqing unfortunately died in battle. However, although he died in battle, his will was not extinguished. So, I followed his dying wish and found the successor of the great dragon sword and nurtured him into a true great emperor. What? You want to nurture him into a great emperor? Don't joke around. The dark red divine dragon jumped up. Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you want to become a king, or even an invincible king. Maybe you'll be lucky and become a saint. But, to become a great emperor, that's simply impossible. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors, and every one of them was a figure that could crush all of eternity. This kind of person, other than being strong, their luck and talent are all the strongest. If one can't reach it, it's impossible to become a great emperor. The dark red divine dragon quickly said. It was clear that the great emperor held a very special position in their hearts. You're right. However, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I still have to try. After all, this was Master's wish when he was alive. Is it so difficult to become a great emperor? Lin Xian didn't understand. Although he knew that the great emperor realm was the final realm, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Judging from the dark red divine dragon's words, this was a height that could not be reached. He Tu said, it's right, it is indeed very difficult. Isn't the great dragon sword spirit powerful? However, out of the 4 masters of the great dragon sword spirit, only the first one managed to become the great emperor Shiman. As for the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, and even my master, none of them became great emperors. There are even rumors that the successor of the great dragon sword has been cursed. It is impossible for him to become a great emperor. My master wanted to become a great emperor in order to break this curse. What? Even the 2nd and 3rd generations did not succeed. This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. One had to know that the great dragon sword spirit was an extremely powerful offensive saint technique. Although he could only unleash a portion of its power, the effect was still very shocking. It could be said that Lin Xian knew very well how powerful the great dragon sword spirit was. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the great dragon sword spirit, he would definitely be able to become a great emperor. However, he didn't expect that to be the case. You mean that even if your master didn't die, it's impossible for him to become a great emperor? Lin Xian asked. 100%? You're thinking too much. According to my estimation, it can only reach about 10%. He Tu shook his head. 10%? You're saying there's only a 1 in 10 chance? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Kid, what's with that expression? He Tu was unhappy. Is 1 in 10 very little? Let me tell you, ordinary people can't even reach 1 in 100 million. Even though saints only have 1 in 10,000 chance. My master only has 1 in 10,000, and that's already very heaven-defying. What? Even saints who are more powerful than kings only have 1 in 10,000 chance. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He now knew how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. That's natural. From ancient times until now, there have only been a few great emperors. They can all be counted. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. I've even read in ancient books that there wasn't a single great emperor in 100,000 years. You can imagine how terrifying that was. Got it. Lin Xian nodded and almost bit his tongue. There were already billions of people in the Sky Martial continent, and the true spirit world was probably hundreds of times bigger than the Sky Martial continent. The population was also hundreds of times bigger. However, with so many billions of people, there wasn't a single great emperor in hundreds of thousands of years. One could imagine how terrifying the difficulty of becoming a great emperor was. It could be said that to become a great emperor, other than having extremely powerful strength, one also had to have extremely powerful luck. Only then could one become a great emperor. Lin Xian finally understood why He Tu said that he would nurture him into a great emperor. The dark red divine dragon's performance was like that. Because it was simply impossible. However, after the initial shock, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Because now, he finally had an ultimate goal in life, and that was to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor. You're really willing to help me? Lin Xian looked at the broken sword and asked. To be honest, after knowing the difficulty of becoming a great emperor, Lin Xian was very curious about how He Tu would nurture him. Furthermore, there was another problem. He wanted to know if he could bring the Black Earth spirit ship away. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful flying tool. Whether it was leaving the Devil Abyss or leaving the Sky Martial continent, he would need the Black Earth spirit ship to go to the real great world. I have cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and some experiences left behind by my master. As long as you're willing, I'll do my best to help you. However, I have a condition. He Tu said. To avenge your master, Lin Xian replied with a question. You guessed right. That's what I want. He Tu's voice was firm. Obviously, he had thought of this condition long ago. Then who's the enemy? I won't tell you now, so as to avoid giving you pressure. When you have the qualifications to take revenge, I'll naturally tell you. He Tu said slowly. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Moreover, it was good to have an enemy as motivation to move forward. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately walked to Yi Guqing's side and swore solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely avenge you. If I go against it, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing Lin Xian swear, He Tu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Great, there's finally hope for revenge. He Tu was very happy. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. From now on, you're my new master. After He Tu finished speaking, he gently tapped the ground with half of his sword. Suddenly, the ground in front of him emitted a gentle light. Then, countless subdivine crystals appeared. The subdivine crystals you were looking for were all released by me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find the Black Earth in this Devil Abyss. So that's how it is. Lin Xian suddenly understood. He Tu was secretly controlling everything in order to let him in. Damn, so many subdivine crystals. Seeing the subdivine crystals on the ground, the dark red divine dragon's eyes immediately turned red. He pounced on them. Ha 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 ha, so many subdivine crystals. Mine, mine, it's all mine. The dark red divine dragon went crazy with excitement. Lin Xian also opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The number of subdivine crystals here was many times more than the 50 subdivine crystals he had obtained before. Then, he excitedly clenched his fists. With so many subdivine crystals, he believed that he could definitely let the great dragon sword soul enter the king realm. At that time, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if he encountered the black dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast outside, he wouldn't have any fear. Oh right, hey too, I have something to ask you. Lin Xian said. Can the Black Earth still be operated? Although the Black Earth has been stored for a long time, it hasn't been damaged. It's just that it doesn't have any energy now. Therefore, in the coming days, not only do you have to increase your cultivation, you also have to search for the energy of the Black Earth. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the Tiannan region and the Sky Martial continent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't think that there would be a shortage of energy. This was indeed a thorny problem. This was because ordinary spirit boats were unable to cross the endless sea and reach the true great world. Only a genuine Earth-rank flying ship like this could pass through the endless sea. That was why so few people were able to leave the Martial Heaven continent. Alright, looks like I can only increase my strength and leave this place. I'll make plans for the raw materials in the future. However, Lin Xian did not forget to send a message to Murong Qingqing and Rua Bingshan, telling them not to worry. Otherwise, if the other party were to rush into the demon abyss and encounter danger, that would be bad. Black Earth was directly responsible for sending messages. Apart from not being able to fly, the Black Earth was still able to operate other things. For example, it wasn't difficult for it to activate a few formations and send messages out. This time, Lin Xian did it in time because Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, who were far away, were indeed anxious. Not only them, Old Master Lin and the others were even more anxious. That was because they realized that Lin Xian had left for a long time and had not returned. Therefore, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan wanted to go to the demon abyss to investigate. However, before they could move, they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. After knowing that Lin Xian was safe, the two of them did not move. Otherwise, if they were to rashly go, they might really bump into the Black Dragon sex leader or a king demonic beast. If that was the case, the two of them would definitely be in danger. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian began to cultivate here. At the side, the dark red dragon was also rapidly absorbing the subdivine crystal to recover its strength. Even the Snow White monkey came out and hugged a subdivine crystal to absorb it. He didn't know if Little White could absorb the energy inside, but it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem. No matter what, he had to enter the king realm, because according to He Tu, only by entering the king realm would one be able to survive in the large world. Below the king realm, one was an ant-like existence no matter where one went. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more special. If others found out that he possessed an offensive saint technique like the dragon sword soul, it would definitely cause countless people to madly hunt him down. Therefore, it was impossible to not have strength. Just like that, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon started to cultivate madly. On the other hand, the black dragon sex leader and the king demonic beast outside grew more and more impatient. Because according to their own estimates, the killing formation around them would not be able to hold on for long at all for two ants. Therefore, in order to save their lives, they would definitely retreat. Moreover, they had blocked their path of retreat and could just wait for them to come. However, after such a long time, they had not seen a single person at all, and this caused them to feel more and more uneasy. Could it be that those two ants died inside because they were too greedy? When he thought of this possibility, the black dragon sex leader's face became terrifyingly gloomy. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. After a month had passed, the black dragon sex leader was in complete despair. He knew that with the strength of those two ants, it was impossible for them to survive for such a long time. Presumably, they had died inside. Thinking of this, he sighed. It was a pity that he did not obtain a single divine crystal after so many attempts. Moreover, This devil abyss was such a dangerous place that he could not take the risk to enter. Moreover, there was a keen demonic beast beside him that was eyeing him covetously. Therefore, with a cold snort, the black dragon sect's leader soared into the sky and left. The king demonic beast let out 2 roars of dissatisfaction and quickly retreated. The entire devil abyss fell into silence once again, and only the thick clouds and mist drifted here. Lin Xian was still cultivating, and Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were also waiting patiently outside because they had received Lin Xian's voice transmission and knew that he was safe now. The only thing they could do was wait for Lin Xian to return. During this time, in the Heavenly South region, although the Black Dragon sect had suffered heavy losses, as long as the Black Dragon sect's leader was around, the Martial Alliance and others could not overthrow the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, the entire Heavenly South region was still under the Black Dragon sect's rule. As for the distant Tianwu continent, the situation was also changing secretly. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Zhan, was still in seclusion and had not come out. After the Duan clan suffered a heavy blow, they also became quiet. However, it was obvious that they were waiting for the Duan clan's old ancestor to come out of seclusion, and then it would be time for them to counterattack. In a primitive forest far away from the cities in the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon that was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird that was completely black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. Tianwu continent, in a primeval forest far away from the cities. There was a huge canyon here. It was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird. Its body was pure black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were many times stronger than the flames of the Black Dragon leader. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize it. This strange bird was naturally the Heavenly Netherbird. Previously, after the remote sky secret realm ended, the Heavenly Netherbird had followed everyone out and caused a ruckus. However, due to the astral chains on its body, its strength was limited. Coupled with the joint attack of the kings, the Heavenly Netherbird had suffered a great loss. Therefore, the Heavenly Netherbird did not appear after that. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others did not find any traces of it. They did not expect it to be in this uninhabited canyon. At this moment, the Heavenly Netherbird was sitting there. The 9 underworld black flames were burning on its body. There were still 4 astral chains on its body. However, one of them was very dim, as if it would break at any moment. Pung, sure enough, under the burning of the 9 nether black flames, one of the chains of stars cracked and broke into 2. The blue chains fell from the Heavenly Netherbird's body. Feeling this change, the Heavenly Netherbird suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a black divine spear, piercing through the void. A human-like smile appeared on the bird's face. Ha 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 ha, I've finally succeeded. No matter how strong these astral chains are, they can't block my 9 underworld black flames. Just you wait. When I burn all 4 astral chains, it will be your doomsday. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. And this entire continent will become hell under my flames. The Heavenly Netherbird laughed crazily like a demon. Then, it closed its eyes again and burned the other 3 astral chains with all its strength. No one knew about the Heavenly Netherbird, but one could imagine that once it broke free from the shackles of the astral chains, it would definitely be a demon. Perhaps the entire Tianwu continent would be plunged into a catastrophe. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. Ever since he went into seclusion, he had not woken up. The great dragon sword soul in his body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the energy of the sub-god crystals. During this time, the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey woke up a few times, but Lin Xian still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating. This one building lasted for a year. A year's time was not long, but it was not short. However, this year, Morong Qingqing and Ruo Bingshan were extremely worried. Even though the 2 of them had received Lin Xian's voice transmission earlier and knew that the other party was safe, they still didn't know what to do. But they did not expect Lin's and Lin Xian's. At first, it was 1 month, then 2 months. By the 3rd month, Morong Qingqing could no longer sit still. Lin Xian Xian Xian, Lin Xian 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 Xian, Xian, and Xian. Perhaps something had happened on the other side, so he used the transportation formation on the spirit boat to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. But she never received a response. This made Morong Qingqing very anxious. She knew that Lin Xian would definitely respond if he heard her voice. But there was no response. This confirmed her suspicions. However, Morong Qingqing did not believe that something had happened to Lin Xian, so she waited for another month. But this time, she could not wait any longer. She could only go to the demon abyss. Although she was a young prodigy, the demon abyss had a king's domain. She could not enter without becoming a king. Unless she was like Lin Xian and had a king's killing formation. But there was only one king's killing formation. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan could not enter at all. They could only wait outside anxiously. In the following days, Morong Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian every 10 days, but she never received a response. Not only that, she insisted on going to the demon abyss every other month. But there was still no response. Just like that, it was the 9th month. This time, she was finally discovered by the Black Dragon sect. But fortunately, it was not the Black Dragon sect's leader, but other Black Dragon sect cultivators. These people were nothing to Morong Qingqing, so she left easily. However, this matter attracted the Black Dragon sect's attention. Later, more and more Black Dragon sect experts came to patrol the vicinity of the demon abyss. They even wanted to capture Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the following days, the two of them did not dare to go out casually. After all, if they encountered the Black Dragon sect's leader, they would not be able to resist at all. In the spirit boat, not only were the two women anxious, but the Lin family members were even more anxious. Especially Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin, who were extremely anxious. Even Old Master Lin wanted to go out to search, but he was stopped by Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Going out now was tantamount to suicide. However, although they were extremely careful, they were still discovered under the Black Dragon sect's crazy search. Later on, the left and right envoys personally led countless experts to hunt them down. Everyone, listen up. Seal that spirit boat. No need to do anything. Wait for the sect leader to come and deal with them. Hee, little beauty, just you wait. When the time comes, you will suffer a fate worse than death. The left and right envoys' expressions were ferocious. Humph. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan snorted coldly, but the Lin family members were extremely nervous. Don't worry, they are just a bunch of ants. As long as the Black Dragon sect's leader doesn't come personally, we will not be in danger. Morong Qingqing comforted Old Master Lin and the rest. Luo Bingshan's figure flashed as he rushed out of the spirit boat. Trying to run? Stop her. The right envoys shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and dozens of figures rushed forward. These people had ferocious expressions and powerful auras. They were all 9th level honored realm experts. It seemed like they were also experts of the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, more than 10 of them moved together. Even a half-step king would have a headache. Therefore, in these people's eyes, dealing with a little beauty was more than enough. Hee, little beauty, hurry up and surrender. Ha 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 ha. I will take good care of you. The group of people laughed wildly, not taking it to heart. Humph. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. In this year's time, her injuries had already healed, and her strength had already reached its peak. Facing these 9th level honored realm experts, her gaze was cold as she quickly pulled out the long saber at her waist. Wang, a saber light slashed out like water, abnormally cold. This saber was like a heavenly river, emitting a powerful killing intent as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. What? Impossible. Not good, retreat. The Black Dragon sect's martial artists' expressions changed instantly. Their expressions were filled with fear. They did not expect a little beauty to be so terrifying. These people were too terrified. They did not expect a young woman to have such a terrifying blade light. Therefore, they could only retreat as fast as they could. At the same time, they activated their battle armors in an attempt to escape. However, this blade was too terrifying. They had no chance of resisting at all. Therefore, in the next moment, dozens of heads flew into the air as blood gushed out like a river. What? They're all dead. The surrounding Black Dragon cult martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. Even the left and right envoys were shocked. They did not expect the opponent's strength to be so terrifying. She did not seem any weaker than them. Damn it. How is this possible? Who are they? The left and right envoys' faces were gloomy. The strength of the woman and snake that appeared before was already beyond their imagination. They did not expect another woman to appear, and her strength was not any weaker than them. Where did these people come from? It should be known that in the South Heaven region, other than the two of them who were half-step kings, no one else could fight against them. But now, several of them had appeared at once. They could not accept this. Luo Bingshan killed dozens of 9th-level sovereigns with a single blade. Then, his eyes flashed like lightning as his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Holding the long blade in his hand, he quickly slashed out several blade lights toward the left envoys. The surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were scared and did not dare to stop him. However, the left envoys roared as his hair stood on end. He was too angry. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she was not a true half-step king. However, the opponent still dared to charge at him. It was as if she did not put him in her eyes at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and exploded with an unparalleled strength. He decided to kill the woman in front of him personally to intimidate the others on the spirit boat. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy surged out of the left envoy's body and spread out in all directions. This left envoy was not a human. Their true form was a green flood dragon. At this moment, they used their full strength. Their dark green hair danced in the wind like countless little green snakes spiraling in the air. Their eyes were dark green and emitted a cold and gloomy light. This aura made all the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples tremble as they involuntarily retreated. At the same time, they cheered excitedly. With the left envoy's help, they would definitely win. Little girl, go to hell. The green dragon left emissary shouted and emitted a green light all over his body. He stretched out his hand and it turned into a huge green python that covered the sky and rushed forward. Rumble, the terrifying green python tore through the void, creating a terrifying crack in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it rapidly bombarded the surroundings. That momentum was exceptionally terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and disappeared like a ghost. Boom, in the next moment, the void where she was originally standing was shattered. Countless cracks and black holes appeared, but Luo Bingshan's figure had long since disappeared. What? He dodged it. The surrounding Black Dragon cult cultivators were shocked. As for the left Azure Dragon envoy, his expression was gloomy. He had not expected the other party's speed to be so fast, to be able to dodge his attack. So what if he managed to unleash one more attack? I don't believe that you can dodge all my attacks, the left Green Dragon envoy sneered. He wanted to crush his opponent with his powerful aura. Just as this thought arose in his mind, suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and even became ferocious. There was also a tinge of fear in his eyes. That was because an extremely sharp aura suddenly came from behind him, as if it was going to split him in half. Damn it, get lost. The left Green Dragon envoy roared and an unparalleled power exploded from his body. At the same time, countless green lights surrounded his body and formed a green snake armor. He was too shocked. He had not expected the other party to circle behind him in an instant and launch a fatal attack. Is the other party an assassin? His heart pounded wildly because he had not sensed the other party's aura at all. He also did not know that the other party had appeared behind him. It was too late to run now. Because the blade was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that enveloped him in an instant. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to take the blade head-on. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade slashed the left Green Dragon envoy's body, emitting a dazzling light. Unparalleled power spread out in all directions. Block it. The left Green Dragon envoy's face was ferocious and even python scales appeared on his body. Countless green snakes circled around his body, and his armor shone with an unparalleled light, like a green sun. However, the blade was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that tore through all obstacles and even broke the left green dragon envoy's armor. In the next moment, the terrifying blade radiance slashed the left green dragon envoy's body. Blood spurted out and his bones broke. A miserable cry was heard. Ah! The left green dragon envoy screamed in a ferocious voice. Hearing this voice, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had not expected the powerful and terrifying left green dragon envoy to be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated in one move. Who was this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Luo Bingshan with fear in their eyes. The left green dragon envoy used all his strength and retreated quickly. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, he retreated a few hundred feet and stopped. Drip. Drip, blood was still flowing. He was in a terrible state. His entire body was almost split in half and he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed their saliva and could not believe their eyes. That was the left green dragon envoy. He was the supreme existence of the Black Dragon sect. In the entire Tiannan region, no one could suppress him except for the Black Dragon sect leader. However, the left green dragon envoy had suffered such serious injuries and the one who attacked was a young woman. She had only used one blade to cause such injuries. This was too terrifying. The left green dragon envoy's face was also very gloomy. He did not expect his companion to be defeated in an instant and suffer such serious injuries. Damn it! He roared angrily. His body also exploded with a dazzling white light. He was like a god of war. He was extremely powerful. He had to make a move now and suppress his opponent. Otherwise, with her ghostly speed, he would be in danger if she tried to assassinate him. Look, the left green dragon envoy is making his move. The surrounding martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were extremely nervous. They had placed all their hopes on the left green dragon envoy. If the left green dragon envoy was defeated, the Black Dragon sect would be completely finished. Left green dragon palm. The left green dragon envoy made the first move. His entire body supported a powerful force and the surrounding wind blew. He would not give his opponent a chance to sneak an attack. Free and unfettered palm. The right emissary made the first move. His entire body was filled with a powerful force, and a gale swept through the surroundings. He would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. A huge light palm flew out from his palm and quickly pressed forward. The resplendent light illuminated the surroundings. That palm of light contained an incomparable amount of energy. This palm was like a white mountain that pushed across the sky. The entire sky shook as if it was about to collapse. Humph! Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she did not care about him at all. 8 blades of the ocean abyss. This time, Luo Bingshan did not dodge. Instead, she faced it head-on. The 8 blades of the ocean abyss was an Earth-class cultivation technique. It had been used by the Duan clan's disciple in the remote sky secret realm. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of the Luo Bingshan. This Earth-class cultivation technique in the hands of Luo Bingshan was several times stronger than in the hands of Yan Feng. That terrifying saber light transformed into one after another surging Milky Way, constantly roaring in the air. As the blade slashed out, a resplendent light blossomed in the void. The terrifying blade light illuminated the surroundings and slashed forward. Both of them were using their ultimate techniques. It could be said that their momentum was terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan was using a true Earth-class cultivation technique. As for the right emissary, no matter how powerful he was, he only had a half-step Earth-class cultivation technique. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, as soon as they clashed, the huge light palm of the right emissary was sliced apart and turned into countless spiritual chi that dissipated in the air. Impossible. Seeing his ultimate technique being sliced apart so easily, the right emissary screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? He clenched his teeth. At the same time, his palms changed rapidly. He clenched both hands into fists and punched out quickly. Divine Azure Fist. The terrifying fist blossomed with blood-red light. The right emissary's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Boundless killing intent soared from his body. At this moment, he used another ultimate technique, the Divine Azure Fist. Apart from being terrifying, this fist technique also carried a dense baleful aura. It dyed the entire sky blood red. Those fist shadows transformed into red flood dragons, rushing out at high speed. For a time, the sky once again fell into chaos. The eyes of the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were also bloodshot. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and fight. However, they were simply unable to approach. Merely the aftermath of the energy was enough to blow them away. Luo Bingshan's expression was ice cold. With a light snort, the long saber in his hand slashed out again. 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the second blade, white shark slash. The long saber slashed out, and countless saber lights gathered to form a huge white shark. This great white shark's entire body was radiating light. Its entire body was formed from saber radiance. It was extremely terrifying. It carried with it an astonishingly sharp aura as it flew rapidly in the air. Instantly, the countless baleful auras in the sky were sliced into countless pieces by the saber light and fell rapidly. The 2 blood-colored divine fists were also swallowed by the white shark formed by the saber light. What? It broke again. This is impossible. The carefree right emissary felt his scalp go numb in disbelief. Although he knew that his opponent was powerful and had the strength of a half-step king, it was still impossible for him to break through his attack so easily. It should be known that he was also a half-step king. No matter what, both sides would have to exchange several hundred moves before the outcome would be decided. However, his opponent's strength was too powerful. Moreover, his attack power was extremely sharp. Victory and defeat were often decided in one move. How was this a battle between 2 people of the same realm? This was simply a one-sided battle. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad and wanted to attack again. However, opposite him, Luo Bingshan coldly said, "You don't have a chance." 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the third blade. The long saber flickered, and this time, it transformed into a huge whale that roared in the air. That huge body filled the entire sky. The terrifying power made everyone's heart tremble. Even some of the weaker ones directly knelt down. "No!" The carefree right emissary crazily shouted. However, that huge blue whale directly floated down and swallowed him. Terrifying energy exploded, completely submerging the entire void. Bang! Bang! The carefree right emissary screamed again and again as he was blasted away by this energy. Many places on his body were pierced, and terrifying bloody holes appeared one after another. Blood flowed out continuously, and his bones were broken. It could be said that he had suffered severe injuries. It seemed that he would not live for long. What? The carefree right emissary was also defeated? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked and could not believe it. The left and right emissaries were existences that were second only to the sect leader in the Black Dragon sect. They were experts that were second only to the sect leader. However, at this moment, they were actually defeated, and easily defeated. Moreover, the opponent was only a young and beautiful woman. They probably would not have imagined such a scene even in their dreams. Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and glanced around. Immediately, those disciples of the Black Dragon sect were so frightened that they all sat on the ground, not daring to resist. Luo Bingshan snorted again and put away his long saber. He turned around and walked towards the spirit boat. She had no interest in the surrounding disciples because they were not worthy of her attack. Seeing that she was about to leave, none of the disciples of the Black Dragon sect dared to stop her. They only hoped that this murderous star in front of them would leave quickly so that they could live. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A black light suddenly lit up the sky. It was like a black lightning bolt that instantly rushed towards Luo Bingshan. Wherever it passed, the entire sky seemed to be split in half. Terrifying airwaves rolled out in all directions. The speed was so fast that it produced a muffled sound that made one's scalp tingle. "You're courting death." Luo Bingshan glared with anger. She did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. With a cold snort, she turned around and slashed with her saber. Boom! the air exploded, producing a huge amount of energy that swept out in all directions. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, Luo Bingshan was extremely powerful and defeated the left and right envoys with a few simple moves. But now, she was actually blasted away. That's right, it was Luo Bingshan who was sent flying in this collision. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Boom boom boom, Luo Bingshan only stopped after retreating for a few thousand meters. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. She did not expect that someone could send her flying. In the next moment, Luo Bingshan's face turned cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned. There was even a trace of shock in her eyes. The person who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her saber. What? How is this possible? With such a serious injury, he can't even exert much combat strength? But now, the other party was full of energy. His aura was even more powerful than before. Luo Bingshan's jade-like face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Because the one who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her. What? How is this possible? With such a heavy injury, he can't even exert much combat strength? But now, the other party was full of energy, and his aura was even more powerful than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan confused, but everyone was also confused. They knew that there must have been an unexpected change because the left green dragon envoy had already changed his appearance. His body, which had been split into two, had begun to heal at this moment. Countless black flames danced between his wounds. Not only that, but there were also black lines that appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked very mysterious. In his eye sockets, there were two balls of black flames dancing. Every time they jumped, they released an extremely powerful aura. Luo Bingshan observed carefully and said coldly, "You're not the person from before." She realized that although this person's body was the same as before, his aura and soul were different. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. You can actually see that I'm a clone." A cold voice came from the left green dragon envoy. Hearing this voice, the surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were all in an uproar. What? That's the sect leader's voice. Sect leader, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has made his move. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at the left green dragon envoy in front of them. They knew that the sect leader was a true king, so as long as he made his move, he could kill everyone. The sect leader of the Black Dragon sect? This is impossible. How can a king's aura be so weak? Luo Bingshan frowned. Humph, what do you know? This is just a clone of mine. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can fight against. I advise you to kneel down obediently and surrender. Maybe I can let you go and take you as a slave. Otherwise, you'll all die without a burial place. It's just a clone? Luo Bingshan frowned. She didn't expect a king to be so powerful. Just a clone was enough to send her flying. But then, she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly, "Don't be so arrogant. If your real body came, I naturally wouldn't be able to resist. But it's just a clone. Do you really think you can subdue me?" Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his long saber and attacked quickly. Humph, looks like you still don't understand the strength of a king. Alright, I'll let you experience it today. The left green dragon envoy sneered. The black light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and the black lines on his body also shone with a jet black light. She looked extremely ferocious. Then, she let out a roar and charged forward. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. Terrifying energy surged as everyone watched nervously. At this moment, the carefree right emissary, who had been severely injured, suddenly screamed. A ferocious expression appeared on his face. Black veins began to appear all over his body, starting from the back of his neck and spreading all over his body. Sect leader, spare my life. Spare me. The carefree right emissary knelt in the air and shouted with great difficulty. But no one paid any attention to him. Not only did the black veins on his body not weaken, they spread even faster and covered his entire body in an instant. In the end, the carefree right emissary screamed. His eyes lost their luster, and he froze in the air like a statue. But soon, 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes. Then, he stood up again. Black veins appeared all over his body, shining with a jet-black light. 2 balls of black flames danced in his eyes, and he looked extremely cold. Humph, trash. It's your honor to have my clone here. A deep and cold voice came from the carefree right emissary. Obviously, this was the other clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. The 2 clones were going to take down the spiritual boat in front of him. The carefree right emissary looked around coldly. Then, he stared at Luo Bingshan in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged forward. The battle in front of him was extremely intense. Luo Bingshan held his long saber and looked like a killing god. His saber radiance was like water. It was extremely cold and released a terrifying aura. Every saber gleam was like a Milky Way as it swept through the surroundings. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary was even more berserk. He was no longer the green dragon from before. Instead, he was the clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. Boundless black flames spread all over his body, releasing a scorching aura. Every strike of his terrifying black palm could pierce through the void. I admit that you're very strong and can beat most half-step kings. But against me, you have no chance of winning. Black Dragon Palm, die for me. The green dragon left emissary laughed nastily. The black veins on his palm shone brightly. He waved his palm, and a black flood dragon flew out of his palm and roared as it charged forward. Soon, it turned into a dragon-shaped palm. The palm directly shattered all the saber radiances in front of him. The terrifying palm was like a black demonic mountain, pressing down on Luo Bingshan. The palm had not yet arrived, but the scorching aura still made Luo Bingshan's black robe flutter. Luo Bingshan even felt an extremely hot aura, as if it was going to melt her. With a shout, Luo Bingshan released all her spiritual power and struck out with the 4th move of the 8 Ocean Abyss Blades. The shocking saber radiance tore through the void, releasing a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, another cold aura rushed over from behind her left. It was the right emissary. He took advantage of Luo Bingshan's attack to launch a sneak attack. Not good. Feeling this killing intent, Luo Bingshan's heart beat wildly. The Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat cried out in alarm. However, the right and left emissaries revealed a sinister smile. In their eyes, the opponent was dead for sure. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists cheered wildly. This was great. The demoness before them was finally going to be killed. The 2 clones of the Black Dragon sect leader charged toward Luo Bingshan, and it seemed like they were about to succeed. However, at this moment, a purple radiance descended from the sky and blocked the right emissary's path. This radiance was like a purple aura from the east, carrying boundless energy. It blocked the right emissary and resolved Luo Bingshan's crisis. Damn it! The right emissary roared crazily. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to kill to be blocked. This made him extremely furious. On the other hand, Luo Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Morong Qingqing had made her move. Sure enough, the purple cloud in the sky quickly transformed into a beautiful woman. This woman wore a purple dress and had a beautiful face. She was like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. She was none other than Morong Qingqing. When Luo Bingshan was in danger, she acted in time and blocked the right emissary. Another woman? This woman was dressed in a long purple dress. Her face was as beautiful as a fairy, and she looked otherworldly. She was Morong Qingqing. When Luo Bingshan was in danger, she intervened and stopped the right emissary. Another woman? The right emissary was shocked. He did not expect another young woman to intervene. He thought for a long time but could not figure out who the woman in purple was. However, when he saw her peerless face, a vicious grin appeared on his face. I did not expect such a beauty to exist in this world. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a hierarch's wife. Just follow me back obediently. Don't worry. As long as you obey me, I will let your companions go. Otherwise, I will tear them into pieces. Humph. Wishful thinking. Morong Qingqing snorted and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. In the next moment, a purple light gushed out from her body and spread out in all directions, forming a purple cloud. Between heaven and earth, countless purple lights surrounded her. It was as if a fairy had descended from the east. When the purple aura appeared, the scorching aura in the void weakened. I did not expect you to be so beautiful and powerful. But this is good. You are more suitable to be my wife. So, you should obey me. The right emissary laughed sinisterly and rushed toward Morong Qingqing. On the other side, Green Dragon's Wusher was fighting with Luo Bingshan again. Morong Qingqing snorted and took out the real Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal without hesitation. Then, she infused the power of her bloodline into it. Buzz, behind her, a purple phoenix shadow appeared. In the end, it formed two purple phoenix wings, wrapping around Morong Qingqing's body. The horrifying phoenix shadow also lingered around her. She waved her hand and a purple phoenix rushed out. It roared in the air and charged toward the right emissary. What? What a pure phoenix bloodline! The right emissary's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Then, he became ecstatic again. Good, good, good. I did not expect you to have such a pure bloodline power. I cannot let you go. Roar. In the next moment, the carefree right emissary let out a long howl. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Around him, 8 black lightning companions appeared, descending along with him. Every single black lightning bolt could kill a half-step king, and that terrifying aura made everyone despair. 8 black thunderbolts surrounded the carefree right emissary and bombarded in all directions. This scene was too terrifying. Every single bolt of lightning could kill a half-step king. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial practitioners, as well as the Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat in the distance, all revealed terrified expressions. In the face of this black lightning, they had no power to resist at all. Especially Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin. They were worried about the safety of Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Boom, a black thunderbolt shot out at a high speed towards Morong Qingqing, exploding right next to her. The terrifying lightning illuminated the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Morong Qingqing's expression also changed. She let out a shout and quickly used the cosmic battle armor to cover her entire body. At the same time, she crazily pushed the Phoenix Phantom behind her. Suddenly, the blue starry sky armor appeared and covered her entire body. Only her beautiful eyes could be seen. Not only that, the huge phoenix behind her spread its wings and enveloped Morong Qingqing. Boom, Morong Qingqing took the attack of the black lightning head-on and was immediately forced back. However, with the cosmic battle armor reducing the damage by 70% and the protection of the Phoenix Phantom, she did not suffer any injuries this time. Only the chi and blood in her body kept on rolling. What? She blocked it. The carefree right emissary was shocked. He did not expect the opponent to be able to block his black lightning attack. One had to know that this was a black lightning that could kill a half-step king. The opponent was only a 9th celestial layer girl. How could she block it? No, that blue armor is very strange. It seems to be able to reduce the power by more than half. The carefree right emissary's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the cosmic battle armor. Then, a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Even I don't have such an armor. Where did this girl get it? I don't care. This treasure must be mine. Flames of greed appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. Even if he was the leader of the Black Dragon sect, he did not have such a thing. Even in the Sky Martial continent, there were not many of them. Moreover, in the remote Tiannan region, it was even more impossible to have one. Girl, hurry up and surrender. You can't resist at all. The carefree right emissary sneered again. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the few black lightning bolts around him surged rapidly like black dragons. Then, the sky resounded with the sound of thunder. The terrifying thunder shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Many people's minds went blank and they fell from the sky. The spiritual boat in the distance shone with incomparable light. The array on it was fully activated to resist the surging power. Inside the spiritual boat, Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin family were pale. They looked at the apocalyptic scene and were shocked. Fortunately, the spiritual boat's defense was very strong. It did not break through in a short time. Therefore, they were not hurt at all. Countless thunders exploded in the sky, flickering with incomparable energy, forcing Morong Qingqing to back off. Then, 7 black lightning bolts connected the heavens and the earth. They flew quickly towards Morong Qingqing and locked her in the sky. The 7 black lightning bolts shot towards the sky and formed a 7-pointed star cage, trapping Morong Qingqing in it. Sealed? That's great. The martial artists from the Black Dragon sect cheered when they saw the scene. The carefree right emissary sneered. He even crossed his arms and looked as if he was watching a show. How is it, girl? I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'd better go back with me obediently and be my wife. On the other side, Luo Bingshan saw the scene and shouted. She turned around to save Morong Qingqing. However, she was blocked by the green dragon left emissary. Hee, you'd better worry about yourself first. The green dragon left emissary sneered. His eyes were burning with passion. Countless black flames surged on his palm and formed a black dragon claw. Then, he clawed forward. Boom, the black dragon claw was very terrifying. It carried a monstrous power and tore through the void. 5 bull-sized black holes appeared. Black light flashed. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. She could only dodge quickly. However, the other party was very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to save Morong Qingqing. Boom, the black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It carried a monstrous power and instantly tore through the void. 5 bull-sized black holes even appeared. It flickered with a dark light. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge quickly. However, the opponent's speed was also very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to rescue him. The carefree envoy of the right had a sinister smile on his face. He stepped into the air and walked toward Morong Qingqing. Little girl, come with me obediently. He laughed sinisterly and stretched out a huge palm to grab Morong Qingqing. This time, Morong Qingqing shouted. A purple phoenix rushed out of her body and instantly roared in all directions. An extremely powerful energy surged out and blasted the carefree envoy of the right's hand, causing him to retreat. His palm even cracked, revealing eerie white bones on the balcony. You. Die. The carefree envoy of the right felt a stabbing pain and was extremely furious. His face immediately turned sinister. He did not expect the opponent to still have the strength to resist after being trapped by his 7 lightning bolts. Moreover, the power was so terrifying that it even pierced through his hand. This was too great. It was hard to believe. I don't believe you can last long. The carefree envoy of the right snorted with a sinister expression. Suddenly, several lightning bolts in the sky continuously bombarded. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing's expression was cold. She supported the purple phoenix and resisted with difficulty. Although she was not in danger for the time being, it would not be long before she was injured by the black lightning bolts. On the other side, Green Dragon Xianxia also used his great magic power and transformed into countless black flames. They formed a black flame cage and trapped Luo Bingshan inside. Ha 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 ha. Green Dragon Xianxia laughed loudly when he saw Luo Bingshan trapped and unable to escape. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists laughed wildly. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Subdued, we finally subdued the 2 troublesome enemies. As expected of the sect leader's clone. He's too powerful. The left and right envoys also sneered. Then, they no longer cared about Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In their opinion, the other party would not be able to hold on for long. It was better to trap and suppress them first. Therefore, the 2 of them turned around and stared at the spirit boat in the distance. The left and right messengers sneered before they slowly walked towards the spirit boat. The demonic abyss below was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely mysterious. And in this demon abyss, there was an extremely large spirit ship called the Black Earth. The Black Earth had existed in the demon abyss for countless years, but no one had ever known about it. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the demon abyss. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had been training on the Black Earth for a year. His entire body was surrounded by resplendent light and surging energy, making him look like a holy war god. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey had already woken up. After absorbing a large amount of demigod realm energy, the Dark Red Divine Dragon had successfully recovered to the King realm 2 months ago. He had become a 1-star King tier. This caused the Dark Red Dragon to become extremely excited during these 2 months. It constantly roared, causing the entire demon abyss to be filled with ghostly wails and howls. Fortunately, there weren't any cultivators nearby. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared to death. However, after being excited for 2 months, the Dark Red Divine Dragon was also tired. So, it was currently lying on the side listlessly. On the side, the Snow White Monkey was also hugging a spirit fruit and eating happily. It had also absorbed a lot of demigod crystals. Although it hadn't stepped into the King's scripture, the Dark Red Divine Dragon had tested it. With its current strength, it was still unable to completely subdue the monkey. This meant that the monkey was at least a King realm expert. This monkey is too strange. What species is it? Even I couldn't tell. The Dark Red Divine Dragon held its chin and was extremely displeased. On the side, the Black Earth was still attached to the broken sword. It floated in the sky and circled around the Snow White Monkey. To be honest, even he had a trace of suspicion and wasn't completely sure. I say, hey too, when will this brat wake up? It's already been a year. It's really boring to be cooped up in the spirit ship. The Dark Red Divine Dragon asked. During this year, it had already become familiar with the Black Earth. The Black Earth was just a slightly more powerful artifact spirit. It wasn't strange to the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Black Earth shook the broken sword and said, not necessarily. The Great Dragon Sword's soul is extremely mysterious. No one knows exactly how much strength he needs to enter the King realm. But I think it's about time. Perhaps he'll wake up in the next 1 or 2 months. The Black Earth spoke slowly. In the end, it looked at the Dark Red Divine Dragon and said, right, you should go out for a while. Your companions outside are in danger. You're saying that those 2 girls and the people on the spirit ship are in danger? The Dark Red Divine Dragon jumped up. It should be the Black Dragon sect that attacked them. Moreover, the situation is very bad. Damn, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? The Dark Red Divine Dragon was anxious. He knew that the people on the spirit ship were extremely important to Lin Xian. If anything happened, Lin Xian would definitely go berserk. At that time, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Sure enough, before he could move, Lin Xian, who had been cultivating at the side, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword that caused the entire space to tremble violently. Say it earlier if something like this happens next time. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he quickly stood up. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Only the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Black Earth who was floating in the air were left behind. It's a good thing that you said it. Otherwise, he would definitely tear your Black Earth apart. The Dark Red Divine Dragon sighed. He knew Lin Xian's temper very well and how important the people on the ship were to Lin Xian. The Black Earth shook his sword. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a temper. However, after half a day, he came back to his senses and said, yes, not bad. You're indeed a righteous person. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person. In the end, this fellow actually became happy again. Alright, I'll go take a look. The Dark Red Divine Dragon ignored the Black Earth and also left. Woogie the Snow White Little Monkey also jumped on the Dark Red Divine Dragon's back and hugged the spirit fruit, unwilling to let go. In the outside world, in the sky of Xia country, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were resisting with difficulty. Morong Qingqing's body was surrounded by a purple phoenix, resisting the 7 black lightning bolts around her. The 7 black lightning bolts kept shrinking and were now less than 5 feet away from her. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 feet away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flames, even if the falling ice mountain had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 meters away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flame, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. However, this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit boat behind them. Everyone on it was Lin family members. There was not a single venerable. If the formation on the spirit boat was broken, the people on it would be in danger. No. Luo Bingshan's eyes were filled with despair. How dare you? Morong Qingqing's face was also cold. She was so angry that her body trembled. She activated her bloodline power and bombarded the black lightning around her. However, no matter what she did, she could not move it at all. This made her feel powerless. She even bit her lip until it bled. Those were Lin Xian's family members. Before Lin Xian left, he had told her to protect them. But now, she had to watch the Lin family members suffer. How was she going to explain this to Lin Xian in the future? The left and right envoys sneered and slowly approached the spirit boat. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this spirit boat to be of such a high grade. It's actually a half-Earth rank artifact. And it's even a half-Earth rank artifact. The left and right envoys looked at the spirit boat and nodded. It seemed that they were very satisfied with this spirit boat. The formation on it is also very exquisite. Ordinary half-step kings can't break it. But now, that might not be the case, the two of them sneered. They were not ordinary half-step kings. They were the clones of the Black Dragon hierarch. Their strength was above that of half-step kings. Therefore, as long as they attacked with all their strength, breaking the formation would not be a problem. As for the Lin family members on it, they naturally did not care. In their eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. They just wanted to kill them. What they wanted was the spirit boat. Boom, the left envoy sneered and pressed his palm forward. Suddenly, a black palm surged out and slammed into the spirit boat. Wang, the formation on the spirit boat spun and flickered with dazzling light. It quickly resisted the attack. There was a violent explosion in the air, and the entire spirit boat shook violently. The Lin family clansmen inside were thrown to the side. Clan leader, what should we do? The members of the Lin clan were terrified. They could only look at Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect to fall into danger again after just escaping from the ice. If these people were killed, then the Lin family's bloodline would be cut off. However, as the head of the family, he could not afford to panic. Why are you panicking? This spirit boat is very magical, and the array formation on it is also very huge. They might not be able to break it. Furthermore, I believe that little Xian will definitely return. Hearing Old Master Lin's words, the surrounding Lin family members calmed down. Then, they clenched their fists and looked outside angrily through the array. Outside, Green Dragon Swasher was surprised after he struck out with his palm. He didn't expect the formation to be so powerful that it could withstand his attack. This array is so mysterious. I'm afraid it's not from the Tiannan region. Where did it come from? Could it be something from the Tianwu continent? Green Dragon Swasher's eyes flickered. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was possible. Only that place could create such an exquisite thing. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and take back the spirit boat. Carefree envoy Yu said in a deep voice. Then, a bolt of black lightning appeared in his palm again and quickly blasted forward. Rumble, the black lightning carried a monstrous force and struck the spirit boat, causing countless explosions. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them kept attacking the array formation on the spirit boat. Both of them were king's avatars and were extremely powerful. Now that they were attacking together, the array formation kept shaking. The light screen shook violently and looked like it would break at any moment. At the back, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were pale. They fought back frantically, trying to escape the cage. However, they couldn't break through the black dragon flame and the black lightning. They could only watch as the left and right envoys attacked. Crack! 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 Finally, under the intense attacks, the light screen on the spirit boat cracked like a mirror. Terrifying cracks crawled all over it. Not good. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces changed. They knew that things were going to get worse. Without the defense of the array formation, the Lin family members couldn't withstand a casual attack from the left and right envoys. On the spirit boat, the Lin family members' faces changed. They didn't expect the array formation to be broken. Even old Master Lin's face darkened. However, as the head of the Lin family, he still roared. The Lin family members aren't cowards. Even if we have to die, we will die in battle. Everyone, listen up. Pick up your weapons. Yes. The Lin family members behind him roared. At this moment, the wildness in their hearts rose. They took out their swords and sabers, ready to fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with us? The left and right envoys sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can defeat a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourselves. To be honest, they didn't care. The people in front of them were no different from ants. With a single finger, they could easily wipe out the entire Lin family. The left and right envoys looked down at the Lin family members as though they were looking at ants. As long as they used their strength, they could kill all of them. In the next moment, Green Dragon Swisher sneered and raised his arm. Just as the arm was about to land, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to the left. You're courting death. With a roar, Green Dragon Swisher didn't attack again. Instead, he slashed his palm to the left. Buzz, in the next moment, the void vibrated and a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had an ordinary face and held a long sword in his hand that emitted a cold light. However, at this moment, the middle-aged assassin's face was pale and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. His body swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. However, Green Dragon Swisher's palm was faster. Like a black dragon claw, it grabbed the assassin and crushed his head. Boom, like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Trying to sneak an attack on me? You're courting death. Green Dragon Swisher sneered and his face was full of disdain. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family martial artists were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even kill a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he couldn't even dodge a single attack from Green Dragon Swisher. He was killed directly. Looking at the scene before them, the Lin family martial artists on the spiritual boat in front were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked previously was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, in the hands of the left Green Dragon emissary, he could not even dodge a single attack. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Behind them, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan looked solemn. The left Green Dragon emissary sneered and attacked again. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared from the void and charged towards the left Green Dragon emissary and right emissary Xiaoyao respectively. Their appearance was very sudden, as though they were ghosts. The aura on their bodies was even sharper. It was as though they had become one with the long sword in their hands, forming a killing sword that exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura was so intense that it materialized into rays of light that surrounded their bodies. Those who were proficient in assassination knew that this murderous aura was too terrifying. It was formed from countless battles and blood. It had a terrifying aura. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to resist this aura at all. Just this murderous aura alone could destroy the opponent's willpower and soul. In the next instant, the 2 of them turned into shocking rays of light and stabbed towards the left and right emissaries. However, the left and right emissaries sneered. They already knew that there were people beside them. When they saw the other party attack, they snorted in disdain. Buzz! 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 The 2 long swords turned into cold rays of light and stabbed respectively. However, they stopped 3 meters in front of them. It was as though they had been grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and could not move forward at all. Ants will always be ants. Even if it's an assassination, you won't stand a chance. Emissary Xiaoyao sneered in disdain and pointed his finger. Poof. Poof, the bodies of the two five-star assassins split open and turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. In the face of two king avatars, they had no power to resist at all. Ah? They're all dead. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family members' eyes were filled with shock and despair when they saw this. They did not expect that the three five-star assassins who had been protecting them would be killed so easily. Were they really at the end of the road? Alright, the game is over. You have no more tricks up your sleeves. Now, I'll send you on your way. The carefree right emissary grinned as countless lightning bolts surged out of his palm and circled around his fingertips. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. No. Luo Bingshan frantically shook his head. Everyone, listen up. Kill. Old Master Lin shouted angrily as he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. The Lin clansmen behind him also had resolute expressions on their faces. Even if they were to die in battle, they absolutely could not disgrace the Lin clan's reputation. Lin Xian, come quickly. Morong Qingqing screamed as tears streamed down her face. Ha 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 ha. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape death. This is the fate of an ant. The carefree right emissary laughed arrogantly, then quickly pressed his palm down. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and terrifying energy exploded in the air. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan had already closed their eyes. They did not dare to look anymore. As for the Lin clan members behind them, they were all prepared to die in battle. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and landed in front of the Lin clan members. He then threw a punch. Boom, in the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The scream was extremely miserable, and it did not even sound like it came from a human. What? The Lin clan members were all stunned as they realized that the scream did not come from their clan members. Then, they looked forward and froze on the spot. Some of them even began to tremble, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. As for the green dragon left emissary, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and their tightly shut eyes quickly opened. This was because they knew that the situation seemed to have changed. Indeed, in the next moment, they looked into the distance and were all stunned. Even Morong Qingqing stopped crying and smiled, revealing her beautiful face. In front of the spiritual boat in the air, a figure stood. It was a very young man, who looked to be in his 20s. However, at this moment, he was standing in the air, emitting a cold aura, like a god of slaughter. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. They were like two peerless swords, sweeping in all directions. It was him who had sent the right emissary flying with a punch. Who are you? At the side, the green dragon left emissary looked at the young man with a gloomy gaze. I don't care who you are. If you dare to hurt me, I'll kill you. In the distance, the right emissary flew over quickly. His face was extremely ferocious, and he was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. The previous blow had severely injured him, and his entire right arm was completely smashed. At this moment, he held his weak right arm and rushed over quickly. His eyes were like a sword, and he did not hide his murderous aura. Lin Xian. Master. Xiao Xian. Exclamations filled the air, and those voices were filled with shock and joy. That's right, the young man who looked like a god of swords was Lin Xian. When he knew that the Lin family and Morong Qingqing were in danger, he immediately rushed out of the black earth and finally arrived at the last moment. Grandfather, second uncle, and the rest of the family. Don't worry. With me around, they won't hurt you. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately set up another array on the spiritual boat, completely protecting the Lin family. At this moment, the dark red dragon left emissary appeared. It waved its dragon claws and instantly rescued Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Then, the three figures swayed and came to Lin Xian's side. You're injured. Take these quickly. Lin Xian took out a few elixirs and gave them to Luo Bingshan and Morong Qingqing. Then, he looked at Morong Qingqing again and gently wiped the tears on her face. He said softly, I've made you worry. You really scared me to death. Morong Qingqing grumbled as she smiled through her tears. Lin Xian also felt guilty, so he reached out and gently hugged Morong Qingqing in his arms, comforting her quickly. At the side, Luo Bingshan and the Lin family members behind him were all smiles. However, the left and right emissaries in front of them had dark expressions. This was because they realized that the people in front of them had completely ignored them. That's right, ignored them. The other party didn't care about them at all. The two of them didn't even look at them. This kind of neglect was even worse than contempt. The left and right emissaries, who had always been arrogant, couldn't tolerate it at all. Moreover, they were the clones of the Black Dragon sect's leader, who in the world dared to ignore them, and now, the young man in front of them really dared to treat them like this. Therefore, they swore that they would definitely kill the other party to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Brat, no matter who you are, you'll die for injuring me. The carefree right emissary's voice was unusually ferocious. Beside him, the green dragon left emissary didn't say anything, but his cold eyes were also fixed on Lin Xian. Brat, no matter who you are, since you dared to injure me, you must die. Carefree right emissary's voice was exceptionally malevolent. On the side, green dragon left emissary did not speak, but his cold eyes were also firmly staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian creased his brows and looked at the two, saying in a deep voice, left and right emissaries? To be honest, he was somewhat surprised, because the left and right emissaries he knew were not like this. Moreover, the other party's aura was too strange, far beyond that of a half-step king. No wonder Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan could not beat him. Because no half-step king could beat this kind of aura. They are not the left and right emissaries, but the doppelgangers of the Black Dragon hierarch. Morong Qingqing explained. The real left and right emissaries were already dead. Their bodies had been stolen, and their doppelgangers had been sent down. Therefore, their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian, you must be careful. King's doppelgangers? No wonder. Lin Xian came to a realization as he stared ahead with a piercingly cold gaze. Regardless of whether you two are doppelgangers or something else, since you've touched my bottom line, you two must die today. What? You want us to die? Ridiculous. The left and right emissaries sneered. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Idiot. We're not half-step kings, but true kings' doppelgangers. Kneel down obediently and offer me the treasures and beauties, and I can spare your little life. Otherwise, all of you will die. Humph. Just two doppelgangers, what's there to be arrogant about? The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully. Back then, even your true bodies were slapped away, let alone you two. What? You slapped away our true bodies? Hearing these words, the left and right emissaries were shocked. Everyone else was stunned. Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Lin family members were all stunned. These two's true bodies were the Black Dragon hierarch, they were true kings, and this dark red dragon before them had actually slapped away a king. What was going on? They had no idea that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already met the Black Dragon sect's leader. Therefore, these people were extremely shocked, and the 20 people around them were even more shocked. Who are you? The left green dragon envoy coldly snorted. Although it was only a clone, his soul was connected to the Black Dragon religious leader. Therefore, he could naturally sense a familiar aura from Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Humph, little black flood dragon, don't you remember? Back then, I easily sent you flying with a slap. Hearing this, the faces of the left and right messengers darkened. Suddenly, their pupils shrank as if they had thought of something. They pointed at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, trembling non-stop. It's you. It's you. It looks like you've remembered? Lin Xian looked ahead with a cold smile. Is it really you guys? Great. Ha 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 ha. I thought that the great dragon sword spirit had gone far away and was not fated with me in this life. I didn't expect you guys to come knocking on my door. Since that's the case, I'll take it. The left and right envoys were too excited because they had already remembered what had happened previously. The young man and the dark red snake in front of them were the people who had fought with their true bodies for the great dragon sword spirit. In other words, these two people had the great dragon sword spirit, If they could capture these two people, they would definitely be able to obtain the great dragon sword spirit. Thinking of this, the left and right envoy's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Not only that, but the black dragon sex leader, who was far away in the horizon, also moved personally and flew over as if he had gone mad. He had already missed the chance to obtain the great dragon sword spirit once, so he would definitely not miss it this time. On the other side, the left and right envoys also unleashed extremely powerful auras as they quickly charged toward Lin Xian. At this moment, their eyes were filled with madness. They had already received orders from the black dragon sex leader. No matter what, they had to take down Lin Xian. Even if they could not do so, they had to drag it out until the black dragon sex leader arrived. Lin Xian, be careful. Seeing the two rushing over, Murong Qingqing anxiously shouted. Lin Xian patted Murong Qingqing's back and comforted her. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then, he took a step forward, and an extremely powerful aura immediately surged out from his body. This year of cultivation had greatly increased his strength. Although he had not reached the true king realm, he had already surpassed the half-step king realm. Even if he was facing two king realm clones now, he was still not afraid. In the next moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god, and his entire body was surrounded by terrifying sword qi. Countless sword qi surged in the surroundings, causing the entire void to distort. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his arm and pointed out. Instantly, a ray of light shot out like an angry dragon. This was an earth-rank martial art, void-shattering finger. At this moment, it was executed by Lin Xian, and it was extremely terrifying. The dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it endless sounds of wind and thunder. It even pierced through the void. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out as the void-shattering finger fiercely collided with the right emissary's shoulder, instantly piercing through it. Ah! The right emissary immediately stopped and roared towards the sky with an incomparably ferocious expression. His entire body was trembling. Previously, Lin Xian had shattered his entire right arm, and now, his left shoulder was pierced through. In other words, his entire left arm was crippled. Now that both his arms were crippled, his battle prowess had greatly decreased. Not only that, bright red blood quickly flowed along his arm and dripped into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked because they all knew the right emissary's strength. He had already surpassed the half-step king realm, however, such a terrifying existence was actually heavily injured by Lin Xian with a single finger. This was simply unbelievable. Especially the left emissary, whose eyelids were twitching. Damn it! What level has this kid reached? His strength is actually so powerful? To be honest, he was simply too shocked. It should be known that even a half-step king would be powerless before them. But now, the opponent's single finger had caused such a terrifying aura. This meant that the opponent's strength was definitely above the half-step king realm. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The right emissary roared with an incomparably ferocious expression. He no longer cared about his shoulder that had been pierced through. Instead, he turned into a black beam of light and charged at Lin Xian. Not only that, his body was also burning with a terrifying black flame, causing the entire void to distort and melt. Although he had lost both his arms, the right emissary had become even more terrifying. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. His right leg was like a dragon as it quickly kicked out. Immediately, the void in front of him was completely shattered. The power of this kick was too violent, like an ancient demonic mountain, directly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the other party dared to make a move on his family, then he would have to face his boundless rage. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal and a sky rock shadow appeared in his palm. Then, Lin Xian fiercely pressed forward. Sky Rock Dragon. Lin Xian used the Sky Rock Dragon technique and directly transformed into an ancient demonic beast that quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and burst out with a powerful energy wave. It was like a raging sea that constantly slammed in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian's body was covered by the starry sky battle armor. As for the rest, they were handed over to the dark red divine dragon. The other party was now a true king, so this bit of power was nothing to him. Therefore, with a wave of his dragon claw, everyone was protected. In the next moment, a scream suddenly came from the void, and there was also the sound of bones shattering. Obviously, the outcome of the battle had been decided after one blow. The carefree right emissary was extremely ferocious. His entire right leg was completely broken, and his face was extremely twisted. "Ah, kid, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." The black flames on his body burned even brighter. In the end, his entire body turned into a monstrous black flame and charged toward Lin Xian. "Die." A ferocious voice came from the black flame. Lin Xian coldly snorted and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a sharp sword light slashed forward. Puff, the sword slashed out with incomparable sharpness. In the next moment, the black flame was instantly cut in half. Even the aura of the great dragon sword spirit that was contained within it directly extinguished the remaining black flame. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill the carefree right emissary in just a split second. This method was too terrifying. One had to know that the carefree right emissary was an existence that surpassed the half-step king realm. Moreover, he was a king's clone. He was extremely terrifying. However, he was killed by this young man in front of them with a single slash. This ending was something that they had never dreamed of in their entire lives. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect this young man to be so powerful. His strength had already surpassed them. This made him feel a sense of despair. However, the Black Dragon sect master had ordered them to stall the person before them no matter what. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a black flood dragon, covering the entire sky. "Brat, so what if you're strong? Against a true king, you'll definitely die. Just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Then, it will be the time of your death." The black flood dragon roared in all directions. Then, the huge black dragon in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless black flames that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. There were black flames everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It could be said that the entire space had been sealed. Even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Only a true king would be able to break through the void. This method was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was trapped here, they probably wouldn't be able to get out. However, this time, the Black Dragon hierarch was wrong. He had absolutely underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had already surpassed that of a half-step king. Moreover, he had many methods at his disposal. Breaking this seal could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, they had the dark red dragon behind them, which had already reached the realm of a true king. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about this seal in the slightest. "Let's go back to the spirit boat." Lin Xian brought Morong Qingqing and the others back to the spirit boat. Then, he raised his hand and set up several arrays. "Ruffian dragon, it's up to you." The next moment, the dark red divine dragon roared, and a red dragon's shadow rushed out, instantly breaking through the black flame cage that was set up around them. Not only that, the dragon waved its claw, and hundreds of rays of light flew out, instantly killing the remaining Black Dragon sect martial artists. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a bright red mist of blood. The dark red dragon led the way in front, leading Lin Xian and the others into the demonic abyss. On the other side, the Black Dragon sect master was like a bolt of black lightning, rapidly flying through the sky. He was extremely anxious, because the great dragon sword soul was such a good opportunity that he absolutely could not miss it. Moreover, according to the information from his doppelganger, he had already set up the omnidirectional sealing array, completely sealing Lin Xian and the others. This made him inwardly heave a sigh of relief. One had to know that the array was formed by his black dragon flames, and no one below the realm of king could break it. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not a true king, they would not be able to break out. This gave him time and opportunity. "Just wait, the great dragon sword soul will definitely be mine. When I obtain the great dragon sword soul, not to mention the Tiannan region, even the Tianwu continent will not be my match. The entire world will be mine. Ha 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 ha." The Black Dragon sectmaster's black robes fluttered, and he let out a sinister laugh before quickly disappearing into the sky. On the other side, the dark red dragon led the spirit boat into the incomparably mysterious demonic abyss. This is the demonic abyss? The incomparably mysterious demonic abyss? Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, and the others were shocked. They did not dare to believe that they had actually entered the demonic abyss. During this period of time, they naturally knew that the reason why the Xia country had undergone such earth-shattering changes was because of this demonic abyss. It was said that this demonic abyss was incomparably mysterious, and only the Black Dragon sectmaster could enter. Once others entered, they would not be able to leave alive. Who would have thought that they would actually be able to enter safely? On the side, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were even more shocked. As Ninth Heaven Venerables, their strength was not inferior to that of a half-step king, so they naturally knew what the previous battle meant. It meant that Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon's strength had definitely surpassed that of a half-step king. This was especially true for the Black Dragon sect's Divine Dragon, which even carried an aura that caused their hearts to tremble. Morong Qingqing was even more shocked because this aura could only be felt from the ancestor of the Morong clan. This was the aura of a king. Ruffian dragon, you've entered the king realm and become a king? Morong Qingqing's eyes widened. She did not dare to believe it. Of course. What do you think, little girl? Are you scared? The dark red dragon laughed wildly and was extremely pleased with himself. It could be said that recovering to the king realm was the most satisfying thing for him during this period of time. Morong Qingqing was speechless, while Lin Xian's face darkened as he pulled the dark red dragon to the side. Ignore this fellow. This fellow just entered the king realm and wants nothing more than for the whole world to know. Of course. After recovering to the king realm, my strength has increased greatly. In the future, I'll beat up whoever I don't like. Kid, if you dare to be rude to me again, do you believe that I won't beat you up as well? You can try. If you really do it, then don't even think about the subdivine crystal in the future. Lin Xian shrugged and didn't care at all. F***CK. Kid, you win. I'll endure it. The dark red dragon instantly lost his temper. He still had to rely on the subdivine crystal to recover, so he naturally couldn't beat up Lin Xian. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing was speechless. Why did it sound like entering the king realm was an extremely easy thing to do? The sky was dark, blood red, and had a strong pungent smell. This was the battlefield from before. At this moment, there were still remnants of violent energy and inextinguishable sword intent in the air. The entire scene was like an azure hell. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a black light flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Behind him was a large amount of air waves and boundless black flames. Whoosh, in the next instant, the black light figure arrived near the sky. This figure was tall, at least 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe with a fierce black dragon drawn on it. This was the Black Dragon Hierarch. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face immediately turned gloomy, and the black flames on his body burned rapidly. Where are they? The Black Dragon Hierarch did not care about the dead Black Dragon Hierarch. Instead, he quickly looked for Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. However, after looking around, he did not find them. Impossible. Didn't they say that those people were trapped by the 10-directional absolute ceiling formation? How could they be gone? The Black Dragon Hierarch frowned, but in the next moment, he noticed something strange in front of him. This is 10-directional absolute ceiling formation. It was actually broken. How is this possible? His eyes were like lightning as he carefully looked ahead. There were traces of the formation being broken, but the entire formation had long disappeared. The Black Dragon Hierarch naturally knew what this meant. It meant that the other party had broken the formation. But this shouldn't be. This formation was formed by his Black Dragon flames, and those below the king level could not break it. How did the other party do it? Could it be because of the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Thinking of this, the Black Dragon Hierarch's expression changed. He was very angry that the other party had escaped, but there was also a trace of joy in his heart. This time, he had finally seen the power of the great dragon sword soul. Even such a powerful formation could be broken by the great dragon sword soul. If he obtained it, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. As expected of an offensive Saint Art, its combat power was indeed shocking. Kid, you're just a small mortal. You don't deserve the great dragon sword soul. Only I can unleash the true strength of the great dragon sword soul. The black dragon hierarch snorted, then turned around and left quickly. Looking at the direction he was heading, he should be heading to the demon abyss. This was because he knew that the last time he saw Lin Xian and the dark red dragon was in the demon abyss. This person had entered the demon abyss and yet was able to come out alive. This meant that this person must have grasped some secret that he didn't know about. That was why he was sure that the other party had gone to the devil abyss this time. That was because the devil abyss contained subdivine crystals that could even tempt kings. That's good too. When I kill you all, not only will I obtain the great dragon sword soul, but I will also obtain the subdivinity crystal. This is killing two birds with one stone. Brat, wash your neck and wait for me. The black dragon religious leader laughed nastily and instantly disappeared. On the other side, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the other members of the Lin family entered the black earth. When they saw the corpses of the invincible kings and the substandard divine crystals on the ground, they all opened their mouths wide and froze on the spot. Heavens, who are these people? Their auras are too terrifying. Old Master Lin's beard curled up. Yeah. Second Uncle Lin also sighed emotionally. The auras of these people far surpassed that of the Black Dragon cult master. It could be said that these were the true peerless experts. However, such a powerful person had actually been killed. This was simply too mystical and strange. Especially Morong Qingqing, who was even more shocked. One had to know that she had seen many kings, but none of them could compare to the corpses of the kings here. Not to mention the Black Dragon cult master, even all the kings of the Sky Martial continent combined could not compare to that aura. Just who are these people? Are they still kings? Morong Qingqing's heart trembled. They are invincible kings. Lin Xian gave a simple introduction. Then, everyone learned about invincible kings, the 9 realms, and the true spirit world. After that, they were extremely shocked. To be honest, they had never heard of this information before. Old Master Lin and the others had always thought that the Sky South region was the entire world. However, they did not expect that the Sky Martial continent would appear, and now the true spirit world would appear. That was the real big world, and the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent that they were in were just 2 islands. It had to be said that the impact was too strong. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes blinked. She knew more than Old Master Lin and the others. She knew that there was an even wider world outside the Sky Martial continent. However, she did not expect that world to be so mysterious and their continent to be so small. Furthermore, the legend of the Great Emperor had shocked her even more. Moreover, when she saw the subdivine crystal on the ground, she was even more shocked. Originally, she thought that after obtaining a subdivine crystal, she would be able to use it when she entered the king realm. However, she did not expect that there would be a ground here. Everyone felt that their heads were about to explode. Although the subdivine crystal is mysterious, it is best not to use it casually if it is not a king crystal. Lin Xian said solemnly. However, he was different from the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was originally a king. This time it was only recovering its strength. As for Lin Xian, he had absorbed the power of the subdivine crystal and gave it to the great dragon sword spirit. His body did not absorb it. Therefore, it did not affect him from becoming a king. However, others could not use it casually. Fortunately, there were not only subdivine crystals here, there were also other natural treasures. Although there were not many, they were all top-notch. After making arrangements for Old Master Lin and the others, Lin Xian began to think about his next step. The first was martial Dao. Since he already knew the 9 realms, he would continue to walk on the path of martial Dao. His goal was to become a great emperor. The second was to settle the matter of the Tiannan region. As long as he got rid of the Black Dragon sect leader and uprooted the Black Dragon sect, the Tiannan region would regain its peace. However, Lin Xian had already decided that even if he got rid of the Black Dragon sect, he would not immediately bring the Lin family members to the Sky Martial continent. Because there was still a powerful enemy in the Sky Martial continent, the Duan family. Therefore, he would wait until he got rid of the Duan family before bringing Old Master Lin and the others to the Sky Martial continent. At that time, his father would probably come out of seclusion. At that time, his family would be reunited. After that, he would leave the Sky Martial continent and go to the real Great World. However, he still lacked the energy to activate the Black Earth. This was also one of the things that gave him a headache. Forget it, the most important thing now is to increase my strength and get rid of the Black Dragon sect leader first. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and started to absorb the subdivine crystal again. In his body, the great dragon sword spirit quickly swam around, crazily absorbing the power of the subdivine crystal in order to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this period, the subdivine crystal on the ground decreased rapidly. The dark red divine dragon had a pained expression. Damn brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I did not expect the great dragon sword spirit to have so much energy after entering the king realm. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb the subdivinity crystals again. The great dragon sword soul quickly swam within his body and madly absorbed the energy of the subdivinity crystals to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this time, the subdivinity crystals on the ground rapidly decreased. The dark red dragon had a pained expression. Damn, that damned brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He Tu floated in the air and spoke in a deep voice. To be honest, this scene was also beyond He Tu's expectations. Originally, the Black Earth had enough subdivinity crystals, but after Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's absorption, there wasn't much left. And now, Lin Xian had absorbed a large portion of it, so there wasn't much left. Even so, Lin Xian still didn't wake up. Moreover, there wasn't any king realm aura coming from his body. Forget it, we can't help at all. We can only wait patiently, He Tu said slowly. Then, everyone waited patiently for the result. After another 10 days, a deep dragon roar finally came from Lin Xian's body. This dragon roar was very majestic, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the dark red dragon was startled, and the blood in its body quickly boiled. This was too inconceivable. After all, the dark red dragon was a dragon, and a member of the divine dragon clan. The bloodline in its body was extremely high, and there were very few who could rival it. But now, this dragon's roar made it tremble with fear. He Tu shouted excitedly, the great dragon sword soul has awakened. It's finally awakened. Only by entering the king realm would the great dragon sword soul be truly awakened. It was too excited because it had once followed a successor of the great dragon sword, so it naturally knew the true power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul within Lin Xian's body had finally entered the king realm. This caused boundless hope to rise in He Tu's heart. Fortunately, it had broken through. Otherwise, the remaining subdivinity crystals wouldn't be able to support it for long. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was boundless sword light flickering in his eyes. Wang, a green dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Back off. Everyone, follow me. Seeing this, He Tu shouted loudly. Fortunately, the members of the Lin family were all cultivating elsewhere. Only Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey were in the hall. These people were all experts. When they heard He Tu's call, they immediately retreated. Then, He Tu controlled the remaining half of the sword and waved it in the air, forming a light formation that completely enveloped them. In front of him, Lin Xian's dragon sword shadow started to tremble rapidly. Then, countless green lights surged in and formed a green dragon sword domain. This domain wasn't too big. It only had a radius of 10 feet. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even the dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. F***ck, it can't be, how can it be so powerful? He Tu shouted excitedly, that's right, great dragon sword soul. The dragon sword domain has finally been formed. The great dragon sword soul was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was an offensive saint art that could simplify and simulate everything. Its combat power could be said to be incomparably powerful. The first generation successor of the dragon sword became the great emperor Xianxia. He swept through the 8 barren lands and ruled over 10,000 races. He could be said to be a figure that could crush all ancient times. After him, the second and third generation successors of the dragon sword didn't become great emperors. However, they were also sword saints whose names shook the world. According to the ancient records, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached the great success stage wasn't a great emperor. However, his combat power was incomparably powerful and could even be compared to a great emperor. This was too terrifying. One had to know that He too was an ancient hero. No one in the world could defeat him. He was a true overlord. However, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached the great success stage was actually comparable to a great emperor in terms of combat power. This was shocking news. This kind of combat power was heaven-defying. No wonder the great dragon sword was called an offensive saint art. And now, Lin Xian was this generation's successor of the dragon sword. Moreover, he had already awakened the great dragon sword to the king realm. In front of him, Lin Xian also slowly stood up. He looked at the dragon sword domain around him and smiled. This is the king domain? How magical! How powerful! With a thought, the domain around him quickly revolved. Countless green sword shadows flew out and instantly turned into a green dragon that circled around him. With a light wave of his hand, the azure dragon trembled and turned into a huge phoenix, born from the flames. The phoenix flew high and then turned into a white tiger. It pounced and swooped down. Finally, it turned into a black tortoise that suppressed the surroundings. These weren't real ancient divine beasts. They were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, which was the current dragon sword domain. Every one of them had to be lifelike as if they were real. Their power was even more powerful. This kind of method was heaven-defying. Not only that, Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain to evolve all kinds of things. The attack power of each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Xian was now like a god of war. His sharpness was unstoppable. With a thought, Lin Xian recalled the dragon sword domain. Then, the great dragon sword soul also turned into a ray of light and entered his body. Middle stage venerable realm. Lin Xian took a look and found that his cultivation had also risen by a small realm. He had reached the mid-stage venerable realm. He was very satisfied with this result. At least now, he could fight against a 1-star king. As for a 2-star king, he didn't know. Because he knew very well that after reaching the king realm, the gap between each realm was even greater. Compared to the venerable realm, the gap was more than 10 times or 100 times greater. It was impossible for an ordinary king realm cultivator to challenge someone of a higher realm. However, Lin Xian wasn't necessarily so. The great dragon sword soul's attack power was too powerful. It made everyone tremble. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw the dragon sword domain, the dark red dragon, Xianxia, and the others quickly rushed over. "Kid, you finally succeeded." The dark red dragon shouted excitedly. Xianxia asked, "Lin Xian, are you a king realm cultivator now?" "I can't be considered a king realm cultivator. I just have a king realm domain." Lin Xian explained, "My current cultivation is still at the mid-stage venerable realm. However, my battle prowess has reached the 1-star king realm." Hearing this, the corners of Xianxia and Luo Bingshan's mouths twitched. Such a powerful venerable realm cultivator, Lin Xian was probably the first one in history. He too checked and found that there were only 108 subdivine crystals left. Lin Xian didn't use these subdivine crystals. Instead, he carefully sealed them and left them for Xianxia and the Lin family to use in the future. Now, it's time to deal with the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with coldness. "Are we going to beat up that black dragon?" "Count me in." The dark red dragon was very excited. "Alright, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded, then left the black earth with the dark red dragon. This time, it was only the two of them, and they didn't bring anyone else. After all, the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king, and this was a battle between kings. It would be very dangerous for anyone below the king level to go. Morong Qingqing naturally knew this, so she nodded obediently and stayed on the Black Earth to cultivate. Her main goal now was to enter the king level as soon as possible so that she could catch up to Lin Xian. To be honest, Morong Qingqing's talent was extraordinary, especially her bloodline power. Even He Tu was shocked for a long time when he saw it. In fact, when He Tu saw Morong Qingqing for the first time, he even screamed. There probably weren't many people with such pure phoenix bloodline in the entire true spirit world. He Tu had been following the 4th-generation successor of the dragon sword, so his experience was very unique. Although he didn't have the phoenix bloodline cultivation method, with his experience, he could give Morong Qingqing some very good suggestions. Therefore, in the past half-year, Morong Qingqing's cultivation and strength had increased rapidly. It could be said that she was making rapid progress. In addition, Luo Bingshan and the people of the Lin clan had also improved greatly. Compared to half a year ago, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Above the devil abyss, a black figure sat cross-legged. He emitted a powerful aura. He was the Black Dragon Sect's leader. This time, the Black Dragon Sect's leader was exceptionally patient. Even after waiting for half a year, he still didn't leave. Because the Great Sword Soul was too tempting. It was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world, and no one wouldn't be tempted. Inside the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon had also left the Black Earth and were flying towards the outside world. That guy was outside. As soon as they left the Black Earth, the Dark Red Dragon sensed a powerful aura above. This aura was extremely powerful, and even Lin Xian should have sensed it. He knew that in the entire Southern Heaven region, only the Black Dragon Sect's leader could emit such an aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew towards the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the sky. The Black Dragon religious leader suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying rays of light appeared in his eyes. You're finally out. He was really too excited because he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to show up. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. If he could capture the other party, then the Great Dragon Sword Spirit would be his. Obediently hand over the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and I can spare your life. The Black Dragon Sect leader's voice was cold. You want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? What wishful thinking. Today, I'm here to deal with you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. Deal with me? Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon Sect's leader seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed coldly in disdain. Brat, you're just a puny venerable one. To think that you dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you know what level I am at? I'm a king. The incomparably powerful king of the heavens and the earth. How dare you say you want to kill me? What a joke. Ignorant. The Black Dragon Sect's leader sneered in disdain. What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just a 1-star king? If I could send you flying back then, I can still beat you up now. The Dark Red Dragon snorted coldly. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You're courting death. What did you say? Hearing this, the Black Dragon Sect's leader's face darkened. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless black flames jumped on his body, distorting the surrounding void. It's you. You're that dragon. When the Black Dragon Sect's leader saw the Dark Red Dragon, his pupils constricted, and his expression became extremely ugly. Previously, he was sent flying by the Dark Red Dragon's slap. Now that he thought about it, the anger in his heart burned even more. However, when he sensed the other party's cultivation, he immediately laughed maniacally. 1-star king. You're also just a 1-star prince. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. If I catch you and eat your dragon essence and dragon blood, then I'll evolve into a real dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Not only did they send me the Great Dragon Sword Soul, but they also sent me a divine dragon. From now on, I am a true member of the Divine Dragon clan. The Black Dragon Sect's leader was too excited. He looked at Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon as though he was looking at the most precious treasure. His eyes emitted a terrifying light. Humph, you're courting death. Let me deal with it. The dark red dragon snorted coldly and instantly charged out. Like a blood-colored longsword, it quickly streaked across the void and attacked the black dragon sex leader. Humph! Go to hell! The black dragon sex leader roared into the sky. Instantly, countless black dragon flames surged rapidly on his body, forming two huge palms that slapped forward. Not only that, but within 100 feet of him, countless seas of fire formed, emitting a terrifying aura. King's domain. This was the black dragon sex leader's domain, the black flame domain. The black flame domain emitted a blazing black light, dyeing the entire void into boundless darkness. If other martial artists were here, they would definitely be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground and tremble non-stop. The aura emitted by the black flame domain was too terrifying. No one below the king realm could withstand it. Two huge black flame palms glided in the air. Countless black lightning bolts surged rapidly in the palms like huge black dragons. These black lightning bolts and the two huge black palms rapidly blasted towards the dark red dragon as though they were going to smash it into pieces. The dark red dragon snorted coldly and let out a shocking dragon roar. Instantly, a red light soared around him. These rays of light enveloped his body, making him look like a bolt of red lightning. He was extremely sharp. Boom! Boom, boom. Dozens of black lightning bolts descended and blasted the red light, emitting deafening thunder sounds. However, none of the black lightning bolts could break through the red light. In other words, these black lightning bolts did not harm the dark red dragon at all. In an instant, the dark red dragon arrived beside the black dragon sex leader. Boom, a red dragon claw stretched out. It was extremely sharp and instantly shattered the two huge black palms. Moreover, it charged towards the black dragon sex leader in an even more violent manner. You're courting death. The black dragon sex leader was enraged. He had never been threatened like this before. His body glowed with a sharp black light. Countless black flames danced. Combined with the black flame domain, an extremely terrifying power erupted. Black dragon soaring sky. With a cold shout, the countless black flames in the black flame domain immediately condensed into a huge black wave, quickly surging towards the dark red divine dragon. Boom! In the next moment, the two of them collided with a terrifying sound. A flood dragon and a dragon started fighting. Damn it! Impossible! How can you be so strong? Not long after, the black dragon patriarch roared furiously. Because he realized that his black flame domain was being suppressed. His opponent was like a red sword that was constantly attacking him, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his opponent was just a one-star king like him. However, the strength it displayed was much stronger than his. It could be said that he was being completely beaten up. Humph. You're just a flood dragon that has just entered the king realm. How can you use your full strength? You're the ant before me. Watch how I beat you up. The dark red dragon snorted in disdain and then quickly waved its claws. One fierce attack after another slammed into the black flame domain, causing it to be pushed back and shake violently. Damn it! Die for me! The black dragon patriarch roared furiously and used all his strength to counterattack, but he was still being suppressed. This caused him to hold back a ball of anger in his heart. It seemed that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. It would probably be very difficult for him to achieve his wish of absorbing dragon essence and dragon blood. However, in the next moment, he looked behind him and saw Xianxia standing there. The black dragon patriarch laughed wildly in his heart. Yes, this dark red dragon was powerful, but that kid was only a human, and he was only at the exalt realm. That kind of cultivation was like an ant before him. Up until now, the dark red dragon had not used the power of the great dragon sword soul. This meant that it was very likely that the great dragon sword soul was with that kid. Thinking of this, the black dragon patriarch's heart thumped wildly. The black dragon patriarch resisted the dark red dragon's attacks while looking at Xianxia in the distance with a savage smile. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. He would give up on the dragon essence and dragon blood and the dark red dragon and only take the great dragon sword soul. Black flame domain, netherworld transformation. The black dragon patriarch roared furiously, and the surrounding black flame domain started to churn. Countless terrifying auras dyed the entire sky black. Countless black dragon shadows rushed out and instantly enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Within the black flame domain, the black dragon religious leader sneered. After which, his figure flashed as he quickly retreated and charged towards Lin Xian. His plan was very simple. He only needed to use the black flame domain to trap the dark red divine dragon for a period of time while he himself charged towards Lin Xian. One move. He only needed one move to capture Lin Xian. At that time, he would immediately retreat and fly far away. He would only come out after he had grasped the great dragon sword soul. At that time, no one in the world would be his match. This idea was indeed very simple, and that was what he did. Therefore, when the black flame domain erupted and enveloped the dark red divine dragon, the black dragon religious leader took the initiative. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Die, brat! In the blink of an eye, the black dragon hierarch arrived in front of Lin Xian. His terrifying palm was like a dragon claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian's head, wanting to crush it. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Then, the sword chi on his body surged and condensed into a huge shield of sword light in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black dragon religious leader's palm ruthlessly slammed on the shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, a green sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It was very mighty and emitted a terrifying aura. The moment the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the black dragon religious leader's expression changed. This aura? Impossible, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Because this aura was too terrifying, it made him feel a sense of trepidation. This was the instinct of a martial artist to be able to predict danger. Therefore, the black dragon religious leader did not hesitate and quickly retreated. He did not know what was going on with this brat in front of him. Why was he emitting such a dangerous aura? However, he knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? In the next moment, the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly slashed out. As a king, the black dragon religious leader's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had retreated far away. However, the power of this sword strike was too great. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through space and chased after the black dragon religious leader as if it wanted to cut him in half. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the sky. The terrifying sword chi slashed down, bringing with it endless waves of air. It was as if the entire sky was cut in half. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped the black dragon religious leader. Ah! The black dragon religious leader let out a shrill scream. Then, a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Impossible, this is simply impossible. You're just a puny venerable one. How could you possibly hurt me? The black dragon religious leader's hair was disheveled as he roared madly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as if he had gone mad. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Because this had already exceeded his understanding. After all, as a king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Only king realm experts could harm him. Venerable ones below the king realm could not hurt him at all. In fact, they could not even break through his defense. However, a puny venerable one in front of him had actually injured him. This was simply too unbelievable. No, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. This is the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The black dragon religious leader understood. His eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand with a sinister smile on his face. Good. 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 As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It can actually allow a venerable one kid to possess such powerful strength. If I get it, I'll definitely be able to dominate the world. The black dragon religious leader revealed a sinister smile. He yearned to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul because its power was too powerful. However, right at this moment, the dark red dragon snorted coldly. He waved his dragon claw and broke through the black flame domain. Little flood dragon, you want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Go play somewhere else. Kid, this flood dragon is too boring. I'll give it to you. The dark red dragon retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. He knew Lin Xian's strength, so he wasn't worried. Don't be so arrogant. You just have the great dragon sword soul. Humph, with your cultivation, you can't unleash the true strength of the great dragon sword soul at all. Next, I'll let you know the true strength of a king realm expert. The black dragon religious leader snorted coldly. Since the dark red dragon wasn't going to make a move, things would be easier. He just had to use the black flame domain to kill the young man in front of him and seize the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the black flame domain returned to his side. It flickered with a pitch-black light. The black dragon religious leader shouted coldly as his body turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside him, the black flame domain burned fiercely, carrying an extremely terrifying energy. No one below the king realm could resist this kind of energy. Just as the black flame domain was about to envelop Lin Xian finally moved. His expression was cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow dodged, forming an incomparable sword light. Then, a green dragon sword domain quickly formed. Boom, the two domains collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Cracks formed in the surrounding space. King domain? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader was forced back, his expression extremely shocked. He looked at the dragon sword domain in front of him and exclaimed. There was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to believe that his opponent also had a king domain. One had to know that a king domain was an ability unique to kings. It was impossible for anyone below the king realm to have it, but now, a ninth heaven venerable had actually unleashed a king's domain. This was really hard for him to believe. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't dare to believe it. Illusion, damn it. This must be an illusion. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. With the black flame domain, his entire body was like a monstrous god fiend, emitting a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared in the black flame domain. He held it in his hand. I don't believe that you can condense a king domain. All of this is fake. Don't try to lie to me. Now, go to hell. The black dragon religious leader held the spear in his hand, and a terrifying power shook heaven and earth. A black spear shadow rushed forward like a huge dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the void. Today, I will let you experience the true power of the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian held the dragon sword soul in his hand, and the dragon sword domain surrounded his body. His entire body was like a sword saint, incomparably sharp. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions, and a loud dragon roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The black dragon religious leader's expression finally changed when the sword light rushed over. Only now did he know how terrifying the dragon sword soul was. Although Lin Xian was only a ninth heaven venerate, the might of this sword strike was really too terrifying. The power contained within it made the black dragon religious leader feel the threat of death. It did not seem to be a sword light, but an incomparably terrifying huge dragon. The violent energy it carried suppressed the black dragon religious leader to the point that he could not move. How is that possible? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader's body trembled slightly. He actually couldn't control this kind of terror. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear, yes, that's right, it's the feeling of fear. How many years had it been since he felt this way? But today, he felt it again in the hands of a 20-year-old youth. No. I don't believe it. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. Before the sword light descended, his body was finally able to move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly activated his black flame domain and formed 3 terrifying black palms that slapped towards the sky. As for himself, he quickly retreated. Boundless heat waves surged as the 3 terrifying black palms slapped towards the sky, colliding with the dragon-shaped sword light in the sky. This was the black dragon religious leader's all-out attack. It contained terrifying energy as it ruthlessly slapped the sky. Instantly, black holes appeared one after another. However, such terrifying energy was unable to shake the dragon-shaped sword light. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword light instantly sliced apart the three black palms. Although the light on them dimmed a little, they still carried boundless energy as they continued to attack the Black Dragon religious leader. Damn it, how is that possible? The Black Dragon religious leader's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally experienced the taste of fear. This feeling made his entire body tremble, and even his black robes were drenched. Demon Dragon Spear of Annihilation. Facing the incoming dragon-shaped sword light, he roared again. Instantly, a black demonic spear flew out of his black flame domain. This long spear was pitch black and emitted terrifying demonic energy that spread for 3,000 miles. On the surface of the spear, there were black runes that emitted a heart-palpitating aura of death. The Black Dragon religious leader held the long spear in his hand and quickly swept it out. A terrifying spear light that carried the aura of death surged towards the sky. Not only that, his left hand pulled out a long black saber from his black flame domain. The long black saber was 90 feet long and completely black. It was like a demonic saber that emitted a cold aura. Infernal demonic saber, destroy. He slashed out 32 times in a row, and the terrifying black saber light covered the entire sky. The Black Dragon religious leader's face turned pale. These 32 attacks contained all of his energy, and he even felt exhausted. The sky exploded as though it was the end of the world. A huge black vortex appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They could feel a heart-palpitating energy exploding from the sky. It was like a giant beast in the abyss that wanted to devour the entire world. In fact, the entire Xia country was trembling violently. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if it hit the ground, the entire Xia country would probably be reduced to ashes. However, the Black Dragon religious leader didn't relax. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. Because such a terrifying attack had only destroyed the dragon-shaped sword chi in the sky. As for Lin Xian, who was far away, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What? How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. The Black Dragon religious leader roared madly with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he no longer had his superior attitude. Instead, he was roaring madly like a madman. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly again. He noticed that the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand was shining with an extremely bright light again. Another dragon-shaped sword chi was circling around the sword. As the leader of a religious sect, the Black Dragon religious leader had already reached the King realm. He could be said to be a peerless expert. There was no one in the southern heaven region who could subdue him. But now, his opponent, a young man in his 20s, made him feel extremely threatened. In particular, the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to be extremely shocked. If his opponent's sword chi could be slashed out without restraint, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, he had used all his strength to barely block the sword chi from before. But now, he was about to face the second attack. Damn it, impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? The Black Dragon religious leader shook his head madly in disbelief. It was even to the extent that his martial heart was shaken. No, I can't let him use the second attack. The Black Dragon religious leader's face was gloomy. He decided to strike first. In the next moment, he held a black demonic spear and charged forward quickly with the black flame domain. Rumble, 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 the two domains collided and emitted a resplendent light. Kid, go to hell. This time, the Black Dragon hierarch went all out. His black robe fluttered and black scales grew on his limbs and body. He turned into a black dragon. His body grew from 3 meters to 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a tyrannosaurus that was filled with power. He took a step forward and countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand emitted a resplendent light as he shouted coldly, "Let's end this." In the next moment, a blazing sword gleam surged out and covered the entire sky. The void turned green and there were dragon shadows and sword gleams everywhere. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a dragon-shaped sword diagram that emitted terrifying energy. Boom! With a slash of the sword, a huge dragon-shaped sword chi surged out rapidly and flew toward the black dragon hierarch. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. In the next moment, the resplendent sword gleam enveloped the black dragon hierarch. Ah! A miserable cry rang out as the black dragon hierarch let out a miserable cry. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi shone even more brightly. Streaks of green sword gleam soared into the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar was so clear that all the warriors in Xia country could hear it. At this moment, all the warriors in Xia country raised their heads and looked at the sky with a horrified expression. This was because the sky was filled with countless sword chi. There was an extremely huge dragon shadow circling above, crushing the entire void into countless pieces. After a long time, the green sword shadows that filled the sky gradually disappeared and the pungent smell of blood came from the sky. Above the demon abyss, battlefield. The black dragon hierarch was sent flying over 10,000 meters and floated in the sky. His black robe was torn and there was a huge crack on his body. His internal organs and bones were all exposed. There were sword marks all over his body. It could be said that there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Only his head was still intact. However, he looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Impossible, I don't believe it. You can't be so strong. The black dragon hierarch was horrified. That sword had almost taken his life. That sword strike from before was simply too terrifying. It almost split the black dragon religious leader in half. Even now, there were countless green sword chi circling around the wound, madly destroying his body. At this moment, he finally felt fear. He knew that even though the young man before him was only a 9th level venerate, his battle prowess still surpassed his own. Now, how could he still dare to snatch the great dragon sword soul? He only wanted to escape, otherwise, he would definitely be killed here. But now, the path was still sealed. In front of him was Lin Xian, and behind him was the dark red divine dragon. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to escape, let alone now that he was heavily injured. In this moment of despair, he suddenly thought of a way. He remembered that there was still a king monster at the bottom of the demon abyss. If he called that guy out and worked together with him, he might be able to escape with his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the black dragon religious leader shouted crazily. The guy down there, stop hiding. These two obviously won't let you go. When I die, they will definitely make a move on you. That voice turned into a tangible wave that spread to the bottom of the tide. Sure enough, in the next moment, a low roar suddenly came from below. Then, 9 red arms that were 3,000 meters long quickly stretched out from below. They were like red pillars that connected heaven and earth. It's finally out. Seeing this scene, the black dragon religious leader heaved a sigh of relief. Great, as long as the other king monster attacked, he would definitely have a chance to survive. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he looked down. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also looked down with interest. In the demon abyss below, there were clouds and mist surrounding it, and behind the clouds, there was a huge black shadow. The black shadow walked over quickly and then appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this king-level monster, Lin Xian was astonished. He knew that there was a monster below, and he also knew that the monster had reached the king level. However, he did not expect that the other party was a fox, and a 9-tailed fox at that. The 9 arms that were 3,000 meters long were actually the 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was fiery red, and its body was like a small mountain. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there were 9 tails behind him. At that moment, they had transformed into 9 terrifying arms. As soon as the 9-tailed fox appeared, it immediately brought with it a monstrous murderous aura that dyed the entire sky red. It's a fox. Lin Xian was surprised. I didn't expect it to be a 9-tailed fox. Looks like it must have eaten a sub-divinity crystal to grow to the king level. The dark red divine dragon also narrowed its eyes and looked curiously. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox let out a low roar with a trace of uneasiness in its expression. For some reason, the 2-meter-long red snake in front of it, which was like an ant in its eyes, was emitting a terrifying aura. Even the aura made it feel a sense of fear. Damn worm, hand over the subdivinity crystal, and I'll spare your life. The huge nine-tailed fox spoke in human language with a cold voice. Boom, the dark red divine dragon quickly attacked. Its huge dragon claw turned into a red fist and quickly blasted toward the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth shook as the nine-tailed fox's huge body was smashed away. Boom, a mountain peak in the distance was smashed into pieces. Who are you calling a worm? If you spout nonsense again, I'll knock out all your teeth. The dark red divine dragon snorted. Roar, in the distance, the nine-tailed fox got up and quickly rushed over. Its huge eyes stared fiercely at the dark red divine dragon, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Angry, it was too angry. As a king-level monster beast, it looked down on everything and had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it was sent flying by a red snake in front of it. It was so angry that its lungs were about to explode, but soon, it was terrified again. The opponent's power was too terrifying. It was so fast that it was sent flying before it could even see clearly. It knew that the opponent was not weak and was also a king-level monster beast. At the side, the black dragon hierarch stopped his wound with difficulty and said in a low voice. Stupid fox, don't hesitate. Attack with me and fight against them together. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a hard time either. Humph, cunning fellow. Aren't you just trying to use my power to escape? You make it sound so righteous. The nine-tailed fox snorted. It seemed that it was not a fool. Xianxia said coldly. Since it's out, let's get rid of it together. He had long planned to get rid of the monster beast because if he allowed the nine-tailed fox to live, it would definitely be a huge disaster after they left. Brat, you're courting death. The nine-tailed fox was furious. She did not intend to interfere in this matter, but she did not expect this little human to be so arrogant and claim that he would kill her as well. She could not tolerate this. Therefore, she launched a fierce attack in the next moment. Her 9 tails transformed into huge palms that quickly grabbed at Xianxia. Each of them was extremely terrifying and could shatter the void. However, Xianxia snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, countless cyan sword chi shot out from the dragon sword domain, rampaging in all directions and violently bombarding the 9 tails. Roar! In the next moment, the 9-tailed fox screamed. Blood floated down from the sky because the sword chi had all cut open huge wounds on the 9 tails. Blood spurted out. The 9-tailed fox's expression changed. She quickly retracted her 9 tails with a bewildered expression. She did not expect this little human to be so terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at 9th heaven supremacy, the sword chi was so powerful that it could even injure her. Ruffian dragon, I'll leave this fox to you. I'll go and kill the black dragon hierarch, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Then, his body swayed, and he charged toward the black dragon hierarch with the dragon sword realm. Don't worry, I'll play with her, the dark red dragon said casually. Then, he stretched out his dragon claws and grabbed at the 9-tailed fox. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, the black dragon hierarch was ferocious. Brat, don't go too far. At most, we'll fight to the death. To be honest, he was furious. He thought that he could escape with his life if he summoned the 9-tailed fox. However, he did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful that he wanted to kill both of them together. This was something he did not expect. Now, the young man was going to attack again. This made it impossible for him to fight back. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the other party down with him. Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go. The black dragon hierarch's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, he began to burn the spiritual power in his body. Not only that, but the black flame realm around him also burned rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying energy. Upon sensing this aura, Xianxia's expression changed. This was because this was the counterattack of a king before his death. It was extremely terrifying, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he quickly grasped the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain with all his might. Instantly, countless dragon roars burst forth, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the sky. Let's end this. Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. On the other side, the Black Dragon religious leader also let out a furious roar, preparing to ignite the black flame domain and perish together. But in the next moment, his body froze, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. What a fast sword! Boom, the Black Dragon religious leader's body was completely split into two halves. Not only him, but the black flame domain around him was also split apart by the sword. Quick! It was too fast. The speed of this sword exceeded the Black Dragon religious leader's expectations. He was killed before he could even react. After killing the Black Dragon religious leader, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His face was somewhat pale. After all, he was only a 9th level venerable now, and could not use the dragon sword domain for a long time. But fortunately, he had not reached his limit yet. So in the next moment, he turned around and stared at the nine-tailed fox in the distance again. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the nine-tailed fox's body instantly froze. This was because it had seen how Lin Xian killed the Black Dragon religious leader previously. That sword strike had made its heart tremble. Even if it were the nine-tailed fox, it would not have the ability to resist. So now, being stared at by Lin Xian, it was very scared. If the other party attacked it, it would not be able to resist at all. So in the next moment, it hurriedly shook its head. Stop. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. It did not dare to fight anymore because it was being beaten up by the dark red divine dragon now. And this was because the other party was deliberately teasing it and did not kill it. Otherwise, it would have been killed long ago. Now that Lin Xian was here, it was even more impossible to win. So it could only beg for mercy. If someone here saw this scene, their eyes would definitely pop out. A king demonic beast was actually begging for mercy. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, it was really happening. Hearing this, Lin Xian did not make a move. Instead, he turned to look at the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon, can you subdue it? No problem. It's only a one-star king demonic beast. It's completely subdued. The dark red divine dragon was very confident. Now that it was also a king demonic beast, it could use some magical methods. It was no longer like before, when it only had thoughts and no power. Alright then. Seal it and bring it back. Bring it back? You want to keep it as a pet? The dark red divine dragon asked. It really did not understand what Lin Xian wanted to do. Keep it as a pet. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mouth twitched. It was arrogant and unruly. As a king demonic beast, it looked down on the world. Now, it was being kept as a pet. This huge contrast made it so angry that it almost vomited blood. However, in order to save its life, it did not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, the other party would definitely kill it. It could only grind its sharp teeth and snort madly in its heart. Brat, just you wait. One day, I'll eat you with my own mouth. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and cast a powerful seal, directly sealing the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was terrified because it found that its body was rapidly shrinking. Not only that, but the power in its body was also rapidly weakening. In the end, it could not even use its power. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? As a king demonic beast, it naturally knew how terrifying this technique was. It did not expect that the other party would have such a technique. The nine-tailed fox's mountain-like body was rapidly shrinking. In the end, it was only the size of a house cat. After shrinking, the nine-tailed fox was still struggling in the air. The nine tails behind it were constantly swaying. Its originally ferocious little face looked very cute at this moment. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and caught the nine-tailed fox in its hand. Little fox, follow us well. As long as we have meat to eat, there will be soup for you. Woo woo, the nine-tailed fox snorted twice. It was unknown whether it was crying or agreeing. Let's go back. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon turned into two bolts of lightning and instantly rushed down to the demon abyss. Inside the demon abyss, black earth. Morong Qingqing waited anxiously. She kept pacing back and forth inside the black earth. She had no choice. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian wanted to kill the Black Dragon sex leader, a true king. Although she knew of Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon sex leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. Black Earth was spinning in the air. He complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm going dizzy." Inside the Devil Abyss, Black Earth. Morong Qingqing was anxiously waiting as she paced back and forth inside the Black Earth. She couldn't help it as she was too worried. After all, Lin Xian was going to kill the Black Dragon religion's leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the Black Dragon religion's leader wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Hence, she was very worried. He too was spinning in the air as he complained, "All right, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy." Morong Qingqing quickly asked, "He too, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." "Miss, you've asked this question 800 times already." He too was helpless. That brat has the great dragon sword soul and is very powerful. Moreover, there's a king-level divine dragon beside him. What are you worried about? He too was speechless. One had to know that the great dragon sword soul was very powerful. Being invincible within the same level was the most basic standard. Furthermore, it wasn't difficult to fight someone of a higher level because the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Every generation's successor of the dragon sword was an extremely dazzling genius. As for Lin Xian, he had high hopes for Lin Xian. He planned to nurture Lin Xian into a great emperor. If Lin Xian couldn't kill the Black Dragon religion's leader, he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the Black Earth's door suddenly opened. Following that, two figures flashed in. "Lin Xian, you're back." Morong Qingqing immediately cheered when she saw the figure. Luo Bingshan also quickly walked over and respectfully shouted, "Master, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, He Tu lightly said, "You've been fighting for a long time. Is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon religion's leader?" There was a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were already familiar with this kind of language. However, if it was anyone else, even a king-level expert, who heard this sentence, they would vomit blood. What did he mean by "is it that difficult to kill a Black Dragon religion's leader"? He was a true king. Were they going to be killed like vegetables? If the Black Dragon religious leader was still alive, he would definitely burst into tears upon hearing this. However, Lin Xian shrugged. "It's been done for a long time. It's just that something else happened along the way. Look, I brought back something good." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out a furry object from his bosom. "Eh? What's this?" "Aya, fox, so cute." Morong Qingqing was stunned at first, then she cheered and quickly snatched the red fur ball from Lin Xian's hands. "It's actually a nine-tailed fox." "Lin Xian, where did you get such a cute animal?" Morong Qingqing asked quickly as she rubbed the nine-tailed fox's head. "Cute animals?" When the nine-tailed fox heard this, her face darkened. She even had the thought of dying. On the other hand, Lin Xian said with a smile, "It's nothing. It's just a little fox." "It's too cute," Morong Qingqing said. "Lin Xian, give it to me." "Give it to you?" Lin Xian was stunned. He looked at Morong Qingqing. "You like this guy?" "Yes, it's too cute. It's not bad to keep it as a pet. You already have Little White, so give it to me." Hearing this, the little white monkey jumped out. It hummed and gestured for a while, implying that how could the stinky fox in front of it compare to it. "I originally planned to use it for something else, but since you like it, I'll give it to you." Lin Xian smiled. "This guy is female. If you like foxes, she can give birth to a few more in the future." Originally, when the nine-tailed fox heard that these people were going to distribute her, her face darkened. She lay on Morong Qingqing's body and pretended to be dead. However, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she jumped up and spat out a mouthful of blood. "What do you mean by female?" "That's a female, okay?" The nine-tailed fox's face darkened as it spoke human language. "Ah, it can speak human language?" Morong Qingqing was shocked, then her face was filled with joy. Not bad, it's really intelligent. Looks like it's better than Little White. It's even on the same level as this ruffian dragon. Pfft, little girl Morong, what's with that look? How dare you compare me to a fox? I can't stand it. The dark red dragon was unhappy. Meanwhile, the little white monkey was also humming and grumbling with a look of displeasure. On the side, Hei-Tu was also flying around the crowd, interrupting from time to time. Miss, this fox is a one-star king. If you want to be a pet, you have to raise your strength to the king realm first. You said this little fox is a king? This time, both Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were shocked. They didn't expect such a cute little fox to be a king-level monster. However, Morong Qingqing was even more delighted. Such a cute little fox, and it was so powerful. All the more she wanted to adopt it so that she wouldn't have to fight herself in the future. Seeing that Morong Qingqing was delighted, Lin Xian asked, "Ruffian dragon, is your seal safe? Don't release this guy's power, or Qingqing will be in danger." "Don't worry, with me, it's absolutely safe," the dark red dragon said confidently. Lin Xian was still worried. After all, this matter concerned Morong Qingqing's safety. So, he asked again, "Hei-Tu, do you have anything good that can make this matter safer?" In fact, Lin Xian could use the 1,000-beast cauldron to directly plant a beast-slave seal. However, to use the 1,000-beast cauldron, he would have to pay a price. Moreover, if he planted a beast-slave seal, this nine-tailed fox would be loyal, but it wouldn't be as cute. This wasn't what Lin Xian wanted. So, he asked Hei-Tu's yes, of course. Hei-Tu tried his best to satisfy Lin Xian's request. He quickly flew away and soon flew back. This time, he brought back a scroll. "What's this?" Lin Xian asked. It was a contract scroll. As long as 2 people dripped their blood on it, they would form a master-servant contract. However, this nine-tailed fox's talent wasn't very good, and its growth was limited. It was a pity to use this scroll. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's ears drooped, and it looked defeated. As a king-level monster, it had never been defeated like this before. Now, Budan's pet was taken back, and it was even despised by others. However, Morong Qingqing didn't care too much. In her opinion, king-level monsters were already very terrifying. So, she quickly established a master-servant contract with the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the scroll emitted a gentle light that enveloped Morong Qingqing and the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing felt another connection. It was from the nine-tailed fox. The ferocious light in the nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a wisp of spiritual light. It even rubbed its furry little head against Morong Qingqing's face. The scroll emitted a soft light that enveloped Morong Qingqing and nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing felt another connection. It was from nine-tailed fox. The ferocious look in nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. She even rubbed her furry little head against Morong Qingqing's face. What should I call you?" Morong Qingqing smiled and tilted her head. "Just call her Little Red," said the dark red dragon. Lin Xian nodded. "That's a good name." Hearing that, nine-tailed fox bared her teeth at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. She kept waving her little claws. "I have a name. I'm called Nine-tailed," Nine-tailed fox said fiercely. "Nine-tailed, that's a bad name." Morong Qingqing rubbed Nine-tailed fox's head and thought carefully. "How about Little Nine?" "Okay, Little Nine." Nine-tailed fox nodded. Then, she rubbed her little head against Morong Qingqing's hand. At that moment, the dark red dragon asked curiously, "Oh right, kid. What were you planning to do with this fox when you caught it?" He was very curious because this fox was not meant to be a pet. Lin Xian should have other uses for it. "Oh, isn't the black earth lacking energy? I think this fox is a king-level monster after all. It should have powerful energy. I wanted to use it as an energy source, but since Qingqing likes it, I'll let it be a pet." This time even the dark red dragon god's mouth was agape. Nine-tailed fox rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Be an energy source? What was this guy thinking? Fortunately, it was now a pet. Otherwise, its future would be miserable. Thinking of that, Nine-Tailed Fox glared at Lin Xian with her black gem-like eyes. Hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, He Tu kept nodding. That's a good idea, but this Nine-Tailed Fox is still too weak. If you want to use it as an energy source, you have to at least catch a few of them. Forget it. We'll think of a way in the future. We'll find a source of energy eventually, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Because he believed that there would be a way. Kid, what are you planning to do next? The dark red divine dragon asked. The black dragon sect's leader is already dead. The black dragon sect lives up to its name. However, we still have to clean up the mess. After we eliminate the black dragon cult, we will return to the Sky Martial continent. I think it's time to put an end to the Duan family. The Duan clan, huh? The dark red dragon also snorted coldly. This group of people is too arrogant. In the past, this emperor did not pay attention to them. Now that this emperor has entered the king level, this emperor can kill them with a single slap. After settling the matter of the Duan family, are we going to the True Spirit continent? The dark red dragon was very excited. Clearly, he was tired of staying here. That's right. When everything here is settled and we find the energy source, we'll set off for the real great world. Next, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon went out again. This time, they also brought along Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. The group boarded the spirit boat from before and quickly left the Devil Abyss. The spirit boat flew into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. This time, their target was the headquarters of the Black Dragon sect. The headquarters of the Black Dragon sect was located in the center of the Tiannan region. It occupied a very vast mountain range. This mountain range was the best spirit vein in the entire Tiannan region. The spirit qi was very dense. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. In the center, there was a very large black palace. It stood in front of them like a black dragon sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon sect had set up a layer of defensive formation. Not far from the Black Dragon sect's mountain range, there was also a group of people gathered. Most of these people were elders, and there were also some young people. They were looking at the mountain range in the distance with solemn expressions. These people were not weak. They were all in the Venerable Realm. There were even one or two elders who had reached the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Their clothes had the word martial written on them. Obviously, they were from the Martial Alliance. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize these people. This was because a few of these elders were the judges of the Azure Dragon Gathering. Even among the younger generation, there were a few that he recognized. One of them was wearing a flame robe. He was extremely handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. He was the Heavenly Fire Prince of the Heavenly Fire sect. The other person was even more domineering. He was burly and looked like a demon king. He was the overlord who ranked first on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Ba Wuji. These two people's auras were powerful. They were not weaker than those elders at all. Obviously, the Martial Alliance had also obtained some sub-divinity crystals. That was why they had so many experts to fight against the Black Dragon sect. However, the Martial Alliance did not have a king, so they had always been suppressed by the Black Dragon sect. This time, they received news that the 8 halls and 4 protectors of the Black Dragon sect had been destroyed. When they heard this, they were very shocked. They could not believe it and thought that it was fake news released by the Black Dragon sect. Their goal was to lure them into a trap. However, after many investigations, they finally found out that the news was true. Then, these people were stunned. They could not believe it. 8 hall masters and 4 protectors. They were all extremely powerful people. Not to mention others, any one of the protectors could defeat all of them. How could such powerful characters be completely annihilated? Who did it? They could not figure it out. Anyway, it was not the Martial Alliance who did it. It's very likely that a martial artist that we don't know about obtained the sub-divinity crystals in the Demon Abyss and absorbed the energy inside. That's why he became so powerful. Ba Wuji said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all felt that it made sense. At this moment, among the group of elders, a person called Venerable Qing Lian said, "There's another possibility. It's someone from the Tianwu continent. However, the Tianwu continent has always looked down on the Tiannan region. It's impossible for them not to come to our aid. Everyone was talking about the mysterious expert. At this moment, another elder said, "This is a good opportunity for us. I heard that the Black Dragon sect's leader and the left and right emissaries brought a large number of experts and left the Black Dragon sect. If we can take over their headquarters and seize the treasures inside, our martial alliance might become stronger again." I hope so. However, the Black Dragon sect's mountain protection formation is not easy to break. Let's hurry up and do it. Who knows what the Black Dragon sect's leader is doing with so many experts? If they enter the demon abyss again and obtain the sub-divinity crystals to create a large number of experts, we'll be completely finished. By then, the entire Tiannan region will belong to the Black Dragon sect. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. They took a deep breath and prepared to take action. "Look! What's that?" a young man exclaimed. "What are you shouting for? We'll be discovered if you continue like this. Can you bear the responsibility for disrupting our plan?" An old man snorted with a gloomy face. "Yes, elder. I was wrong." The young man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, he insisted, "There's really something. Something flew across the sky like lightning." "Something flew across the sky? Are you sure?" The other old men frowned. Could it be that the people from the Black Dragon sect had returned? This time, they took advantage of the fact that the Black Dragon sect's leader and the other experts were away to launch a sneak attack. If the other party's experts returned, their plan would fail. Hence, everyone's face turned solemn. Zhao Ping cultivates eye techniques. Although his cultivation isn't the best, he should be able to see things correctly. This time, Venerable Green Lotus also spoke. He was the leader of this operation. Hence, once Venerable Green Lotus spoke, the others fell silent. "Zhao Ping, tell me, what exactly did you see? Was it someone from the Black Dragon sect?" "Elder, I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a flash of light. However, from the aura it emitted, it didn't seem like someone from the Black Dragon sect." "Oh? Even you didn't see it clearly?" Venerable Green Lotus was surprised. He knew that Zhao Ping cultivated a type of eye technique. His eyesight was extremely accurate. In this aspect, he was not inferior to the old men. In fact, he was even stronger. However, at this moment, even he did not see it clearly. It was unbelievable. Where did that thing go? Venerable Green Lotus thought of a possibility and asked quickly. "It's the Black Dragon sect's headquarters." Venerable Green Lotus gasped when he heard that. His expression was uncertain as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame asked in a deep voice, "Elder, is there something wrong? Other than the martial alliance, only the Black Dragon sect has such means. However, that thing doesn't belong to the martial alliance. I'm afraid it doesn't belong to the Black Dragon sect either. However, there should be another expert from the Tiannan region." "You mean the mysterious expert who killed the 8 Hall Masters and the 4 Great Protectors?" Infinite Tyrant said coldly. "Yes, that's right. It's him." Venerable Green Lotus nodded. In the next moment, everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? Is he going to attack the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was extremely shocked. Originally, with the number of people they had, even if they wanted to break through the defensive formation outside the Black Dragon sect, it would still take a very long time. But now, if a mysterious expert came, their efficiency would be greatly increased. "Let's go and take a look." Venerable Green Lotus pondered for a moment and finally said in a deep voice. Then, he waved his hand and led the group carefully toward the mountain range in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were riding on a spirit boat and flying ahead at high speed. "Master, up ahead is the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult." Luo Bingshan looked down at the mountain range and quickly reported. "Have we arrived?" Hearing this, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation and opened his eyes to look below. The Black Dragon cult is ruthless and cruel. In the past few years of their rise, they have caused great suffering in the Tiannan region. It's time to get rid of this evil cult, Lin Xian said coldly. That's easy. Watch me. The dark red divine dragon also looked down. Is this the nest of the dragon? How extravagant. The dark red divine dragon's eyes turned and then shouted down. Listen up, your black dragon cult leader is dead. Hurry up and open the mountain gate. Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, you'll be dead when we attack. This voice was like a clap of thunder that quickly spread to the people below. Instantly, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius heard it. The formation of the black dragon cult below trembled and produced a rumbling sound. Search! 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 In an instant, countless black-robed martial artists rushed out of the countless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range in front of them. They looked up at the sky with cold expressions. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in our black dragon cult? You're courting death. Hurry up and come here to die. I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, if you provoke the black dragon cult, we'll kill all of you. Countless black dragon cult martial artists looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he cause trouble above the black dragon cult? This was something that had never happened before. Even the Martial Alliance did not dare to be so arrogant. The people of the Martial Alliance below also stopped and looked up at the sky. It's really that mysterious expert. Elder, should we attack? Someone asked. Supremacy Green Lotus shook his head. No need. Let's wait and see. Humph, a bunch of ants. Your cult leader is dead and you still dare to be so arrogant? Believe it or not, I'll slap all of you to death. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon snorted again. What? The black dragon cult leader is dead? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The people of the Martial Alliance were also shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The disciples of the black dragon cult were stunned at first. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, idiot kid. Do you know what you're saying? Our cult leader is a king. No one can compare to him. How dare you say he's dead? What a joke. How dare you curse our cult leader? Kneel down and accept your death. The group of people shouted arrogantly. They did not believe that their cult leader would be killed. Even Venerable Blue Lotus and the Crown Prince were frowning. What did he say? The black dragon cult leader is dead? How is that possible? The group of people shook their heads. The black dragon cult leader was a king. They could only look up to him. How could such a person be killed? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame sneered. Humph, what expert. I think he's just a braggart. How dare he say that the black dragon cult leader is dead? Does he know what the black dragon cult leader's cultivation is? Even the people of the Martial Alliance could not believe it, let alone the disciples of the black dragon cult. Perhaps no one in the entire Tiannan region would believe that the black dragon cult leader was killed. Sigh, what a bunch of ignorant people. On the spiritual vessel, the dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. Lin Xian frowned as well. Since they're so stubborn, let's just do it. Nine-tailed, blast open the defensive formation below. Nine-tailed fox was sleeping in Morong Qingqing's arms. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she opened her eyes reluctantly. Ever since he recognized Lin Xian as his master, Tian's cultivation had returned to the king stage. An arm that was thousands of meters long fell from the sky like the palm of a demon. Boom, in the next moment, the red arm slammed into the defensive array below, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire mountain range, within a radius of 1,000 miles, began to tremble violently. Rumble, 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 the earth trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like the mouth of an abyss. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Block it. You must block it. Countless experts in the Black Dragon religion shouted angrily. More people quickly activated the array to defend. Their scalps went numb and they were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that a slap could almost break through the defensive array. In the mountain range far away, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of technique was that? How could it be so terrifying? What was going on with that 1,000-meter-long arm? It was as if a god had stretched out his arm from the sky. It was too terrifying. Rumble, rumble, crack. Crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the arm smashed through the defensive array and headed towards the Black Dragon religion. Suddenly, several mountains were shattered and gravel flew everywhere. The earth sank as if there was an earthquake. Retreat, retreat quickly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Ba Wuji quickly retreated. This was because the place where they were originally standing had suddenly cracked open. The entire ground was overturned and ruptured, forming a ruin. This was only the periphery. In the center of the mountain range, the entire Black Dragon religion was completely destroyed. Hundreds of mountains were razed to the ground and the Black Dragon Hall in the center was penetrated by a slap. The ground caved in for 10,000 meters. The disciples of the demonic religion were even more miserable. They had no chance to escape from the slap. In an instant, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. The earth sank and boulders flew everywhere. Blood mist filled the air and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread out. When the blood-red palm disappeared, the entire Black Dragon religion was razed to the ground. Not only that, but a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. It was as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell. Most of the martial artists of the Black Dragon religion were killed by the slap. However, a small number of them escaped the calamity. At this moment, they were lying on the ground and twitching. Their faces were abnormally pale. Fear, deep fear, the slap just now was too terrifying. It was as if it was an apocalyptic slap that destroyed the entire Black Dragon religion in an instant. This technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. Even the left and right emissaries could not use it. Only their Black Dragon religious leader was capable of such a feat. However, the other party was also able to do so. This meant that the other party's strength was definitely extremely powerful. At the very least, it exceeded their understanding. It was very likely that he was the legendary king. Is the religion king religion? Seeing this scene of the Black Dragon religion, they now believed that the Black Dragon religion of the Black Dragon. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have dared to directly attack their headquarters. In the distance, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, and the others were extremely shocked and their scalps went numb. They were of the black of the demonic religion. God, just what kind of technique was this? With just a single slap, the Black Dragon sect and the entire mountain range were destroyed. This method was too terrifying. A king. He must be a king. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such means. The group of elders had terrified looks on their faces. Venerable Green Lotus also took a deep breath. From the looks of it, the Black Dragon religious leader might really have been killed. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. That was a peerless savage whose might shook the entire southern sky region. He was actually killed by someone. This was a shocking event. Look, someone is coming down. At this time, the disciple called Zhao Ping pointed to the sky and exclaimed. That's right, it's that thing. It was the sky that streaked across the sky just now. Upon hearing this, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others looked ahead. In the next moment, a huge spirit ship descended rapidly from the Sky Palace. However, the spirit boat did not land on the ground. Instead, it stopped 100 meters above the ground. Then, several figures came down from the spirit boat like lightning and appeared on the surface of the sea. These people were also floating in the air. There was no ground in front of them. It was a bottomless abyss. These people were naturally Lin Xian and the others. Luo Bingshan frowned and looked into the distance coldly. Who is it? Come out. In fact, it was not only him. Lin Xian, Mu Qingqing, and the others also felt that there was a strong aura in the distance and there were quite a few of them. They did not know who it was, but if it was the Black Dragon religious leader, they would definitely not let it go. Oh no, we've been discovered. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others turned pale. This was because the cold snort in front of them had exploded in their ears. Obviously, they had been discovered. Since they had destroyed the Black Dragon religious leader, they should not be evil people. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and flew out quickly. He shouted, "Don't do anything. We're not from the Black Dragon religious leader." Seeing Venerable Green Lotus appear, the others also took a deep breath and quickly followed behind him. Then, nearly 50 to 60 martial artists all rose into the air and appeared in the sky. "Master?" Luo Bingshan looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look in her eyes. However, her hand was still holding the long saber at her waist. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would definitely take action immediately. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He looked at the people in the distance and revealed a surprised look. "Don't do anything. They're not from the Black Dragon religious leader." In front, Venerable Green Lotus, Infinite Tyrant, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others were also flying carefully. Soon, they saw the scene in front of them. In the void, there were 4 figures floating. The one in front was a young man of about 20 years old. He was tall and handsome. He wore a green shirt and there was a snow-white monkey on his shoulder. Beside the young man was a red snake. It stood in the void and bared its fangs and claws. It was a very strange sight. On the other side of the young man was a lady in purple. She was beautiful like a fairy. In her arms was a furry little fox. It had 9 tails. Beside her was a mysterious lady in a black robe. She wore a golden mask on her face that shone coldly under the sun. The man and the 2 ladies were all about 20 years old. They were very young. What? Venerable Green Lotus and the others were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so young. Not only Venerable Green Lotus, but everyone in the Martial Alliance was also suspicious. They did not believe that such a young man could be a challenger. One had to know that this was something that was simply impossible. However, when they looked at the cultivation of the other party, they were shocked. Their faces turned pale and many of them even trembled. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, everyone's aura was as deep as the abyss, unfathomable. Especially the red snake at the side, it had an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Who are these people? They felt numb and did not dare to act rashly. We're not from the Black Dragon sect. We're from the Martial Alliance. We're here to ambush the Black Dragon sect. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and explained quickly. He did not want to be misunderstood. If the other party attacked, they would have no chance of survival. I know. Don't worry. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, long time no see. Where's Zhou Jianying? Why don't I see her? Xian said calmly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Infinite Tyrant were shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect the other party to know him. Therefore, in the next moment, the 3 of them quickly raised their heads and carefully looked ahead. Then, their heads exploded. You are? It's you. Everyone was shocked. They were too frightened previously and did not notice the other party's appearance. Now that they took a closer look, the young man in front of them was looking at them with a smile. It's you, Lin Xian. It's you. Prince Heavenly Flame screamed in shock. As for the people behind him, they all looked at each other in dismay. Many of them even revealed puzzled expressions. What's going on? Could it be that Prince Heavenly Flame knows the person in front? Ba Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened in disbelief. Venerable Green Lotus's body began to tremble. Lin Xian? Who is he? Elder, you know him? The others asked. Venerable Green Lotus sighed. He's Lin Xian. He's from the Tiannan region. What? He's from the Tiannan region? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Since when did such a powerful figure appear in their Tiannan region? At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus continued, he was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Association, but after that, he left the Heavenly South region. I didn't expect it to appear again. What? He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Society. Everyone cried out in surprise. Soon after, many people recalled something. Right, that's right, it's him, it's really him. I saw him at the Azure Dragon Society last time, but I didn't think it would really be him. Among these Martial League members, a small portion of them had survived back then, while most of them had risen in recent years. Therefore, although most people did not recognize Lin Xian, a small number of people recognized him after being reminded by Elder Green Lotus. Immediately, these people cried out in surprise. Soon, they learned of Lin Xian's experience. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. Lin Xian, is the Black Dragon Hierarch really dead? At this moment, Elder Green Lotus asked again. To be honest, he could not believe this news. After all, the Black Dragon Hierarch was an extremely terrifying existence. He had to be sure. Yes, he's dead. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded. What? You killed him? Everyone's mouths were wide open. They were all shocked by this news. That was 2F** King shocking. A 20-year-old young man had actually killed the overlord of the Tiannan region. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Even Overlord Wu Ji asked in a trembling voice, Lin Xian, are you already a king tier? Lin Xian shook his head, not yet, but killing a king tier isn't difficult. Everyone's mind went blank. They only wanted to vomit blood. Killing a king tier isn't difficult? Why did it sound like a dream? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Otherwise, my heart won't be able to take it. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian ordered Luo Bingshan to cripple all the surviving Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists' cultivation. Luo Bingshan nodded. Then, she waved her arm. Countless rays of saber light flew out from her fingertips. They quickly spread out in all directions and sank into the bodies of the Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists. Instantly, a series of miserable screams rang out. In an instant, those who were still alive had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not kill them. However, crippling their cultivation could prevent them from doing evil in the future. The Black Dragon Hierarch's base camp has been destroyed. There should be some remaining forces in other places. I'll leave the rest to the Martial Alliance. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at Venerable Green Lotus. Don't worry. We'll definitely take care of the rest. Venerable Green Lotus quickly nodded. They were already at odds with the Black Dragon Hierarch. Even without Lin Xian's order, they would have gathered all their forces to eradicate the Black Dragon Hierarch in other places. Now that they had Lin Xian's help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before speaking again in a deep voice. The Tiannan region has been plunged into misery and suffering for a long time. I don't want something similar to happen again. As he spoke, Lin Xian exuded a terrifying aura. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed and was incomparably sharp. Furthermore, the Xia country is my hometown. I don't want anything to happen to it in the future. As for the demonic abyss, there were no more subdivine gems in it. There was no need to waste time looking for them. I hope that the Martial Alliance can lead the Tiannan region and build a prosperous world. However, I don't want you to become another Black Dragon Hierarch. Although Lin Xian did not have any obvious intention of threatening them, Venerable Green Lotus and the rest were still trembling in fear. That was because the aura was too terrifying. It was as though a god was looking down on them. Don't worry. We definitely won't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Venerable Green Lotus quickly shook his head. Lin Xian nodded and retracted his aura. He did not stay there any longer. Instead, he turned around and flew away with Murong Qingqing and the rest onto the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, the spiritual boat shone brightly and turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly leaving the place. Venerable Green Lotus and the rest only heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Xian and the rest had left for a long time. Then, they slumped onto the ground. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. The group of seniors turned pale. He's already so powerful? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's body was also trembling slightly. He did not expect that a person whose strength was similar to his back then would grow to such an extent after a few years. He could only look up to him. Overlord Infinite G sighed as his heart was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Remember what I said today. Don't become the second Black Dragon Hierarch. Otherwise, our doomsday will come." Everyone nodded heavily and did not dare to act rashly. They had no choice. The scene of the Black Dragon hierarch being annihilated was simply too terrifying. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Don't go to the devil abyss. According to what we know now, those whose cultivation has not reached the king realm will only be courting death if they enter. Instead of angering Lin Xian, why don't we withdraw all of our people from the Xia country? Got it. I'll do it as soon as I return. Also, immediately mobilize all of our forces when we return and launch a counterattack. We must eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Dragon hierarch. Lin Xian and the rest easily annihilated the Black Dragon sect's headquarters and quickly returned. The Black Dragon sect's sect leader had been killed. Not only that, the entire Black Dragon sect's left and right envoys, the 4 great protectors, and the 8 hall masters were all killed. It could be said that the Black Dragon sect's elites were all gone. He didn't need to worry about the rest. With the Martial Alliance's power, they could definitely get rid of them. Hence, Lin Xian's thoughts were no longer on the Tiannan region. He was prepared to return to the Tianwu continent. Firstly, he wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. Secondly, he wanted to get rid of his enemy, the Duan clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease moving the Lin clan members to the Tianwu continent. Soon, Lin Xian and the rest returned to the Black Earth. This time, Lin Xian's main purpose was to instruct He Tu to take good care of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin clan members. Little Xian, don't worry. We're very safe here. Moreover, this place is very suitable for cultivation, Old Master Lin said with a smile. Yes, we'll wait for your safe return, second Uncle Lin said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian left behind some natural treasures. He even took out some old tea for Old Master Lin and the rest to consume. When everything was ready, he brought Morong Qingqing, the falling ice mountain, and the dark red divine dragon onto the spirit boat and quickly left the Xia country. This time, his departure was similar to when he came. However, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Other than that, there were a few more things. There was a 9-tailed demon fox, and he took away 30 subdivine crystals. As for the rest, he left them all on the Black Earth. According to his calculations, to return to the Tianwu continent, they would have to cross the endless ocean. This would take more than half a year. Hence, Lin Xian and the rest began to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Although Lin Xian had the king domain now, he didn't relax. After all, his cultivation wasn't at the king realm yet. He had to raise his cultivation to the king realm as soon as possible. Only then would his strength increase again. Lin Xian didn't need subdivinity crystals to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, he quickly circulated the longevity incantation to cultivate. At the same time, he was also multitasking, cultivating the Furious Dragon Mantra and the Heavenly Divination Visualization Chart. Of these 2 techniques, one cultivated the body while the other cultivated the soul. They could turn him into an all-round expert. Not only that, but Lin Xian also spent a lot of time and effort researching the king's domain. After all, this was his main source of energy in the future. Now, his horizons were much broader than before, and he knew that there were 9 great realms. Above the king realm, there were saints, and the legendary great emperor. The king realm cultivated domains, whereas, at the saint realm, one cultivated a world, and one was able to establish a minor world that was independent of a large world. Lin Xian knew that the small world was evolved from the domain. Therefore, Lin Xian tried to throw his various martial spirits into the dragon sword domain to evolve. Just like that, time passed little by little. At the same time, the situation in the Tianwu continent was also changing. Primeval forest, deep in the canyon. The heavenly netherbird laughed maniacally again. There were only 2 astral chains left on its body. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the restrictions on the astral chains were completely broken. At that time, it would become a peerless beast once again. Ha 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 ha. Only 2 left. Brat Lin, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. A ferocious voice rang out from the depths of the canyon, as if a demon was roaring. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird's changes because it hid it too well. However, another gust of wind blew across the Tianwu continent. The great situation that Lin Xian had built up previously collapsed in an instant. The alliance that was built with the help of the longevity pill and old-time tea also collapsed. Many people left Lin Xian's side and joined the Duan family. It could be said that the situation in the Palace of Gods of War had become extremely tense and dangerous. Luckily, Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dongfang Xiong and the others had already left the Tianwu continent. They had long since retreated to the Immortal Martial Academy and weren't in any danger. However, their businesses had suffered a serious blow. There was only one reason for this change. The Duan family's patriarch had come out of seclusion. Not only that, he had successfully entered the king realm and became a king. A king realm was an extremely powerful existence. There were only a few of them in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them was an expert that stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Now, there was another king realm expert. This was something that had not happened in the Tianwu continent for thousands of years. Because the Duan family's patriarch had become a king realm expert, the entire Tianwu continent had undergone a drastic change. No matter how miraculous the longevity pill was, it was not as threatening as a king realm expert. Now, who would dare to ally with Lin Xian's side? That would be courting death. One had to know that Lin Xian had not appeared in the Tianwu continent for a long time. No one knew where he had gone. There were even rumors that he had left the Tianwu continent. On the Palace of Gods of War's side, Lin Zhan was still in seclusion. Therefore, the entire Palace of Gods of War had lost its backbone. The rest of the people were unable to withstand the fury of a king realm expert. Especially when the Duan family's patriarch found out that his grandson, young Master Ling Feng, had been killed, he was extremely furious. Therefore, the first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to issue a kill order. He swore that he would capture Lin Xian and tear him into pieces. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Because this was the fury of a king realm expert. Millions of corpses would be laid and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Immediately, many people started to worry for Lin Xian. However, the Duan family's allies were sneering. They had long disliked Lin Xian. Now that they saw him being hunted down, they were naturally happy. On the other hand, the Palace of Gods of War and the Immortal Martial Academy were worried. But fortunately, what made them feel slightly relieved was that Lin Xian was not in the Tianwu continent at the moment. Therefore, the kill order was useless for the time being. However, the Duan family's patriarch becoming a king realm expert was a troublesome matter. This was because the current Duan clan could no longer be compared to before. It was a true king clan. Therefore, after a mere 3 days, the Palace of Gods of War changed owners again. Those people from before were directly beaten out, while the Duan family directly moved in and became the new owner. This time, the Duan family's patriarch personally took action. Therefore, the Palace of Gods of War suffered heavy losses. Many elders and experts died. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy intervened in time and saved the majority. Otherwise, the Palace of Gods of War's losses would be even worse. Damn it, really damn it. The remaining forces of the Palace of Gods of War all retreated to the Immortal Martial Academy. Among them, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were so angry that they vomited blood. They had no choice. They really did not expect that the Duan family's patriarch could break through and become a true king realm expert. Now, even if we start a war with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to him. Din Xian shook his head. After all, the strength of a true king was too terrifying. Unless Lin Zhan comes out of seclusion. But now, I don't know when he will come out of seclusion. A group of people shook their heads and sighed. The elders of War God Red were even more worried. This was because the current situation was simply too terrible. We're not worried about the palace master. That formation is too terrifying. Even a king can't break it. However, we're very worried about the young master. Those people from the Duan clan have given the kill order. Now, many experts are frantically looking for the young master. Although they can't find him now, if the young master doesn't know the situation when he comes back, he will definitely be discovered. At that time, if the young master is in any danger, we're really finished. The 9th Elder and the rest were anxious. They decided to secretly look for Lin Xian. At least, they had to send out the news. The rise of the Duan clan's old ancestor caused a huge change in the Tianwu continent. Not only that, he first gave the kill order and went all out to hunt down Lin Xian. Not long after, he released another piece of news. It was naturally a celebration. The Duan clan's old ancestor had become a king. This was a huge event that shook the world. Firstly, it was to display the strength of the Duan clan. Secondly, it was to redistribute the benefits. Although there were many factions and countries in the Tianwu continent, behind them stood the powerful clans. In other words, the king clans were the overlords of the Tianwu continent. In the past, the structure of the Tianwu continent had already been formed. There were no changes for thousands of years. However, it was different now. A new king had appeared, and the Duan clan naturally became a king clan. They naturally wanted a share of the benefits. In fact, the Duan clan's thoughts were very simple. They wanted to replace the war god palace and become the true overlord. As for the resources of the war god palace, they naturally wanted to replace them. However, in recent years, the war god palace had consumed a lot of resources due to the internal conflicts. Therefore, this time, they wanted to take back everything that they had lost. This banquet could be said to be the most prestigious one in the past 1,000 years. This banquet didn't just invite the elders of the 6th rank sections. It was a true king. At that time, the Morone clan, Shin clan, Immortal Martial Academy, Merry Woods, and other king clans would all come. It could be said that being able to attend the Duan clan's banquet represented a certain level of strength. Of course, the Duan clan's patriarch had another idea, and that was to form an alliance. It didn't mean that one wouldn't have enemies after becoming a king. Furthermore, he was a new king. His strength was naturally weaker than those old king-level kings. More importantly, Lin Zhan was still alive. This was his greatest enemy. If the other party came out of seclusion, then he would be his greatest enemy. Therefore, he had to form an alliance in advance and find good helpers to deal with future changes. It would be best if they could join forces at the banquet and directly destroy the place where the other party was in seclusion. Kill Lin Zhan. This news swept through the entire Sky Martial continent like a hurricane. For a time, all the major forces quickly took action. Not only that, the action of the Duan clan did not end. Firstly, they were wantonly hunting down Lin Xian's tracks. As long as they found him, they would immediately kill him. Furthermore, the forces that had a good relationship with Lin Xian in the past were all suppressed. Even the deity Sword Villa was suppressed. Because in front of a king, even the powerful deity Sword Villa and Sword Honorable couldn't resist. The forces of the Immortal Martial Academy were also affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy was a king's force after all. With a king suppressing them, the Duan clan didn't dare to go overboard. However, their small actions were continuous. However, just as the situation was changing, a spirit boat flew over from the sea. This spirit boat was very fast and had been flying at an extremely high altitude. Therefore, when it entered the Sky Martial continent, no one noticed it. This spirit boat was naturally Lin Xian's. When they entered the Sky Martial continent, everyone opened their eyes. We're finally back. Morong Qingqing looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below and smiled. Even the 9-tailed fox in her arms looked down curiously. So strong. I can feel several powerful forces here. Are they all kings? It shrank its head. It didn't expect there to be such strong people in the Sky Martial continent. Their auras had surpassed it. Not only that, the spiritual energy in this continent was even denser, which surprised it. One had to know that it could cultivate now. Therefore, the spiritual energy here was very important to it. Yes, we're back. I wonder what kind of changes have taken place here. Lin Xian also looked down at the mountains and rivers below, his eyes shining. Kid, where are we going first? The dark red divine dragon asked. Let's go back to the Immortal Martial Academy first. Lin Xian thought for a while and said slowly. Then, the group increased their speed and flew towards the Immortal Martial Academy. The Sky Martial continent was very vast. It was a few times bigger than the Tiannan region. Therefore, the journey was very long. It would probably take more than a month. Therefore, Lin Xian went into seclusion again. However, the dark red divine dragon, nine-tailed fox, and Snow White monkey didn't go into seclusion. Among them, the bright red divine dragon was sleeping at the side, while nine-tailed fox was looking down curiously. After all, this place was a new world to it. But soon, it furrowed its brows and ground its teeth. Because with its keen soul power, it could naturally hear the discussions below. Therefore, along the way, it found many people looking around with cold expressions, as if they were looking for something. And from those people's words, it kept hearing the name Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Could it be someone with the same name? Nine-tailed fox didn't understand why these people were looking for Lin Xian. Therefore, it went to ask the dark red dragon and the Snow White monkey. After hearing that, the dark red dragon said lazily, "There's definitely someone with the same name. But if you want to talk about the famous Lin Xian in the continent, you can only use the one in front of you." Why are you asking this? Now that they were familiar with each other, they didn't have the same hostility as before. I saw many people below. They are all looking for Lin Xian. Nine-tailed fox spread out its little paws. Is he a fugitive? Why are there so many people looking for him? What? There's such a thing? Let me see. The dark red divine dragon jumped up and looked down. To be honest, it didn't believe that such a thing would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. How could he be wanted, unless something unexpected had happened here? As expected, the dark red divine dragon looked around and found the same thing. On the mountains and rivers below, there were countless martial artists looking for Lin Xian's whereabouts. To be honest, the dragon didn't believe that something like this would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Gods of War. His status was extremely high. How could he be wanted, unless something unexpected had happened here? Sure enough, the dark red divine dragon also discovered the same thing. Countless cultivators were searching for Lin Xian's whereabouts in the mountains and rivers below. Damn. What's going on? The dragon knew that something had happened. It quickly knocked on Lin Xian's door and informed him. When Lin Xian heard this, he probed further. His face immediately darkened. Brat, what's going on? It wasn't like this when we left. It's only been 2 or 3 years. How could there be such a huge change? The dragon asked. The Duan clan. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He didn't need to think to know that it was the Duan clan's doing. Because in the Sky Martial continent, only the Duan clan would dare to go against him. However, before he left, the Duan clan had already suffered heavy losses. The entire clan had even sealed itself. He didn't expect that the other party would be so high profile as to hunt him down. Something unexpected must have happened. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since the other party dares to be so arrogant, it means that they don't fear our alliance at all. Damn it. Could it be that the Duan clan's ancestor, Lin Xian, suddenly thought of a possibility? His face darkened. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Xian could not sit still. Because if this was true, then it would be terrible. His alliance would definitely collapse in an instant. Not only that, but the Palace of Gods of War would also be in danger. Ruffian Long, quickly go down and capture a few people for me. Lin Xian's voice was urgent. Even Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan came out and asked. When they learned about the situation, their expressions turned grave. You mean that the Duan clan's ancestors succeeded? Yes. There's only one reason why the Duan clan dares to be so arrogant. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It can't be, right? If the Duan family's old ancestor really succeeds, then this will be the most shocking event in the Tianwu continent in the past few thousand years. Morong Qingqing's expression was also grave. She naturally knew the serious consequences of this matter. Perhaps the entire Martial Heaven continent's situation would change. Soon, the dark red divine dragon returned and brought 2 warriors with him. These 2 martial artists were the ones who had been searching below, but they had been suddenly beaten senseless and brought to the surface. At this moment, they were woken up by the dark red dragon and immediately shouted arrogantly. You're courting death. How dare you kidnap us? Do you know who we are? We're from the Duan clan. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Aya, this attitude is very arrogant. It's almost the same as the Black Dragon sect. Didn't your Duan clan go into hiding a few years ago? Why are you running out to be so arrogant now? The dark red divine dragon asked coldly. The two of them still did not understand their situation and immediately looked at the dark red divine dragon as if he was looking at an idiot. You must be new here, right? You don't even know our Duan clan? Listen up, our Duan clan is a new king clan. We're the overlord of this continent. Quickly let us go and kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, if you anger our Duan clan, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. What, a new king clan? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were also greatly shocked. They knew that things were as they had guessed. The Duan clan's old ancestor had really become a king. You're saying that the Duan clan's old ancestor has become a king? When did this happen? Lin Xian asked coldly. How dare you? Is my old ancestor's name something you can say? That person shouted coldly. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Soon, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Xian and his body trembled. It's you. You're that Lin Xian. They had portraits in their hands, and Lin Xian was the person they wanted to capture, so they knew him very well. However, they did not expect him to appear at this time. It's really you? Haha. Kid, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke our Duan clan? This time, no one can save you. Hurry up and kneel down and follow us back obediently. Perhaps we can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, everyone related to you will be killed. The two of them roared crazily with arrogant expressions. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the two of them immediately broke their legs with a crack. In the next moment, the two of them knelt on the ground. Large droplets of sweat flowed from their heads. You're courting death. How dare you hurt us? You're dead meat. The two of them were still roaring crazily. However, in the next moment, a powerful palm directly grabbed their heads. Very soon, the two of them felt a piercing pain in their souls. Their eyes rolled back and they lost consciousness. Lin Xian used the soul-searching technique and directly collected their souls. Then, he snorted coldly. 2 balls of black fire floated out from his body and burned the two of them to ashes. Since they were enemies, Lin Xian would not show mercy. How is it? Morong Qingqing asked from the side. The Duan clan's patriarch really became a challenger. In fact, he just became a challenger a few months ago. At this point, Lin Xian's face became extremely cold. Damn it. How dare he massacre the people of the Palace of Ares? He found out everything that had happened in the past few months from the souls of the two of them. When he found out that the Duan clan's patriarch had given the order to kill him and everyone related to him, Lin Xian's face instantly became extremely cold. Especially when he found out that the Palace of Ares had suffered heavy losses again and had no choice but to retreat, Lin Xian exuded an extremely terrifying murderous aura. He did not expect that the Duan clan's patriarch would dare to attack the Palace of Ares. This made him extremely furious. Old dog of the Duan clan, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he quickly controlled the spirit boat and flew towards the Palace of Ares. Instantly, the entire spirit boat exploded with an extremely bright light. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly streaked across the sky. It was like a sharp sword that sliced through the void. In the Tianwu continent, the Duan clan's banquet was getting closer and closer. The entire Tianwu continent was bustling with activity. Not only that, the Duan clan had also gained a lot recently. Because they were frantically searching for Lin Xian, the 9th elder and the rest were very worried. Therefore, they secretly came out to search for Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by the Duan clan and immediately arrested and sent back to the Palace of Ares. When the Duan clan's patriarch and the martial supremacy found out, they sneered sinisterly. They decided to kill the 9th elder and the rest of the Palace of Ares at the banquet. Duan family, Palace of War Gods. Ever since the news of the Duan family's ancestor becoming a king spread, all the forces in Tianwu continent started to move. Today, it was still close to the Duan family's banquet, and many people had already arrived. It had to be said that the level of this banquet was very high, and it was absolutely terrifying. The entire palace of war gods was filled with martial experts. These people all walked like dragons and tigers, and their auras were dense. It could be said that they were the elites of Tianwu continent. Those forces that had always relied on the Duan family were extremely happy, because this time they could also rise and obtain great benefits. And those forces that had always been neutral wanted to join the Duan family, this new king family. They might even be put in an important position. Of course, when the Duan family was mentioned, the palace of war gods and Lin Xian had to be mentioned. Because just a few years ago, Lin Xian had personally killed young master Ling Feng, who was the future hope of the Duan family. This could be said to be an irreconcilable hatred, and when the Duan family's ancestor came out of seclusion, he issued a kill order, swearing to kill Lin Xian. However, after such a long time, there was still no trace of Lin Xian, which shocked everyone. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian was no longer in Tianwu continent. Otherwise, with the Duan family's current strength and prestige, it was impossible for them to not find him. Don't worry, as long as that brat is here, he will definitely come. Because at this Duan family's banquet, many elders of the Palace of War Gods will be publicly killed. Yeah, I heard about it too. I'm afraid the Duan family's goal is to lure Lin Xian out. No matter what the outcome is, that Lin Xian is finished. He will definitely be killed if he appears, but if he doesn't appear, he will definitely become a coward and be despised by everyone. Yeah, this Lin Xian can be considered unlucky. 2 or 3 years ago, his name shook Tianwu continent, and he could be said to be one of the top geniuses of the younger generation. With his strength alone, the entire Duan family couldn't raise their heads. But who would have thought that in a short 2 or 3 years, the situation would change so drastically? This is also because the Duan family's ancestor is powerful, to actually break through and become a king. This is something that has never happened in the Sky Martial continent for thousands of years. In the cities near the Palace of Ares, there were warriors discussing similar topics everywhere. Now, everyone respected the Duan clan. No one cared about Lin Xian and the remaining forces of the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Gods of War was majestic and domineering. Countless palaces covered the mountains. It was surrounded by spiritual mountains and immortal grass. Between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, countless pavilions were arranged like stars. Although the internal strife over the years had caused the Palace of Ares to expend quite a bit of its strength, there was still no one who could shake this colossus. And the region it occupied was one of the most fertile regions in the Sky Martial continent. At this moment, all the experts of the Martial Heaven continent were gathering to war god art. Whether it was the older generation's experts or the younger generation's geniuses, they were all gathered. In fact, the kings of the various king clans would also appear at the final banquet. It could be said that this was a scene that made countless people excited. After all, it was rare to see a king tier in ordinary times, but this time, there would be 5 king tiers. Looking at this grand scene, the Duan clan's ancestor was very happy. He did not appear personally. Instead, he sent out martial honors and the younger generation's disciples to welcome them. They had to invite everyone in with the highest standards. He waited quietly for the arrival of the other 4 king tiers. Outside, in the mountains, it was even more lively. Countless young warriors were walking around. Some were exchanging pointers, some were chatting, some were laughing, some were drinking. The atmosphere was very jubilant. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Look, young Master Anil is here. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and raised their heads to look forward. The 4 young masters of the Martial Heaven continent, young Master Ling Feng, young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Treading Moon. These were the top 4 people in the younger generation. However, young Master Ling Feng had already been killed by Lin Xian. So now, there were only 3 young masters left in the Sky Martial continent. And young Master Anil of the Merry Woods was one of them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crowd dispersed. A youth in white slowly walked over. He held a fan in his hand and his expression was extremely carefree. Around him, there were a few elders. Their auras were extremely powerful. When their gazes moved, even the void trembled slightly. Young Master Annel's arrival immediately caused a group of warriors to be excited. They all surrounded young Master Annel. That scene was extremely spectacular. Indeed, these people were originally the heroes of the younger generation. But ever since young Master Annel arrived, it was as if everyone's radiance had disappeared. And young Master Annel became the only one in everyone's eyes. Everyone need not be reserved. Just act as usual. Young Master Annel gently found himself and said with a smile. Different from young Master Lingfeng's arrogance, young Master Annel had a smile on his face from start to finish. His mood was carefree and did not seem to have any arrogance. This made everyone slightly relieved. At least the other party did not put on an overbearing appearance. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's young Master Qilin." Everyone was shocked again and turned their heads. At the back, another group of people walked over. The person in front was tall and straight. His face was handsome and his aura was powerful. He was not any weaker than young Master Annel. He was young Master Qilin of the Shen family. This young Master Qilin's temper was not as good as young Master Annel's. His face was incomparably cold and had a trace of arrogance. He did not put the surrounding people in his eyes. Looking at him, his personality was somewhat similar to that of the dead young Master Lingfeng. "Brother Shen, long time no see." Young Master Annel found himself as he looked at young Master Qilin and said with a chuckle. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Last time, you snatched 3 of my spirit veins. How do you want to settle this debt? The moment young Master Qilin came up, he displayed an overbearing aura. Even when facing young Master Annel, he did not back down. Brother Shen's words are incorrect. Those 3 spirit veins were originally discovered by my merry woods. How can it be said that I snatched them from your hands? Young Master Annel said with a smile. Less nonsense. No matter what you say, this matter will not end like this. Wait until after this banquet. I want to have a good exchange with you. I want to see what kind of breakthrough your cultivation has recently. You actually dare to touch the things that I fancy. Alright, if you want to exchange pointers, then I will naturally accompany you. Young Master Annel was still smiling, but there was an additional trace of sharpness in his eyes. Seeing 2 young masters whose names shook the continent competing, the other martial artists did not dare to speak and could only listen quietly. They understood this matter very well in their hearts. Although the 2 of them were peak prodigies, the family forces that they represented were different. It was very normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect that young Master Qilin would actually want to fight with young Master Annel. Needless to say, this would be another fierce battle. Seeing the 2 famous young masters fighting, the other warriors did not dare to speak. They could only listen quietly. They were well aware of this. Although the 2 of them were top prodigies, they represented different families. It was normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect that young Master Qilin would want to fight young Master Annel. Needless to say, this would be another fierce battle. Brother Morong, you're here too? Young Master Annel ignored young Master Qilin and looked back again. Brother Morong, everyone's hearts trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. To be addressed by young Master Annel like that, he must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, they had already guessed who he was. Young Master Moonwalker. That's right, young Master Moonwalker of the Morong family was also one of the 4 young masters of Tianwu. Young Master Moonwalker wore a black robe. His face was calm. He was neither arrogant nor smiling. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. He slowly walked over and greeted young Master Annel and young Master Qilin. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. Although the 3 young masters did not speak, the surrounding air seemed to have condensed. It became abnormally heavy. As for the surrounding warriors, their expressions changed drastically as they quietly retreated. Although the 3 of them did not deliberately release their aura, the surrounding warriors could not bear the terror. I did not expect the 3 of you to come so quickly. Please forgive me for not being a good host. At this moment, a laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man walking over. He was handsome and wore a golden battle suit. He looked extraordinarily mighty. "It's him, Duan Yu!" someone exclaimed. "Duan Yu? Who is he? What a powerful aura. Is he also a disciple of the Duan family?" Everyone was shocked. "He's young Master Ling Feng's younger brother." Some of them knew the inside story, so they quickly spoke. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Young Master Ling Feng's younger brother. No wonder he was so powerful. Thinking about it, he should also be a top prodigy. The Duan family is really something. First, there was young Master Ling Feng in the younger generation. Now, there's such a peerless genius. Is the Duan family really going to rise? Hearing this, young Master Anil, young Master Treading Moon, and young Master Qilin all turned to look at the golden-armored man and nodded slightly. Indeed, as young Master Ling Feng's disciple, his strength couldn't be considered weak. Although he wasn't as strong as them, he wasn't too far off. It could be said that he was qualified to talk to them. Seeing the three of them nod, Duan Yu was overjoyed. She then said loudly, "This way please." He was indeed happy because these three people represented an extraordinary position in the younger generation. His brother used to be such a person, but now his brother was dead. If he wanted to replace his brother and regain the position of young Master Tianwu, he would have to gain the recognition of these three people. This was also the reason why the Duan clan sent him out. To receive young Master Anil and the other two. This was because the Duan clan needed to support another young Master Tianwu. Very soon, young Master Anil and the other two were asked to leave. The entire scene quieted down for a moment. Everyone looked at the backs of the three of them as they left, feeling envious. But very quickly, they cried out again because more and more important figures arrived at the Palace of Gods of War. Marywood's Great Elder has arrived. The Palace Lord of Divine Bird Palace has arrived. The Guardian Elder of the Shin family has come to visit. One after another, great figures descended from the sky while riding on clouds and mist. They either rode on rare and precious beasts or rode on peerless flying treasures. They were like powerful gods that made people look up to them. Following the arrival of these important figures, the Duan clan also sent out elders to invite them in. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. This was because other than the kings of the various king clans, almost all the important figures with strength had arrived. Such a grand event could be said to be rare in 1,000 years. The Palace of Gods of War was filled with immortal mountains, spiritual springs, and all sorts of rare beasts. The entire place was like a paradise on earth. Among them, there were also countless experts. All sorts of spiritual wine, spiritual fruits, and precious spiritual tea were placed on the table. It was obvious that the real banquet was about to begin. They knew that it would not begin yet because the kings had not arrived. Not long after, another loud and clear voice sounded. "Ancestor Morong has arrived." Instantly, everyone exclaimed and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a purple cloud flew over. It was like a purple aura that came from the east, bringing with it a mysterious color. On top of the cloud, a figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a middle-aged man dressed in purple. He was expressionless, but he had a powerful aura that made everyone's heart beat faster. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship him. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that the real peerless expert had arrived. This was the Morong clan's ancestor, the Real King. "Greetings, Ancestor Morong." Instantly, everyone cheered at the sky. And this time, from the distant immortal palace, an old figure also flew over. "Haha, Brother Morong, please come in." The person who flew over from the Palace of Gods was an old man. He was tall and had white hair and beard, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. This was the Duan clan's ancestor, the new king. The appearance of the two kings pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to the peak. Instantly, everyone looked up at the sky with excitement. It could not be helped. Kings were the most powerful beings in the continent. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see them. But now, they were seeing two of them at the same time. This was definitely the most unforgettable thing in their lives. "Congratulations, Brother Duan." Ancestor Morong opened his eyes and smiled at the Duan clan's ancestor. Then, he was invited to the main hall of the Palace of Gods of War by the Duan clan's ancestor. But not long after, another voice sounded. The merry forest, the merry king has arrived. The Shin clan's ancestor has arrived. Dean Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy is here. Voices sounded one after another. Then, all the kings of the Sky Martial Continent arrived. Hearing the voices, the Duan clan's ancestor and ancestor Murong who were in the Palace of Gods of War all came out. In the sky, a divine chariot streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Pulling the chariot were 9 white lions. Each of them was as big as a small mountain. They were extraordinarily mighty and had an aura that made people's hearts tremble. They were an ancient species, the Ice Snow Demon Lion. Each of them was extremely precious and could not be bought with money. Moreover, the aura of these Ice Snow Demon Lions was very strong. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. They were extremely terrifying, but at this moment they could only pull the chariot. This was shocking. These Ice Snow Demonic Lions' auras were extremely powerful. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying, however, at this moment they could only pull the carriage. This was extremely shocking. The one sitting in the carriage was naturally the Happy King. 8 beautiful women dressed in colorful clothes accompanied the divine palanquin as it walked. They were like fairies floating in the sky. Soon, the entire carriage was suspended in the sky. 2 of the beautiful women half knelt in the sky and gently pulled open the jade curtains. Then, a figure walked out of the carriage. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. This was because the person who walked out of the carriage was a young man of about 16 or 17 years old. His figure was thin, his face was handsome, and his eyes were extremely clear. His entire body carried an ethereal aura, as if he was a fairy child. Who is this? Everyone was puzzled. No way, could he be the Happy King? Everyone's eyes widened. They could not believe it. Because in their opinion, since he was a king, he should be a senior figure. However, the figure in the sky was too young, it was obviously a young man. Even Merry Forest's young master Anil looked older than him. For a moment, everyone was bewildered and stunned. As for the 16 or 17-year-old youth in the sky, he lightly snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. Fellowin, it's an honor to meet you. The Duan family's patriarch cupped his fists. Beside him, Patriarch Murong also shook his head slightly. Old man, you're obviously more than 1,000 years old, but you always like to pretend to be young. Seeing the reactions of the Duan family's patriarch and Patriarch Murong, everyone knew that the young man in front of them should be the Happy King. However, they were still extremely shocked because this image was too different from the king they had imagined. The Happy King snorted coldly. What do you know? I'm cultivating so that I can stay young forever. You want to look like this? You can't do it. Hearing the Happy King's words, Patriarch Murong smiled and shook his head. At this moment, another laugh came from the sky. What? Based on what you said, this old man's cultivation is unorthodox? Another old voice came. This voice contained powerful energy, so much so that everyone's scalp went numb. There was no need to think too much about it. Just by looking at the energy and the tone, one could tell that this person's identity wasn't any lower than the Happy King's. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky again. Sure enough, another old man appeared in the sky. The old man sat on a huge golden chariot. The golden chariot radiated light like a sun. The ones pulling the carriage were similarly astonishing, 9 flood dragons. Every single one of them was extremely ferocious and carried a powerful aura. They were all 9-star demon generals. That old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if he had descended from the heavens. Shin clan's patriarch. Everyone cried out in surprise. That's right, the old man sitting on the golden chariot was the Shin family's old ancestor. The merry monarch glanced at the patriarch of the Shin family and snorted coldly. Old man Shin, in my opinion, your Shin family's heavenfall purity technique is indeed not that great. Why don't you cultivate my Merry Forest's Lotus Treasure appraisal technique? I can guarantee that your strength will increase greatly in a short period of time. Don't try this on me, N. Every time we meet, you say that my Shin family's heavenfall purity technique is weak. Whether it's powerful or not, we'll only know after we fight. After saying that, the patriarch of the Shin family snorted coldly and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. This aura was like the abyss of the sea. Once it appeared, the entire void trembled. The martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even knelt on the ground and shivered. This was the aura of a king. They could not resist at all. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan family hurriedly advised, "Both of you, give me some face. Why don't we all go in together and have tea and discuss?" On the side, Patriarch Morong also waved his hand. Instantly, the martial artists below trembled. They felt that the terrifying aura had disappeared. Immediately, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to the sky. "Thank you, Senior Morong." Patriarch Morong nodded slightly and said, "Old man Shin, don't do this every time. If you two want to fight, find a place where there's no one. Even if you two turn the world upside down, I won't care. But don't do it here. You'll scare the kids below." Humph. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Shin family snorted coldly and retracted his aura. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Duan family heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, he frowned slightly. This was because someone was flying in the sky from afar. It was a spirit boat. It was azure in color and emitted streams of light. It was like the stars in the sky, flickering with resplendent light. On this spirit boat, a middle-aged man stood. His face was fair and clean, and his gaze was as deep as the stars. The aura on his body was like the abyss of the sea, unfathomable. Behind him, there were more than 10 elders and a few young disciples. This group of people were martial artists from the Immortal Martial Academy. And the middle-aged man in front was Dean Xian. The reason why the patriarch of the Duan family frowned was because the Immortal Martial Academy and the Palace of Ares had a very good relationship. Although they did not directly attack, they still stood on opposite sides. But this time, he still invited the Immortal Martial Academy. After all, the other party was a king faction and could not be underestimated. But he did not expect that they would really come. This made him a little bewildered. Because he knew that the other party was definitely not here to congratulate him. It was very likely that they were here for the elders of the Palace of Ares that he had captured. But when he saw that there were only more than 10 elders and a few young disciples behind Dean Xian, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Because with just these few people, they could not cause any waves. One must know that he was now a true king faction. He would definitely not be afraid of Dean Xian. And the rest were not a match for his Duan family. It could be said that if the other party dared to attack, he would definitely retaliate without mercy. Thinking of this, his lips curled up into a smile. "Daoist Xian, I've heard a lot about you." The patriarch of the Duan family squinted his eyes and laughed. No matter how one looked at it, there was a trace of provocation in his expression. At this moment, Patriarch Morong, the Happy King, and the Shin family's patriarch also greeted Dean Xian. Dean Xian responded to them one by one. She did not say anything, but her eyes were incomparably deep. Then, the patriarch of the Duan family invited the few kings to the main hall of the Palace of Ares. After the few kings left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all sat on the ground, paralyzed. It could not be helped. It was too terrifying. Even a trace of aura was not something that they could fight against. This was the might of a king faction. It was completely above them. The last one to arrive should be Dean Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy, right? I didn't expect him to come too. Someone said doubtfully. Yeah, I heard that Dean Xian has always supported the Lin family. I didn't expect him to come to the Duan family's banquet. What's the big deal? The Duan family captured many elders of the Palace of Ares. Dean Xian is probably here to plead for those elders. Moreover, Lin Xian might appear this time too. With Dean Xian here, Lin Xian might be able to keep his life. Everyone was discussing and guessing what was going to happen next. Not long after, a low drumming sound could be heard. The sound was long and carried with it the sound of thunder. Everyone knew that the banquet was about to begin. In the next moment, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the mountain range in the center. In the mountain range ahead, there was a vast valley. The valley was ethereal and beautiful with dense spiritual energy. Because there were hundreds of precious spiritual herbs growing inside, it was called the 100 Herb Valley. The banquet this time was held in the 100 Herb Valley. At this moment, the 100 Herb Valley was already prepared and waiting for everyone to arrive. The valley was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Many cultivators entered the 100 Herb Valley and looked for their seats. If one was careful, they would realize that the decorations were very particular. It was roughly divided into 5 sections according to the sovereign family. The 5 most dazzling seats were reserved for the 5 sovereigns. Below the throne were the core elders of the various sovereign families. They were all arranged according to seniority and strength. And among the younger generation, the 4 princes of the Tianwu kingdom were the most respected. Prince Anil, Prince Qilin, and Prince Moonwalker sat in their respective sections, showing their superior status. Although Prince Lingfeng was killed, the Duan family sent out Duan Yu, who was wearing golden armor. He sat in the same position as the other 3 princes of the Tianwu kingdom. Obviously, the Duan family wanted to turn Duan Yu into another Prince Tianwu. Duan Yu sat there with a confident smile on his face. He was too excited. Previously, with his brother Prince Lingfeng around, he couldn't stand out at all. But now, Prince Lingfeng was killed. This was something he didn't dare to believe even in his dreams. However, this was also the greatest benefit to him because he would become the next Prince Tianwu. Seeing Duan Yu sitting in the same position as young noble Anil and the others, everyone was shocked. They naturally knew what this meant, but they never expected that the Duan family would be so eager to create another Prince Tianwu just a few years after Prince Lingfeng died. Young noble Anil, young noble Qilin, and young noble Moonwalker didn't say anything. Even though Duan Yu was weaker than them, there wasn't much of a difference between them. Furthermore, other than Duan Yu, it was unlikely that anyone else could become young Master Tianwu. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Duan clan had just become a king clan, and the Duan clan had just become a king clan. There was nothing wrong with letting his disciple become one of the Tianwu young masters. At this time, an elder of the Divine Bird Palace said with a smile, "Young Master Duan Yu may be young, but his talent and strength have already surpassed everyone else. It seems like the next young Master Duan Yu will be the Tianwu prince." With someone taking the lead, the others naturally began to congratulate him as well. When Duan Yu heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. His eyes were bursting with confidence. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to surpass the previous young Master Ling Feng. However, at this time, a cold snort was heard. "Humph, just because young Master Ling Feng is dead, can someone else become young Master Tianwu? Since when did young Master Tianwu become so worthless?" Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Many of them even frowned. They wanted to see who it was that dared to speak so arrogantly. However, in the next moment, the voice continued to speak. "If you ask me, if anyone were to choose young Master Tianwu, it would be Lin Xian. Because he killed young Master Ling Feng. Naturally, his strength is above young Master Ling Feng. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who can become the new young Master Tianwu." Boom! When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Their heads exploded with a boom. Arrogant, this was too arrogant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. To say such words in such an occasion, wasn't this a provocation to the Duan clan? Just who was it that was so daring? To actually dare to humiliate the Duan clan in public, wasn't this courting death? They were indeed shocked. One had to know that the Duan clan was no longer the Duan clan of the past. It was a true sovereign clan. Now, everyone could not wait to be more careful. Yet, someone dared to humiliate the Duan clan in such a place. How audacious! Duan Yu's expression immediately darkened. He was like an angry lion. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He wasn't the only one. The entire Duan clan had a gloomy expression. Especially the Duan clan's old ancestor. His gaze froze as a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. However, when everyone saw the person who had spoken, they were all stunned. This was because the person who had spoken was none other than a disciple of the Shin clan. "Xianxia, shut up!" Young Master Qilin snorted coldly. That's right, the person who had spoken was Xianxia. One had to know that he was extremely grateful to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had cured his elder sister, Xin Jingqiu. It could be said that Lin Xian was their clan's benefactor. Now, he naturally had to step forward to seek justice for Lin Xian. At this moment, hearing young Master Qilan's cold snort, Xianxia also raised her small face and said seriously, "What Shachi said is right." At this moment, everyone's gaze was gathered on the Shen clan. Most of them landed on Xianxia and Xianxia. They naturally knew that Lin Xian had once saved Xianxia. That was why the other party had such a performance. However, this was the Duan clan's banquet after all. The Duan clan's old ancestor had just become a sovereign. No matter what reason there was, he could not say such words here. Seeing that it was a disciple of the Shen clan and Shen Lingchuan's child, the Duan clan's old ancestor did not speak. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Because he knew that Shen Lingchuan's status in the Duan clan was extraordinary. Furthermore, this was a matter between the juniors. As a sovereign, it was not appropriate for him to interfere. However, Duan Yu did not have such misgivings. He snorted coldly. What qualifications does Lin Xian, that kind of trash, have to come to Tianwu young master? Humph, if he doesn't have the qualifications, you have the qualifications? You have to know that he killed young master Ling Feng. If it were you, would you be able to do it? Xianxia did not show any mercy and continued to slap his face. Hearing this, the Duan clan's disciples' faces turned black. Because this could be said to be their sore spot. As one of the Tianwu young masters, young master Ling Feng led almost half of the Duan clan's experts to hunt down Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed instead. Not only that, not a single person left alive. Countless experts, including young master Ling Feng, were all annihilated. This was simply unbelievable. Therefore, this matter became the Duan clan's sore spot. No one dared to mention it again. But he didn't expect that it would be brought up again in front of so many people. Humph. That Lin fellow used despicable means to harm my brother. If it was a real battle, he wouldn't be able to win. Duan Yu gritted his teeth. He didn't want to continue on this topic, so he glared at Xianxia. Since you're not convinced, why don't you come down and spar with me? Let's see if I'm qualified to become young master Tianwu. As he spoke, a terrifying aura rose from Duan Yu's body. Feeling this aura, everyone's heart beat wildly, and their faces were filled with shock. This aura was too powerful. It had already surpassed many older martial artists and was not much weaker than young Master Anil and the other two. So powerful. No wonder the Duan family wants Duan Yu and young Master Tianwu. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yeah, Duan Yu is a few years younger than young Master Ling Feng, but his cultivation is already very close. I'm afraid he'll surpass young Master Ling Feng in a few years. Many people were praising him. At this moment, Xianxia curled his lips. Humph, how old are you? You should be in your 20s. How old am I? I'm only 15. You want to spar with me? You're shameless. Someone like you wants to be young Master Tianwu? Have you ever seen a young Master Tianwu spar with a 15-year-old kid? Xianxia asked a series of questions with a look of disdain. You. Duan Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. He was so angry that he didn't notice the other party's age. Now it seemed that the other party was indeed only 15 or 16 years old. Indeed, with his status and cultivation, he couldn't possibly fight such a young man. Especially in front of so many people. However, the other party acted arrogantly and provoked him. This angered him so much that he almost puked blood. Since you know that you can't challenge me, then shut your mouth, Duan Yu said coldly. Shut my mouth? Why should I shut my mouth? I won't fight, I won't shut my mouth. What can you do to me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. If you're really capable, then spar with big brother Lin Xian. Let's see if he'll slash you. The crowd was speechless. Although what Xianxia said might be true, his attitude was too arrogant. Spar with Lin Xian? How could this be? Didn't they see that the Duan family had been searching for him for so many days, but they still couldn't find him? Who the hell knew where he had gone? Moreover, no one believed that Lin Xian would come here. One had to know that the Duan family's patriarch was here. Lin Xian was definitely courting death by coming here. Most likely, the other party wouldn't be so foolish. Therefore, it was impossible to find Lin Xian to compete with him. Duan Yu naturally knew this as well, so he sneered. Humph. That Lin guy is just lucky that he didn't meet me. Otherwise, if he dares to come over, I can crush him with one finger. Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, he laughed proudly. Is that so? I'm here. Can you crush me to death with one finger? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Like a sharp sword, it instantly cut through the entire valley. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Who was this? He actually dared to provoke the Duan clan. Duan Yu's laughter also came to an abrupt halt. His face was flushed red, while his eyes darkened as he quickly scanned his surroundings. Who is it? Get out here. At this moment, even young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Moonwalker frowned. This was because they did not notice where the voice came from. However, the Duan family's patriarch's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a cold light. On the side, the martial honorable's expression was even more ferocious. This was because he naturally knew whose voice it was. Din Xian was also stunned. His expression changed rapidly. Even his hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly. He did not expect the other party to come. Oh no, I didn't expect things to come to this. Din Xian sighed in his heart and quickly raised his head to look at the sky. At the same time, the other kings also raised their heads to look at the sky. As kings, they were extremely powerful, far surpassing the warriors around them. Naturally, they could tell that the voice came from the sky. When the surrounding warriors saw the kings looking up at the sky, they immediately raised their heads and looked over in confusion. In the next moment, their mouths were agape. This was because a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Immediately after, a figure like a mountain rapidly descended from the sky. Boom, soon, the figure landed on the ground. Suddenly, the entire valley shook violently as if there was an earthquake. In the middle of the valley, dust clouds were stirred up. It formed into a shockwave that swept the surroundings. Fortunately, the valley was protected by an array. Otherwise, the entire valley would have collapsed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They did not expect the person to be so powerful, who was so bold as to cause trouble at the Duan family's banquet. In an instant, everyone craned their necks and looked in front of them. The warriors of the Duan family looked even more ferocious as they looked at the center. When the morning fog dissipated, a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? It's him. No way, am I seeing things? It's actually him. He really came. How dare he come? Everyone's mouths were agape. They could not believe it. This was because they saw a young figure standing in the middle of the valley. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning. His entire body carried a sharp aura. He was like a sword deity that was unstoppable. Lin Xian. It's actually Lin Xian. In the next moment, countless people screamed. One had to know that Lin Xian was on the kill order of the Duan family's old ancestor. It could be said that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, the other party had appeared in such a grand manner. Was he not courting death? Everyone's mind went blank. They could not understand what the other party wanted to do. At this moment, countless warriors looked at Lin Xian with puzzled expressions. As for Din Xian and the other warriors of the Immortal Martial Academy, when they saw Lin Xian, their hearts sank. Not good, he still came. Dean, what should we do? Should we make a move? Many elders asked. They did not expect Lin Xian to really come. This was probably the worst outcome, because the Duan family would not let Lin Xian go. Din Xian also said in a low voice, "Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to him." Hearing this, the warriors of the Immortal Martial Academy heaved a sigh of relief. However, their faces were still filled with worry. The warriors of the Duan family laughed sinisterly. They did not expect the other party to be so stupid. Did he really dare to walk right into their trap? Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. He actually dared to come. This brat is too arrogant. But this time, he's dead for sure. Since he dares to come to our Duan family, we'll definitely make sure he doesn't return. That's for sure. Our Duan family has long become a king family, and our strength has increased greatly. He dared to kill a warrior of our Duan family. This time, we'll definitely tear him into pieces. The warriors of the Duan family all had sinister expressions on their faces. Their voices were ice cold. Wu Zun stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Xian. He coldly said, "Brat, you dared to kill my Chen. I'll make you wish you were dead. This kid is too arrogant, but he's dead for sure this time. How dare he come to my Duan clan, this time he won't be able to leave. That's for sure, my Duan clan has long become a king clan, and our strength has greatly increased. He dared to kill my Duan clan's warrior, this time we'll tear him to pieces." The Duan clan's disciples looked ferocious, and their voices were cold. Wu Zun suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Xian, and said coldly, "Kid, you dared to kill my Chen. I'll make you wish you were dead." On the side, Duan Yu also snorted coldly, "Kid, kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian's appearance caused a commotion among the crowd. It couldn't be helped, it was too shocking. One had to know that if Lin Xian stepped out in this situation, he would definitely die. Even so, the other party really came. "How dare you? This is King Duan's banquet, it's incomparably sacred. How dare you cause trouble here? Back down." An elder from Divine Bird Palace stood up and suddenly shouted. Everyone in the world knew the relationship between Lin Xian and the Duan clan, and it was irreconcilable. Now, Lin Xian dared to come to the Duan clan's banquet, he was undoubtedly here to cause trouble. Divine Bird Palace's intention to stand up at this time was obvious, and that was to curry favor with the Duan clan. "Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of me? Get lost." Lin Xian glanced at the elder of Divine Bird Palace, and then shouted coldly without any trace of politeness. "You." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. "Junior, you're too presumptuous, how dare you disrespect your elders?" Being scolded by a young man in his 20s in front of so many people, the elder of Divine Bird Palace was too ashamed to step down, and his face was livid with anger. "Whose elder are you? How dare you flaunt your seniority in front of me? You're courting death." Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his voice was like thunder with terrifying power. Suddenly, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled, and he almost fell down. Not only that, but his ears were bleeding, and his whole person became extremely weak. It was obvious that the sound from earlier had caused him to suffer internal injuries. Not only the elder of the Divine Bird Palace, but everyone felt their hearts tremble. The reason for that was because the energy and killing intent contained within that voice was simply too terrifying. It caused their hearts to palpitate in fear. It was just that Lin Xian deliberately targeted the elder of Divine Bird Palace, so the other party was seriously injured. However, the others felt their scalps go numb. What kind of method was this? This was too terrifying, a single sound was enough to seriously injure an elder of the Divine Bird Palace. Heavens, this Lin Xian really lives up to his reputation. No wonder he could kill Prince Ling Feng. Yeah, isn't he a little too strong? Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were extremely shocked. On the other side, the Duan clan's ancestor's face became increasingly gloomy. He was naturally able to sense that this young man before him was extraordinary. If he was allowed to continue growing, then he would definitely become the #1 enemy of their Duan clan. He would not allow such a danger to continue growing. Thinking of this, the Duan clan's ancestor's eyes turned cold. He originally wanted to hunt down Lin Xian, but he did not manage to find him. However, he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door today. The heavens were really helping him. For a moment, all eyes were on Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. Following that, several figures quickly descended. "There's someone else." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have helpers. The Duan clan's warriors were even more nervous. If the other party brought any experts, they must counterattack immediately. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. The people who came were not as they had imagined. 3 figures appeared. One of them was a peerless woman dressed in purple. In her arms was a red little fox with 9 tails. Morong Qingqing, seeing this woman in purple, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They naturally recognized her. This was the heavenly girl whose name shook the continent. Her fame was no less than that of the 4 princes of Tianwu. The other person was a woman in a black robe and a golden mask. She was as cold as a knife. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, carrying a biting killing intent. She was Luo Bingshan. Not many people knew her, but no one doubted her strength. The other person was the dark red divine dragon. At this moment, it had already retracted its kingly aura. Furthermore, it did not transform into its divine dragon form. Therefore, it looked like a 1-meter-long snake. The appearance of the 3 caused quite a stir. Especially the Morong clan. They all heaved a sigh of relief. They naturally knew that Morong Qingqing had left for 2 to 3 years. However, they did not know where she went. Now that they saw her return safely, they could finally put down the stone in their hearts. Patriarch Morong also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Kid, this is my clan's patriarch's banquet. Are you really going to ruin it? At this moment, an old man from the Duan clan stood up and shouted coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Kid, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The guests this time are the 5 great kings, supreme existences. Quickly kneel on the ground and admit your guilt. Otherwise, my Duan clan will not be courteous. It was obvious that the Duan clan was using the great kings to suppress others. Hee, the Duan clan is so powerful. Lin Xian sneered. However, since it's a banquet in Tianwu continent, how can the Palace of Ares be absent? As the young master of the Palace of Ares, I brought a few friends to attend the banquet. Is the Duan clan not welcoming me? Lin Xian looked around disdainfully. Palace of Ares? Hearing this, everyone had a strange expression. Did the Palace of Ares still exist? However, although everyone thought so, no one said it out loud. Guests from afar. Men, give them a seat. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan clan suddenly spoke. Although the Duan clan warriors below were unwilling, they did not dare to go against the patriarch's words. Therefore, they quickly arranged some seats for Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the rest to sit. Qingqing, you guys go sit there first. Lin Xian turned around and said softly. After that, Morong Qingqing, the Luo Bing trio, and the dark red divine dragon went to the seats that were just vacated. However, Lin Xian did not move and remained standing there. The cultivators of the Duan clan immediately frowned when they saw this scene. Kid, the seats are already vacated for you. Why are you still not leaving? Do you still want to cause trouble? The patriarch of the Duan clan shouted coldly again. His voice was like thunder that exploded in all directions, carrying a terrifying killing intent. Those are the seats for the guests. It's not a problem for my friends to sit there. However, I'm different. I'm the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this is the territory of the Palace of Ares. You want me to sit in the guest seat? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xian shouted coldly and did not back down. His voice was as cold as a sharp sword. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura surged from his body. I'm from the Palace of Ares. Naturally, I have to sit in the main seat. Old dog of the Duan clan, get down here. Old dog of the Duan clan, get down here. A loud shout startled everyone. As soon as this voice came out, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt as if their minds had gone blank and they were about to explode. They didn't dare to imagine that a young man in his 20s actually dared to berate the Duan clan's old ancestor. Yes, Lin Xian was right. He was the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this place was also the Palace of Ares. He should have been sitting on the main seat as the owner. But so what, the Palace of Ares was no longer the Lin clans, but the Duan clans, and the Duan clan's old ancestor even broke through and became a king. He became the pinnacle existence. Who cared if the Palace of Ares belonged to the Lin clan, and now, Lin Xian actually dared to berate a king. Was he not afraid of death? Therefore, Lin Xian's actions really shocked everyone. In their opinion, this was purely an act of courting death. For a moment, the entire valley fell into an extremely tense atmosphere, as if a bomb would explode at any time. How dare you? Impudent. Kid, you're courting death. Quickly kneel down and accept your death. A group of people shouted angrily. These people were all martial artists of the Duan clan. At this moment, they were full of killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. The other party actually dared to insult their old ancestor. He really deserved to die. The Duan clan's old ancestor's face was gloomy as his cold gaze locked onto Lin Xian. As long as he moved a finger, he could kill the other party. Because he was a king. However, right at that moment, he felt another aura firmly locking onto him. This aura seemed to be even stronger than his. Instantly, the Duan clan's old ancestor raised his brows and glanced over. Din Xian. He snorted coldly in his heart. That's right, the one staring at him now was Din Xian of the Immortal Martial Academy. The Duan clan's old ancestor didn't doubt that as long as he made a move, Din Xian would immediately make a move too. Therefore, for a moment, he only looked coldly at Lin Xian and didn't say anything. However, just because he didn't make a move, it didn't mean that the people below wouldn't make a move. And in the Duan clan's old ancestor's opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, he was still just a young man. He didn't even need to do anything to such a person. The Duan clan's powerhouses had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Sure enough, in the next moment, the martial sovereign also stood up. His cold gaze landed on Lin Xian as he said in an icy voice, "You're that Lin Xian." After a few years, this martial honorable had become even more powerful. He was like a giant beast in the deep abyss, and no one could see through him. However, the aura it emitted had long since surpassed that of a half-step king. It was the most terrifying existence beneath the kings. "Which one are you?" Lin Xian asked coldly when he saw the other party's aggressive aura. "You killed my son. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my Chen. Wu Zun's voice was cold. "Duan Chen? I don't know them. I've killed too many people. Do I have to remember the names of every Tom, Dick, and Harry?" Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Lin Xian didn't know who Duan Chen was, but everyone else did. Duan Chen was young Master Ling Feng's real name. Now, the martial sovereign wanted to stand up for his son young Master Ling Feng. In fact, how could Lin Xian not know? Ever since the martial sovereign stood up, he knew that the other party wanted to stand up for young Master Ling Feng. However, he was intentionally using words to attack the other party. When two parties were fighting, they naturally had to attack the other party's aura first. Winning without a fight was the best result. "Little bastard, no matter how eloquent you are, today is the day you die. Yes. You killed my brother. Today, you will die kneeling." On the other side, Duan Yu also shouted coldly. He was wearing a golden armor, and his entire body was shining brightly under the sun. He looked like a god of war. "Which one are you again?" Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "I'm talking to your Duan family's elders. Who are you to interrupt? Quickly slap him." Crazy, this was too crazy, everyone's scalp went numb. They couldn't believe it. One had to know that Duan Yu was extremely powerful. He even had the qualifications to be called young Master Qianwu, but now he was being taught a lesson by Lin Xian. It was like an elder teaching a junior a lesson. Wasn't this slapping the Duan family's face? You. Die. Brat, I'll fight it out with you." As expected, Duan Yu was immediately enraged. He was like a mad lion as he strode forward, every step he took caused the ground to tremble. A terrifying golden aura gushed out from his body. He was like a god of death as he arrived beside Lin Xian in an instant. "What? You want to fight?" Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. He didn't care at all. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They didn't expect such a thing to happen when the banquet had just started. If they didn't kill Lin Xian, the banquet wouldn't be able to continue. As expected, the Duan family had the same thoughts, so they didn't stop them. In the Immortal Martial Academy, Din Xian didn't make a move either. Din Xian's main goal was to keep an eye on the Duan family's patriarch. He believed that with Lin Xian's strength, he should be able to deal with this situation. As for Morong Qingqing and the others, they were even more relieved. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed the Black Dragon leader in the Tiannan region. That was a true legend, not to mention this Duanyu in front of him. Therefore, Morong Qingqing, the falling ice mountain, and the dark red divine dragon were all carefully sipping their spiritual tea. They looked like they were watching a show. "Brat, you're too arrogant. I don't know what tricks you used to harm my brother, but with your strength, I can kill you with one slap." Duanyu's voice was ferocious. "Kneel down and apologize to the Duan family now, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight." Lin Xian snorted coldly. A fierce aura suddenly rose from his body like a peerless divine sword. Even in the sky, countless gusts of wind were dancing wildly. There were faint sounds of thunder all around. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond everyone else's. It had reached the peak of the younger generation. Even young Master Anil and the others were paying attention with rapt attention. They also wanted to know what kind of strength Lin Xian had to be able to kill young Master Ling Feng. Was it true ability, or was it just a trick? Among them, young Master Anil waved the folding fan in his hand and nodded slightly. "Not bad, not bad. Judging from this aura, it's not weaker than us." Young Master Moonwalker did not speak. He only nodded slightly. On the side, young Master Qilin snorted disdainfully. "Comparable to us? Him? What a joke. I don't know what tricks this brat used to harm Ling Feng. How can he be compared to us? What a joke. Just watch. There's no need for us to do anything. Duanyu alone can kill this brat." Among the Shen family's crowd, Xianxia and Xianxia clenched their fists nervously. Especially Xianxia, her pair of big eyes stared at Lin Xian without blinking. She was too happy. She did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, she was also very nervous. She was worried about Lin Xian's safety. "You want to fight? Alright, brat, I'll fulfill your wish." "You want to fight? Alright, kid, I'll fulfill your wish. However, our battle won't be so simple." Duanyu sneered and looked at the Marshal Honorable. The Marshal Honorable sat down again and nodded. "Alright. Thank you, father." Duanyu was overjoyed. He waved his hand and instantly, on the other side of the valley, a light flashed and a formation was formed. Then, 7 to 8 old figures appeared. They were all old men with injuries all over their bodies. They looked dispirited and were covered in blood. At this moment, they were tied up by countless divine ropes and hung in midair. Seeing these figures, everyone was shocked. Those elders of the Immortal Martial Academy all stood up, their eyes fixed on the scene in front of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression instantly turned ice-cold. His eyes were filled with blood-red murderous intent. The old figures in front of him were the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and a few other old men from the War God Palace. They were worried about Lin Xian, so they secretly came out to search for him. They didn't expect to be caught by the Duan family. Then, they were brought here and tortured. Now, they were taken out in front of everyone and prepared to be slaughtered. The 9th elder and the others also saw Lin Xian and their bodies trembled. "Young master, leave quickly. The ancestor of the Duan family has already become a king. Leave quickly." "Yes, young master. Don't worry about us, leave quickly. Din Xian will bring you away." The 10th elder and the rest shouted crazily. They didn't expect Lin Xian to come. This was definitely the worst news. The Duan family was an inescapable net. Once they came, they wouldn't be able to leave. Lin Xian clenched his fists and his body trembled. He took a deep breath and tried his best to control his murderous intent. "9th elder, 10th elder, seniors of the War God Palace, don't worry. I will definitely let you leave safely. Not only that, I will make those who hurt you pay back 100 times." With that, Lin Xian's cold eyes swept across the Duan family. Instantly, the martial artists of the Duan family trembled and felt a chill in their hearts. That was because the other party's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if he was a god of death. However, the ancestor of the Duan clan, the martial sovereign, Duanyu and the others were all sneering. Among them, Duan Yu even coldly said, "Brat, do you want to save them? Sure, compete with me. However, I have something to tell you. Every 3 moves, I will kill one person. There are a total of 7 people here. In other words, we only have a chance to exchange 21 moves. If you win in 3 moves, I will release all of them. And if you are unable to defeat me within 21 moves, then all of them will die. Remember, you're the one who killed them." Duan Yu stared at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. As for the surrounding martial artists, they felt a chill in their hearts. Killing one person every 3 moves, this Duan clan was too ruthless. One had to know that Duan Yu was on the same level as young Master Tianwu. No matter how strong this Lin Xian was, how could he defeat his opponent in 20 moves? As for winning in 3 moves, that was even more impossible. In other words, all the elders of the Palace of War Gods had to die. Killing one person in 3 moves was indeed ruthless. It seemed like the Duan clan was determined to kill all the elders of the Palace of War Gods. Not only that, even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Ancestor Morong didn't say anything. His finger tapped lightly in the air as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The martial reverend also nodded slightly. Indeed, in his opinion, with Duan Yu's strength, the outcome wouldn't be decided without 100 moves. And by that time, all the people from the Palace of War Gods would have been killed. The people from the Immortal Martial Academy couldn't sit still anymore. One of the reasons they came here was to rescue the 9th Elder and the others. Now that they saw those people being dragged out in front of everyone, they were furious. Din Xian's gaze was also gloomy. He had already decided to find a suitable time to act. At this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Fine, I agree to your request. Hurry up and die." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and there was no trace of fear in it. At this moment, he was like a god of war. The aura he emitted made everyone's heart tremble. He agreed? How is that possible? Could it be that he thinks he can finish off Duan Yu in less than 20 moves? He's crazy. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. However, when they saw the confident expression on Lin Xian's face, their hearts trembled. What was with that confident smile of hers? Could it be that he still had some secret methods? Everyone was puzzled. However, Duan Yu sneered, "Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." From afar, the cultivators from the Duan clan shouted coldly, "Brother Yu, kill him. Kill this brat. Avenge our Duan clan. Idiot brat, he dares to fight with Duan Yu. He's really courting death. Just you wait. Today will be his burial ground." Everyone sneered. Duan Yu also took a step forward. The golden armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a golden god of war, emitting an unparalleled power. At this moment, Duan Yu's gaze was piercingly cold. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body carried a surging aura. He raised his arrogant head and looked ahead. "Brat, I'll let you know my true strength." Universe-suppressing fist. In the next moment, Duan Yu roared. The golden armor on his body flickered with incomparable light. Then, he punched out. The terrifying fist directly shattered the void. This punch was simply too terrifying. It carried an unparalleled amount of power. Countless golden lights flickered. There were a total of 49 golden lights, each of which transformed into a sharp sword. The 49 sharp swords accompanied the fist and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. Many people revealed astonished expressions. This power is too terrifying. He has already reached the half-step king realm. It can't be, right? This Duan Yu is so powerful? Looks like we've underestimated him before. This is the universe-suppressing fist. In Duan Yu's hands, it's even more terrifying. Why do I feel that he has already surpassed Prince Lingfeng? No wonder the Duan clan wants him to be the new Prince Tianwu. One after another, cries of surprise sounded. It could be said that Duan Yu's power had indeed shocked everyone. Even Prince Anil and the other 2 frowned. In truth, this power was not weaker than theirs. It's over. Lin Xian definitely won't be able to take down his opponent in a short time. He might even lose. It seemed like the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were dead for sure. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. This is the first move. Die for me. In front, Duan Yu coldly snorted. Carrying an incomparably resplendent light and the 49 golden swords, he quickly charged forward. That's the first move. Die. In front of him, Duan Yu snorted coldly. With a bright light and 49 golden swords, he quickly charged forward. Lin Xian was as still as a mountain. His eyes were cold like the god of death. He had no intention of making a move. What? He didn't make a move? What is he doing? Humph. This Lin guy must be scared silly. Sure enough, he was a piece of trash. He must have used despicable means to kill young Master Ling Feng. Now, in front of everyone, he was no match for Duan Yu. Go, kill him, kill this kid. The Duan family disciples roared crazily. Seeing this, Duan Yu's lips curled into a sneer. Humph, a piece of trash indeed. Just as he guessed, Duan Yu did not have any real skills. Thinking of this, he was even more pleased. The power in his hand increased by 30%, turning into a golden dragon and charging forward. However, facing such a terrifying fist and 49 golden swords, Lin Xian only gently extended his palm and grabbed forward. Look, he's making a move. What? He wants to grab the golden swords with his bare hands? Oh my god, what is he doing? He must be crazy. It's over. That kid must be crazy. He dares to take the Qianquan fist head-on. Doesn't he know the power of the Qianquan fist? At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was too blind. Among them, young Master Anil and young Master Moonwalker frowned. Young Master Qilin sneered disdainfully, a piece of trash indeed. When Duan Yu saw Duan Yu grabbing his fist with his bare hands, he sneered. What an idiot. My Qianquan ring is terrifying. My body is no weaker than an earth-rank martial art. How dare you grab it with your bare hands? Today, I'll break your palm. Boom, in the next moment, a low sound came from the front. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's body. However, the earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not happen. There was no blood, no screams, only a low sound. Then, there was nothing. What happened? Everyone was puzzled and stretched their necks to look ahead. Then, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. Because in front of him, Lin Xian was still as immovable as a mountain, standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the golden fist. The surrounding 49 sharp swords seemed to have been nailed into the void, unable to slash down at all. Caught? How is this possible? Everyone widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Duan Yu's face was also filled with shock, and his mind went blank. He couldn't believe it. How could his opponent catch his Qianquan fist? No, that's impossible. This isn't real. Damn it, how did you do it? He roared crazily and wanted to withdraw his fist, but he found that his opponent's palm was like a cage, tightly holding his fist. He couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian's eyes were as cold as the sword of a god. He stared at Duan Yu and coldly said, "First move." What? Duan Yu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be checking the moves. Did he really want to save the Palace of Gods of War Elders? However, before anyone could react, Duan Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xian clenched his fist and instantly, the 49 golden swords surrounding him were broken in half. As if they were sliced apart by a divine weapon, they shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Not only that, Duan Yu's entire arm was broken, revealing the white bone underneath. Duan Yu's miserable scream was heard. His entire face was distorted and terrifying sweat dripped down his face. However, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked Duan Yu's stomach, causing him to kneel on the ground and vomit blood. Second move. Lin Xian continued to speak coldly. Everyone's mind went blank and they stood rooted to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? 2 moves, only 2 moves. The powerful Duan Yu was defeated, 2 moves. That was Duan Yu. He was a genius who was about to become young Master Qianwu and was extremely powerful. How could he be defeated so easily? At this moment, everyone couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Could it be an illusion? Damn it, why is Lin Xian so powerful? Is he really defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. At this moment, young Master Anil, young Master Treadmoon, and young Master Lingfeng couldn't remain calm. They stood up abruptly and stared at the voice in front of them with sharp eyes. One had to know that Duan Yu was about to become young Master Qianwu and his strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. Even if they were to attack, they wouldn't be able to defeat him within 20 moves. But now, Duan Yu was defeated in 2 moves. How was that possible? Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was even greater than theirs? Impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Young Master Qilin shook his head frantically. Damn it, this kid must have used some secret technique or consumed some elixir. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he was still disdainful and thought that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to defeat Duan Yu. But now, Duan Yu was defeated in just 2 moves and even lost an arm. The scene was too shocking. It was as if he was struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. The Duan family was even more shocked. Even Wu Zun and the old ancestor of the Duan family were stunned. That was because they knew of Duan Yu's strength. He wasn't much weaker than young Master Anil and the rest. That was why they were confident that Duan Yu would become the new young Master Qianwu. And this time, the competition between Duan Yu and Lin Xian was approved by them. That was because they wanted to use this competition to clear Duan Yu's name, but who knew that such a change would happen? In an instant, everyone in the valley was stunned. In the center of the valley, Duan Yu knelt on the ground and vomited blood. He was extremely shocked and his mind was blank. He couldn't understand why his opponent was so powerful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Impossible. This is impossible. He wouldn't believe it even if he died because in his expectations, the one who knelt down and begged for mercy should be Lin Xian. But now, why was it him? He shouted frantically and the golden armor on his body flickered. He exploded with a powerful force and wanted to counterattack. But in the next moment, he was welcomed by a long leg. Bang, a low sound echoed in the valley. Lin Xian raised his leg and stomped Duan Yu's head into the mud. You've lost in the 3rd move. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a giant abyss beast that wanted to devour people. From the beginning to the end, he didn't display any dazzling martial skills and his body didn't emit any resplendent light. Even his feet didn't move from the spot. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian did not display any dazzling martial skills, nor did his body emit any resplendent light. In fact, he did not even move his feet from the spot. Even so, he still defeated Duan Yu with ease. Now, he had even stepped on Duan Yu's head into the ground. This scene truly shocked everyone. It took a long time for the Duan clan's warriors to react. Immediately, they roared crazily. Each and every one of them looked incomparably ferocious, as if they were demons. They roared and charged forward. Kid, you're courting death. Hurry up and let go of Duan Yu, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Kneel down and accept your death. After a series of cold shouts, the 5 elders quickly rushed out like lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. They were mad, they were really mad. Duan Yu was the hope of the Duan clan's younger generation, and they planned to push him to the position of Tianwu Prince. However, they did not expect Duan Yu to be defeated at such an important time. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly. Not only that, even his head had been stomped into the ground. This was no longer a slap to the Duan clan's face, but a kick to their face. Therefore, the 5 elders could not tolerate it at all. With a roar, they quickly charged forward. The 5 of them had extremely powerful auras, which had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial highness realm. At that moment, the 5 of them joined forces like gods, and their powerful auras shook the surroundings. Everyone cried out in alarm, because when these 5 elders joined hands, they were really too powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Boom boom boom, the void trembled as 5 giant palms probed and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian as if they were going to crush him. The 5 palms covered the sky and emitted a resplendent light that completely covered the sky. However, Lin Xian still stood with his hands behind his back and his foot on Duan Yu's head, looking around disdainfully. At the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him as he shouted coldly. "Get lost." This voice was like a clap of thunder, turning into countless light waves that blasted upwards. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, the 5 giant palms in the sky exploded, turning into countless streams of qi that scattered in all directions. What? It's broken? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Those were 5 elders at the peak of the 9th rank. If they joined forces, even young Master Qianwu would have to take them seriously. However, at this moment, his attack was actually shattered so easily. This Lin Xian was just too strong. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was truly unfathomable. As for the 5 elders, their expressions changed enormously. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With just a voice, he was able to shatter their attacks. Damn it, this kid is too strange. His strength is beyond our expectations. Hurry up and kill him with all your might. The 5 of them looked at each other and roared. The spiritual energy in their bodies burned rapidly, forming countless rays of light that shone in all directions like the sun. Lin Xian coldly snorted, his gaze like lightning. Stubborn fools. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next moment, he punched out. The raging dragon will in his body circulated, and boundless qi and blood surged, letting out the roar of a dragon. With a punch, heaven and earth shook, as if a huge dragon was roaring and rushing out. Explode, this punch was like the Buddha's divine fist, carrying an incomparably terrifying power as it blasted forward. In the next moment, the bodies of the 5 Duan family elders exploded, turning into 5 clouds of blood mist that floated in the air. What? They died just like that? How is this possible? At this moment, everyone stood up, unable to believe it. Those were 5 at the peak of the 9th rank. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful. However, they were easily killed just like that. Young Master Anil, Young Master Moonwalker, and Young Master Qilan's faces also changed, their expressions extremely solemn. Killing 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch was probably something they could not do. Damn it, what cultivation level has this kid reached? How can he be so terrifying? Could it be that he has surpassed the half-step king realm? At this moment, the 3 of them no longer had their previous calmness. Especially young Master Qilan, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Thinking back to his previous attitude, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had completely surpassed his. This was something that the arrogant him could not accept. The Duan family's patriarch's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold because the strength of the young man below was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he had already made up his mind that no matter what happened today, he would completely eradicate the other party to prevent future troubles. Marshal Revered stood up all of a sudden, the black wind fluttering, murderous intent surging. He took a deep breath, like a god of war, looking down in front of him, and said coldly, "Kid, take your foot off and let Duan Yu go." He was indeed shocked that the other party could kill 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch, which showed that his strength was extremely powerful. It was even possible that he had surpassed the half-step king realm. This made his heart overflow with killing intent, but the other party was still stepping on Duan Yu, so he could only endure. Only by freeing Duan Yu could he kill him. At this moment, several elders of the Divine Bird Palace also shouted coldly, "Kid, quickly let go of young Master Duan Yu, or there will be no way for you to live. Young man, I hope you don't make a mistake." On the other side, several elders of the Shen family also stood up and shouted coldly. In addition, a few 6th-rank sects and families also shouted coldly. The reason was simple. Although Lin Xian had shown great strength, so what, he was still not a king. And the Duan families. Patriarch was a true king, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not beat him. So in the end, the Duan family was the winner. Now, they naturally had to stand on the Duan family's side. Lin Xian stepped on Duan Yu's head and sneered, "What? Until now, you still have a high and mighty attitude? Do you really think you can control everything? I will let you know that the strength you are so proud of is laughable in my eyes. Kid, quickly let go of you, or I will kill all the elders of the Palace of War Gods. You won't be able to save a single one. Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian's eyes darkened, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I hate it when people threaten me." The next moment, he exerted force on the sole of his foot and stomped down. Poochie, suddenly, Duan Yu's head split apart like a watermelon. What? He made a move? He actually made a move. How dare he make a move? Everyone could not believe it, and the elders of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace also opened their mouths wide, stunned on the spot. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Wu Zun roared, his expression extremely ferocious, and the other elders of the Duan family also roared like crazy. "Ah! Kid! I will kill you. Kill you. Do it. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of War Gods for me. Leave none alive. I will tear them into pieces. Attack. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of Gods of War. Don't leave a single one alive. I'm going to tear them into pieces." The martial reverends roared crazily. Instantly, the formation in front of them flickered, and countless rays of light enveloped the ninth elder and the others. The ninth elder and the others looked up to the sky and laughed excitedly. At this moment, they didn't have any fear at all because the scene that Lin Xian had displayed had deeply shocked them. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could instantly kill a peerless genius like Duan Yu. Their young master was so powerful, so what if they died? Moreover, they believed that Din Xian would definitely protect Lin Xian. Therefore, they could die without regrets. Seeing the formation flickering in front of them, forming countless killing sword chi and slashing towards the ninth elder and the others, many people sighed. As for the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy, they clenched their fists and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Ruffian dragon, save them all." What? Save them, how? That was an extremely terrifying killing formation, even a half-step king might not be able to survive in it. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, in the next moment, a light flashed, and the ninth elder and the others appeared beside the dark red divine dragon. Although they were injured, their lives weren't in danger. What? They were saved? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. That was a super killing formation. How did the other party do it? Moreover, it succeeded in the blink of an eye. They didn't even see how the other party did it. This time, not only were the innocents shocked, but young Master Anil and the others were also shocked. They also didn't see it clearly. The Duan family was even more stunned. They stood rooted to the ground in disbelief. Even the 5 great kings could not remain calm this time. This was because this method was extremely shocking to them. With their experience and strength, they could naturally see the power of that killing formation. Even a half-step king wouldn't be able to escape. Unless they made a move, they wouldn't be able to save them instantly. But now, a 4-legged snake actually did it. How was this possible? Therefore, in an instant, countless gazes were fixed on the dark red divine dragon. Among them, 5 were kings. They were very bright, like torches. I can't sense its cultivation base. Ancestor Moron was surprised. The Shen family's patriarch also frowned. Could it be a super array master? Interesting indeed. The happy king stared at the dark red divine dragon with a fiery gaze. Din Xian was shocked as well. Naturally, he knew about the Crimson Godly Dragon's background. But now, it seemed like the Crimson Godly Dragon had recovered. This made him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. If the other party had really recovered, it would definitely be a great thing for him. This way, Lin Xian and the people from the Palace of Ares would definitely be safe. Although he was a king and could restrain the Duan family's patriarch, there was still the Shen family's patriarch beside him. With the relationship between the Shen clan and the Duan clan, they would definitely make a move when the time came. A king tier like him would not be able to contend against so many. But now, with the dark red divine dragon, even if the old master of the Shen family were to make a move, he would be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Din Xian smiled. Then, he picked up the spiritual tea in front of him with a relaxed expression and slowly tasted it. On the other hand, the Duan clan's patriarch's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at the dark red divine dragon. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Unexpected, this was too unexpected. He had set up everything, but he did not expect that it would be destroyed by a long snake. This was intolerable to him. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party was not afraid of his suppression at all. This was because this gaze contained the powerful suppression of a king tier cultivator. Any cultivator below the king tier, even a half-step king, would not be able to withstand it. He wanted to use this method to kill the other party, but he did not expect that it would not work at all. The dark red divine dragon did not care about these gazes, especially the killing intent of the Duan clan's patriarch. Now that he had recovered to the king tier, he was no longer afraid of these people. Although he had not fully recovered, with his current cultivation and strength, he was able to use many kinds of dragon's secret techniques. He was not afraid of these kings at all. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and shot out several streams of spiritual energy into the bodies of the ninth elder and the other elders of the Palace of Ares, helping to stabilize their injuries. Lin Xian also took out some elixirs for them to consume. It was only after a long time that the crowd regained their senses. Then, they erupted into shouts of shock. The cultivators on the Duan clan's side were even more enraged. At this moment, they finally could not hold it in anymore. The other party had actually openly killed their prodigies right under their noses. This was intolerable, therefore, in the next moment, dozens of figures rose from the ground and charged towards Lin Xian. This time, there were 10 elders at the peak of the 9th heaven and 30 venerables at the 9th heaven. When these people joined forces, they formed a terrifying aura. It was as if countless demons had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful aura caused a strong gale to blow through the entire valley. When these people joined forces, even a half-step king would not be able to deal with them. Moreover, these people were not fighting alone. Instead, they quickly formed a kind of formation. Among them, 10 peak 9th heaven supremacies formed the myriad transformation sword formation. Suddenly, countless sword chi rushed out from these elders, forming a terrifying sword formation that enveloped Lin Xian. The other 39th heaven supremacies formed the universe demon subduing formation. Countless lightning bolts, gales, and flames surged out from these cultivators, forming a killing formation that also charged towards Lin Xian. When the two formations exploded, their energy was 10 times stronger than these cultivators. In an instant, they enveloped the entire valley. Haha, kid, go to hell. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my Duan clan's heroic spirit. Angry roars rang out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone retreated in fear and raised their defenses to protect themselves. They had no choice. These two formations were too terrifying. The energy that they emitted made these cultivators feel a sense of despair. This was a joint attack formation that was specially used to kill enemies. Within this formation, one could definitely erupt with power 10 times stronger than one's own. Moreover, it could be perfectly combined. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing formation. Within the myriad transformation sword formation, hundreds of sword chi surged into the sky. Like divine light, they flickered with an incomparably sharp aura. They covered the sky and instantly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the universe demon subduing formation exploded with unparalleled power. Countless lightning bolts danced like wild dragons, directly shattering the void. Behind them, there were flames that filled the sky, countless wind blades, and terrifying ice. All sorts of powerful energy gathered at this moment, forming an inescapable net. In an instant, the two killing formations completely enveloped Lin Xian. It's over, it's over. This time, Lin Xian is dead for sure. I'm afraid no one can withstand such a horrifying killing array. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person. The Duan family has countless experts in such a magical killing array. When combined, they can unleash 10 times the power. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist. Everyone was discussing while the martial honorable's lips curled into a cold smile. The eyes of the Duan family's old ancestor flickered. Not only that, but the other 4 kings were also paying attention. Lin Xian's previous performance was too dazzling. It was completely beyond their expectations and had even surpassed young Master Anil and the others. Rumble, crack. Crack, sword chi and lightning danced wildly. Horrifying energy exploded, causing the void in front of them to completely crack, forming terrifying black holes. Seeing this scene, those experts of the Duan clan finally looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, die, kid. So what if you're strong? Aren't you just a vengeful spirit now? This is what you get for going against the Duan family. Humph, not only are we going to kill you, but we're also going to kill everyone in the Palace of Ares. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Vicious voices rang out one after another, causing everyone's scalp to go numb and their hearts to palpitate. As for the 9th elder and the others, they had just recovered from their injuries. When they saw this scene, their faces instantly turned pale. They even gritted their teeth and charged forward again, wanting to risk their lives. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and as if it had used a fixed body technique, it firmly restrained the 9th elder and the others. Then, it said lazily, "Don't worry, that kid won't die. His strength is far beyond your imagination. This attack is nothing to him." Although the dark red divine dragon's voice wasn't loud, it spread clearly in all directions. It could even be heard clearly under the thunderous roar. This attack? Nothing to him. Everyone felt a headache coming. This was an extremely horrifying attack. No one below the king realm could withstand it. It was only because this valley had a super array that it wasn't destroyed. Even the void was being blasted into black holes. They couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such power. Terrifying energy exploded, blasting the void into one black hole after another, flickering indeterminately as if it was the entrance to the abyss of hell. Seeing this scene, the Duan clan's martial artists laughed wildly. In their opinion, the other party was dead for sure. This was because no one below the king realm could block such an attack. This is your strength? Do you have the right to be arrogant? How pitifully weak. However, at that moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the berserk energy. What? This is impossible. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. The Duan clan's martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. They could naturally tell that the voice belonged to Lin Xian, but how was that possible? How could he still be alive? Shouldn't he have been blown to smithereens by this violent energy? It must be an illusion. Maybe the spiritual energy just now was too strong, so it's an illusion. Many people comforted themselves. However, in the next moment, their eyelids twitched violently as they froze on the spot. That was because the terrifying energy vortex in front of him had suddenly split open, as if it had been split in half by a sword. And from that huge crack, a figure slowly walked out. What? It's Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. His clothes were neat and tidy, without a trace of dust. How is this possible? This can't be real. I don't believe it. Seeing this, the Duan clan's martial artists roared wildly. How could the other party be unscathed after such a terrifying attack? How was that possible? They could not believe it. They were not the only ones. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even the kings frowned as their eyes flickered. That was because this outcome was indeed beyond their expectations. At that moment, the martial honorables also reacted and roared wildly, "Retreat, retreat quickly." The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they retreated madly. The other party was too strange. That was their full-powered attack, and no one below the king realm could resist it. However, not only was the other party alive, but he was also safe and sound. He was not injured at all. That was too unbelievable. All of you, stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, a golden sky rock flew out from his palm and quickly filled the entire sky. 108,000 swords, the golden sky rock flapped its wings and its golden feathers turned into countless divine swords that flew in all directions. No. The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they roared wildly and resisted with all their might. However, it was useless. In front of the golden swords, they were as weak as ants. The martial honorables roared furiously and attacked wildly. Beside him, a black tiger quickly appeared. With a wave of his hand, the black tiger quickly pounced forward. "Alright, I'll get rid of you today." Lin Xian roared and stomped his feet. His entire body turned into a sharp sword radiance and instantly charged forward. At the same time, the golden sky rock in the sky was still shining brightly. 108,000 golden swords swept across the entire valley. Poof! Poof! In an instant, the Duan clan's martial artists who had attacked were all pierced by the golden swords and nailed to the ground. The ground was instantly dyed red. Countless streams of blood flowed and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Everyone went crazy and couldn't believe it. They could only quickly retreat for fear of being affected. "Ah! Kid, I'll kill you." Seeing this, the martial honorables roared furiously. He stood on the black tiger and quickly charged forward. At the same time, a black pagoda appeared in his hand. It flickered with a black light and was like a black mountain that crushed down on the void. At this moment, the martial honorables displayed powerful combat strength. He looked down on everyone and charged at Lin Xian like a god of war. So strong. Everyone was shocked. The aura emitted by the martial honorables was too terrifying. It had long surpassed the half-step king realm. It was even more terrifying than the joint attack of the Duan clan's martial artists. It was too terrifying. He was probably not far from the king realm. Everyone exclaimed. In an instant, the martial honorables had already arrived beside Lin Xian. His gaze was like lightning and carried a sharp glint as it opened and closed. The black pagoda in his hand spun rapidly and shot out rays of black light. The black tiger beneath his feet roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth, easily tearing the void apart. In an instant, all kinds of attacks blasted towards Lin Xian. "Martial honorables, right? I'll start with you today." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely cold. A green dragon's shadow appeared above his hand. It was like a real dragon and was extremely ferocious. Then, he punched out. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger beneath his feet. An earth-shaking sound resounded. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger under his feet, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying sound reverberated in all directions. Many martial artists in the surroundings were bleeding from their ears and kept retreating. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. The array of the entire valley shook violently. It could not withstand the impact at all, and cracks began to appear in many places. However, there were 5 kings here, so there would not be any accidents. Immediately, Ancestor Morong and the other kings made their moves. Countless rays of light shot out and stabilized the entire valley. However, in the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle had been decided. A scream was heard, followed by countless cracking sounds. What? The outcome has been decided? So fast? Everyone was shocked and looked over. The martial honorable was covered in blood and looked terrified as he quickly retreated. The pagoda in his hand was split in half, and the black tiger under his feet was killed by a single punch. At that moment, the martial honorable was in a sorry state. He was like a stray dog as he quickly retreated. What? How is this possible? Everyone saw this scene. They could not believe it. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be the one to lose, but they did not expect that the martial honorable would be the one to lose. Not only had he lost, but he had lost so miserably. One punch, just one punch, and the martial honorable was severely injured. Even the Dharma treasure in his hand was destroyed. His speed was even faster than Duan Yu's. Impossible, how can this kid be so strong? At that moment, everyone's scalps went numb. They now realized that Lin Xian was too terrifying. His combat strength did not seem to be up to par. As the enemy's strength increased, Lin Xian's combat strength became even stronger. This made everyone incomparably shocked. At that moment, even Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the Shen family's patriarch frowned. Din Xian was also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. You want to leave? don't you think it's too late? Since the Duan family dared to attack the Palace of Gods of War, you should be prepared to be killed, Lin Xian shouted coldly. A green killing sword quickly formed in his hand and he quickly slashed forward. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing that the martial honorable had retreated with injuries while Lin Xian was still attacking, the Duan clan's patriarch could no longer hold himself back. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Instantly, it formed a 5-finger mountain and enveloped Wu Zun. In an instant, the heavenly hand wrapped around Wu Zun and brought him back to the Duan clan's ancestors' side. All of this happened very quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. By the time everyone regained their senses, the battle was already over. Only the heavily injured and bleeding martial honorable had a ferocious expression on his face. Impossible, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The martial revered clutched his wound, his expression extremely sinister. He did not expect this at all, because even if you beat him to death, he did not believe that the other party could hurt him. It should be known that his strength had long since surpassed the half-step king realm, reaching an inconceivable level. He might even become another king in the future. It could be said that there was practically no one below the king level who could go against him. But now, he had been defeated, one punch, just one punch, and his opponent had severely injured him. Don't speak first, consume the indestructible golden pill, the Duan clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the martial honorable quickly consumed an indestructible golden pill, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. Then, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian again. In fact, Duan Yu and a few other top experts had a chance to survive. As long as they consumed the indestructible golden pill, they could recover no matter how serious their injuries were. However, Lin Xian's methods were too fierce. In one move, everyone was killed, not giving them a chance to consume the indestructible golden pill. This time, it was the Duan clan's patriarch who saved the lives of the martial artists. Otherwise, the martial artists' fate would have been the same as those people, killed in one move. Kid, I won't let you go. The martial honorable stared at Lin Xian, his voice ferocious. Won't let me go? Think about yourself first. Do you really think that with this old dog helping you, you can escape safely? Lin Xian looked into the distance and sneered disdainfully. He didn't intend to let the martial artists of the Duan clan escape. Humph, Junior, don't be so arrogant. I didn't kill you because I don't want to fight with you. But you provoked me time and time again, and even dared to kill countless experts of my Duan clan. No matter what, I won't let you go this time. The Duan clan's patriarch's voice was cold and carried the pressure of a king, resounding in all directions. Instantly, the surrounding martial artists' hearts pounded wildly, and their blood boiled. Some of the weaker ones even knelt on the ground. This was the pressure of a king. Those below the king level couldn't resist at all. Patriarch, please kill this bastard and take revenge for the Duan clan. At this moment, countless disciples of the Duan clan knelt down and shouted loudly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. If the Duan clan's patriarch attacked, then Lin Xian would definitely die. On the side of the Immortal Martial Academy, the elders were also nervous. Din Xian's eyes flickered, and she was prepared to attack at any time to stop the Duan clan's patriarch. Lin Xian sneered at the sky, kill me? Humph. Today, none of you from the Duan clan can leave. After speaking, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he actually charged forward. In his hand, a green sword shadow condensed once again, and he charged toward the martial honorable. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing this scene, the martial honorable roared crazily. At the side, the Duan clan's patriarch's face was gloomy and terrifying. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would still dare to attack. This was too arrogant, therefore, at this moment, he couldn't care less about his status as a king. He decided to attack decisively and kill this little bastard in front of him. The eyelids of the surrounding people twitched, and they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to kill the martial honorable. Wasn't this courting death? One had to know that the Duan clan's patriarch was standing beside the martial honorable. That was a true king-level king. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to fight against a king-level king? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Even the other kings were stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be so daring to provoke a king-level king. Interesting. The happy monarch smiled. Patriarch Murong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. On the other hand, the Shin clan's patriarch snorted coldly. Obviously, he was very unhappy with Lin Xian's actions of provoking a king-level king. The one who was most worried was Ding Xian. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to attack. That was too daring. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Lin Xian was already in front of him. Even if he wanted to attack now, it would be too late. However, he still gritted his teeth and decided to attack. Therefore, in an instant, Ding Xian also flew forward. Seeing this, the Shin clan's patriarch snorted coldly, and his figure also disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the martial honorable. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed down quickly. As the sword energy slashed down, a black crack that was more than 100 feet long appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. "You're courting death." This time, the patriarch of the Duan family was finally enraged. He took a step forward and stood in front of the martial honorable. Instantly, a terrifying king's aura rose from his body. Terrifying energy exploded in all directions like a flood. The entire valley trembled violently. Even with the array defense, a large crack appeared at this moment. Countless mountains collapsed, and huge rocks rolled down. It was terrifying. This was the aura of a king. It was too terrifying. "Kid, die." The patriarch of the Duan family slapped out with the king's aura and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Behind him, the martial honorable revealed a sinister smile. "Humph, idiot kid, how dare you challenge a king? You're courting death. Although I can't kill you personally, I'll watch you die with my own eyes. Don't worry, after you die, I'll cut off your head and offer it to my 2 children." The martial honorable's expression was sinister like a demon. The surrounding people were even more shocked. With a king attacking, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist. Ding Xian was anxious and couldn't help but speed up. However, in the next moment, an old figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Ding Xian, where are you going? This is a matter of the Duan family. You'd better not interfere." At this critical moment, the patriarch of the Shin family appeared and stopped Ding Xian, preventing him from saving Lin Xian. Scram! Ding Xian was furious and released a terrifying aura. The king's aura appeared again, pressing down on everyone on the ground. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The patriarch of the Shin family roared and attacked as well. The 2 kings exchanged blows in the air. The terrifying thing was that a huge black crack was instantly torn in the sky. At the moment when the 2 of them exchanged blows, the patriarch of the Duan family's palm slammed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying energy exploded and turned the void into nothingness. One black hole after another quickly appeared and swallowed everything around it. No! When the 9th elder and the other elders from the Palace of Ares saw this scene, they let out heart-wrenching screams. Ding Xian's face darkened as she shouted, "Get lost." His entire body erupted with unparalleled power. He was like a peerless divine sword that was instantly unsheathed. The terrifying aura caused the entire sky to rapidly collapse. However, on the other side, the old ancestor of the Shin clan sneered. Similarly, a violent energy gushed out from his body, resisting the headmaster of Hingshuan. "Hee, I won't let you go." The Qin family's ancestor's voice was cold. On the other side, the happy monarch and ancestor Murong's eyes flickered. They had no intention of joining the fight. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was finished, another change occurred. 2 more miserable screams came from the terrifying black hole in front of him. Then, a figure flew out. Boom! The figure was like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain. Instantly, countless mountains collapsed, boulders rolled down, and the ground cracked open. Because the speed was too fast, no one could see clearly who was sent flying. However, they guessed that it should be Lin Xian. However, very soon, these people were stunned. Because another figure fell from the sky. This person had dozens of sword chi on his body. They were extremely sharp and blood flowed out. He looked extremely ferocious. Boom, the figure landed and was nailed to the ground by the sword Qi. What? Wu Zun. How is this possible? When the people saw the figure, their minds instantly exploded. They did not expect that the person nailed to the ground was Wu Zun. Wasn't he protected by the old ancestor of the Duan clan? How could he be killed? Everyone's mind went blank. They could not believe it. Wu Zun was the top expert below the king level. He was also known as the person who was most likely to become the next king. It could be said that he was very dazzling and was the future hope of the Duan clan. However, at this moment, he was nailed to the ground by countless sword Qi. He could not be more dead. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the last scene they saw was the old ancestor of the Duan clan protecting Wu Zun. Logically speaking, when a king-level expert made a move, there should be no danger. However, the current situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that the person who was sent flying was the old ancestor of the Duan clan? At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. However, when this thought appeared, countless people immediately shook their heads. They could not believe it. No, it can't be. How is this possible? That was a real king-level expert. How could a young man in his 20s defeat a king-level expert? No one could believe it. Even the old ancestor of the Morone clan and the happy monarch frowned. In the sky, Din Xian and the old ancestor of the Shen clan stopped their attacks at the same time and looked at the ruins in shock. To be honest, the two of them were very nervous. Din Xian was worried about Lin Xian, and the old ancestor of the Shen clan was more afraid that the one who was sent flying was the old ancestor of the Duan clan. If that was really the case, then the situation was very strange. A king-level expert was sent flying by a young man in his 20s. This had never happened in the history of the Tianwu continent. Soon, they knew the result. Because the ruins in front of them had exploded and turned into dust. An old figure walked out from the ruins. He was tall and had a head of white hair. He wore a red robe and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Everyone could only look up to him. What? The old ancestor of the Duan clan. Everyone opened their eyes wide and didn't dare believe it. They'd never imagined that it would really be the old ancestor of the Duan clan that was sent flying. This was too shocking. After all, the old ancestor of the Duan clan was a real king-level expert, the peak existence of the entire continent. How could he be sent flying? However, it had really happened. Everyone felt that their brains weren't enough to comprehend it. Even the other four kings had solemn expressions and their eyes were filled with dense bewilderment. To be honest, even though the old ancestor of the Duan clan had just entered the king realm and his strength was slightly inferior to theirs, he was still a king-level expert. Advancing from the Exalt realm to the king realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Once one reached the gazing realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It could be said that the gap between the king realm and the Exalt realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was utterly impossible to surmount. However, a kid at the Exalt realm had actually sent a king realm expert flying. This was truly too shocking. No, an Exalt realm expert is absolutely unable to go against a king-level expert. The old ancestor of the Morone clan had a solemn expression and quickly shook his head. There's something wrong with that kid. He really didn't believe that an Exalt realm expert could defeat a king realm expert because the gap between their strengths was more than 100 times. What did you say? Could it be that kid has entered the king realm? How could that be possible? The old ancestor of the Qin clan shook his head madly and had an expression of disbelief. Not to mention the Qin clan's ancestor, even the Merry King and Din Xian gasped. All of them had entered the king realm after the age of 500, and the better ones were around 600 or 700 years old. Almost all of them had only succeeded when they were over 1,000 years old. Just this obviously showed how difficult it was to enter the king realm. But now, someone told them that a 20-year-old young man had entered the king realm, and they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Where's that kid? At this moment, the Merry King had restrained his smile, and his handsome face was covered in a solemn expression. His clear eyes were like thunderbolts as they swept through the surroundings. In next to no time, he locked onto the area ahead. An enormous black hole was slowly vanishing there, and it was the damage caused by the Duan clan's ancestor's palm strike. The Duan clan's ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Truthfully speaking, he didn't believe that such a situation would occur at all. After all, he was a king realm expert, and no one could compare to him in this world. Besides the 4 people who'd entered the king realm before him, he didn't take the others seriously at all. As for someone like Lin Xian, he was confident that he could crush Lin Xian with a single finger. But he'd never imagined that he would actually be blasted flying, and this caused him to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Impossible. This is absolutely not his strength. Damn it. Could it be that this kid brought some help? The Duan clan's ancestor's face was livid, and his entire body trembled with rage. Being blasted flying by a 20-year-old young man caused him to feel ashamed, and he would probably become a laughingstock on the continent in the future. So, in the next moment, he roared furiously while light erupted from his eyes, and it formed into a ray of divine light that swept through the surroundings. Kid. I'll kill you. No matter what help you have, you won't be able to escape death today. The Duan clan's ancestor had a savage expression, and his aura was terrifying. His entire body was covered in monstrous baleful qi, and he was like a peerless devil king that was terrifying to the extreme. Humph. A cold grunt resounded from the black hole ahead, and then countless rays of sword light instantly lit up. The terrifying rays of sword light carried a piercingly cold aura as they shot into the 9 heavens, and they instantly slashed all the black holes in the surroundings apart. Old dog of the Duan clan, today is the day you die. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he stood in the air to the point he seemed like a war god. What's that? At the next moment, everyone looked up at the sky and cried out in shock. They discovered that there was a green domain within 30 meters of Lin Xian. Countless sword qi surged within it, and it was terrifying to the extreme. As for Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the other 4 people, their pupils contracted and their faces were filled with shock. King domain. How is this possible? Damn it, is he a king tier? It can't be, right? Has he already broken through? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These voices all came from the 5 king tiers. Hearing the king's exclamation, the surrounding martial artists were even more shocked and stunned. What? That Cyan Sword Light domain is a king domain. King's domain? Isn't that something that only kings can possess? How could Lin Xian have it? Could it be that he's already a king? Everyone was shocked once again. As for young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and young Master Qilin, their faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. King's domain. His opponent actually had a king's domain. How could this be? Especially young Master Qilin, a deep sense of fear appeared in his eyes. As a genius of a king family, he naturally knew what a king's domain meant. However, he did not dare to believe it. A kid in his 20s, who was even younger than him, had actually become a king. This completely overturned his understanding. It was laughable that he had been dismissive of this before. Thinking of this, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. The other 2 young masters also twitched the corners of their mouths in disbelief. As for the martial artists of the Duan family, their faces were filled with horror. King's domain? This is impossible. The Duan family's ancestor's pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed loudly. He had just broken through to become a king, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through. One had to know that he was now more than 1,000 years old and had just become a king. He knew very well how difficult it was to break through. However, the other party was a young man in his 20s. How could he become a king? This was no longer a genius. This was definitely a monster, no. This kind of person. He could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for the Duan family in the future. The Duan family's ancestor felt a chill in his heart, and his expression was ferocious. Because he realized that the young man in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. He was too terrifying, he had to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Kid, I want you dead. The Duan family's ancestor's expression was terrifying as he roared crazily. In the next moment, countless golden mists rushed out of his body, forming a special golden domain around him. Now that his heart was overflowing with killing intent, he immediately used his strongest domain and decided to kill Lin Xian. Golden domain. Ancestor Morong and the others also narrowed their eyes. To be honest, it was their first time seeing the Duan family's ancestor's domain. Humph. Let me see if that kid really has a king's domain. The Shin family's ancestor's voice was cold. To be honest, until now, he still did not believe it. He thought that this was Lin Xian's trick. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched wildly, and his expression became abnormally ugly. That was because in front of him, Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor had already begun to fight. The Duan family's ancestor used his golden domain, emitting a terrifying aura. He roared angrily, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, carrying him over quickly. Boom, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, and his large hand grabbed forward. Suddenly, the surrounding golden domain shook, and a large golden hand flew out, grabbing toward Lin Xian. This large golden hand was extremely terrifying. There were countless golden patterns on it, and it emitted a mysterious aura. Those below the king level could not resist this large golden hand at all. Lin Xian sneered, pointed his finger like a sword, and pointed it out. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain around him hummed, and countless sword chi quickly condensed, accompanied by his arm, and quickly swung out. The dragon-shaped sword chi was as heavy as a mountain and as cold as the cold wind. It was extremely terrifying, and it instantly slashed forward. Poof, the entire void was instantly cut in half. The situation was terrifying. Everyone only saw a green dragon fly out from Lin Xian's fingertip, charging into the sky. Then, it roared and charged toward the Duan family's ancestor. The sword chi was like a real dragon, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Clang, in the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword chi collided with the large golden hand, emitting an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, the entire valley completely exploded. The ground cracked, and then the valley was split in half. Dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky. These were spatial cracks, and they were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful power. At this moment, they were all around Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor, and they were extremely ferocious. What? He blocked it. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the kings beat wildly. The Duan family's ancestor's expression also became extremely ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block his attack. The Duan family's patriarch's face turned ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword realm was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's realm. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block his attack. Ah, I don't believe it. Go to hell. The Duan family's patriarch went crazy. He stood in the golden realm and his entire body was wrapped in golden mist, forming a golden armor. His originally gray pupils turned golden and emitted 2 golden rays of light that pierced through the void. He waved his golden fist again and smashed it towards Lin Xian. The fist grew bigger with the wind and finally became like a golden mountain, pushing through the void. Waves of air rolled and the air exploded. The golden waves were like a real sea, surging in all directions. Humph. Lin Xian snorted again and directly used the great dragon sword soul to create all things. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the dragon sword realm and sat there cross-legged. Its entire body was formed by black flames. It was Lin Xian's black flame martial soul. The black flame martial soul burned and turned into a black phoenix that rushed out. The huge figure rampaged in the air and a terrifying heat wave spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire valley burned violently. The sky and the ground were filled with black flames in all directions. Ah! The Duan family's warriors below were wrapped in the flames and screamed. Under such black flames, they had no power to resist. However, these were only the flames that fell from the black phoenix. One could imagine how terrifying the black phoenix was. Kid, you're courting death. The Duan family's patriarch roared crazily. He naturally realized that hundreds of his Duan family's disciples had died in an instant. His heart was bleeding, however, he had no time to spare because the black phoenix was still rushing over. It carried monstrous black flames and quickly blasted towards him. Boom boom, the intense collision shook heaven and earth. Endless waves of black flames surged out and the terrifying black flames seemed to ignite the Golden Realm. Get lost! The Duan family's patriarch roared and crazily pushed the Golden Realm. Immediately, dozens of large golden hands appeared in the sky and quickly slapped in all directions, extinguishing the black flames. Before the Duan clan's patriarch could heave a sigh of relief, another terrifying attack came at him. Within Lin Xian's dragon sword domain, another lightning figure appeared and sat cross-legged. This was Lin Xian's lightning martial soul. In the next moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, forming a gigantic Xianxia that stood tall in the sky and cracked the void. A roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky split apart, and the surrounding mountains exploded. It was terrifying to the extreme. Retreat! The surrounding martial artists screamed as if they had gone mad. This was because they discovered that the battle was too terrifying. Everywhere was filled with berserk energy. They could only quickly retreat to a safe place. However, no one left. They hid in the distance and watched the battle again. Because this was too shocking and too exciting. They might not be able to witness a battle between two kings in their lifetime. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in the future. In the sky, Xianxi's gigantic body was completely formed by purple and white lightning. As he walked, countless lightning bolts spread across the sky. Kill! The gigantic Xianxia stood in the void and let out a terrifying roar. Then, he lifted his gigantic lightning foot and stomped down on the Duan family's patriarch. You've gone too far. I'm going to kill you. The Duan family's patriarch went mad. His eyes emitted a golden light that was like a sharp knife that cut through the void. His golden realm was also operating rapidly. Then, a golden giant rose from the ground and fought against Xianxia. Boom! Boom, boom! The two gigantic creatures exchanged blows in the sky. The terrifying energy caused the sky to explode. The Duan family's patriarch went completely mad. He realized that his opponent was too powerful and he could not suppress him. He could not believe it. One had to know that his opponent was only in his 20s. He was more than 1,000 years old, yet, his opponent's strength far exceeded his. He could not accept it. Lin Xian became more courageous as the battle went on. You've gone too far. When you stole the God of War palace and killed my martial artists, did you think about how far you've gone? You only have yourself to blame for everything that has happened today. Lin Xian snorted. Then, he waved his arm. Countless green sword chi surrounded him and formed a gigantic green sword. Xianxia held it in his hand and slashed down. Boom, a beam of cyan sword light, thousands of meters long, swept across like a long cyan river. Suddenly, countless green sword chi surrounded the sky. It was as if the entire sky had turned into a green ocean. In the next moment, the terrifying green sword light swept across the golden giant and split it in half. Boom! As for the Duan family's patriarch, he was sent flying again as if he had been struck by lightning. What? He was sent flying again. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Even Patriarch Morong and the other king's mouths twitched. One had to know that being sent flying this time was different from the previous time. The previous time, the Duan family's patriarch was careless. It was equivalent to a sneak attack. That was why he was sent flying. But now, the Duan family's patriarch had used his king's domain and attacked with all his strength. However, he was still sent flying. This was too shocking. This meant that not only did his opponent have a king's domain, but his strength had also surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Patriarch Morong, Din Xian, and the others all looked serious. No, did you notice? This kid doesn't have a king's aura. The happy monarch frowned and said. Yes, that's true. Patriarch Morong nodded. He had also noticed this abnormality. Logically speaking, kings all had an aura called king's aura. However, Lin Xian did not have such an aura. It was indeed strange. What? You mean that kid is not a king? The Shen family's patriarch frowned. If he's not a king, where did his king's domain come from? Din Xian was also deep in thought. He could not understand. This was too strange. Someone who was not a king could condense a king's domain. This was something that could not be done. However, the other party had done it. It was extremely strange. Should we take action and capture this kid? The Xin family's patriarch's expression was cold. This kid is too strange. Maybe he has some shocking secret. If we capture him and study him, maybe we can have a few more kings for our family. At the end of his words, a hint of passion appeared in his eyes. He could not help but be tempted. If the other party really had a way to condense a king's domain, then their family could definitely have a few more kings. This way, their family's strength would greatly increase. Humph. You can try. Xianxia snorted coldly as her cold gaze descended onto the Xin clan's ancestor. She wouldn't allow the Xin clan's ancestor to attack. The Xin clan's ancestor waved his sleeve and ignored Xianxia. He turned around and spoke to Ancestor Murong and the Happy King. The two of you shouldn't hesitate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to know what secrets that brat has? That's the secret to condensing a king domain. If we come, we might be able to break through again. Break through again, the Happy King and Ancestor Murong's eyelids twitched. If the previous reason had made them hesitate, then they couldn't help but be tempted by this reason. After all, they'd been in the king realm for a long time, but they hadn't been able to break through and had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to break through in their lifetime. But now, there was a trace of hope. They couldn't help but be tempted. After all, breaking through to a higher realm could not only increase one's strength, but also increase one's lifespan. That was the most tempting. Thus, at that moment, Ancestor Murong and the Happy King both revealed tempted expressions. Xianxia's face sank, and her heart thumped. Not good. He could see that the Happy King and Ancestor Murong were tempted. If the three of them joined forces, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Are you two really willing to do such a despicable thing? Xianxia asked coldly. Despicable? How is this despicable? Don't you want to extend your lifespan? Obtain strength? The Xin clan's ancestor snorted coldly. Xianxia and the Xin clan's ancestor started to argue. At the same time, the situation of the battle changed again. After the Duan clan's ancestor was blasted away, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe that a 20-year-old youth could injure him. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he'd used his full strength. Ah. Kid, you forced me to do this. I want you dead. The Duan clan's ancestor roared madly, and a trace of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he was going to use a secret technique and attack at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Duan clan's ancestor waved his hand and formed a strange seal. Then, the golden domain around him started to burn. The golden mist transformed into streaks of golden flames that burned fiercely, releasing unparalleled power. The Duan clan's old ancestor's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and it was twice as powerful as before. What? Burning domain. The four king tiers stopped their debate, and their pupils abruptly contracted. Was this fellow crazy? The domain was the foundation of a king, but the Duan clan's old ancestor was actually burning the domain. This was destroying his own foundation. Even if he won, he would probably suffer heavy injuries, and he might even fall back to the king realm. This was definitely a method of harming the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. The Duan family's patriarch knew this as well, but there was nothing he could do. Previously, he had used his full strength, but he was still not a match for the other party. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. He might as well ignite the burning domain and fight to the death. Perhaps he might still have a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the old master of the Duan family ignited his domain and became stronger once again. In the next moment, he attacked Lin Xian fiercely. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and flames surrounded him, making it impossible to look at him directly. Terrifying energy fluctuations were everywhere, causing the entire void to shake violently. Not only that, but the patriarch of the Duan family was also wearing a golden armor. He pulled out a golden longsword from his golden domain and slashed in all directions. This was the power of the burning domain of the king realm. It was extremely terrifying, and even ordinary one-star kings would not be able to resist it. A golden sword light flashed, accompanied by countless golden flames, and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was quickly annihilated. With a thought, Lin Xian's starry armor quickly appeared on his body. This time, he did not resist it head-on because the power of the burning domain was too terrifying. He did not dare to take it head-on. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of the other party. This was because although his body had not reached the king realm, his combat strength had already surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Moreover, ever since he killed the Black Dragon Sex patriarch, he had not stopped cultivating. Therefore, his strength was much stronger than when he was in the Tiannan region. Lightning runes flickered under his feet, and Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the terrifying golden sword light. "Kid, are you afraid? Go to hell." Seeing the other party dodge, the Duan family's patriarch revealed a trace of malevolence. He knew that he had succeeded because when he fought with Lin Xian previously, the other party had never dodged and had always taken it head-on. Now that the other party had dodged, it meant that the other party was afraid of this power. While the power was still there, he would kill the other party in one fell swoop. The Duan family's patriarch smiled sinisterly. Then, the golden flames on his body became even more monstrous. Rays of golden sword chi surged like divine rainbows and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. "Kid, I don't know how you obtained the king realm, but you can't compare to a real king. Now, go to hell." Hundreds of golden sword lights arrived above Lin Xian and were about to slash down. If he was hit, his flesh and blood would definitely splatter everywhere. Even an immortal would not be able to save him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a green dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly appeared beside him. In the next moment, he grabbed it. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a huge green dragon instantly rushed out of the dragon sword domain, looking disdainfully in all directions. This dragon roar was too loud, and it directly resounded for thousands of miles. Countless thunderclaps sounded in the entire void, descending in all directions. As for the azure dragon, it soared into the sky and blasted away all of the golden sword chi above. "What? This is impossible." The Duan family's patriarch was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's strength had increased again? How was this possible? Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. He really could not believe it. His current strength was obtained by burning his king realm, but his opponent's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. What was going on? His opponent did not burn his king realm. The only explanation was that his opponent had not used his full strength before. Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared in the Duan family's patriarch's eyes. His opponent was too powerful. Even if he burned his king realm, he still could not do anything to his opponent. This was an outcome he had never imagined in his life. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body exuded an extremely terrifying battle intent. He was like a god of war. The dragon pattern under his feet rose, and a green dragon quickly appeared. Within the dragon sword domain, tens of thousands of swords roared. In his hand, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow, and his entire person could be said to be extremely powerful. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme by Lin Xian. Brilliant heavenly might, a sword chi like a divine sword slashed into the sky, instantly enveloping the Duan family's patriarch. At this moment, not only was the Duan family's patriarch in despair, but even the Murong family's patriarch, the Happy King, the Shen family's patriarch, and Din Xian were shocked. Poof! In the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch was struck by the shocking sword chi and was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky as the void cracked open. The terrifying crack extended for thousands of miles. A bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. The Duan family's patriarch was blasted into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. After a long time, the terrifying vibrations gradually disappeared. The Duan family's patriarch's body was trembling. He was severely injured. Beside him, the golden domain was very dim as if it would shatter at any time. The Duan family's patriarch lay on the ground with a face full of despair. His lips trembled and he could not speak. Despair, it was too much despair, he could not resist this power at all. It was not only despair in terms of strength but also despair in terms of spirit. Originally, he had just broken through to become an overlord and was in high spirits, thinking that he could surpass the entire continent. However, he did not expect that he would be severely injured and almost die. The feeling of falling from the clouds into the abyss was too unbearable. He could not bear it at all. At the thought of this, the Duan family's patriarch vomited blood again. Lin Xian's face was cold. He held the killing sword in his hand and stepped into the air, walking towards the Duan family's patriarch step by step. You! What are you trying to do? Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and they were dumbfounded. The Duan family's elders quickly flew over to stop Lin Xian. Our patriarch has already lost. Why are you still attacking? That's right. The competition is over. Don't push your luck. Although the Duan family's martial artists were afraid, it was related to their patriarch's safety. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet. The competition is over? Lin Xian sneered. Who told you this was a competition? If the Duan family's old dog doesn't die, this matter will not end. Lin Xian snorted. 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes and instantly enveloped the few people in front of him. With a scream, a few Duan family's elders were burned to ashes. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The remaining Duan family members did not dare to step forward again. In the sky, the Shin family's patriarch snorted. This is your last chance. If the 2 of you don't attack, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch that kid again. With that, his body swayed and he disappeared in the air. How dare you? Headmaster Xian snorted and quickly chased after him. Ancestor Morong and the Happy King looked at each other and quickly attacked as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, 4 figures appeared in midair, blocking the path again. What? Someone else is attacking? Seeing this scene, no one dared to believe it. Who would dare to stop Lin Xian now? However, when they saw the 4 figures in the sky, they were all stunned. The reason for that was because those 4 figures were none other than the 4 patriarchs of the Shin clan. 4 king tiers, the appearance of the 4 shocked everyone. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. Brat, you're too arrogant. The old ancestor of the Shin family stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. His voice was piercingly cold. At the side, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King's figures also appeared. Din Xian appeared beside Lin Xian. Be careful. They might attack you. Din Xian quickly sent a message to him. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. Get lost. This is between me and the Duan clan. Lin Xian stared at the old ancestor of the Shin clan and scolded him coldly. What? Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. Lin Xian dared to scold the old ancestor of the Shin clan? He was truly audacious. The old ancestor of the Shin clan was trembling with anger. Brat, you're too arrogant. I'm not a new king-tier king like Duan Wang. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Indeed, the old ancestor of the Shin clan was not like the old ancestor of the Duan clan. He had become a king a few hundred years ago. Until now, his strength was unfathomable. At the side, the Happy King shook his head slightly. Young man, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. Ancestor Morong also sighed, enough is enough. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that the 3 kings would attack and stop Lin Xian at the same time. Could it be that they wanted to protect the old ancestor of the Duan clan? Seeing this, the martial artists of the Duan clan were excited. The old ancestor of the Duan clan, who was in the ruins below, also heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out an indestructible golden elixir and swallowed it. Then, the injuries on his body healed. However, the golden territory was still very dim. It could not be helped. Although the indestructible golden elixir was magical, it could not restore the king territory. Seeing that the 3 kings had attacked, Xianxia was also very nervous. Her small hands pinched the corner of her clothes tightly. On the other side, Morong Qingqing exclaimed, Old ancestor. She did not expect the old ancestor of the Morong clan to attack. At the side, the elders of the Morong clan shook their heads and sighed. Qingqing, this is the old ancestor's decision. We can't change it. Morong Qingqing sighed. To be honest, she was not worried about Lin Xian's safety. Instead, she was worried about the safety of the old ancestor of the Morong clan. Because she had followed Lin Xian all this time, she knew about Lin Xian's strength and background. The three kings in the sky could not stop Lin Xian at all. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. Looking at the three kings in front of him, he said coldly, "Are you really going to stop me? Kid, I admit that you are very powerful. However, in front of us, you have no right to behave atrociously." The old ancestor of the Shen clan snorted in disdain. His expression was unusually cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. That aura was much more terrifying than the old ancestor of the Duan clan who was burning his territory. From this, it could be seen that the old ancestor of the Shen clan was indeed very powerful. Kid, let's not talk about how you are no match for me. Just the number of kings on your side is not enough. Including old man Xian, you only have 2 people. On the other hand, there are 3 of us. There is even the old ancestor of the Duan clan. 4 kings. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Young man, stop. The old ancestor of the Morong clan shook his head and sighed. The happy monarch also said coldly, "If you continue fighting, you have no chance of winning." The old ancestor of the Shen clan had a ferocious look on his face. Kid, let go of the old ancestor of the Duan clan and come back with me obediently. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrible fate. Go back with you? Let go of the old ancestor of the Duan clan? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Hearing the old ancestor of the Shen clan, Lin Xian snorted in disdain. What? You dare to resist? The old ancestor of the Shen clan was stunned. He could not believe his ears. He did not expect that the other party would dare to resist. One had to know that they had an absolute advantage. Whether it was a one-on-one battle or the number of kings, they could easily crush Lin Xian. However, the other party still dared to scold him. Was he not afraid of death? The surrounding warriors were also shocked. It's over, it's over. Lin Xian is too arrogant. First, he defeated the Duan family patriarch. Now, he's fighting with the Shen family patriarch. Yeah, he's too arrogant. The Shen family patriarch became a king a few hundred years ago. His strength is terrifying. How can that kid defeat him? Other than the Shen family patriarch, there's also the Morong family patriarch and the happy king. That's 3 kings. Together with the Duan family patriarch on the ground, that's 4 kings. Lin Xian, that kid, how dare he speak so arrogantly? Everyone was shocked. They all thought that Lin Xian had gone crazy. They didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was really crazy. How dare he fight with 3 kings? Wasn't he courting death? The Duan family patriarch smiled sinisterly. Lin Xian still wanted to kill him. He deserved to die. However, Lin Xian no longer had the chance. With the Shen family patriarch and the others, he was absolutely safe. In the sky, the Shen family patriarch smiled cruelly. Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he took a step forward. His aura suddenly exploded. The entire sky surged. A huge light pillar gushed out from the Shen family patriarch and pierced through the sky. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Opposite him, Din Xian's expression was solemn. He quickly said, "Lin Xian, now's not the time to be stubborn. Leave with me quickly. If you're caught by them, you'll be in danger. That Shen family patriarch is too sinister. He wants to know your secrets." Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the Shen family patriarch with a murderous look in his eyes. How dare the Shen family patriarch set his sights on him? He was really courting death. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he shook his head slightly. Din Xian, don't worry. I have a way to deal with it. Din Xian wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Ruffian dragon, 9 tails, come here." Ha ha ha, I've waited for so long. Finally, I'm here. The dark red divine dragon laughed weirdly. 9 tails jumped out of Morong Qingqing's arms and flew into the sky reluctantly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what a fox and a four-legged snake could do. Ding Xian was also confused, but seeing Lin Xian's confident look, he didn't say anything. On the other hand, the Chen family's ancestor sneered in disdain. "Brat, you really are an idiot. Do you really think that you can scare us with a fox and a four-legged snake?" There was a look of disdain on his face as he said, "Unless these two are king tiers, how are you going to defeat me?" Hearing this, the Duan clan's ancestor coldly snorted in disdain. The surrounding Duan clan's cultivators all sneered. The fox and the snake were kings? How could this be? Do you think that kings are cabbages? Do you think they'll appear whenever you want? On the other hand, the dark red Shenlong looked unhappy. "Old man, I'll remember you. I'll teach you a lesson later." As he spoke, he let out a long howl. Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in all directions. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the dark red divine dragon's body burst out with a bright light. That 1-meter-long body rapidly expanded, forming a divine dragon that was 100 feet long. A red divine dragon appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It coiled around the clouds and spat out fog. Its expression was extremely ferocious. A terrifying aura was emitted from its body. That aura was not any weaker than the Chen family's ancestor and the rest. What? Divine dragon? King? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that an inconspicuous four-legged snake was actually a legendary divine dragon, and it was a king. That was too shocking. One had to know that this was a new king tier. How many kings were there in the Tianwu continent? Every time one of them appeared, it would be a shocking event. However, they did not know when another king of the dragon god had appeared. And it was a divine dragon. It was even more mysterious. That was a legendary creature. On this continent, there were only flood dragons. A real dragon had never appeared before. But now, it had appeared. Everyone was in an uproar, exclaiming in disbelief. Looking at the huge figure in the sky, they were extremely shocked. What? How is this possible? Below, the smile on the Duan family's ancestor's face disappeared, and his expression became abnormally ferocious. He didn't expect that the other party had really summoned another king tier, and it was a divine dragon. That wasn't good news for him. 3 against 3, they didn't have much of an advantage. Ding Xian was also shocked. As expected, the other party had recovered. As for the Shen family's ancestor, Ancestor Murong, and the Happy King, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect another king tier to appear, and it was a divine dragon, especially the Shen family's ancestor. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just mocked the other party, thinking that the other party was dead for sure and would never be able to escape from their hands. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, a king tier would appear on the other side. Now, the strength of both sides was almost the same. After all, the Duan family's ancestor didn't have much combat strength now. However, the Shen family's ancestor was too naive. The matter was not over yet. After the dark red divine dragon transformed, the 9-tailed dragon snorted coldly and then roared. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded through heaven and earth, bringing with it a dense baleful aura. In the next moment, the cube body suddenly expanded and turned into a red mountain-like giant beast. The 9 tails waved in the wind like a river of blood, bringing with it a monstrous killing intent. At that moment, the 9-tailed demon fox no longer had the cute appearance from before. Instead, it was replaced by a ferocious and malevolent look. What? Another king tier? Everyone's faces were pale and on the verge of collapse. This time, Ding Xian, the Duan family's ancestor, and the Shen family's ancestor, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King were all stunned. They didn't expect that another king tier would appear. That was too heaven-defying. When did so many kings appear in Tianwu continent? Why didn't they know, especially the Shen family's ancestor and the Duan family's ancestor? Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The Duan family's housemaster's face was filled with despair. It was over. He had just grasped the straw of hope, but now he had fallen into the endless abyss again. There were 4 kings on the other side, and they had already surpassed them. With the strength of the Shen family's ancestor and the others, they probably couldn't stop them. Now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't defeat the kings. He didn't expect that in the end, it was still a dead end. Ancestor Morong and the Happy King were shocked. They didn't expect that the other party had really found two kings. As for the Shen family's ancestor, his body was trembling and his teeth were about to shatter. It was a slap in the face, a ruthless slap in the face, and it was swollen. Thinking back to what he had said before, the Shen family's ancestor wished he could just kill himself. Lin Xian had a mocking look on his face as he stared coldly at the Shen family's ancestor. What, you still want to fight now? Below, the ninth elder and the others were stunned. They did not expect that their young master would have two other kings by his side. As for Morong Qingqing, she sighed. Sure enough, the thing she did not want to see had happened. But fortunately, from the looks of it, they would not fight anymore. Sure enough, seeing this, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King quickly shook their heads. Little friend Lin, you misunderstood. We have no intention of fighting. Since this is a matter between you and the Duan clan, we will not interfere. After saying that, the two of them turned into rainbows and left the sky, flying towards the ground. You two old men. Damn you. Seeing Ancestor Morong and the Happy King retreat, Ancestor Shen stomped his feet in anger. His face was extremely ugly. Now that he was alone, even with the Duan clan's ancestor on the ground, he was not a match for them. In the end, he could only clench his teeth and say, "Kid, you win. This time I admit defeat." The Shen family's patriarch could only leave with his tail between his legs. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. To be honest, when he knew that Ancestor Shen was plotting against him, he really wanted to make a move on him. But he also knew that it was not possible. After all, Ancestor Shen was different from Ancestor Duan. He had been a king for hundreds of years and had a king clan behind him. In addition, with the situation of Tianwu continent, if he made a move on Ancestor Shen, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King would definitely not just stand by and watch. They would definitely come to help. At that time, there would definitely be a great battle between kings, and Tianwu continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was not the result he wanted. But now, the situation was just right. He had displayed great strength and intimidated Ancestor Shen and the others. They would definitely not dare to have any ideas about him. After doing all this, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked down again, staring at Ancestor Duan. The change in the sky was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected Lin Xian to summon two king tiers in an instant, which gave him an absolute advantage. Even Ancestor Shen and the other two kings had no choice but to retreat. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that the Shen family's patriarch, the Morong family's patriarch, and the Happy King were all kings who had been famous for a long time. Their strength far surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Even so, they still retreated in front of Lin Xian. It could be said that in an instant, Lin Xian's prestige had reached its peak. When the Duan clan's patriarch was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze, his body suddenly trembled as a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that it was hopeless. Even the Shen clan's patriarch and the other two had retreated. No one would stand up for him anymore. Furthermore, what made him feel even more despair was that Lin Xian had three kings by his side. No one in the Martial Heaven continent could resist such a powerful force. The Duan family was probably finished. When he thought of this, a trace of viciousness appeared in the eyes of the Duan family's patriarch. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the enemy down with him. Therefore, in the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice was unusually ferocious. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have such strength. However, it's impossible for me to surrender. If I can't have it, don't even think about it." Very quickly, the golden domain around the Duan family's patriarch started to burn again. The originally dim golden mist instantly exploded with a resplendent radiance. Not only that, but the Duan family's patriarch's body also started to burn with golden flames. His entire body exploded with a terrifying aura. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Din Xian's expression changed drastically. What? Self-destruct? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists' eyes were filled with despair. The self-destruction of a king was definitely enough to destroy the entire palace of gods of war. and they would not be able to escape. Damn it, how could this be? Madman, the Duan family is a madman. No. Patriarch, don't self-destruct. At this moment, everyone was crazily shouting because if the Duan family's patriarch self-destructed, they would not be able to escape. They would only be buried with him. As for the Shin clan's patriarch, the Morong family's patriarch, and the Happy King's faces sank. They did not expect that the Duan family's patriarch would really go crazy and want to self-destruct. If the Duan family's patriarch self-destructed, even if they were afraid, they would only be able to protect a small portion of their clan members. Damn that madman Duan. This time even the Shin clan's patriarch was gnashing his teeth. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and a powerful aura exploded from his body. He let out a long roar and instantly raised his combat strength to the maximum. The great dragon sword soul instantly appeared in his hand. Not only that, but a ball of blue aura appeared on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. This was the power of the divine sea weapon. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm and slashed forward. Suddenly, a shocking dragon-shaped sword chi flew out. This dragon-shaped sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was 100 feet long and there were blue patterns on its surface. It exuded an extremely terrifying frost aura. Everywhere it passed, the entire sky was frozen. What kind of frost aura is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, even the Morong family's patriarch, the Happy King, and Dean Xian were shocked. This was because the frost aura was too terrifying. Even they felt a sense of trepidation. Not only that, but the sharp sword radiance also made their eyelids twitch. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's current strength was even more terrifying than before. D***, how powerful is this kid's combat strength? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? The kings gasped in shock. The Duan family's patriarch's heart also skipped a beat. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and his body suddenly expanded like a rubber ball. In an instant, he became the size of a house. The terrifying power spread out and caused terrifying cracks to appear in the void around him. Haha, die quickly. The Duan family's patriarch went crazy and was about to self-destruct. However, in the next moment, a sword radiance instantly slashed across his body. What? This is impossible. This was the last thought in the Duan family's patriarch's mind. Then, his body froze in the air. A line of blood appeared on his body. Then, the golden domain, including the Duan family's patriarch's body, split in half from the middle. Otherwise, the burning golden flames on the golden domain would have frozen in an instant. The entire golden domain, including the Duan family's patriarch's body, was completely covered by the blue frost aura and turned into an ice sculpture. Everyone was stunned. It was not until a long time later that they let out a cry of surprise. This was because this sword radiance was too terrifying. It directly killed the Duan family's patriarch. Not only that, but it also split open the golden domain and completely froze the burning golden flames. It successfully stopped the Duan family's patriarch from self-destructing. The Morong family's patriarch and the others were also shocked. This was because they might not have been able to control the Duan family's patriarch so quickly. However, what they could not do was easily done by a young man in his 20s. Even Ancestor Morong and the rest were extremely shocked. Because even if they took action, they might not be able to control the Duan family's ancestor so quickly. However, what they could not do, a young man in his 20s easily did. This made their scalps tingle. Following the formation of the blue ice sculpture, it also indicated that the Duan family's ancestor was completely dead. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. This was the first king they knew had fallen in battle. Indeed, other than the ancient times, there had not been a single king who had fallen in battle in the past few thousand years. And this Duan family's ancestor was the first. Dead, the ancestor is dead. How is this possible? The Duan family's martial artists had faces of despair as they all knelt on the ground. They could not believe that their ancestor would die. He was a king. He was the pillar of their family, but now, he had been killed. The others also had complicated expressions. A few months ago, the Duan family had risen like a shooting star and became the new king family. It could be said that in the Sky Martial continent, it had set off a storm. At that time, countless factions, families, and sects had all submitted to the Duan family, but who would have thought that in less than half a year, the Duan family's ancestor would be killed, and the Duan family's experts had suffered countless casualties. Now, it could be said that they had fallen. I'm not dreaming, right? A king died in front of my eyes? Heavens, this Duan family had just become a king family not long ago, right? And they were beaten down. I'm afraid they will never be able to recover in this lifetime. This Lin Xian is too powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked. As for Lin Xian, he stood in the air and said coldly, "The Duan family killed my God of War Palace's martial artists and seized the God of War Palace's residence. Unforgivable. I really can't think of any reason to spare you." At the end, his voice gradually became sharp. With a wave of his hand, countless black flames instantly surged out and covered the sky and earth. Immediately, the Duan family's martial artists were all burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's over, it's really over. This time, the Duan family's experts were all killed. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky and their bodies trembled quickly. There was nothing he could do about it. This method was simply too ruthless. At this moment, everyone swore in their hearts that from now on, they would not provoke Lin Xian even if they were beaten to death. On the other hand, the Ninth Elder and the other members of the Palace of Gods of War cheered. Excited, they were too excited. During this period of time, they had been suppressed by the Duan family. Many of their friends and fellow disciples had even been killed by the Duan family. It could be said that he had fallen into despair, and now, they had finally made a comeback. The Duan clan's patriarch had been killed, and the Duan clan had become history. It was impossible for them to contend against them. And the one who created this miracle was their young master, Lin Xian. Lin Xian had annihilated the Duan clan's patriarch and the entire Duan clan in an extremely valiant manner. This scene truly stunned everyone. For a moment, the entire valley was silent. No one dared to speak. Even the kings were silent. They knew that today's matter would have a huge impact. If word of this spread, it would shake the entire continent. As for Lin Xian, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The dark red dragon's body swayed and shrunk again. On the other side, the nine-tailed fox turned into her adorable form and jumped back into Murong Qingqing's arms. Although the dark red dragon and nine-tailed fox had shrunk again, no one dared to underestimate them this time. These were two kings. They were the strongest overlords of the continent, including Lin Xian. There were three kings. The Palace of Gods of War was going to defy the heavens. However, the people of the Murong clan were also extremely happy. This was because it seemed that the nine-tailed fox belonged to Murong Qingqing. This meant that the Murong clan had one more king. Thinking of this, the warriors of the Murong clan were excited. Even the Murong clan's patriarch was extremely shocked. After Lin Xian landed, his gaze swept around. Very quickly, he stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. Immediately, the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace trembled, especially the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. His face immediately became ugly. This was the god of death. Even a king like the Duan clan's patriarch was killed, not to mention their Divine Bird Palace. I remember that it was your Divine Bird Palace and the Duan clan who joined forces to suppress me? Right? This debt, how do you plan to settle it? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that they peed their pants. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was also worried and was about to cry. He was very annoyed. He kicked those elders to death. Why did he have to show off? Now, he had provoked this murderous star. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was a decisive person. He knew that the entire Divine Bird Palace combined would not be able to defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, he decisively threw out the few elders who had provoked him earlier. Young Master Lin, the previous matter was just these guys acting on their own. Our Divine Bird Palace has nothing to do with the Duan clan. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace quickly explained, afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Nothing to do with them. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone knew the relationship between the Divine Bird Palace and the Duan clan, but the Divine Bird Palace still dared to say so. Lin Xian also sneered. However, his main enemy was the Duan clan. The other forces were mainly deterred. Therefore, Lin Xian did not do anything to the Divine Bird Palace. However, the few elders who had spoken out to provoke him were all slapped into a bloody mist by him. Bang 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 bang, 5 or 6 elders instantly split open and turned into clouds of bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the crowd was once again stunned. As for the elders of the Chen family, their bodies trembled and they nearly knelt onto the ground. One must know that they were also involved in suppressing Lin Xian earlier. However, they still resisted the urge to make a sound. Because they still had hope in their hearts. In their view, they were different from the Divine Bird Palace. They were the elders of the Shin clan and had a king behind them. Moreover, the ancestor of the Shin clan was here. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not dare to touch them in front of Lord Xianxia. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the Shin clan warriors. "You guys, get over here and die." "What?" The elders of the Shin clan were stunned. The other party dared to attack them? How dare he? Was he not afraid of angering the ancestor of the Shin clan? Sure enough, in the next moment, the ancestor of the Shin clan's face was gloomy. "Boy, don't go too far." "Too far? Don't see it." Lin Xian sneered. "If someone yelled at you in public, would you be indifferent? I didn't chase after the entire Shin clan. I only targeted those who spoke arrogant words. That's already giving you face. If you stop me, don't blame me for waging war on the entire Shin clan." Lin Xian snorted. "You." Hearing this, the ancestor of the Shin clan trembled with anger. His face was terrifyingly dark. Hearing that, the Shin family's patriarch was so angry that his entire body trembled. His face was terrifyingly dark. This was too hateful. A little brat actually dared to contradict him in public? What a fool! If it was any other time, he would have killed him with a slap. But now, he did not dare to do anything. Because there were 3 Challenger Realm cultivators. Din Xian was not included. Thinking of that, he gritted his teeth. However, to let the other party kill an elder of the Shin family in front of everyone, this condition, he absolutely could not agree to. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You guys, hurry up and apologize to him." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the Shin family's patriarch had given in. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that even the Shin family's patriarch did not dare to fight him head-on. One was a famous challenger, and the other was a young genius. This was a clash between the old and the new generation's top forces. It could be said to be very intense. Hearing the Shin family's patriarch's words, the Shin family's elders' faces turned bitter. However, they quickly walked out and prepared to apologize to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered, "Apologize? Do you think it's that simple? The prestige of a Challenger Realm cultivator cannot be violated. Today, they will die without a doubt." With that, Lin Xian threw a punch. The terrifying fist instantly enveloped the Shin family's elders. "What?" He attacked. Seeing that, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. The Shin family's elders had already made a huge concession by apologizing. It could be said that Lin Xian had earned a lot of reputation today. However, they did not expect that the other party would still attack. He did not put the Shin family in his eyes at all. No. The Shin family's elders were terrified. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. "Patriarch, save me." Immediately, their bodies trembled and they screamed in fear. "Kid, you're courting death." The Shin family's patriarch was furious. He had already made a concession. This was something that had not happened in hundreds of years. However, the other party was not willing to let him go. He even dared to attack the elders in front of him. This made him furious. If he let the other party attack today, he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the next moment, the Shin family's patriarch did not hesitate and quickly attacked as well. A gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it grabbed at the few elders, wanting to protect them. The terrifying palm emitted a dazzling light that was as vast as the Milky Way. It quickly enveloped the few elders of the Shin family. However, Lin Xian's fist was incomparably terrifying. It contained a powerful force, and it was as if an angry dragon had come out, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying aura. Boom! In the next moment, he slammed into the giant palm, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, causing the entire world to shake violently. All kinds of light shot into the sky, flickering with an incomparable aura. However, the Shin clan's patriarch must be a king who had been famous for a long time. His strength was incomparably powerful, far surpassing that of the Duan clan's patriarch. Therefore, Lin Xian's punch did not manage to blast away the giant hand. He blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Shin family's patriarch was extremely powerful. As for Lin Xian, although he was strong, he wasn't strong enough to defy the heavens. But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Because within the giant palm, several screams could be heard one after another. Everyone could even smell the pungent smell of blood that quickly spread out from the giant palm. What? How is this possible? What happened? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Shin family's patriarch's expression also changed. Previously, when he saw that the other party did not blast away his palm, he had a smug look on his face. Because he realized that the other party was only SOSO. At most, the other party could kill the Duan family's patriarch, but compared to him, it was far from enough. However, he did not expect that there would be an unexpected change. The few elders of the Shin family that he was protecting actually let out a scream. That was something that he did not expect. Did something happen? The Shin family's patriarch was bewildered. In the next moment, he released his palm. The elders that he was protecting had long been pierced by the sword Qi. There was a bloody hole between their brows, and scarlet blood was trickling out. What? They're all killed. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Shin family's patriarch's expression also became extremely cold. He was furious. He was too furious. He did not expect that the other party would have such a method to kill people under his protection. That was a slap to his face in public, and it was a successful slap to his face. The Shin family's patriarch was so angry that his entire body trembled. His cold gaze was filled with biting cold-killing intent as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all. A king has the dignity of a king. Not everyone can provoke him. You know that better than I do. Since the few of them have done something wrong, they naturally have to be punished accordingly. I didn't do anything wrong. If you're not convinced or unhappy, feel free to come and find me. I don't mind starting a war with you. Of course, I hope you've thought about the consequences. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a strong sense of threat in his words. Hearing that, the Shin family's patriarch frowned. Indeed, it seemed that the other party's strength was inferior to his, but the other party had too many kings. If they really fought, he would definitely not have the upper hand. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch stood there with a gloomy gaze. In the end, he sneered, "Good, very good. I've finally witnessed what you're capable of. However, don't be too arrogant. One day, you'll fall into my hands." The Shin family's patriarch snorted coldly and then led his people away. "Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." Next, the Morong family's patriarch and the happy king also led their people away. The other sects and forces also said their goodbyes, not daring to stay any longer. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too terrifying, especially those forces that had publicly supported the Duan family. When they left, their legs were trembling. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angered and kill them all. But fortunately, Lin Xian did not attack again. In the end, almost everyone left. Only the Immortal Martial Academy's martial artists, the Ninth Elder, and Morong Qingqing were left. "Young master, is this true? You've really become a king?" The Ninth Elder, the 10th Elder, and the other martial artists in the Divine Palace were very excited. They couldn't help but be excited. The scene was too shocking. First, he used extremely powerful methods to kill the Duan family's patriarch. Then, he destroyed the Duan family. Finally, he slapped the Shin family's patriarch's face in front of everyone, causing the other kings to not dare to resist. Such methods could be said to be heaven-defying. Probably no one would have thought that the banquet held by the Duan family's patriarch would have such a result. Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, Lin Xian, what's going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly? Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, Lin Xian, what's going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly? They naturally didn't know what happened in the Tiannan region, so they were very puzzled. Lin Xian only gave a simple explanation. As for the matter of the subdivine crystals, he wouldn't tell anyone. Next, he asked the Ninth Elder and the others to return to the Immortal Martial Academy and bring back the remaining martial artists and elders of the Palace of Ares. Because from now on, the Palace of Ares was still theirs. And no one dared to have any ideas about the Palace of Ares. Next, Din Xian and the others also left. Lin Xian turned around and said to Murong Qingqing, you've been away from home for a few years. Go back and take a look. All right. Murong Qingqing nodded. Then I'll come and find you when I miss you. Murong Qingqing hugged Nine-Tailed and also left. Luo Bingshan didn't leave and stayed here. Lin Xian asked her and a few elders of the Palace of Ares to start cleaning up the battlefield and the Palace of Ares in preparation for the return of the other martial artists. The next few days were very peaceful. The Palace of Ares was restored to its original state, and Lin Xian began to recuperate and continue cultivating. Now that the Duan clan had been eliminated by him, he started to prepare to leave the Tianwu continent and head to the real true spirit world. Of course, the most important point was to find enough energy to operate the Black Earth. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. He planned to wait for the martial artists of the Palace of Ares to return and let them search for it. After all, this kind of thing definitely couldn't be found in a day or two, so he had to borrow the power of the Palace of Ares. However, during this period, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. Besides cultivating, he also headed to the depths of the Palace of Ares. To be precise, he went to the place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. He wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. The 10,000 Spirits Valley was still as beautiful and quiet as before. A figure quickly landed outside the myriad Spirit Valley like a sword light. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. This was already his third time here, but he didn't see his father 3 times. This made him a little disappointed. However, he still came every few days and cultivated in the periphery of the myriad Spirits Valley. Originally, he thought that it would be the same as before and that nothing would happen. But this time it was beyond his expectations. Not long after he arrived, a voice suddenly came from the myriad Spirit Valley. Little Xian, you've come. This voice was unusually calm. Father. Lin Xian was still sitting cross-legged, but when he heard this voice, he immediately stood up and shouted excitedly. You've come out of seclusion? Not yet. It will take some time. However, I just woke up from my cultivation and found you here. Lin Zhan said in a low voice. After that, the father and son had a long talk. Lin Xian told Lin Zhan everything that had happened in detail. After Lin Zhan heard this, he was also shocked. I've also explored the Devil Abyss. I didn't expect it to be the burial ground of the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. It is indeed rare for you to have such an opportunity. Father, I still have some substandard divinity crystals. How can I give them to you? Substandard divinity crystals? How about this? Let's enter the world in your body. Then, you can pass them to me through that world. After saying that, the voice was filled with boundless profoundness. Then, Lin Xian felt his mind tremble and the scene around him changed once again. When he recovered, he realized that he had come to the mysterious world in his body again. Purple thunder divine bamboo grew beside him, and there were spiritual herbs all over the ground. There was also the 1,000-beast cauldron beside him. In front of him was a withered tree of God. On the other side of the tree of God was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan waved his arm, and a golden whirlpool appeared in front of him. Little Xian, put the substandard divinity crystals into this whirlpool, and you can pass them to me. I don't need too many. Just give me 10 pieces. Oh. Lin Xian nodded. He had 30 pieces and wanted to give them to his father. However, Lin Zhan only wanted 10 pieces, so he had no choice. Soon, he put the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals into the golden whirlpool. After that, the golden whirlpool spun and enveloped the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals. Then, it gradually disappeared. This is enough. Lin Zhan nodded. I still have some time before I can come out of seclusion. You don't have to be disappointed. We will reunite one day. After that, he looked at Lin Xian again and said slowly, you were able to condense the Qing domain so early. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Since you have met the 4th generation successor of the Dragon Sword, you should have a cultivation technique for cultivating the Qing domain, right? Yes, I do have a cultivation technique. Lin Xian nodded. Although the 4th generation successor of the Dragon Sword was no longer around, He Tu was still around. He had many cultivation techniques in his hands, and they were all used by the 4th generation successor. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't lack cultivation techniques for cultivating the Qing domain. That's good. Just cultivate the 4th generation successor's cultivation technique. However, there is one thing. You must continue cultivating the art of longevity. You must not stop. This cultivation technique is more magical than you think. It can support you through the Qing realm. Also, when your physical body enters the Qing realm, you can try to enter the world in your body. Here, you'll get unexpected gains. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more confused. It seemed like his father knew about the art of longevity and the mysterious small sword. Father, what is the grade of the art of longevity? Also, what is the mysterious small sword and the world in my body? You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will know one day. Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. However, I can tell you about the difference of 10 years. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This question had been bothering him for a long time because his father had only left home for 5 years. However, in the Tianwu continent, there seemed to have been 15 years of history. Lin Xian didn't know that there was a difference of 10 years. Now that he heard that his father was going to solve the mystery, he was naturally excited. Actually, it is very simple. I have only left for 5 years. In other words, I left the Sword Pool mansion with you. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. What? You left with me? Then what about the 15 years here? Lin Xian was confused. There is no difference in time between the two continents. I have only been in the Tianwu continent for 5 years. However, if we count the time now, it should be 8 years. The extra 10 years are actually an illusion. Illusion? What do you mean? Lin Xian was even more confused as he listened. To be precise, the people in the Tianwu continent were affected by the illusion. They thought that 15 years had passed, but in fact, it was only 5 years. What? They were affected by the illusion? Lin Xian was shocked. You are saying that everyone was affected by the illusion? How is that possible? He was too shocked. How many people are there in the Tianwu continent? Billions. So many people were affected by the illusion? It should be known that the casting of illusions normally required soul power. What level of soul power did one need to cast the same illusions on billions of people? Furthermore, they still believed in it. Father, how did you do it? Why did you add another 10 years? Lin Zhan sighed. This world is far more magical than you can imagine. I think you should know the general situation of this world. I know about the true spirit world. Lin Xian nodded. Since you know about the true spirit world, then you should also know that the Sky Martial continent is actually an island. In the real big world, it's nothing. And that vast true spirit world is extremely magical. It's far beyond your imagination. Therefore, it's not difficult to cast an illusion on everyone on the island. Of course, you still can't understand that method. Lin Zhan said, I'm not as magical as you think. I can create such a huge illusion mainly because of an eye. I once obtained an eye. It's the eye of a certain race on the true spirit continent. This eye has been cultivated to an extremely high level. I don't even need to use any power. I only need to activate it, and I can create an extremely terrifying illusion. I used this illusion to make everyone on the Sky Martial continent think that I've arrived here long ago. As for the reason, it's naturally to integrate with them. I need the dragon fountain in the Thousand Spirit Valley. Lin Zhan said slowly. And I could cast an illusion on billions of people. When Lin Xian heard that, his mouth fell open in disbelief. What kind of eye could be so terrifying? According to what his father said, it was a certain race on the true spirit world. Could the real big world be so terrifying? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He now knew how the extra 10 years came about. He also knew why Lin Xuan wanted to extend it by 10 years. However, he had even more doubts. For example, what was that eye? What race was that? Also, why was Lin Zhan in such a hurry to occupy the dragon fountain? Could there be some other secrets? However, Lin Zhan didn't tell him these things. What do you plan to do next? Just as Lin Xian was deep in thought, Lin Zhan asked again. I want to go to the real great world and see how magical it is. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Zhan nodded. Indeed, this place is too small. You should go to the real big world to take a look. However, that place is far more dangerous than this place. Although there is almost no danger here, once you reach the real great world, you will likely encounter countless dangers. You have to be mentally prepared for this. I know. Lin Xian nodded. He too had told him about this before. As the successor of the dragon sword, he would definitely receive countless challenges and threats. There were even people who wanted to scheme against his great dragon sword soul. These were all within his expectations, but no matter what danger there was, he would still try it. However, Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Do you still remember why you were chased out of Sword Pool Mansion back then? Do you remember why you can't cultivate? Lin Xian's question was like a clap of thunder. It made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Of course, he wouldn't forget these things. Previously, he couldn't cultivate at all. This didn't mean that he was trash. On the contrary, his talent was extremely high. He was definitely a top genius. In the beginning, he was unable to cultivate because he had been sealed. Back then, the spirit meridians in his body were sealed by a black lotus. He couldn't cultivate at all. If it wasn't for that mysterious small sword, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate. However, what did Lin Zhan mean by saying this now? Could it be that the black lotus in his body didn't exist for no reason? Was it specifically targeting him? Thinking about the true spirit continent that he was about to go to, Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. He asked in a deep voice, Father, could it be that the person who sealed me back then is now in the true spirit continent? That's right. He is in that world. Lin Zhan nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Father, who exactly is he? Why did he seal me? He is a very terrifying enemy. You are no match for him now. Even I am no match for him, Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. If I tell you now, it will only add to your troubles. You might even be in danger. However, I have to remind you that when you enter the real world, you must be careful of people with the black lotus mark on them. In front of these people, you must not reveal the secret that you have the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, you will be hunted down endlessly. Try your best to hide your identity. If you are really discovered, you must be killed immediately. You must not let these people spread the news back. Lin Zhan's expression was very serious. Obviously, this matter was very troublesome. Lin Xian's expression was also very serious. Although Lin Zhan didn't say much, he could feel the seriousness of this matter and how terrifying that black lotus was. Thinking about it, this black lotus was also an extremely terrifying existence in the real world. Don't worry, Father. I will be careful. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I believe in you. With your talent and the great dragon sword soul, as long as you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. Lin Zhan finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, the path of martial arts is very dangerous. It is extremely difficult. There will definitely be countless difficulties and obstacles on this path. I hope that you will have a firm martial heart and never give up. This is because willpower and confidence are sometimes more important than talent. The father and son talked for a long time. In the end, Lin Zhan's figure disappeared again. Lin Xian also left the mysterious space and returned to the periphery of the Wanling Valley. Since he knew about his father's situation, there was no need for him to guard here all day. His figure flashed and he left the Wanling Valley. In the following days, Lin Xian desperately raised his cultivation level and continuously comprehended the Dragon Sword territory. On the other side, the Ninth Elder and the rest led the remaining warriors and elders of the Palace of Gods of War back to the Palace of Gods of War. When they found out about what happened that day, they were all stunned. None of them dared to believe it. However, when they returned to the Palace of Gods of War and saw the scene here, they finally relaxed. Then, they looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Agitated, too agitated, originally, they thought that they would leave the Palace of Gods of War forever and never return. However, they didn't expect that not long after, they would return again. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Xian. Not only them, but the outside world was also in an uproar. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too shocking. One had to know that the Duan clan's ancestor was a king. Such a person was the pinnacle of existence. How could he be killed? However, it really happened. Not only was he killed, but he was also killed by a youth in his 20s. When everyone found out about this, their minds exploded with a bang. In an instant, Lin Xian's name swept across the entire continent. Not only that, the Duan clan's destruction, Lin Xian's fight with the three kings, and slapping the Shin clan's ancestor's face in front of everyone. The entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Because every matter was too shocking. It had never happened before in hundreds or thousands of years. One had to know that they were all kings. Every one of them was an indomitable expert. However, all of them suffered in the hands of Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian had summoned two mysterious kings to fight against the Shin clan's ancestor, Morong clan's ancestor, and the Happy King, everyone's jaws dropped. Excluding Din Xian and the Immortal Martial Academy's kings, Lin Xian actually had two kings by his side. This was too shocking. Perhaps no power in the Tianwu continent could fight against him. In an instant, the entire continent was talking about this matter. As for Lin Xian, he began to cultivate crazily. Ever since the Palace of Gods of War's cultivators returned, Lin Xian sent them out to search for energy. As for the energy requirements, he had asked He Tu before. He didn't have any specific requirements. There was only one, and that was a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Lin Xian mobilized the entire Palace of Gods of War and all its subordinate forces to search the entire Tianwu continent. Because only by finding enough energy could he leave this place and head to the real true spirit world. As for Lin Xian, he went into seclusion to cultivate and raise his cultivation. He had already cultivated the Furious Dragon arts to the 4th level. Now, his blood and chi were vigorous, surpassing the half-step king realm. His Heaven Spill visualization diagram had also reached the 6th level. His soul power had increased tremendously. It could be said that if he didn't use the Dragon Sword domain, no one below the king realm was his match. And once he used the Dragon Sword domain, even a 1-star king would not be a match for him. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion and cultivated rapidly. At the same time, in a certain primordial forest of the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon. This canyon was tens of thousands of feet deep. There was no one at all, not even demonic beasts. However, at the bottom of this ravine, there was a black silhouette. Like a small mountain, it was burning fiercely and emitted blazing heat. The surroundings were charred black, and not a single blade of grass grew. This strange figure was naturally the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, there was only one astral chain left on his body. The other 3 had lost their luster and were scattered on the ground. However, the heavenly netherbird didn't refine the last one. Instead, it suddenly opened its eyes. His pitch-black eyes flickered with scorching flames as they pierced through the void before him. Damned astral chains. How could they be so powerful? Even if I tried my best, I could only refine 3 of them. However, this last one is simply unable to stop me. Wait for me to absorb some energy, then I'll break this last chain. At that time, the entire Tianwu continent will be under my feet. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird stood up. The flames on its body flickered as it opened its bloody mouth and sucked with all its might. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual chi started to churn and fly towards it. This scene was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird was like a peerless demon as it crazily devoured the surrounding spiritual chi. The spiritual chi quickly gathered and formed rivers of spiritual chi that spun towards the heavenly netherbird. However, the heavenly netherbird was like a bottomless pit as it crazily devoured the spiritual chi. Not long after, the plants in the canyon lost their luster, turned yellow, and finally died. The entire canyon became a wasteland, and the situation was still spreading rapidly. In a primordial forest not far from the canyon, two demonic beasts were fighting. One of them was a golden ape, and the other was a pitch-black black bear. Both of them had powerful auras, and both had the strength of a 9-star demonic beast general. As they fought, the entire void trembled and parts of the forest collapsed. No one knew why these two demonic beasts were fighting, but the battle was extremely intense. However, not long after, the two of them stopped and looked into the distance in bewilderment. Then, they revealed a look of horror. This was because the forest in the distance was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trees directly withered and lost their vitality. A gray ray of light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Everywhere it passed, everything fell. The gray ray of light was quickly flying towards them. Even though the two demonic beasts had reached the level of a 9-star demonic beast general, and were even more terrifying than a 9th heaven supremacy. However, at this moment, they started to tremble violently, and a deep sense of fear appeared in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The two demonic beasts no longer cared about fighting. They turned and fled, turning into two shocking rays of light. However, the gray ray of light was even faster. The moment they rose into the air, it instantly swept past their bodies. The two demonic beasts stopped in midair, and their huge bodies quickly shrank. The golden ape's golden light quickly dimmed, and its flesh quickly withered. As for the black bear spirit, it was extremely horrified. Its huge body instantly turned into a bag of bones. In the next moment, the two demonic beasts turned into a pile of white bones and fell to the ground. The gray ray of light was still rapidly spreading into the distance. In another part of the forest, a group of cultivators was moving quickly. At the forefront was a young man in a blue shirt. He held a hidden sword in his hand, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. Beside him was a girl in a pink shirt, who was anxiously looking into the distance. "Sister Fu, don't worry. I'll catch Silver Fox for you now. Senior brother, be careful. Silver Fox has reached the level of an 8-star demonic beast general. It's extremely terrifying." The girl in a pink shirt had a look of concern. "Don't worry, junior sister. I just made a breakthrough a few days ago and reached the level of an 8th heaven supremacy. It's not difficult to deal with Silver Fox." The man in a blue shirt was extremely confident, and he couldn't help but increase his speed. Silver Fox, who was in front of him, was like a silver ray of light that streaked across the void. However, in the next moment, it stopped in midair. It raised its furry head and looked into the distance, its expression filled with fear. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" When the man in a blue shirt saw this scene, he was overjoyed. He held the long sword in his hand and quickly slashed out several blue sword lights. These sword lights surged in the air, forming a huge sword net that enveloped Silver Fox. In the next moment, the Sword King would be able to catch Silver Fox. Not only him, but the girl in pink next to him, as well as the warriors behind her, were also stunned. That was because the Silver Fox in front of them instantly withered and turned into a pile of bones. It was as if his energy had been sucked away by something. It was very strange. In the sky, the huge blue sword net also became dim in an instant and then disappeared. What? The blue-robed man was shocked. That was his ultimate move, but it was broken in an instant. Then, his face darkened and he shouted coldly. "Who is it? Come out." However, no one answered him. In the next moment, the blue-robed man was also stunned. As if he had encountered something terrible, his body instantly caved in. Not only him, but the girl in pink and the warriors behind her also turned into a pile of bones in an instant. In the sky, there was an arc of gray light that quickly spread. This gray light was naturally released by the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, it was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Gradually, with the canyon as the center, everything within 1,000 miles was turned into a wasteland. All the trees, monsters, and humans were sucked dry of their spiritual energy and turned into countless bones. In the depths of the canyon, the heavenly netherbird slowly closed its mouth. Suddenly, the terrifying devouring power also quickly disappeared. If I use the normal method to refine the star chain, I'm afraid it will take about a year. But I can't wait any longer. The heavenly netherbird whispered to itself. Then, a fierce light burst out from its eyes. Forget it. Since there's only one chain left, I'll go out and see if there's any powerful energy to replenish. Obviously, the devouring did not allow it to recover to its full strength. Moreover, that method of absorption was too slow. The heavenly netherbird could not wait and wanted to immediately go out and take revenge. So in the next moment, it flapped its huge wings. Countless flames spread and its huge body quickly left the ground. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird turned into a black light and disappeared from the canyon. Northwest of the Tianwu continent. There was an extremely majestic mountain range here. It was the territory of the Divine Bird Palace. Since the last time they left the Palace of Gods of War, the people of the Divine Bird Palace were very low-key. They did not even go out. There was nothing they could do about it. The shock they had received earlier was simply too great. The scene of Lin Xian killing the Duan family's patriarch was like a nightmare that kept circling in their minds, unable to disperse for a long time. They were even afraid that Lin Xian would attack their Divine Bird Palace, so they all gathered here and did not dare to go out. The palace lord of the Divine Bird Palace was in seclusion, cultivating with all his might to break through and become a king. This was the only way to ensure the safety of the Divine Bird Palace. However, these people did not know that, at this moment, there was a black figure near the mountain range. It was rapidly approaching. This black figure carried with it a blazing flame aura. It was like a flaming divine bird as it flew rapidly through the sky. This figure was naturally the heavenly netherbird. His dark eyes looked down at the mountains below, and he whispered to himself, "I remember that the Divine Bird Palace seems to be here. I wonder how much of my strength can these 3 vermilion blood birds help me recover?" Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile. Then, he flapped his black wings and charged downwards like a bolt of black lightning, tearing the sky apart. In the next moment, he arrived at the mountain range. There were countless palaces and pavilions in front of him. At the center of the palace were 3 majestic palaces. One was a purple palace that was bathed in lightning, while the other was a green palace that was surrounded by wind blades. The last one was a flaming palace. It was like the palace of the fire god, blooming with a blazing light. The 3 vermilion bloodbirds were also an ancient species. They had 3 heads and 3 attributes: wind, lightning, and fire. The 3 palaces in front corresponded to the 3 heads. It could be said that the 3 palaces were forbidden areas of the Divine Bird Palace. At this moment, the heavenly netherbird looked at the 3 palaces in front of him and snorted coldly. Then, his huge claws grabbed forward. Looking at the 3 palaces in front of him, the heavenly netherbird raised his claws and slowly grabbed forward. The first thing he did was to grab the fiery red palace of flames. The huge claws covered the sky and the earth. They were extremely black, with black flames dancing on them. It was like the claws of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. When the flaming palace was attacked, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Flames surrounded the palace as if they were going to burn everything. Humph! The heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Using flames in front of him was courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless black flames shone coldly on the huge palm. Black lines appeared on the claws, and a terrifying heat surged forward. Boom! Boom, boom, the 2 flames collided with each other, making a low sound. In the next moment, a hole was torn in the fiery red light screen, and the monstrous red flames became extremely dim in an instant. In front of the heavenly netherbird, they could not use their strength at all. They were completely suppressed. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Then, he waved his claws and grabbed the flaming palace. With a strong pull, the majestic palace was uprooted from the ground and arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird opened his bloody mouth and sucked hard. suddenly, a black vortex appeared. The huge palace in front of him was attracted by the black vortex. It quickly shrank and was sucked into the heavenly netherbird's stomach. This change immediately attracted the attention of the martial artists of the Divine Bird Palace. Countless martial artists rushed out from the mountains around Viper. When they saw that one of the 3 shrines in the center was missing, their faces changed. Those were the shrines in their hearts. They were incomparably sacred places. Now that one was missing, it made them feel as if the sky was falling. Damn it, who did this? Get out here. Enemy attack. There's a powerful person attacking. Hurry and inform the elders. How dare you come to my Divine Bird Palace? I'll make sure you don't leave. Angry shouts rang out. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, when they looked up at the sky and saw a huge black figure, they were all stunned. Then, fear appeared in their eyes. Even their bodies began to tremble. Tian, Heavenly Netherbird. Everyone was terrified. They did not expect the Heavenly Netherbird to attack. This was a king. And an extremely powerful one. The Divine Bird Palace could not resist at all. The elders of the Divine Bird Palace who rushed over were so scared that they peed their pants. Originally, when they heard that their 3 shrines had disappeared, they were so angry that their beards curled up. They decided that no matter who it was, they would kill him. That was a king. How could they fight? Even if all of them went up, they would not be able to withstand a single slap. Damn it. Everyone, pay attention. Activate the protective array. At the same time, send someone to inform the palace master to come out. Also, send someone to the other king families. The great elder of the Divine Bird Palace shouted loudly. His voice spread clearly in all directions. Yes, activate the protective array. All the warriors were shocked. They moved to their respective positions and channeled their spiritual power. The protective array was the Divine Bird Palace's peerless array. It was used to defend against external enemies. This array had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. No one below the king level could break it. As for the king level, they did not know because no king level had ever attacked the Divine Bird Palace. However, they believed in the power of the protective array. It could at least resist for a while. During this time, they had already sent someone to inform the palace master. Not only that, they had also sent a distress signal to the Shin family, Morong family, Mary Woods, and other king families. As long as a king level dared to come, things would be easy. However, they did not know that the Heavenly Netherbird had recovered most of its strength. They thought that the Heavenly Netherbird was still bound by the star chains like before. Previously, the Heavenly Netherbird had caused a ruckus and was defeated by a king level. Therefore, they thought that it would be the same this time. Soon, a mysterious pattern flashed and a terrifying defensive array was activated. It covered the entire mountain range. This array had been passed down since ancient times. It had been perfected by generations of Divine Bird Palace experts. It could be said to be extremely powerful. After activating the protective array, all the warriors of the Divine Bird Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The elders also smiled. All right, we can hold on for a while. As long as the other kings arrive, we will be safe. The Heavenly Netherbird looked at the activated protective array and smiled disdainfully. Although this level of array formation was miraculous, it was nothing in his eyes. If it was like before, when it was trapped by the 4-star chains, it might take some effort to break this array. However, it only had 1-star chain left and its strength had recovered by more than half. Compared to before, it could be said that it was countless times more terrifying. Therefore, he did not take the protective grand formation below seriously at all. In the next moment, his eyes flickered and black flames spread all over his body. They condensed into a pitch-black claw in front of him and slammed downwards. In an instant, lightning and fire intertwined, and wind and thunder roared. This terrifying claw turned into a black afterimage, accompanied by boundless flames around it. It was abnormally terrifying. In the void, ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. The lightning was astonishing, and all sorts of terrifying scenes erupted. This black palm ruthlessly slammed into the protective formation below, immediately erupting with an earth-shattering tremor. The entire mountain range shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the warriors of Divine Bird Palace below changed their expressions, and the elders roared madly. Everyone frantically channeled their spiritual energy to stabilize the formation, but soon, despair appeared in their eyes. This was because no matter how hard they tried, the tremors around them were getting more and more intense. It was to the extent where the ground beneath their feet began to crack apart, producing terrifying sounds. Mountains collapsed, palaces exploded, and countless people turned into a bloody mist in an instant. What? Impossible. Isn't there a defensive formation? How can the energy still be transmitted? At this moment, the faces of countless warriors of Divine Bird Palace changed greatly. They simply could not understand how such a thing could happen. This kind of terrifying method had long surpassed their understanding. However, in the next moment, their faces turned to horror again. This was because the protective formation above their heads was rapidly dimming. Countless cracks appeared on it like a spider web, instantly covering the entire sky. Ka, a low sound rang out, and then the entire protective formation shattered like glass. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Impossible. This is simply impossible. The elders yelled madly. They could not believe that the protective formation had been broken. It had been broken in an instant. How could this be? One had to know that this was their protective formation. It had been passed down from ancient times. After being improved by generations of powerhouses, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. They were even confident that it could withstand the attack of a king. However, now, in the face of the heavenly Netherbird's attack, the protective formation that they were so proud of had been broken. What was broken was not only the protective formation, but also the hope in their hearts. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Many people's faces were ashen. It was over, it was completely over. Without the protective formation, they simply could not withstand the heavenly Netherbird's fury. This entire process did not even take half an hour. Not to mention the other kings, even their palace master had not arrived yet. For a moment, a sense of despair and fear enveloped the warriors of Divine Bird Palace. The heavenly Netherbird looked down at the mountains below with a sinister smile. Then, it waved its claws. Suddenly, the bodies of countless warriors below exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. The elders' faces changed greatly, and they all fled in all directions. In an instant, rays of light of various colors flew up from the mountains below and fled in all directions. Facing the heavenly Netherbird, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They only had one thought, and that was to escape. However, in the next moment, they were all in despair. Because it was as if the other party had used magic, their bodies all stopped in midair. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them. As a result, they couldn't shake it at all. No, damn it. I don't believe it. The great elder of Divine Bird Palace roared crazily. His body exploded with unparalleled energy, and he even began to burn his spiritual power and blood vessels. However, it was useless. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird's eyes moved, and the warriors' bodies exploded again, turning into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist did not disperse. Instead, it seemed to be guided by something and quickly floated in the same direction. That was the heavenly Netherbird. The blood mist condensed in front of the heavenly Netherbird, forming a strange blood rune. This rune was very complicated, and it was formed by countless mysterious lines. At first, it was very dim, but as more and more blood mist was added, the rune gradually lit up with a scarlet light. A mysterious and terrifying power was gradually emitted. Seeing this, the heavenly Netherbird smiled. Stop, hurry up and stop. However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the mountains below. This voice was very loud, and it directly penetrated the sky. A figure turned into a long rainbow and arrived in the sky at high speed. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had a powerful aura and a pair of purple wings on his back. Heavenly Netherbird, why did you attack my Divine Bird Palace? This man was the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. Seeing his palace destroyed and his disciples killed, he could no longer hold it in and shouted. Who do you think you are? How dare a lowly ant talk to me like that? The heavenly netherbird's eyes were cold. Suddenly, the palace master's body trembled, but he still shouted. Why can't I? You and I are both flying beasts. Even in the ancient times, our two races intersected. Why did you attack us? Even if you want energy, you should attack humans. He was indeed crazy because he could see that the heavenly netherbird was devouring their energy. But he could not understand why the heavenly netherbird palace was targeted when there were so many human forces. Why? The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. You lowly ants want to claim kinship with me? If it was the real three-headed crimson blood bird, I might hesitate. But you lowly ants are not worth mentioning. After the heavenly netherbird finished speaking, it did not bother to pay attention to them and flicked its finger. Suddenly, the divine bird palace master's body exploded, turning into a bright red mist of blood. This scene was too shocking. The palace master of the divine bird palace was an existence that surpassed the half-step king level. But in front of the heavenly netherbird, he could not resist at all and was easily killed. This was too unbelievable. Below, the remaining warriors saw this scene and their scalps went numb. They sat on the ground paralyzed. It was over. It was really over. Their palace master had been killed in a single move, so they didn't stand a chance at all. Thinking of this, these people shouted crazily, "Why did you attack us?" However, no one answered them. There was only a pair of invisible hands that crushed them one by one. Tens of thousands of divine bird palace martial practitioners exploded, turning into scarlet blood. The blood did not fall. Instead, it gathered in the sky and floated toward the mysterious rune. This scene was very strange. Countless drops of blood flew, but they did not drip on the ground. In fact, they even disappeared in the end. Only the pungent smell of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists in the entire divine bird palace were killed, and no one escaped. In an instant, the originally majestic palace became fragmented, and the entire mountain range was torn apart. All the martial artists of the divine bird palace were killed, but not a single corpse was left, not even a drop of blood was left. In an instant, the terrifying sixth-grade sect, the divine bird palace, was annihilated. Looking at the mysterious rune flashing with scarlet light in the air, the heavenly netherbird revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Then, it waved its claw and put away the mysterious rune. However, he once again looked towards the center of the mountain range, at the two remaining majestic halls. One was surrounded by purple lightning, while the other was accompanied by countless wind blades. He didn't let go of these two palaces either. He opened his mouth and sucked, forming a black vortex that sucked the two palaces into his stomach. After doing all this, he flapped his black wings, turned into a black flash, and left this place. Only ruins were left. The Shin family, the king family of the Tianwu continent. Like the Palace of Ares, the Shin family also occupied a spiritual vein, and it was one of the best spiritual veins in the Tianwu continent. The spiritual qi here was countless times denser than the outside world. Therefore, the effect of cultivating here was very good. The entire Shin family was like a fairyland. However, in this fairy-like Shin family, a few rays of light flashed quickly. Who's there? Stop. Seeing these rays of light, countless cold shouts were heard. Then, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the air. These people were wearing battle armor, holding long spears, and emitting a biting cold murderous aura. These were the Shin family's guards. They were usually patrolling at the foot of the mountain. Once they noticed any disturbance, they would immediately attack, never allowing any enemy to enter the Shin family. Moreover, basically no one dared to cause trouble. After all, the Shin family was a king family and was incomparably powerful. Even if someone came to visit, they would land at the foot of the mountain and be interrogated. Only after confirming that it was safe would they let these people in. But now, there was someone who was so daring as to barge in without putting them in his eyes. Therefore, these people immediately stepped forward and reprimanded him. If the other party did not listen, then they would attack mercilessly and kill him. Don't attack, it's me. I'm the leader of the family's Divine Wind team. In the air, the black figure quickly said, I have an urgent matter to report. Below, the martial artists guarding the mountain said coldly, "Whatever it is, investigate according to the rules. If you're someone else in disguise, we can't let you in." However, the figure above did not stop at all. He threw down a token and then quickly left. At the same time, a voice was heard, "I'll bear the consequences alone." Seeing that the figure was unwilling to stop, the guards below frowned. "Leader, what should we do? Should we activate the defensive array and kill him?" The leader of the guards was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he had a cold expression and shook his head slightly. "No need, this token is indeed the leader of the Divine Wind team. It seems that he really has an urgent matter. However, we can't relax. Go to the family and report to confirm it again." "Yes." Immediately, a guard quickly left and entered the Shin family to report. The leader of the Divine Wind team flew all the way and displayed an extremely fast speed. He turned into a gray light and shuttled quickly in the sky. His speed was so fast that it directly attracted the sound of wind and thunder. Even the void trembled violently. Below, countless martial artists of the Shin family looked up at the sky and were surprised. Because in the family, very few people flew like this. Who is it? How dare he be so bold and attract the power of wind and thunder? Is it an enemy attack? Damn it, what's the matter with the guards below the mountain? Why don't they attack when they see someone coming in? The martial artists of the Shin family were furious. Some of the experts even wanted to attack. However, the figure above quickly said, "I'm the leader of the Divine Wind team. I have an urgent matter to attend to and I have to break the family rules." Whoosh! Whoosh! A few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. "Elder Feng, it's really you." Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. "Elder Feng, it's really you. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Among them, the third elder of the Shin family asked. "Something bad has happened. I want to see the Laozu. I have to see him now." The leader of the Divine Wind team, Elder Feng, said anxiously. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The Laozu is in seclusion now." "Yeah, why don't you leave it to us?" Third elder, "I'm afraid you can't make the decision on this matter." Elder Feng shook his head quickly. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the other elders. "What's the matter? Why does he need to send a voice transmission? Can't he just say it out loud?" The third elder and the rest were puzzled. But in the next moment, they trembled and looked horrified. Because they had heard a terrifying news. "Is your news true?" The third elder and the rest were shocked and in disbelief. "It's true. It's because of this news that I broke the rules and barged in. Now, I have to tell the Laozu what I did. Let's go. Follow me." This time, the third elder and the rest of the elders did not stop them. Instead, they led Elder Feng into the Shin family quickly. Only a group of Shin family warriors were left behind. They looked at each other and did not know what had happened. Dozens of elders gathered in the main hall of the Shin family. These were the core elders of the Shin family. These people gathered together and discussed with solemn expressions. Not long after, an old voice sounded from the main seat in the main hall. "Greetings to the Laozu." Seeing this old figure, all the elders immediately bowed respectfully. The Laozu nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the leader of the Divine Wind team, Elder Feng. "What's the matter? Why must I know when I come out of seclusion?" After returning from the God of War Palace, the Laozu of the Shin family went into seclusion to break through to a higher level. Before he went into seclusion, he left a message that unless there was an emergency, he was not to be disturbed. But now, not long after he went into seclusion, he was called out. This made him very unhappy. But he also knew that these people must have met with some unsolvable problem. Otherwise, they would not have asked him to come out. Elder Feng took a deep breath and said quickly, "Laozu, the Divine Bird Palace has been destroyed." What? The old ancestor of the Shin family was stunned. He could not believe his ears. What did you say? The Divine Bird Palace was destroyed? He was indeed shocked. After all, that was the Divine Bird Palace, it was a dignified rank 6 sect. Moreover, it was a top-rank 6 sect, second only to their sovereign clan. In the Sky Martial continent, he was also an overlord. With such strength, it was already good enough that they did not bully others. How could they have been destroyed? Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single detail. The old ancestor of the Shen family said in a deep voice. Yes. Elder Feng quickly told him everything he knew. Then, the entire hall fell into silence. Strange, it was too strange. According to Elder Feng, this divine bird palace was exterminated, and no one was able to escape alive. Not only that, but the protective formation and the entire mountain range were completely destroyed. Even the 3 temples of the divine bird palace had disappeared. What was even stranger was that there were only fragments of the palace at the scene. There was not a single corpse, not even a drop of blood. However, the thick smell of blood lingered in the air, indicating that there was definitely blood flowing. However, there was nothing left. It had to be said that this was too strange. Is what you said true? The Shen family's patriarch frowned. Every word is true. There is not a single word that is hidden. I hope that the patriarch can investigate thoroughly. Elder Feng quickly replied. Regarding this, the Shen family's patriarch and the other elders did not doubt him. After all, Elder Feng was the Shen family's information expert. Moreover, as a member of the Shen family, he was very loyal and would not lie to them. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be deceived. Such a big matter, they believed that it would not be. Long before the entire Sky Martial continent knew about it. Damn it, who did it? They actually destroyed the Divine Bird Palace? How is this possible? This situation is too strange. If the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was killed, I would believe it. But the dignified Divine Bird Palace, with hundreds of thousands of disciples and countless experts, not a single one was able to escape? This is unbelievable. Yes, not even a corpse was found. Not only that, not even a drop of blood was left. What kind of method is this? The group of elders were discussing. At this moment, the Shen family's 3rd elder said in a deep voice, the Divine Bird Palace is already a top 6th rank sect. To be able to destroy it, it must be at least a king family. And there are only a few king families. I guess it must be one of them who did it. You're saying a king made a move? The Shen family's great elder also gasped, but even a king would not be able to create such a scene. This scene was too strange. Countless experts, but not a single one escaped. Moreover, there was not a single corpse or drop of blood at the scene. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp tingle. It was not that they had not seen the methods of a king, but such a strange scene was not something a king could easily create. If one king could not do it, what if it was 3 kings? 3 kings? Hearing the Shen family's patriarch's words, everyone was stunned, then their pupils constricted. Patriarch, you're talking about Lin Xian. Indeed, if there was anyone who could gather 3 kings in an instant, it would be Lin Xian. Because that day in the Palace of Ares, Lin Xian summoned 2 king-level demonic beasts in an instant. In addition, Lin Xian himself had the combat strength of a king level. In the entire continent, only Lin Xian could summon 3 kings in an instant. He was probably the only one who could do it. The Divine Bird Palace and the Duan family had a close relationship. Now that the Duan family was destroyed, the Divine Bird Palace would not be able to escape. Could it really be that brat Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then things would be troublesome. 3 kings working together was enough to destroy everything. Even the Shen family would not be able to stop them. Unless they joined forces with another king family, they would not be able to compete with Lin Xian. What is he trying to do? Damn it, this brat is too arrogant. What can we do? 3 kings are too terrifying. Everyone was discussing, but the Shen family's patriarch's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Damn this brat, he's too arrogant. What is he trying to do? Revenge? Or unify the entire continent? He could not help but be shocked. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Sky Martial continent had been peaceful. Although there were constant conflicts between the major forces, they were only small skirmishes. Basically, no rank 6 sects were destroyed. Not to mention a top rank 6 sect like the Divine Bird Palace. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch was furious. In the next moment, he stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. The Shin family patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. I don't believe that no one in this world can defeat you. During this period of time, let your people stay here. Don't leave. At the same time, strengthen the defense. If anything happens, immediately activate the defense array. I'll make a trip to the Palace of Ares. I'll be back soon. The Shin family patriarch instructed. Patriarch, you can't. That's right. That kid has 3 kings. Everyone was worried. The Shin family patriarch was the pillar of the Shin family. He could not fall. Don't worry. That kid isn't that arrogant. I believe that the Morong family and Mary Woods have received the news. I think the Morong family patriarch and Mary King will definitely head to the Palace of Ares to ask about it. So, it's fine this time. After giving some instructions, the Shin family patriarch's body swayed and immediately disappeared from the main hall. Then, a bright light shone in the sky. It was like the stars in the Milky Way. The Shin family patriarch's guess was right. Not long after, the Morong family and Mary Woods received the same news. Instantly, the Morong family patriarch and Mary King's faces changed. This news was indeed shocking. The Morong family patriarch and Mary King both thought of Lin Xian. However, the Morong family patriarch knew more. During this period, Morong Qingqing had returned home. Ninetailed had also returned. The Morong family patriarch knew that Ninetailed had not left at all. Therefore, he was very suspicious of this matter. However, he did not hesitate and immediately headed to the Palace of Ares. On the other side, the Mary King gave some instructions and also flew up. In an instant, the 3 kings all flew towards the Palace of Ares. However, the Shin family patriarch was the first to move and he was the fastest. Palace of Ares. Lin Xian was silently cultivating while waiting for the news of the energy stones. Some time had already passed since the energy stones were found. However, there was no result until now. After all, the energy stones he needed this time were too much and too powerful. These things were definitely rare treasures. It was impossible to find them in a short period of time. Lin Xian knew this. Therefore, he waited patiently. However, on this day, the 9th elder rushed over with a piece of news. Young master, there's a big matter. What is it? Could it be that you've made some progress on the source of the energy? No, it's not the energy source. Elder Jiuzhang shook his head with a grave expression. Young master, the divine bird palace was destroyed. What? They were destroyed. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. One had to know that that was a top-rank 6 sect. It was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it was their headquarters that was destroyed. The only ones who could do something like that were probably the Qing clans. Moreover, it had to be a large-scale invasion. Which Qing clan did it? Why did he attack? Are you clear about these matters? Lin Xian quickly asked. He was too surprised, because he couldn't think of anyone who would attack the Divine Bird Palace. Something big had happened recently, but the annihilation of the Duan clan had long been expected. The grudge between the Duan family and Lin Xian had been going on for a long time, so it was very normal. However, the Divine Bird Palace was different. He hadn't heard of any grudges with anyone recently. The only one was their alliance with the Duan clan. However, if it was someone who attacked, it should be Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to destroy the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't want to cause such a big war. Moreover, that day at the Palace of Ares, he had warned the Divine Bird Palace. He thought that they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, he didn't expect that not long after, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed. I wonder who did it. However, the situation at the Divine Bird Palace is very strange. Tens of thousands of experts were all killed. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were all killed. No one escaped. In fact, there wasn't a single corpse at the scene, nor was there a drop of blood. Elder Jiu told him everything he knew. What? There's such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian also frowned. This matter was too strange. He couldn't understand it, so he called the dark red divine dragon over to ask about it. After hearing this, the dark red divine dragon also frowned. What you said was too strange. This shouldn't be a normal sect extermination battle. The other party was targeting the Divine Bird Palace's martial artists. Could it be that someone on the continent recently cultivated some evil technique? It requires the blood of a strong martial artist. The Divine Bird Palace was destroyed without a drop of blood. This undoubtedly made the dark red divine dragon think of the evil technique that devoured blood. This technique is very terrifying and cruel. If there really is a king secretly cultivating it, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for the Tianwu continent. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. He knew that the matter was urgent, so he quickly ordered, Elder Jiao, send someone to investigate carefully. You must get to the bottom of this matter. Yes, I'll go now. Elder Jiao turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, an incomparably bright light flashed in the sky. Following that, the entire palace of Ares shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Boom, rumble, countless thunder boomed. Violent energy appeared in the sky and swept in all directions. At this moment, countless martial artists and elders of the palace of Ares raised their heads to look at the sky. Lin Xian also frowned. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Someone actually dared to attack the palace of Ares? They were courting death. A huge energy storm formed above the palace of Ares. Terrifying thunder boomed in all directions. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy because he knew that an expert had made a move this time. Fortunately, there was a defensive array. Otherwise, the other party would have directly charged in. This defensive array was different from the previous ones. It was personally modified by the dark red divine dragon. It could automatically defend and could be said to be very terrifying. It was also because of this automatic defensive formation that the mysterious powerhouse was blocked. The other martial artists of the Palace of Ares were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in their Palace of Ares. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but they were confident. Ever since Lin Xian killed Patriarch Duan Jia in front of everyone and destroyed the Duan family, their Palace of Ares' status in the Tianwu continent could be said to have skyrocketed. Even the other sovereign families didn't dare to provoke them. There was no choice. In the entire Tianwu continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian had 3 sovereigns on his side. And if Din Xian was included, that would be 4 sovereigns. There was even Lin Zhan who had yet to come out of seclusion. If all of them came out, that would be 5 sovereigns. No sovereign family dared to provoke such a terrifying force. But now, someone actually dared to barge into their Palace of Ares. How audacious! Just as everyone was guessing who it was that dared to lay their hands on the battle god technique, a cold voice boomed out from the void above. Just as everyone was guessing who it was that dared to attack their Ares god of war technique, a cold voice exploded in the sky. Lin Xian, get out here. Don't think that you can block my path just because you have a defensive array. If you provoke me, I'll destroy your Ares palace. This voice was filled with endless rage. Hearing this voice, everyone was in an uproar because they realized that this voice carried a strong aura of a king. It was obvious that this was a king. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Naturally, he could tell whose voice it was. Shen family patriarch, you're courting death. I didn't do anything to you when you targeted me last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and he instantly appeared in the sky. Give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about going back today. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. The Shen family patriarch seemed even more furious. He sneered, Kid, don't try to act mysterious in front of me. Let me ask you, did you destroy the Divine Bird Palace? What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian had a stunned look on his face. He didn't expect the Shen family patriarch to be here for this matter. The martial artists below still didn't know about the Divine Bird Palace because the news hadn't spread yet. Therefore, when they heard that the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed, everyone was in an uproar. No way, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed? What a joke. That's a 6th grade sect. I'm afraid that only a sovereign family can destroy it. Could it really be the young master's doing? That shouldn't be the case. The young master would definitely inform us if he made a move. But we didn't receive any news at all. Moreover, the young master didn't even leave the Ares palace during this period. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Lin Xian frowned. Are you out of your mind? How dare you suspect me? Stop pretending. On this continent, no one else has this ability except for you. The Duan family patriarch snorted coldly as he stared at Lin Xian. No one else has the ability? I don't think so. The Shen family should have the ability. Lin Xian sneered. According to what you said, I can say that it was you who destroyed Divine Bird Palace and then framed me. You. Hearing this, the Shen family patriarch's body was trembling. To be honest, any sovereign family can destroy the Divine Bird Palace. But what's the Divine Bird Palace? Not a single corpse, not a single drop of blood. How do you explain the thick stench of blood lingering in the air? This is definitely not something a king can do. You should know that when we discovered this situation, it had only been a short while. Even the smell of blood in the air was enough to make people vomit. It's impossible for a king to accomplish such a feat in such a short time. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, only you can join forces with 2 king-level demonic beasts. Now you're telling me that it's not you? How do you expect me to believe you? The patriarch of the Duan family became more and more agitated as he spoke. You destroyed the Duan family because of hatred, but what about the Divine Bird Palace? He's just on the Duan family's side. Just for this, you destroyed the entire Divine Bird Palace? That's hundreds of thousands of martial artists. How could you do it? The Shen family patriarch was furious. The Duan family's destruction was a result of karma. They could not blame anyone. After all, the Duan family had massacred the people of the Palace of War Gods. However, the Divine Bird Palace and Lin Xian did not have any direct enmity. Even if it was because he had helped the Duan family, the Palace of War Gods would only take revenge by killing a few elders. They could even kill the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. But now, hundreds of thousands of martial artists were killed. This was an extremely cruel method. Therefore, the Shen family patriarch could not stand it. I'll say it again. I didn't do it. If I wanted to destroy the Divine Bird Palace, I would have done it when you destroyed the Duan family. There's no need to wait for a second time. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. If it's not you, then who is it? Who else on this continent can condense 3 sovereigns in an instant? The Shen family patriarch's voice was cold. He did not back down at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A powerful aura also surged from his body. The other party was so aggressive and accused him of such a big crime. Of course, he was unhappy. Moreover, he did things openly. He would not deny that he killed them. Just like when he destroyed the Duan family, he would kill them in front of all the experts in the world. If he did not kill them, he would not swallow his pride and let others slander him. Neither side was backing down. It looked like they were about to fight. The atmosphere in the air froze. A terrifying sovereign's aura spread out. Below, the martial artists of the Palace of War Gods trembled. The 9th Elder had already ordered people to prepare the defensive array. However, at this moment, 2 more voices sounded. Both of you, calm down. Stop, don't fight. Accompanied by this loud and clear voice, 2 figures appeared in the sky, blocking Lin Xian and the Duan clan's patriarch. Seeing 2 more figures appear in the sky, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because 2 more sovereigns had appeared. It was Patriarch Murong and the Happy King. The moment Patriarch Murong and the Happy King appeared, they stopped Lin Xian and the Shen family patriarch. At the same time, they quickly said, both of you, calm down. I can't calm down. You 2 came at the right time. Let's take down this kid together. He's too presumptuous. Does he really think he can kill whoever he wants? The Shen family patriarch's voice was ferocious. You want to fight? You can try. Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward and sword chi surrounded his body. Both of you, calm down. The happy king quickly stopped them. Patriarch Morong also pulled the Shin family patriarch. Don't fight. This is a little strange. At least I know that the nine-tailed demon fox has been in the Morong family and has not left. What? You said that the nine-tailed demon fox has not left? This time, it was the Shin family patriarch's turn to be stunned. He did not expect things to be different from what he had expected. However, he was still very suspicious. Therefore, he coldly shouted, so what? Even if it's him and this four-legged snake, they can do it too. F***ck, old man, who are you calling a four-legged snake? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? The dark red divine dragon was also unhappy. Back then, he had revealed his divine dragon state in front of everyone. However, now, the other party actually called him a four-legged snake. This made him furious. What made him even angrier was that the other party actually dared to frame him. Just as the atmosphere became tense again and the two kings were about to fight, another sonic boom came from afar. Again? The warriors below were shocked, thinking that it was another king. But what surprised them was that there was no king's aura this time. The person who came was just an ordinary supremacy. Furthermore, he was a martial artist from the Palace of Ares. Young master, bad news. The honorable shouted as soon as he entered the Palace of Ares. But when he saw the five honorables, his body froze in midair. What's going on? Is someone attacking the Palace of Ares? Nothing, we're just discussing something. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then shot out a gentle light that pulled the honorable up. Greetings young master, greetings kings. The honorable from the Palace of Ares said carefully. To be honest, it was his first time seeing so many kings gathered together. The aura they emitted made him feel like the sky was falling. Luckily, Lin Xian's light covered him. Otherwise, the king's aura would have made him unable to stand. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The venerable one slapped his head and only then did he remember that he had something important to report, so he quickly spoke. Young master, it's bad. The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed. What? This time, the five kings in the sky were all stunned. As for the people from the Palace of Gods of War below, they were also stunned and stood rooted to the ground. The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed? When did this happen? Who did it? The five kings asked quickly, and the honorable quickly told them what he knew. The Earth Fire sect was also a sixth-grade sect. But this time it had been destroyed too. Moreover, the situation was similar to the Divine Bird Palace. The entire sect's foundation had been destroyed, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. But there was not a single drop of blood in the ruins, nor was there a corpse. It could be said that the strange thing that happened in the Divine Bird Palace had happened again in the Earth Fire sect. Hearing this, Ancestor Morong and the others frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, What? Do you still think that I was the one who did it? Hearing this, the Shin family's patriarch fell silent. This was because it definitely wasn't Lin Xian. He was here, and the Earth Fire sect was in the distant northwest. It was impossible to destroy the Earth Fire sect and return to the War God Palace in such a short amount of time. In other words, this matter really wasn't done by Lin Xian. I was reckless this time. I apologize for what happened before. The old ancestor of the Shin family sighed. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and didn't say anything else. Although he had clarified his relationship with the Palace of Gods of War, this matter was simply too strange. It was obvious that an unknown expert had appeared. Could it be that there are kings in the martial heaven continent that we don't know about? Asked Lin Xian. After all, his knowledge of this continent was not as good as the other kings. However, the happy king shook his head slightly. Once one becomes a king, it means that one will become the pinnacle of this continent. It is impossible for such a character to remain dormant for too long. He will definitely stand out. They might even establish a dynasty and family to share this continent. Just like the Duan family. So if there really is a hidden king, it is impossible for us not to know about it. There is another possibility. It is a newly ascended king. However, that is even more impossible. In terms of strength, these new kings are a bit weaker than us old kings. Even with our methods, we are unable to do such a thing, let alone a newly ascended king. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, the happy king was right. The old kings couldn't have been dormant for so long, and the newly ascended kings didn't have such strength. Then who was it that did it? What I am most worried about now is the other party's motive. Was it because of revenge, or something else? If the other party attacked again, who would be the next target? Or did he choose randomly? The kings were thinking so hard that their heads were about to explode. At this moment, the dark red dragon spoke in a deep voice. Don't think about it. It shouldn't be revenge. The situation you are talking about must be some kind of evil cultivation technique that specializes in absorbing the blood of martial artists. It is just that he doesn't care about ordinary martial artists, so he specifically chose this kind of 6th grade sect. Damn it, who is he? The Shin family's old ancestor gritted his teeth. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and he had never encountered such a strange thing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he attacked a king family. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he was about to leave Tianwu continent. If he couldn't find the culprit and kill him, even if he found the energy stone now, he wouldn't be able to leave in peace. No, we can't go on like this. We have to find him. Lin Xian's eyes were focused. Yes, that's right. We have to find the culprit and kill him. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. The happy king said in a deep voice. The Morong family's old ancestor and the Shin family's old ancestor nodded. Fortunately, when they came out, they had asked the people in their families to open the Great Protective Array. That array was 10 times stronger than the Great Protective Array of the Divine Bird Palace. Even a king wouldn't be able to break it easily. This was also the reason why they dared to come out. Not long after, Dean Xian also came. Obviously, he also knew about the situation of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earthfire sect. The 6 kings entered the War God Palace to discuss. Although they still don't know who the culprit is, from the current 2 cases, the culprit should be in the northwest. Because the Earthfire sect and the Divine Bird Palace are in the northwest of Tianwu continent. What other 6th rank sects are there in the northwest? Lin Xian quickly asked. The 9th elder also took out a huge map and placed it in front of the 6 kings. Tianwu continent's martial arts were developed, so there were more than 20 6th rank sections. Just in the northwest, there were 4 6th rank sections. Divine Bird Palace, Earthfire Palace, Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud sect. Among them, the Divine Bird Palace and the Earthfire sect were destroyed, leaving only the Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud sect. In other words, the next target of the mysterious culprit was either the Embracing Moon Pavilion or the Purple Cloud sect. Since we know his next target, what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. The Shin family's old ancestor said. Good, we 6 kings can be divided into 2 groups. Dean Xian said, Old Man Shin, you, Old Man Morong and the Happy King will be in a group and go to the Purple Cloud sect. I, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon will go to the Embracing Moon Pavilion. With the 3 kings joining forces, we can definitely take down the culprit. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Morong, Lin Xian and the others nodded. The Dark Red Divine Dragon said in a deep voice, Don't be too optimistic. From the current situation, the culprit seems to be very fast. At the side, the Dark Red Divine Dragon said, Don't be too optimistic. Judging from the current situation, the opponent seems to be very fast. And he's very strong. He can easily destroy a rank 6 sect. We might not be as fast as him. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious. Lin Xian looked at the map in front of him and said slowly, Let's do it this way. But if we find that the Purple Cloud sect and the Moon Pavilion have been destroyed, we'll go to the Golden Blade sect. You'll go to the Wind and Thunder Hall. Lin Xian pointed at the map and said. Because these 2 rank 6 sects were the 2 sects closest to the Moon Embracing Pavilion and the Violet Cloud sect. Moreover, these 2 sects were not in the northwest region. They were in the central region, but closer to the northwest. In other words, if the opponent wanted to go to the central region, the first to be attacked would be these 2 rank 6 sects, after coming up with a plan, Lin Xin and the other kings split up. Among them, the Shen family ancestor Murong, and the Happy King were in a group. The three of them headed to the Purple Cloud sect. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Ding Xian were in a group. The three of them headed to the Moon Pavilion. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spiritual boat from before. Then, the three of them sat on the spiritual boat and quickly soared into the sky. After he left, the ninth elder activated the defensive array. Suddenly, the entire mountain range of the Palace of Gods of War was completely covered by the defensive array. Lin Xian was very relieved. These arrays were modified by the dark red divine dragon and could be said to be very strong. Even a king would not be able to break through them in a short time. Moreover, not only were there defensive arrays, but there was also a peerless killing array. If there was really danger, the ninth elder and the others could control the peerless killing array to fight against the enemy. Lin Xian moved quickly. On the other side, the Sky Netherbird moved quickly as well. He had destroyed 2 rank 6 sects and obtained a large amount of martial artists' blood. This caused the mysterious rune in front of him to shine brightly. A terrifying power was emitted from the crimson rune. Not enough, not enough. It would be great if I could massacre the 2 king families. The Sky Netherbird's lips curled into a sinister smile. However, he only thought about it and did not act on it. This was because Xiaoqin still had an astral chain on him and was unable to unleash its full power. Furthermore, a sovereign clan was much stronger than a rank 6 sect. That defensive formation was much stronger than that of a rank 6 sect. In fact, if a king-level expert were to fight him with a peerless killing formation, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Once I've absorbed enough blood and broken through the last astral chain, I'll trample all of you sovereign clans beneath my feet. The heavenly netherbird sneered and flapped its wings. It turned into a black flash and streaked across the sky. His target this time was another rank 6 sect. Purple Cloud sect. It was also a rank 6 sect. The entire sect was located in a mountain range called the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain was very strange. In terms of height, it was not the highest, but the mountain range was surrounded by purple clouds all year round. Outsiders and demonic beasts could not enter at all, causing the Purple Cloud sect to be filled with a layer of mystery. Later on, a peerless expert from the Purple Cloud sect used these purple clouds to set up a formation. If an outsider tried to force their way in, they would be lost within and never be able to leave. Therefore, outsiders did not dare to casually barge in. Even a half-step king-level expert had lost his way in the past. However, at this moment, a huge shadow appeared near the Purple Mountain. This shadow was naturally the heavenly netherbird. Its black eyes were burning as it looked at the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, the Purple Cloud sect martial artists in the mountain range were still unaware of the danger. This was because until now, the news of the Divine Bird Palace's destruction had not spread. Only a few sovereign clans knew about it. Looking at the mountain range surrounded by purple clouds, the heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, its wings vibrated and floated in the air. Countless black flames quickly condensed and formed a black fireball in front of it. It was like a black sun, flashing with cold light. This black fireball was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it displayed an extremely powerful force. Countless black flames burned on its surface. The surrounding space was distorted and cracked. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird opened its mouth and the black fireball flew out like a meteor. Its target was the Purple Mountain in front of it. The black fireball streaked across the sky, bringing with it endless black flames. Soon, it hit the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, this time, the thick purple clouds were not as magical as the legends said. Instead, it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands like paper. Wherever the black fireball passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore apart the purple clouds in the mountain range. Then, it violently blasted towards the Purple Cloud sect. Rumble, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. Then, the mountain range in front of it shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. The black fireball exploded, forming a boundless energy storm that swept out in all directions. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud quickly rose up. Ah! Many martial artists screamed. Under this energy, their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They did not even see who the enemy was. The bloody mist seemed to be attracted by something and gathered in the red runes in front of the heavenly netherbird. This attack directly destroyed the purple cloud sect in front of it and killed 80% of the martial artists in the sect. The remaining martial artists of the purple cloud sect roared crazily and rushed out crazily, wanting to take revenge. However, when they saw the black mountain-like monster in front of them, they all trembled. The heavenly netherbird. The martial artists of the purple cloud sect trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. They naturally recognized the figure in front of them. It was a peerless beast that shocked the entire Tianwu continent. It had appeared for a period of time before, but it was beaten away. They did not expect it to appear again. A king. This was a true king, and it was incomparably terrifying. The attack just now had directly destroyed the entire purple cloud sect. Now, only a few martial artists were still alive. However, these martial artists did not dare to take revenge. In front of the heavenly netherbird, they did not dare to take action. Therefore, in the next moment, these martial artists wanted to escape, but the heavenly netherbird did not give them the chance. With a wave of its claws, the martial artists of the purple cloud sect all exploded into a bloody mist. After absorbing all the martial artists' blood, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and left the place. In front of it, the destructive energy of the purple mountain gradually dissipated. The purple clouds floated up again and slowly enveloped the entire purple mountain. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything strange. Not long after, there was another sound in the sky. Then, 3 figures appeared near the purple mountain. These 3 people were the ancestor of the Shen family, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King. When they saw that the purple clouds had returned to normal, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. The ancestor of the Shen family said, "This purple cloud is a defensive formation of the purple cloud sect. It's very magical. The whole formation is made of mist and it doesn't dissipate all year round. If someone who doesn't know about it walks inside, he won't be able to get out. It seems that the culprit hasn't come yet, or he has gone to the moon embracing pavilion." Ancestor Morong also said in a low voice, "No matter what, let's go in first and inform the purple cloud sect to be prepared." Then, the Happy King sent a message inside, and the 3 of them waited in the void. However, after waiting for a while, they found that there was no movement inside. What's going on? What are those people from the purple cloud sect doing? The Happy King frowned, looking unhappy. Ancestor Morong also frowned. Is there a problem? The ancestor of the Shen family looked serious. Forget it, let's go in and see. Then, he waved his hand, and suddenly, a shining big hand stretched out, tearing the purple cloud in front of them apart. Although the purple cloud was a large formation and was very powerful, it was not very powerful for a king. Therefore, the Shen family's patriarch and the other 2 quickly passed through the dense purple clouds. Then, they were stunned. The mountain in front of them had been torn apart, and the palace had been destroyed. It was a ruin. Although they couldn't see outside because of the purple cloud, they found that the entire purple cloud sect had been razed to the ground after entering. The ancestor of the Shen family, Ancestor Morong, and the Happy King were shocked because they had only heard about the news of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earthfire sect. They had not seen it with their own eyes. But now, seeing the state of the purple cloud sect with their own eyes, they were really shocked. Just like the previous news, there was a thick smell of blood in the sky, but the martial artists of the purple cloud sect were all gone. There was not even a drop of blood on the ground. This situation was really strange. Damn it, we're still one step too late. The ancestor of the Shen family's face was abnormally ferocious. That murderer is too arrogant. He destroyed 3 rank 6 sects in a row. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't be long before all the rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent are destroyed. This was something that was hard to believe. Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind and Thunder Hall, the Happy King said anxiously. This was something they had discussed long ago. If the purple cloud sect was destroyed, they would immediately head to the Wind Thunder Hall. Thus, the next moment, the Happy Prince, Ancestor Morong, and the Chen family's ancestor did not hesitate in the slightest. They immediately left the purple cloud sect. However, as soon as they stood up, they saw that the purple clouds and the mountain range before them were gathering together. This is? The three of them were stunned and stopped in their tracks. In front of them, the purple clouds tumbled and formed something similar to a light screen. Then, a blurry image appeared in front of everyone. In the image, there was a huge black figure. It was like a black demonic mountain, and there were boundless black flames burning on its body. His wings flapped, covering the sky and the sun. It was extremely terrifying. Upon seeing this figure, the pupils of the Happy Kings group contracted, and they cried out in alarm. Heavenly Netherbird, that's right. The huge black figure in the image was the Heavenly Netherbird. In the image, the Heavenly Netherbird opened its mouth and spat out a black ball of light. It directly flattened the entire purple cloud sect. Then, countless martial artists' bodies split open and turned into blood mist. All of it gathered on the blood-red rune in front of the Heavenly Netherbird. What? This was all done by the Heavenly Netherbird. When the three of them saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the mysterious murderer was actually the Heavenly Netherbird. That damned beast. The last time he came out to wreak havoc, we only chased him away and taught him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be even worse this time. He actually dared to slaughter 3 rank 6 sects. This time, no matter what, we can't let him go. The Chen family's ancestor gritted his teeth. Ancestor Moron was also shocked. I didn't expect that the purple clouds would have a memory function. Fortunately, it recorded what happened at that time. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know who the murderer was. The Happy King's expression was grave. Damn it. This guy's strength seems to have increased again. From the attack just now, I'm afraid that he's much stronger than before. It was true. Ancestor Morong and the others nodded. Naturally, they noticed this point. The Heavenly Netherbird's strength had increased greatly. This was not good news for them. Moreover, the other party was obviously absorbing the blood of these martial artists. He must have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique. If the other party was able to cultivate it and his strength increased again, they would not be his match at all. Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind Thunder Hall and stop him. The three of them did not stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the void. In another direction, at the moon-embracing pavilion, Lin Xian, Din Xian, and the dark red divine dragon had also rushed over. When they saw the situation at the moon-embracing pavilion, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because the moon-embracing pavilion was still there, nothing unexpected had happened. However, Lin Xian and the others did not let down their guard. If it was not them, then it would be the Purple Cloud sect. Either way, it was either one of the two or the mysterious murderer had not arrived yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others entered the moon-embracing pavilion and told them to tighten their defenses. They also told the moon-embracing pavilion what had happened recently. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue dress. She had a dignified appearance and a mature aura. When she heard the news, her beautiful face turned pale. She did not expect such a big thing to happen. If it was not for the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, she was afraid that she would not know about it for a while. What do we do now? The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion asked anxiously. There was no other way. 2 rank 6 sects had already been destroyed. Especially the Divine Bird Palace, which was a top rank 6 sect. Compared to them, it was much stronger. Even so, it was still easily destroyed. If the murderer targeted the moon-embracing pavilion, they would not be able to hold on. But fortunately, they had Lin Xian and the other 2 kings now. They were not too worried for the time being. However, if these 3 kings left, they would not have any support at all. Don't worry, we have already started to make arrangements. I believe that we should be able to stop the mysterious murderer. If we are safe here, it means that there should be some changes on the Happy King's side. Just as they were talking, the dark red divine dragon suddenly frowned. With a wave of its dragon claw, a palm-sized jade talisman quickly burned and a low voice came out from it. We have found the mysterious murderer. It is the Heavenly Netherbird. With just 2 short sentences, the purple jade talisman was completely burned. This was a sound transmission talisman used to send messages between martial artists. However, it was very precious and only a few kings had it. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the others were all stunned. They did not expect that the mysterious killer was the heavenly netherbird. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion screamed, "What? The Purple Cloud sect has also been destroyed." She was too shocked because the Purple Cloud sect and the moon-embracing pavilion were both rank 6 sects. But now, it had also been destroyed. If not for the fact that Lin Xian and the others were kings, the pavilion master of the Blue Moon Pavilion would have thought that the news was a joke. But now, she did not think so. She knew that this was definitely true. A terrifying disaster was about to befall the Sky Martial continent. Because in a short period of time, 3 rank 6 sects had been destroyed and this situation was likely to continue. Lin Xian's expression was grave. "Damn it, it's actually the heavenly netherbird. Damn, I almost forgot about this guy." The dark red dragon was also unhappy. Last time, he caused trouble and escaped. I didn't expect him to come back this time. This time, we must catch him. Ancestor Morong's gaze was piercingly cold. Indeed, the heavenly netherbird was too cruel. If it was left alone, a terrifying disaster would befall the Sky Martial continent. As kings, they could not allow such a thing to happen. Next, they could only wait patiently. Because no one knew who the heavenly netherbirds' next target would be. However, according to the other party's flight path and their guesses, it would either be the Wind Thunder Hall or the Moon-embracing Pavilion. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others did not make a move, while the Shin family's ancestor and the other 2 flew as fast as lightning towards the Wind Thunder Hall. However, the situation this time was out of their expectations. Because after the Purple Cloud sect was destroyed, the heavenly netherbird did not appear again. The Moon-embracing Pavilion and the Wind Thunder Hall were safe and had not been attacked. Lin Xian and the others even waited for a few days, but nothing happened. This made them very suspicious. In order to prevent a worse situation from happening, they could not wait any longer, so they prepared to leave. When leaving, Lin Xian instructed the Moon-embracing Pavilion's pavilion master to let her bring the disciples under her sect and quickly withdraw. This was because no matter what defensive formation they set up, they would not be able to stop the heavenly netherbird. It was better for them to leave with their disciples. As long as their disciples were still alive, there was still hope. The Moon-embracing Pavilion master also nodded in agreement. To her, this was the only feasible method at present. Therefore, she hurriedly took action while Lin Xian and the others quickly left. This time, they didn't return to the War God Palace. Before Lin Xian and the others set off, they had already discussed that they would meet in a city at the intersection of the northwest and central regions. Giant Tiger City. Lin Xian's group met up with the Happy King's group. The 6 kings gathered together, their expressions extremely solemn. Then, the Happy King and the others began to carefully inform them of what they knew. That was because the voice transmission from before had only given him a simple reminder and did not mention the details of the situation. Lin Xian and the others listened carefully. After they finished listening, their expressions became even more solemn. Because from this information, the heavenly netherbbird's strength seemed to have become even more powerful than before. It could destroy a rank 6 sect with just a wave of its hand. This kind of means had already surpassed any one of them. Perhaps they could only defeat it if they worked together. Damn it, did it break the star chains? Lin Xian's face was cold. What star chains? The Happy King, Ancestor Morong, and the others were puzzled. They did not know what had happened to the heavenly netherbird before. Therefore, Lin Xian briefly explained what had happened in the Hidden Sky Secret Realm. When everyone found out that the heavenly netherbird had 4 star chains on its body that sealed its strength and defeated it, they were all extremely shocked. They never thought that there would be such a secret. You're saying that the heavenly netherbird did not display its full strength before? The Shin clan ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm afraid so. The star chains on the heavenly netherbird's body are extremely terrifying. They can suppress its cultivation. I'm afraid that its strength has increased greatly because it broke the star chains. But it seems that it has not completely broken the chains. Otherwise, it would not have absorbed them. Now that you mention it, I remember that the heavenly netherbird seemed to have a chain on its body in the purple cloud sex image. The happy king recalled for a moment before he spoke in a deep voice. There's still one more. Lin Xian and the others' expressions were grave. They never thought that this was not the heavenly netherbird's full strength. If it breaks all the seals and recovers its full strength, it will definitely be a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. Damn it, that guy is too cunning. It won't fight us head-on. It only attacks rank 6 sects. But there are so many rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent. How do we know which one it is? The Tianwu continent is too big. If it hides in any mountain range, we won't be able to find it. The kings shook their heads and sighed. They had no idea what to do now. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I seem to have an idea, but it might not work. Let me try. Oh? What idea do you have? Ancestor Morone quickly asked. When I was in the Hidden Sky Secret Realm, I planted a beast slave seal in the heavenly netherbird's body. I wonder if the seal is still there after such a long time. Let me see. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly asked, Zero, is the beast slave seal still there? Can you find the heavenly netherbird's location? The beast slave seal you planted has already been destroyed. But according to the beast slave seal, I found a place where the heavenly netherbird often stays. I can tell you where it is. Zero's cold voice sounded. Where is it? Tell me. Lin Xian was excited. He found that it was very likely the heavenly netherbird's nest in the Tianwu continent. One sub-divine crystal. Zero did not tell him the location. Instead, it gave him a condition. Damn, you're taking advantage of the situation. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. But he had no choice. He could only agree. Okay, here you go. It's in a big canyon in the northwest. I can give you the specific location. Zero said slowly after obtaining a sub-divine crystal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, I can sense the place where it usually stays. But I don't know if it will go there this time. The place where it usually stays is its nest. It's very likely that it will go there. Ancestor Morone nodded. It doesn't matter. We have to go take a look. Ancestor Chen said anxiously. Alright, let's go then. Lin Xian nodded and the 6 of them flew into the sky. They boarded Lin Xian's spiritual boat and flew towards the northwest direction. Along the way, the 6 of them did not speak. Instead, they quickly adjusted themselves. If they really found the heavenly netherbird, it would be an intense battle. Lin Xian, under Zero's guidance, quickly steered the spiritual boat towards the Grand Canyon. Primeval Forest, Grand Canyon. The heavenly netherbird had indeed returned. After slaughtering 3 rank 6 sects, the blood-red rune in front of it shone brightly and was filled with mysterious energy. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird did not continue to attack. Instead, it returned to the Grand Canyon and used the mysterious rune's energy to refine the star chain. This was a secret technique that could gather powerful energy. However, it required a large amount of blood. It could easily take hundreds of thousands of martial artists. This was why the heavenly netherbird had massacred rank 6 sects. It had no choice. The last star chain was extremely terrifying. It required more energy than the previous 3 chains combined. If the heavenly netherbird used its own energy to refine it slowly, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, it used the mysterious rune. It waved its hand and the mysterious rune shone with a demonic light. Streaks of blood-red runes covered the rune. Then, streaks of blood-red light shot out from the runes like a river of blood. They surrounded the heavenly netherbird's body and quickly refined the last star chain. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest flew quickly towards the Grand Canyon. As soon as they entered the primeval forest, their faces became extremely solemn. This was because the primeval forest had already changed. The forest outside was still intact. However, as they went deeper, they realized that it was no longer a forest but a ruin. Countless withered trees and grass covered the area. There was no sign of life. Countless white bones were scattered all over the ground. Most of them belonged to beasts. It was obvious that the spiritual energy of the trees, forests, and beasts had been sucked away. Damn it, this was all done by the heavenly netherbird. It can't be wrong. The Shin family ancestor looked around coldly. It seems like this is its nest. Ancestor Morong's gaze was also sharp. The other party was too despicable. He had actually turned such a primeval forest into a land of death. If they were left alone, who knew how many more places on the Tianwu continent would suffer? Everyone, get ready. He's already very close. He's just below the canyon in front. Lin Xian quickly replied after receiving Zero's reminder. Have we arrived? Upon hearing Lin Xian's warning, the expressions of the happy king and the others became grave, and they secretly circulated their spiritual energy, getting ready to release it at any moment. This time, they had to kill him. The speed of the spirit boat was very fast. It quickly turned into a long rainbow and arrived at the top of the Grand Canyon in no time. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the spirit boat. The happy king and the others didn't say anything because they had already sensed a powerful evil aura below. Clearly, it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. In the canyon below, the heavenly netherbird also stood up. Its huge body was surrounded by boundless black flames. Its eyes were like lightning, directly piercing through the void. A ferocious look appeared on its huge head. Damn humans, you actually chased after us. Since that's the case, I can only kill all of you. The heavenly netherbird coldly snorted. It then flapped its wings and turned into a black torrent as it quickly rushed upwards. In the sky, Ancestor Morong said in a deep voice. Everyone, pay attention. He has already rushed up. Before he finished speaking, he saw a black ray of light, like a meteor, fiercely colliding with the six of them. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The huge black figure directly collided with the six of them, causing an earth-shattering collision. The entire void exploded, forming a pitch-black hole. A torrent of energy swept across the heavens and earth. This attack was simply too ferocious, and it sent Lin Xian and the other 6 King Realm cultivators flying. In an instant, Lin Xian activated his starry sky armor and quickly retreated. Countless sword chi surged out from his body and wildly slashed forward, destroying the terrifying energy. The others also used their own methods to stabilize themselves. Then, the 6 of them looked forward. Indeed, there was a huge figure there. It was the heavenly netherbird. Damned beast, it's really you. You dare to destroy so many rank 6 sects. Today will be the day you die. You're too presumptuous. The Tianwu continent is not a place where you can behave atrociously. At that moment, the happy lord, Ancestor Shen, Ancestor Morong and the others all shouted coldly. Their bodies emitted terrifying energy. Their gazes were like sharp swords that directly pierced through the void and stared at the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird laughed disdainfully. Its pitch-black eyes swept across the 6 of them. Although it was facing 6 kings, it did not show any fear. It seemed that refining the 3 starry sky chains had greatly increased its strength and confidence. This was because if it was facing so many kings, it would definitely turn and run. However, now that it had broken the 3 starry sky chains, it was no longer afraid of anyone. However, in the next moment, its gaze stopped on a figure. Then, the mocking smile on its face disappeared and its entire head nodded ferociously. Damned brat, it's actually you. That's right, the heavenly netherbird stared at Lin Xian. Its eyes flashed with incomparable killing intent. To be honest, it was extremely shocked. It did not expect that among the 6 figures, there was one that it was extremely familiar with. The heavenly netherbird would never forget Lin Xian. This was because in the remote sky secret realm, Lin Xian had ruthlessly suppressed it. Although Lin Xian had borrowed old Taoist Song strength, the heavenly netherbird could not tolerate it. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian had planted a beast-slave seal in its body in order to subdue it. This was intolerable, therefore, it had always had one goal in the past few years. That was to capture Lin Xian and kill him. Originally, it wanted to wait until it had broken the last starry sky chain before going on a killing spree to find Lin Xian. However, it did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to come knocking on its door. Brat, I originally wanted to look for you. I did not expect you to take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Since this is the case, I will not let you go. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, it's impossible. I will let you taste the cruelest punishment in this world. The heavenly netherbird's voice was ferocious and its eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes focused and like a shocking sword light, he charged forward. Boom, boom. The two gazes collided in the air, producing a metallic sound. Then, the entire void trembled violently and many black cracks appeared in the surroundings. If there were other martial artists present, their jaws would have dropped because the auras of these two people were too powerful. Just their gazes alone had surpassed all the honorables. What? The strength of a king. End of chapter 1478. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.